Chapter 1. The Beginning. In the depths of a metallic corridor, a cold white light cascades from both sides. A slender silhouette emerges from the end of the passage, with black hair and dark eyes. The figure is clad in a fitted black trench coat that falls below the knees, paired with a blue denim shirt cinched at the waist by a leather belt. Black leggings are tucked into sturdy combat boots, each step exuding an overwhelming presence. A round orb of light bounces excitedly beside the woman, radiating a bright pink glow. Within the orb, data flows swiftly, and suddenly, it seems to react to some stimulus, bursting apart in a shower of pink light. The woman appears unfazed, her expression devoid of emotion as she continues on her path. The orb, known as the system, quickly reconstitutes itself and begins to chatter incessantly. "Host, you show me no concern. You are emotionally neglecting me. I shall report you to the Union." The woman lazily lifts her gaze, her demeanor apathetic. The system has no rights. Thus, the Union would not intervene in how a host treats the system. Besides, no Union is idle enough to concern itself with matters of emotional neglect. The system, designated 003, is momentarily speechless, stubbornly retorting, "I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe that in such a vast department, there is no organization to uphold the rights of systems." The woman simply replied, "Suit yourself." The lightness of her words once again imparted a sense of disdain to 003, causing its core data streams to flare dangerously. Oh, but it had already exploded once before. Unable to contain itself any longer, 003 let out a whimper, stifling its cries to avoid making a scene, sobbing quietly within the host's mind. The woman's expression remains unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the noise in her head, as she quickens her pace. After navigating countless forks and turns, she finally arrives at her destination. The sign reads Retirement Rights Protection Center. Upon entering, she is greeted by a spacious hall where cold, metallic columns stand rigidly, and the pristine floor gleams like a mirror. The hall is devoid of other occupants, save for a few diligent cleaning robots. The woman walks with familiarity into one of the rooms, where a man with golden-rimmed glasses and slit pupils awaits her. "Miss Rong Yu, host of System 003, I presume?" The man wears a formulaic smile as he introduces himself. "I am the auditor, employee number 19384, at your service." "Hello, 19384. I am here to process my retirement." Rong Yu, an esteemed employee of the fast travel department, consistently ranking first among her peers, is truly the best. With her unparalleled beauty, formidable abilities, and sharp intellect, she has excelled in her missions without fail. In just a millennium, she has swiftly repaid the department's debts and amassed considerable wealth, ensuring a life of luxury for herself in the eternity that lies ahead. Today, she has come to finalize her retirement. The fast travel department exists in the interstices of the universe, its coordinates constantly shifting, often besieged by dimensional storms and polar tempests, making survival conditions exceedingly harsh and unsuitable for biological entities. Taskers only linger here momentarily to submit tasks or handle affairs. Retirement from the fast travel department offers two choices. First, to return to one's original world. However, since retirees possess almost limitless lifespans, should they not belong to a long-lived race, they must frequently change residences to conceal their uniqueness. Second, one may enter other fast travel worlds, where taskers can selectively accept missions, free from the compulsory assignments of their previous roles, without the threat of penalties for failures, and earning rewards that exceed 3 times the original amount. The downside, however, is the potential for danger, with daily life resembling that of a non-retired individual. Rong Yu opted for the latter. 003. Select a peaceful and easy world, understood? No longer sulking, 003, fully rejuvenated, raised its tiny fist confidently. "I guarantee the successful completion of the task." It meticulously sifted through a list of tasks, filtering by keywords. High commissions, minimal tasks. Difficulty? Irrelevant, as it would be the same for its host. 003's eyes brightened upon discovering a task set in a world of true and false heiresses, where the task merely required the tasker to run away from home in tears during a stormy night after an argument with a false heiress. Once this plot point is passed, The remaining time belongs to the tasker, allowing the host to relish the joys of retirement. Just as 003 was about to revel in its success, at the moment it pressed select, its electronic fingers spasmed, inadvertently clicking on the next task instead of the intended one. Before it could rectify the mistake, the filtering system automatically confirmed the selection, as if fearing a change of heart. In the next moment, a bold line of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations! System 003 and host Miss Rong, you have chosen the task world, Escape from Steeny Town. Please prepare, as the teleportation portal will open in 3 minutes. 003, the system has betrayed me. 003 felt its non-existent neck chill, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the host discovered that it had selected a horror movie world, it would surely dismantle its data streams into fragments. Tears streamed down 003's face as it feared to glance back at Rong Yu's expression. But perhaps, even in a horror world, the character the host must portray could be a formidable special forces agent or a brilliant exorcist, tasks that could still be manageable. As it consoled itself, it opened the task overview, and upon seeing the host character description, its face froze. This time, it truly felt the chill on its neck. The description read, Character, a gentle widow living on the outskirts of a small town, a shelter for the protagonists. What madness! A horror world featuring a delicate widow. This is not widow literature. It was a nearly fatal scenario. 003's gaze shifted downward, and sure enough, it found the tragic conclusion in the original character's life storyline. Dismembered by a murderer, meeting a gruesome end. Fortunately, the task did not require the host to follow the personal storyline, only 2 points. Maintain the character and provide shelter when the protagonists come knocking. The former is a standard requirement across nearly every world, while the latter is the actual task, allowing for considerable leeway. 003 reassured itself, while tearfully spending its secret funds in the marketplace, hoping that the host would pardon it upon noticing its earnest attitude. It truly did not wish to experience the agony of having its data streams severed again. Fortune seemed to smile upon 003, for during the 3 minutes it took to establish the teleportation space, Rong Yu unusually chose not to review the task, instead leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, feigning sleep. Could it be that she trusts it? 003 was moved to tears, feeling it had betrayed the host's trust and wishing to give itself a slap. Little did it know, Rong Yu did not trust it, but rather had confidence in her own abilities, and now that she was retired, dying in a task world would not affect her true self, so she felt no fear. How could it be that 003 has followed her for so many years, from the moment she joined until her retirement, yet this fellow remains so troublesome? She had no intention of checking. 003 was eager to keep it a secret until the mission was completed. In the silence that enveloped them, neither spoke, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Time ticked away, the countdown approaching the 3-minute mark. 003's anxiety mounted, her peripheral vision darting towards the woman, beads of electronic sweat forming on her brow, and her slender arms fidgeting restlessly. Finally, the countdown reached 0, and Rong Yu had not checked the mission. Oh joy! This was a victory for the system. 003 leapt with excitement. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the area as a passageway appeared before Rong Yu. In the next instant, the entrance of the passage resembled a gaping maw, swallowing the woman whole. Moments later, the white light dissipated, leaving the corridor empty. The floor, illuminated by the harsh light, cast an ominous glow. From around the corner emerged a figure, a striking young man with long hair cascading down his back, donned in an opulent Baroque-style silk shirt. His face bore a sickly smile, reminiscent of a rose decaying upon its branch. Gazing at the spot where the woman had stood moments before, he laughed nervously, whispering, "I hope you do not disappoint me." Chapter 2. The Rainy Night Murderer, Part 1. Steeny Town is a small, secluded settlement in the western United States, with a permanent population of merely around 1,000 residents. The town is equipped with basic amenities such as a police station, a hospital, and a school. Though the police station houses only a few antiquated firearms, older than the officers themselves, it sufficed for the tranquil Steeny Town. Little did the townsfolk know that this tranquility would one day be shattered. It all began with a few visiting tourists. That night, Torrential rain poured down, the heavy raindrops pummeling the vehicles like pebbles. On the dark, desolate highway, two sports cars raced wildly, undeterred by the deluge. Suddenly, the lead car hit something on the road, causing its tires to skid. Before the trailing car could react, it collided with a roadside sign. The front of the car crumpled, emitting plumes of thick black smoke, clearly visible even in the pitch-black rain. The car behind quickly came to a halt. Moments later, two young men emerged. The leader was tall and robust, with blonde hair and blue eyes, his muscular arms bared, exuding quintessential American charm. The other, equally tall, donned a polo shirt. His tousled brown curls were damp, and he wore thick black glasses that obscured his striking green eyes. The pair approached the damaged vehicle, roughly yanking open the twisted door and pulling out the two occupants, relieved to find them with only minor scrapes. "Let's squeeze into our car for now." The blonde youth assessed the wreckage and extended the invitation. "Damn it, what bad luck." The red-haired youth cursed vehemently. "Liam, look at this." The brown-haired youth approached, holding up a mangled thumbtack, rainwater trickling down his unkempt curls. Liam took the tack, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A thumbtack? It would be so petty as to scatter them on the highway. Ian mirrored his solemn expression, shaking his head. "Let's not dwell on that. Our priority is to find a place to stay for the night." With the rain making the roads treacherous and visibility compromised, it was ill-advised to travel further, especially now that one vehicle had been rendered inoperable by the thumbtack. The most prudent course of action was to find nearby shelter for the night and reassess their situation in the morning. The group consisted of 6 individuals, 4 males and 2 females, including 2 couples. Ryan and his girlfriend Zoe traveled in one vehicle, while Noah and his girlfriend Ava shared a ride with Liam and Ian. They were a group of teenagers from a large city in the Southwest, having formed a close-knit circle during school. After graduating high school, they planned a road trip from the Southwest to the West, with the boys bringing along their girlfriends. Now on the 12th day of their journey, they had replenished supplies 6 days prior, and their provisions were running low, as was their fuel. Fortunately, a glance at the map revealed a small, remote town named Steeny just a few kilometers away. Perhaps they could find a place to rest there for the night. The 6 of them drove towards the town, their headlights illuminating a small stretch of road. But beyond that, the darkness loomed thick with rain and nightfall, impenetrable by light. At this moment, they remained blissfully unaware of the peril that awaited them. As they sped into the town, their headlights stood out in the slumbering settlement. After a circuitous drive through Steeny, they found no motels, not even the cheapest of roadside inns. Instead, quiet residences lay in repose under the rain-soaked night. Ryan glanced at his watch and cursed, "Damn, it's only 10 o'clock. Why is everyone asleep so early? Don't they have any nightlife?" Noah chuckled mockingly. "It's obvious this town is filled with ancient folks. They wouldn't know how to throw a party." After much searching, they finally spotted a dim glow through the rain. Amidst the downpour, a solitary street lamp stood watch outside a yard, where flowers, battered by the rain, drooped low, the ground strewn with fallen petals. A seemingly ordinary American-style villa emanated a soft, warm yellow light in the rain-soaked night. Ryan surveyed the yard and scoffed. "You were right, Noah. Only old folks would plant flowers in their yard. Young people were too busy with socializing and parties to tend to their gardens." Noah shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling. "All right, enough of the jokes," Ava chided, playfully swatting her boyfriend's arm. "Let's hurry and find a place to stay." "There's no need for all of us," Liam interjected, stopping the others from exiting the car. "I'll go check it out first." Having too many people might raise the homeowner's suspicion, and sending only the girls could be unsafe. After much deliberation, he decided it was best for him to go alone. Liam stepped out of the car and jogged up to the door, knocking firmly. After a brief wait, he heard shuffling from inside, and soon a gentle female voice inquired from beyond the door. "Who is it?" "Good evening, ma'am. I am a traveler passing through, and would like to seek shelter for the night." With a soft click, the door opened, revealing a delicate face. She was of Asian descent, her skin a healthy porcelain hue, her black hair tied in a low braid draping over one shoulder. The warm light above cast a gentle, serene atmosphere around her. Through the slightly ajar door, the woman silently gazed at him, her dark eyes inexplicably evoking memories in Liam of a doe he had encountered while hunting in the forest with his father last year. Those similarly moist and soft eyes, along with her unguarded demeanor, seemed blissfully unaware of the power he held over her, an entity capable of easily exerting control over her existence. Liam's gaze flickered, concealing the shadows lurking beneath, as he donned a congenial smile. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, miss. My friends and I were driving on a road outside the town when we met with an accident. We have no other options, and we're hoping to find shelter for the night." The woman hesitated, her attention not even registering the shift in how Liam addressed her. He pressed on, "Rest assured, we mean you no harm. I even have a photo of my college acceptance letter on my phone." The youth retrieved his phone, swiftly navigating to his photo album to show her not only the acceptance letter, but also some candid snapshots, one of him laughing with friends, another from a dimly lit party. Sensing her defenses lowering, he feigned vulnerability. "There are just a few of us men, but there are 2 girls in the car as well. If they sleep in the rain, they might fall ill." Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the woman gritted her teeth and finally said, "You may bring them in." Liam's eyes brightened, and he expressed his gratitude with fervor. "Thank you so much. I am Liam Brooks. May I ask how to address you?" The 6 youths successfully secured lodging that stormy night, with the host being a beautiful Asian woman, slender and graceful, possessing a gentle demeanor. Through their conversation, they learned her name was Olivia Jones, a widow who had lost her husband unexpectedly in January. Since then, she had been living alone in this house at the edge of town, bordering vast, endless woods. She also had a name from her native culture, Rong Yu, but it was too complex for Americans, leading acquaintances to either refer to her as Mrs. Jones or Olivia. Mrs. Jones was soft-spoken and perpetually smiling. After urging them to change out of their wet clothes, she prepared some ginger tea from her hometown to ward off the chill. They soon became comfortable with one another, the 2 girls snuggling closely beside her, while their boyfriends called her Mrs. Jones. Only Liam, for reasons unknown, referred to her as Lady Olivia, as if denying something. The oblivious couple did not sense any oddity, save for Ian, who sat silently on a nearby armchair, adjusting his glasses as a fleeting shadow flickered across his eyes. At this point, it was still early for the teenagers to sleep. With a place to stay secured, they felt a sense of relaxation wash over them. Chatting and sipping hot tea in the living room while the television played softly in the background, with Olivia as their gracious host. However, exhaustion began to take its toll on her. Drowsiness wrapped around her like creeping vines, her eyelids grew heavy, and her complexion began to reflect her fatigue. "All right. After a day of driving, aren't you all tired?" Liam inquired. Ryan teased, "Hey, bro, you can't keep up?" His exaggerated expressions made clear the underlying meaning of his words. "I don't mind you all, but Olivia needs her rest. As guests, we should be considerate of our host." The youth narrowed his eyes, a hint of warning evident. All right, Ryan relented, raising his hands in mock surrender. Grinning at his girlfriend, "I suppose it's time for us to indulge in the joys of the night, right, babe?" Zoe blew him a kiss. One by one, they retreated to their rooms, unaware of the fate that awaited them in this small town. Chapter 3, The Rainy Night Killer, Part 2. The rain fell in torrents from the heavens, seemingly intent on releasing all the accumulated moisture of the past few months in one night. The downpour masked all sounds and was sufficient to wash away every trace. On this stormy night, a killing spree commenced. Within the silent room, the woman nestled in her soft bed, her cherubic face flushed, pressed against a quilt adorned with lace. She slept soundly, occasionally murmuring incoherently in her dreams, entirely undisturbed by the clamor outside. Having grown accustomed to the sound of rain, she found it soothing, almost like white noise that lulled her deeper into slumber. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of the downpour, she perceived a faint, peculiar sound, one that was distinct from the rain. Drip, drip, drip. Where was the water falling from? Olivia's first instinct was to think that the bathroom faucet had malfunctioned. In her drowsy state, she struggled to piece together her thoughts, momentarily pulling herself from the depths of her dreamland, but ultimately deciding to return to her blissful slumber. After all, it was just one night. As she attempted to drift back to sleep, a droplet fell upon her brow, tracing the curve of her forehead before disappearing into her thick black hair. Where is this water coming from? The sleeping woman sensed danger, furrowing her brow. In an instant, her eyes flew open, the remnants of sleep vanishing as her gaze landed on a shadow at the edge of her bed. She widened her eyes and instinctively gasped, "Ah!" Before her scream could escape, a large, powerful hand clamped down over her mouth. The figure that appeared at her bedside in the dead of night was cloaked in a black raincoat, a ghostly presence in the darkness. The source of the dripping sound she had heard earlier. Tall and robust, his figure loomed ominously. And the most terrifying aspect was the glint of a sharp blade reflecting the night's darkness, causing tears to well up in Olivia's eyes. "Please, don't." That gaze filled with tears pleaded desperately, fear illuminating her eyes like polished obsidian, shining even in the stillness of the night. The raincoat-clad killer tilted his head, seemingly intrigued, his left hand gripping the knife, its tip hovering just above her eye, poised to strike without mercy, ready to claim the treasures he coveted. As Olivia blinked, a tear escaped the corner of her eye, trailing down her cheek. Strangely, he found the glistening tear, akin to water-washed eyes, captivating. Unable to resist, he leaned closer, brushing against her cheek and inhaling deeply, his nostrils filled with a scent distinct from the overpowering perfumes of Caucasian women. Only the subtle aroma of her shower gel lingered, reminiscent of camellia, silently exuding an irresistible allure. He fixated on the hand that covered her mouth, a palm so broad it nearly enveloped her entire face, the flesh beneath taking on a peculiar rosy hue. His breath grew heavier. How objectionable it was to cover her mouth. Had he not done so, perhaps he would have heard her weeping like a nightingale, begging for mercy. Yet, no, absolutely not. She would undoubtedly plead for him to spare her life. Such pleas, which he had grown weary of hearing, would surely be exquisite if directed at her. Merely envisioning it sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. "Do not scream, baby. You wouldn't want to know what comes next." His coarse voice penetrated her ears, his heated breath wafting through the mask's openings, causing her skin to flush. Olivia was entirely at the mercy of this nameless killer, the grip on her face tightening painfully. Every inhale was saturated with his scent, moisture, smoke, blood, mingling with the humid aroma of the leather gloves he wore. He drew closer. Only then did Olivia discern that beneath the mask, only her eyes and nose were visible, the rough fabric making him appear even more menacing. Through the eerie mask, she locked eyes with the killer's cold gaze, which was filled with an unrefined, primal ferocity. Nothing resembling human eyes, but rather akin to those of some fierce beast. Yet, within that chilling gaze, there flickered a fiery emotion, a heat that rendered her ears warm. She had witnessed such a look before, in her late husband, Mr. Jones. It was the gaze of a creature in heat, stripped bare of pretense, driven purely by desire. The killer harbored a lust for her, one that existed solely between man and woman. Upon this realization, Olivia's body quivered uncontrollably, and the most humiliating aspect was that, aside from the unknown terror, the first emotion that surged within her was the notion that perhaps she could exploit this to escape with her life. However, she soon dismissed that thought. It had been less than 6 months since her husband's passing. She could not so easily submit herself to a creature intent on taking her life. Her mind raced, thoughts in disarray, struggling to find clarity amidst the chaos. The cold, damp mask adhered to her cheek without resistance, the tender flesh by her jaw being painfully tugged at by the sharp, hard edges. In an instant, an unusual flush surged upon that patch of skin. The coarse breaths belonging to the male intruder were disturbingly pronounced in the dead silence of the night. Amidst the extreme fear and tension, she could only plead for the assailant's mercy. At such a close proximity, with a significant disparity in their physical sizes and the presence of a weapon capable of easily slicing open her abdomen or severing her throat, submission seemed the only option. Even though she was acutely aware that the other party might possess no sense of conscience whatsoever. Time passed quietly, as if synchronizing with the droplets of water cascading down the killer's body. Olivia lost track of how long it had been, silently counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At some unknown moment, the killer's breathing gradually transformed into a languid rhythm, his position shifting from brushing against her cheek to burying himself in the crook of her neck, his hands and feet ensnaring her like a cage, his weight pressing heavily upon her. Olivia dared not stir, fearful of awakening this slumbering beast. She had contemplated seizing the opportunity to grab the weapon and retaliate while the killer slept. But how could someone who exerted the most effort merely pushing a shopping cart in a supermarket manage to do so without rousing him? And how could she ensure a fatal strike once disarmed? A single misstep would lead to her irrevocable doom. Slowly, enveloped in fatigue and weariness, she too drifted into slumber. After she had succumbed to sleep, The assassin, who should have been lost in deep repose, opened his eyes, dark, cold, and filled with primal savagery. His gaze fixed intently on her, watching throughout the night until dawn began to break. The clock hand quietly moved to 5, and outside, the sky remained indistinct under the torrential rain, heavy and oppressive. The killer knew the time for departure had arrived. Yet, he hesitated to leave this fragrant cocoon. Or more accurately, to part from the woman in his arms. However, he had no choice but to go. Once more, he buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the unique, bittersweet fragrance of camellia, until it felt as if his very being was infused with her essence. Only then did he cautiously release her, still clutching the glinting knife in his hand. Casting one last glance at the slumbering woman, the killer leapt from the window, disappearing into the deluge, vanishing swiftly from sight. He was gone. Olivia opened her eyes, clutching her racing heart, exhaling a long breath. She could no longer remain here. The killer had discovered her whereabouts, and she needed to leave the town at once. With this thought, she quickly rose to gather her belongings, only to have her gaze abruptly land upon a note placed on the bedside. The note was adorned with an elegant flourish. "Darling, be good. Do not attempt to leave." Olivia recoiled, her face turning pale. Chapter 4. The Rainy Night Killer, Part 3. As dawn broke, the teenagers, having slept soundly in their warm beds, finally sauntered downstairs. The aroma of food wafted through the dining room, where an unknown concoction bubbled in a pot in the kitchen, its fragrance dispersing into the air. The table was laden with sandwiches and a large glass of milk, the warmth of the food contrasting with the slightly chilly morning air brought on by the rain. "How delightful!" Ava exclaimed, bounding into the dining room, inhaling the delicious scent. "Oh, how lucky we are. Food awaits us upon waking." Noah grinned, leaning over to steal a kiss from his girlfriend's cheek. Ava playfully pushed him away. "What are you doing? You should thank Mrs. Jones for rising early to prepare breakfast for us." This only highlighted how the guests were merely lazy creatures, relying on others to serve them, causing the typically diligent and polite Ava to blush in embarrassment. "Speaking of Olivia, where is she? I haven't seen her," she inquired. Ryan, half embracing his girlfriend as he entered the dining room, raised a note in his hand and said, "No need to search. Mrs. Jones mentioned she had errands to run next door and told us to serve ourselves." "Oh, I'm starving. These look quite appealing." He casually grabbed a sandwich and took a hearty bite, the flavors of bread, meat, and fresh vegetables flooding his mouth, prompting a satisfied sigh. What a treat to have warm sandwiches in the morning. It's just a pity the milk isn't chilled. Having something to eat is good enough. No need to be picky. Zoe chimed in, pinching her boyfriend's waist, her gaze flickering to Liam, who appeared lost in thought, his brow furrowed. She was the quintessential American girl, enthusiastic about sunbathing. Her skin tanned to a healthy wheat hue, dressed in a revealing crop top and shorts that barely covered her backside. Her exposed legs and waist showcased toned, athletic muscles. And she relished attending various parties, with romance comprising a significant part of her high school life. She had met Ryan at a party, and after a night of deep conversation, they began dating, though it had only been 2 months. Yet Zoe was already growing bored. When Ryan invited her on a graduation trip, she initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the 2 boys exiting the car, her mind quickly changed. Ryan was a jerk, but his brother appeared quite delectable. She not only planned to continue the relationship, but also to embark on the trip, hoping to perhaps find a new boyfriend by its conclusion. As thoughts of the boy's strong, long legs and prominent nose flitted through her mind, Zoe felt a flutter of excitement. "Let us have breakfast first. Afterward, we can explore and see if we can replenish our supplies," she suggested with a playful wink. Liam, expressionless, averted his gaze, as if ignoring the allure in Zoe's eyes. As he finished his breakfast, the delicious sandwich turned waxy in his mouth, the anxiety swirling within him mingling with impatience and anticipation. His thoughts drifted far away, yearning to be near the woman who occupied his mind. Where had Olivia gone? She was next door. Nathaniel Winslow, her neighbor, was a successful elite, radiating an aura that seemed entirely out of place in the small town. As the town's doctor, his medical skills were so exceptional that patients often lamented he shouldn't squander his talents in a place like this. Indeed, they regarded his work at the local hospital as a waste of his potential. Nathaniel graduated from the prestigious Ridgeline Medical School, one of the finest medical institutions in the nation and the world, annually producing top-tier medical professionals, many of whom earned 6-figure salaries. Thus, The townsfolk were baffled as to why someone so capable would choose to practice in Steeny Town when he could easily work in any hospital of his choosing. Nathaniel never bothered to explain. He simply smiled and sent patient after patient on their way, unfazed by external opinions. In his daily life, Nathaniel seemed not to excel in social interactions, rarely attending parties or being seen with companions. He even chose to live at the end of the town. And before Olivia's family moved in, he was the only resident nearby. Perhaps Dr. Winslow harbored unspoken troubles, as rumors circulated among the residents, yet he never refuted them, seeming to accept this perception. After the Jones family moved in, both were not particularly social, and Mrs. Jones was especially shy, often offering only a small smile when greeting others. Consequently, everyone instinctively lowered their voices around her, fearing to startle the beautiful Asian girl. The two families shared a similar disposition. Aside from Olivia bringing over her homemade muffins when they first arrived, their interactions had been limited to occasional greetings. Following Mr. Jones's sudden passing, those exchanges dwindled even further. Olivia remained cloistered at home, rarely venturing out unless to forage for supplies. Despite the townspeople's repeated attempts to console her, all proving futile, Olivia's visit to Nathaniel's home was entirely unplanned. After experiencing such a terrifying ordeal the previous night, Olivia was in a state of panic. Even with the threatening note left by the killer, her immediate reaction was still to flee the town. However, apprehensive of the assailant, she hesitated, distractedly preparing breakfast while her anxiety mounted. Ultimately, she resolved to escape the town, far away, back to Montana, to a place where the killer could not find her. In a rush, she packed a few items, took her credit card, and without waiting to wake the other teenagers, determined to leave at once. Knowing her valuables were already with her, grasping an umbrella, she swung open the car door and placed her belongings in the back seat just as a sleek vehicle approached from the distance, ultimately steering into the neighboring garage. Before long, the dapper Dr. Winslow emerged from the garage. As he raised his umbrella, their eyes met through the curtain of rain, a fleeting moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. Time itself appearing to pause, the sound of the downpour fading into the background. After an indeterminate period, the handsome Dr. Winslow chuckled lightly, his voice a soothing melody akin to a gently flowing spring. "Good day, Mrs. Olivia." Raindrops, swept by the wind, landed on her eyelids, and Olivia blinked sluggishly, her pallor betraying lingering fatigue and fear. Her damp, disheveled form swayed precariously in the tempest, and her water-laden eyes added an extra touch of pitiable beauty. "I see you are not well. Have you encountered some trouble?" The young man spoke with an elegant smile, his gentle gaze seemingly inscribed with concern. "If you do not mind, you may confide in me." Olivia ought to have declined. Yet, whether it was the warmth of his gaze or the fear that gripped her heart, she found herself inexplicably following him indoors. Nathaniel was undeniably a charismatic man. Always clad in a neatly tailored three-piece suit, his carefully coordinated accessories reflecting a man of taste and considerable means. His golden hair was impeccably slicked back, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested upon his nose. With his sleeves rolled up, his strong arms were visible, and from his ocean-deep eyes, Olivia sensed something that unsettled her soul. Pouring her a glass of water, his long, sinewy hand brushed past her, and he seated himself opposite her, hands clasped, wearing a tranquil smile that suggested he was in command of every situation. "Mrs. Olivia, what would you like to share with me?" Olivia nervously curled her fingers, took a sip of water, and recounted the events of the previous night. Last night, she failed to notice the way his eyes narrowed sharply at the conclusion of her tale, as if he had grasped the underlying truth. "You mean to say that a raincoat-clad assailant intruded upon your bedroom and shared your bed, leaving a note forbidding you from leaving the town?" "Indeed," Olivia replied, her eyes cast down in unease. "Forgive my candor, but, madam," he loosened his tie, "the most prudent course of action would be to report this to the authorities." Report? Having grown up in Z country, Olivia had always held a deep trust in the military and police. Yet, her experiences in America had thoroughly disenchanted her regarding their conduct. Moreover, the police in Steiny Town appeared rather complacent, raising doubts about their competency. Perceiving her apprehensions, Nathaniel proposed, "If you are reluctant to call the police, perhaps I could offer some assistance." "Assistance?" she echoed, bewildered. "There are only our two families in the vicinity, and with the killer already targeting you, mutual support is the best option. After all, I appear sufficiently formidable, do I not?" He concluded with a jest, skillfully dissipating the tension in the air. Olivia's gaze scanned Nathaniel's tall, imposing figure, finally settling on his sinewy hands. Judging solely by his physique, Nathaniel certainly possessed the strength to confront the raincoat-wearing assailant. It remained uncertain, however, whether he was merely a facade. I have trained in boxing and karate. My physical prowess should suffice. Olivia felt a slight easing of her anxiety, though she remained hesitant. This house was her and her husband's love nest, a sanctuary that had harbored their happiest 3 years before his untimely demise. These were merely excuses. The truth was that with her husband's passing, she had lost her financial support as a homemaker, and until she found employment, she could not indulge in reckless spending, meaning she could not leave just yet. After much contemplation, Olivia resolved to trust him. Then I entrust this to you, Mr. Winslow. Chapter 5. The Rainy Night Killer, Part 4. While it was a matter of mutual support, they could not share the same roof. Deep down, Olivia harbored doubts about whether Nathaniel would truly assist her should the raincoat killer appear. She was all too familiar with the apathy and self-interest of Americans, and Nathaniel struck her as the quintessential self-serving elite. In the absence of personal threat, they might not hesitate to display their benevolence, but when faced with life or death, refraining from sacrificing another to avert danger hardly constituted kindness. Nonetheless, the presence of a robust man offered her a measure of comfort. Given that Olivia had no strong desire to leave the town, Nathaniel's words merely served as an excuse for her to remain. After their conversation, the two unfamiliar young adults found themselves in an awkward silence. Olivia, somewhat embarrassed, tightened her grip on the glass of water, just as Nathaniel's phone rang. "This is Nathaniel Winslow." He spoke calmly, but as the other party relayed information, his expression shifted to one of gravity. "Understood. I will be there shortly." "What has happened, Mr. Winslow?" Olivia inquired, feeling a ripple of anxiety in the charged atmosphere. As their eyes locked, she suddenly realized the impropriety of her question and quickly corrected herself. "I apologize. I was too forward." "It's nothing that cannot be said," he replied, rubbing his brow. "This may involve you as well." "Involve me?" Olivia questioned, bewildered. "Mr. Carter has passed away." Nathaniel's steady gaze bore into her, his eyes reflecting a weighty emotion, tinged with a subtle hint of irony. Irony? No, surely she was mistaken. The ever-elegant and composed Mr. Winslow could not possibly exhibit such sentiments. Although Olivia often sensed that Nathaniel wore a flawless mask, his true self might starkly contrast with his outward demeanor. Forever poised, eternally calm, and perpetually restrained, he navigated every situation with ease, never offending any party, as though he had rehearsed each encounter countless times. If this were indeed the case, he would be utterly terrifying. Yet, as Olivia studied him anew, she noticed the glimmer of irony had vanished, replaced by genuine concern and soothing warmth. Had she misjudged him? Doubt gnawed at her, and her unease intensified. "Why do you say Mr. Carter has died?" The woman hesitated, unsure of what to believe. Her demeanor radiated tension, as if she wished to shrink into the couch, seeking strength from her crumpled skirt. When she looked up at him, she resembled a rabbit evaluating the prowess of a predator. How delectable, Nathaniel mused, his eyes unabashedly roaming over her soft form, practically stripping her bare with his gaze. His eyes, ungoverned, traced her delicate features, from her supple cheeks to her heaving bosom, lingering on the luminescent expanse of her calf peeking from beneath her dark fabric, a stark contrast that drew attention. Savoring her fear and tension, Nathaniel found himself reveling in a wicked delight, urging her to be even more frightened, to trust him further. Amid her unease, he gently reassured her, "Mr. Carter's body was discovered in his bedroom, and the scene was quite gruesome. This appears to be a murder, and considering your circumstances, I suspect it was the assailant from last night." Olivia's face blanched in terror, her teeth biting down on her lower lip as tears began to well in her eyes. She remained oblivious to how pitiful and heart-wrenching her expression was, her waterlogged eyes gazing at him with a trust akin to grasping a lifeline. "Mr. Winslow." She grasped at his sleeve, realizing too late he had moved from across the table to her side, breaching the safety of social distance. "What should I do?" "He will return. He will surely come back." "Will he kill me, just as he did Mr. Carter?" Her voice trembled with despair, tears rolling down like diamonds. Nathaniel reveled in her dependence, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction as his fingers playfully caressed the nape of her neck before he slowly, irresistibly drew her into his embrace, wrapping her in his arms. "Do not fear, Olivia. I am here. Olivia seemed to draw comfort from his warmth, gradually regaining her composure. Her fingers curling tightly as she gazed at him intently. You will protect me, won't you, Mr. Winslow? Nathaniel affirmed with unwavering conviction. I will protect you. I swear it. But could one trust the promises of a predator? Adam Carter, 43, a plumber, had divorced his wife a decade prior and resided in Steiny Town with his 12-year-old son, who discovered his father's lifeless body in the bedroom at 8:33 a.m. that morning. The gruesome scene left even the officers retching. Steiny Town had not witnessed a murder in many years. At most, there had been a few drunken brawls among locals. However, due to the tight-knit relationships among the residents, such altercations were typically resolved amicably, and it had been over a decade since any bloodshed had occurred. The police, comfortably funded by taxpayer money, had grown complacent and corpulent, their figures resembling that of a watermelon, clutching their antiquated firearms, which were nearly as old as themselves. They spent their days either playing games in the office or cruising the streets under the pretense of patrolling, lacking the necessary force and investigative acumen. The officers arrived at the scene with only a rookie officer remembering to document the evidence, while the others wrinkled their noses in distaste as they loaded the body into a body bag to return to the station. Not long after, Nathaniel arrived at the police station. As an exceptionally skilled physician, he also served as the forensic consultant for the department. He had rushed over upon receiving the call for assistance, accompanied by Olivia. Persuaded by the young man, Olivia had finally decided to report the incident. Perhaps her experiences could provide the police with valuable insight if the perpetrator of Mr. Carter's death was indeed the same as the one from the previous night. Despite her reservations regarding the police's capabilities, upon reaching the station, they parted ways, one heading to the coroner's office, the other to provide a statement. The officers taking her statement were a man and a woman. The male officer was quite portly, his skin stretched taut over layers of fat, and his greasy hair looked as if it could host a fly. He attempted to appear congenial, but when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, giving him a more sinister appearance. Conversely, the female officer exuded authority, her brows furrowed with righteousness. Her physique was well maintained, and she wore her uniform with pride, embodying the image of a trustworthy officer. In such a small town, even unfamiliar faces quickly became recognizable, especially Olivia, the first Asian resident in over a decade. Renowned for her striking beauty, the arrival of the Jones family had sparked considerable conversation among the townsfolk, and the unexpected passing of Mr. Jones had provided ample fodder for gossip. Olivia anxiously recounted the events of the previous night. Before the female officer could respond, the male officer interjected eagerly, proclaiming that the group of young people who had stayed at her home must be responsible for the murder. How could they not be, arriving just as a death occurred? Mrs. Jones had encountered such a terrifying situation. They could be a deranged group of killers on a spree. After years devoid of homicides, their appearance could not be coincidental. The male officer rambled on, clearly relishing his own flawed logic. Enough, Henry. We do not proceed on conjecture without evidence. The female officer admonished, cutting through his tirade. Henry, though visibly disgruntled, fell silent. Yet, there was merit in his assertions, as the female officer pondered aloud. Mrs. Jones, did you not hear the sound of someone entering last night? Olivia, slightly embarrassed, admitted, I'm sorry, I took melatonin before bed. The timing of their arrival was indeed suspicious, and the female officer sighed. Henry, let us go meet with them. Sure thing. Henry responded enthusiastically. Chapter 6. The Killer of the Rainy Night, Part 5. After the two officers departed, Olivia waited outside the autopsy room for Nathaniel. They had agreed to return home together. She was reluctant to brave the torrential rain alone. Although it was daytime, who could guarantee that the deranged killer would not emerge from the shadows? With the scant surveillance in Steiny Town and the ineptitude of the police, by the time they arrived, they might only discover her lifeless body in an alley. Olivia cherished her life too much to gamble with her safety. However, before Nathaniel emerged, the group of teenagers who had been staying at her home arrived at the station first. Their expressions were grim, and they wore looks of reluctance as the two officers walked behind them, hands subtly poised near their waists, as though ready to draw their weapons at any moment. Perhaps this was why the teenagers, despite their unwillingness, felt compelled to cooperate. Mrs. Jones, these youths were attempting to harm your pet, Officer Vicky stated. What? Olivia exclaimed, standing up in alarm. Is number 3 all right? Her pet, a fiery turtle named number 3, was a birthday gift from her parents when she was 6. Its shell glowed a brilliant red, and Olivia had created a terrarium in her living room specifically for it. It was her cherished companion, even more precious than the child she had yet to conceive. No, I didn't do anything. I was just curious. Ryan hastily waved his hands. I had just taken the turtle out of the tank when you arrived. Yes, we were just curious and wanted to observe it for a moment. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones, Ava, the well-mannered girl, explained, clearly embarrassed, as she had never acted so rudely before. Reflecting on her boyfriend's stubbornness, Ava couldn't help but wonder whether she and Noah were truly compatible. A dutiful girl and a rule-defying bad boy. Was their initial attraction founded on love or merely the thrill of rebelling against years of indoctrination? Could their relationship endure? I'm truly sorry, Mrs. Jones. It's my fault for not supervising them, Liam apologized, but I can assure you that number 3 was unharmed. Olivia breathed a sigh of relief, smiling gently. It's all right, as long as number 3 is safe. She then tactfully suggested, please let me know next time if you want to handle anything in the house, all right? Thank you for your understanding. We will be more careful, Liam replied, earning Olivia's admiration. Since their first meeting, he had been consistently kind and polite, especially in contrast to his more boisterous companions. She recognized that the incident had not been his fault, yet he still stepped up to take responsibility on behalf of the group. Meanwhile, Noah remained sullen, and Ryan, who understood the error but could not apologize, remained silent. I will keep an eye on them as well, Ian said, catching Olivia off guard. Under the earnest gaze of the boy, she instinctively nodded before saying, it's all right. You are all staying in my home, so feel free to ask for anything. Just please refrain from moving things around. It seemed she had never uttered such nearly reproachful words before, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Ian couldn't help but reflect on how soft and easily intimidated Olivia appeared, feeling a twinge of guilt for her mild reprimand. A shadow of mischief flickered in the boy's eyes, and an imperceptible smile crept across his lips as he observed her. Following his lead, the two girls also assured that they would keep an eye on their boyfriends, fully aware that they were the troublemakers within the group. The other two boys remained surprisingly composed, displaying an emotional stability uncommon for their age. Vicky waited until their conversation concluded before ushering the 6 into the interrogation room. Olivia did not follow but continued to wait outside the autopsy room. As time passed, the empty corridor felt increasingly isolating, and the silence grew so profound that even her own breathing sounded loud. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, and a sense of unease enveloped her. In the stillness, a faint sound gradually became discernible. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It was reminiscent of water droplets falling or the swinging of a pendulum. Coming from the far end of the corridor and growing nearer, Olivia's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to the previous night, when she had been awakened by a similar sound of dripping water. Half awake, she had opened her eyes to find a tall, dark figure standing at her bedside. It's him. He is here to kill me. Overwhelmed by fear, Olivia felt paralyzed, unable to move, as if her very breath had been stifled. She could only stare wide-eyed at the looming shadow at the corridor's end. Within the dense darkness, something seemed to writhe, eagerly descending upon her. I must escape. I must flee. Rational thoughts screamed for her to run, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. A tall, slender figure stepped out from the shadows, revealing a glimpse of his true form in the dim light. Mrs. Olivia, are you waiting for someone? The boy emerged from the gloom, a shy smile gracing his face. His brown curls framed his face, and his black-rimmed glasses had been removed, revealing bright, emerald eyes that shone with curiosity as they met hers. In an instant, Olivia felt as if she had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. With a sudden exhalation of relief, she collapsed into her chair, her complexion pale and beads of sweat forming at her temples. Her mind was clouded and heavy from lack of oxygen, and her vision was marred by dark spots. Madam Olivia, are you all right? What happened? The young man rushed over, supporting her slipping form, his voice laced with concern. Did that man appear? He had already learned from the police about her harrowing experience the previous night and felt a surge of frustration at his own ignorance. Lamenting that she had faced such terrifying circumstances alone, despite being in a house with others. His heart ached with both pity and regret. It's nothing. I'm just a bit shaken, perhaps suffering from acute stress disorder. As for the sounds I heard earlier, they were probably just a figment of my imagination, Olivia mused, lowering her gaze with a touch of relief. Were you frightened last night? He inquired, his head bowed in disappointment. I wish I had been more alert. Olivia regarded him, her mind unwittingly conjuring the image of a drenched puppy, pitiful yet endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to ruffle its wet fur. The brown hues of the puppy's coat seemed to echo in her thoughts. "Why does this concern you?" she retorted. "It was the fault of that villain. Yet I still feel guilty," he replied, his voice low and hoarse, filled with palpable remorse. Suddenly, his expression brightened, and his eyes sparkled with sincerity. "Madam Olivia, how about I protect you from now on? I could sleep on the floor in your room." She should have declined his offer outright. After all, they were hardly acquainted, and it was hardly proper to suggest that a young, vigorous man sleep on the floor of a widow's bedroom. Yet, in the radiance of his hopeful gaze, Olivia found herself at a loss for words, unable to voice a refusal. She parted her lips, her voice barely a whisper. But before she could finish, the door to the dissection room swung open, and a young man clad in a white lab coat stepped into the light, casting a halo around him while obscuring his expression in shadow. Olivia jolted back to reality, a wave of fear washing over her. She had nearly acquiesced to the boy's request, but the young man's timely entrance had interrupted that moment. Her gaze shifted to the shadowy figure before her. For reasons unknown, Olivia felt an inexplicable dread emanating from him. He stepped forward, the shadows dissipating from his face, revealing a gentle smile that seemed to dispel the chill of before. "What are we discussing? May I join in?" Chapter 7. The Rainy Night Murderer, Part 6. The atmosphere in the car on the return journey was inexplicably somber. Nathaniel wore a cold expression, remaining silent. Olivia occasionally glanced at him, noting the tight line of his lips, which indicated his mood was not particularly pleasant. Only the two of them were returning. The 6 young people who had been staying with them were detained by the police due to suspicion. Regardless of the legality of the process, the local law enforcement in this remote town was hardly as stringent as that in larger cities, and the officers were unperturbed by any procedural discrepancies. The 6 youths could only watch helplessly as the gracious, beautiful homeowner and the tall, stoic young man departed, while they were left to endure a night on the cold metal beds of the detention room, devoid of even basic toiletries. Ryan admitted that it had been him who had raised his voice earlier, daring to act unruly in the presence of their benefactor, Olivia. If they were to be released, he vowed to behave like a well-mannered young man. "Don't get your hopes up. You won't be leaving tonight," Veery warned, narrowing her eyes. "Unless another body turns up tonight." If the method of murder resembled that of Carter's, it might, to some extent, prove the innocence of these youths. Noah, visibly irritated, shot Veery a glare and shouted, "I'm hungry. Get me something to eat." Venting his frustration, who could have anticipated that a simple trip would lead them to a police station? Why was no one considering the implications of the murder in this quaint town? Their earlier journey had been smooth sailing, so why had calamity struck in this forsaken place? At her doorstep, Olivia was about to bid farewell to Nathaniel when he suddenly called out to her. "Olivia," he hesitated, grappling with his words. After a moment's struggle, he finally spoke. "That man may return tonight. You shouldn't be alone at home." The unspoken words hung heavy between them. Olivia understood well that returning home alone was akin to inviting danger, like a delectable morsel left unattended, sure to attract bothersome flies. Last night had been a stroke of luck, but could she count on such fortune again? However, the previous night's intruder had entered her room as if it were unoccupied, and the 6 others had heard nothing. This indicated that the raincoat killer, though imposing in stature, was surprisingly nimble and stealthy. In such circumstances, sharing a room with someone was her only source of solace. Yet, who would willingly place themselves in peril? To others, she had likely become a pariah, a hot potato to be avoided, and any reckless approach could attract the attention of the unknown killer lurking in the shadows. Olivia's gaze fell helplessly, her face growing paler from fear, resembling a delicate flower battered by the storm, trembling under the downpour, exuding a poignant beauty. "What can I do?" she lamented, forcing a wan smile while internally quaking with terror, attempting to reassure Nathaniel. "Don't worry about me. Perhaps that man won't come after me." Everyone knew that placing one's life in the hands of a cold-blooded killer was nothing short of a reckless gamble, with her safety as the stake. The young man stepped closer under the umbrella, encroaching upon their previously maintained social distance, causing Olivia to curl her fingers anxiously. "Mr. Winslow, just call me Nathaniel," he suggested, his gray eyes glinting with something fleeting. "Given our relationship, using formal titles seems a bit distant." Their relationship? Beyond being neighbors, did they share any other connection? Olivia sensed something amiss but found herself unconsciously responding. Nathaniel. That's a good girl, Nathaniel praised, causing her cheeks to flush, a compliment reminiscent of her childhood, when such words had only come from her parents. I have a rather presumptuous suggestion, he continued. Perhaps we could share a room tonight. I assure you, I will not harm you. Olivia blinked in bewilderment, scarcely able to believe her ears. The graceful, gentlemanly Nathaniel Winslow, who was so restrained that one might question his masculinity, was inviting her to share a room. This is too much, she stammered, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom the proposal. Nathaniel appeared oblivious to her astonishment. Did we not agree to look out for one another? The raincoat killer has set his sights on you. I am not safe just a wall away. If we do not unite, we will only meet our demise. Olivia sensed something was amiss. Wasn't she the target of the killer's attention? What connection did Nathaniel have to this? While it was true, Olivia understood that if they shared a room, it would surely place Nathaniel in jeopardy. In the face of the raincoat killer, could she, a mere housewife, truly be of any assistance? Morality chastised her, while reason insisted that accepting Nathaniel's proposal was the most prudent course of action. In her mind, a devil whispered enticingly, agree to it, it's not your fault. After all, he was the one who suggested it. If anything goes wrong, it will be on him. No, that is not right. She chastised herself. This was her own predicament. How could she involve an innocent party? Yet, recalling the heavy breath of the raincoat killer against her ear, the imposing figure that had easily restrained her, she felt like a rabbit trapped beneath the weight of a wolf, utterly powerless. Her fear was overwhelming, both from the very existence of the killer and from the fact that a man, without any sense of boundaries, lay so close beside her. These two realities filled her with dread, leaving her in a state of unending anxiety. Despite her innate kindness, she could not help but curse her own selfishness in the face of her own survival. Ultimately, the terror within her overshadowed her moral compass. After much hesitation, she reluctantly agreed. I understand. Tonight, will you come to my place, or shall I come to yours? Nathaniel suggested, how about you move into my room? After all, that fellow already knows where yours is. The woman, biting her lip, felt a twinge of guilt and embarrassment, lowering her head as she softly replied, I'll go back to gather some things, and we'll be there shortly. No need to bring too much. I have bedding and toiletries at my place. Just a few changes of clothes will suffice. As he spoke, an unsettling flicker passed through the young man's eyes, an inexplicable unease. Olivia, too, feared that the raincoat killer might be lurking in some corner of her home, waiting for her to fall into his trap. She hurriedly agreed and rushed back home, quickly packing a few changes of clothes before knocking on Nathaniel's door. The slowly opening door resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air like a sweet trap luring in its prey, while the predator feigned a harmless demeanor, quietly observing the unsuspecting maiden stepping into his snare. Olivia felt a sudden, ominous premonition rising within her as she gazed into the brightly lit room. Her heart filled with unease, her steps faltering as she doubted her decision. It felt as though entering this house would herald a tumultuous change in her life, and not one she would welcome. Is something the matter? The young man inquired with a smile. The woman lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his gray ones. Momentarily taken aback, why had she never noticed how cold Mr. Winslow's eyes were? They seemed like those of a merciless hunter, devoid of emotion, making her feel as though she were facing a great beast, her body paralyzed by primal fear. I'm fine, she heard herself reply. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a warmth in his gaze. Shaking her head to dispel the lingering doubt, she asked, Did you make something delicious, Mr. Nathaniel? It smells wonderful. The prey had finally stepped into the trap designed just for her. Chapter 8, The Rainy Night Killer, Part 7. True to his word, Nathaniel behaved with utmost gentlemanliness throughout. When he saw her emerge from the bathroom, enveloped in steamy warmth, he showed no sign of surprise, seemingly oblivious to her cautious demeanor. The bed is ready, rest assured. It's all new bedding, he said, gesturing toward the aromatic candle flickering by the bedside. I have a habit of lighting scented candles when I sleep. Do you mind? His excessive kindness stirred an unfounded guilt within Olivia. Although she found the scent somewhat overwhelming, she merely shook her head, indicating her indifference. She felt remorse for her malicious suspicions. Mr. Winslow was clearly a gentleman, and how could such a young, handsome, and affluent elite possibly have any interest in a widow like her? This was not mere self-deprecation on Olivia's part. It was evident that if Nathaniel expressed even a hint of a desire for companionship, the eligible young women and men in town would be driven to frenzy. He could have far better options, more admirable partners. Upon realizing this, Olivia couldn't help but chuckle at her own overabundance of self-confidence. She accepted the young man's kindness without refusal, slightly shy, turning her head to murmur her thanks. "It's all right, Olivia, we are friends, aren't we?" The young man's openness only deepened her sense of shame for her wariness. Feeling awkward, she thanked him again and turned to lie down, facing away from him as she nestled under the covers, muttering, "It's getting late, Mr. Nathaniel. We should sleep now." Upon saying this, she felt her cheeks flush. The words were rather ambiguous, almost as if inviting him. Nathaniel seemed oblivious to the implication, his calm voice flowing through the air, mingling with the white noise of the torrential rain outside, like a lullaby. "Olivia, we are friends, right? As friends, you can call me by my name." Olivia, drowsy and half asleep, didn't fully comprehend his words, but instinctively agreed, feeling that it was not unreasonable for her to comply with Mr. Winslow's request for assistance. "All right, then, let us try it. Call me Nathaniel." As she murmured, "Nathaniel," sleep began to envelop her. A soft laugh seemed to echo in her ears, a low voice resonating like a plucked string, and the next moment, something wet brushed against her lips, intruding into her mouth. A voice, light as a whisper, laced with coaxing and flattery, murmured, "Good girl, why not listen a little more?" Olivia felt as if she were suffocating in her dreams, her mouth blocked by something, her tongue numb, a muffled groan escaping her throat as a tear rolled down her tightly shut eyes, disappearing into her thick, dark hair. Was this a nightmare? Deep in slumber, Olivia's mind struggled to grasp reality, her thoughts moving sluggishly like rusted gears. But soon, this flicker of awareness dissipated amidst the fragrance and the young man's voice, and she fell into a deeper sleep. Beside the bed, the young man knelt, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he licked his moist, swollen lips, his smile gentle yet tinged with an unspoken danger, playfully tapping the woman's delicate nose. "Thank you for your hospitality, good girl." The lights extinguished, leaving only the flickering flame of the scented candle casting a faint glow. Soon, the room was filled with steady breaths, indicating that both occupants had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. As the night settled in, it brought with it other things. Upon awakening, Olivia first regained her hearing, the violent rain pattering against the ground, the sound of metal roofing resonating somewhere nearby. Then, her sense of touch returned, a cold draft brushing against her arms peeking out from the blanket. Finally, she opened her eyes to see a tall figure standing at the head of the bed. Just as the previous night, fear, dread, and concern for Nathaniel surged within her as she cast a furtive glance at the makeshift bed nearby, only able to discern a dark shape. The raincoat killer, noticing her small movements, spoke in a hoarse voice, chuckling, "He-s fine. After all, my target is not him." Before she could feel relieved at Nathaniel's survival, Olivia's complexion paled in horror as she gazed at him. Not him. Tears brimmed in her eyes from fear as she bit her lip, stifling her sobs, looking up at him timidly, hoping to awaken the killer's cold heart. The raincoat killer chuckled, caressing her cheek, his voice low and menacing. "Darling, didn't I tell you not to resist? You are mine. How dare you share a room with another man?" The cold, damp leather of his gloved hand slithered along her face like a serpent, and Olivia felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and danger, her fair face turning pale with terror. "Why, yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong." She hoped that her submission would garner gentleness in return. As long as she could survive, she would not hesitate to offer her body. Such a silver-tongued little thing. The killer tightened his grip on her delicate face. "If you want me to believe your sweet words, you'll have to show some tangible action." It was clear that he expected her to take the initiative. Raised in a conservative Eastern culture, Olivia had been taught from a young age to endure and suppress her desires. Girls should be modest, not proactive, maintain purity, and be obedient. These teachings had shaped her life before marriage. Even after moving to this liberated country with her husband, Olivia could not shake off the influence of her upbringing. She remained gentle and shy, even when other men showed interest after marriage. Her heart and eyes were only for her husband. In truth, had her husband not died, they would likely have reached the point of divorce soon, as Mr. Jones found her lacking in passion and initiative in their intimate life. He would command her to do something after saying a single phrase, and although it may have held some initial interest, he grew weary over time. She knew her husband had been with others, But what could she do? In this unfamiliar country, how would she survive without him? With this excuse, Olivia repeatedly urged herself to endure, convincing herself of her love for her husband, and over time, she seemed to successfully brainwash herself. However, when her husband passed away, the first feeling that washed over her was relief and gratitude. In that moment, Olivia realized the horror and hypocrisy within herself. She was not a kind and gentle woman. She was a selfish, self-serving creature. After her husband's death, she wished to remain loyal, but the raincoat killer was too terrifying. How could a frail woman like her resist? Nathaniel, who had promised to protect her, was sleeping soundly like a dead pig, completely unaware of the added presence in the room. Olivia's heart raced with anxiety, reminiscent of a teenager sneaking a forbidden book from her parents. Her face flushed with a mix of nervousness, shame, and even desire. She heard her own voice tremble. What do you want me to do?" The assassin chuckled softly, coaxing her. "Darling, this is something you must decide for yourself." Olivia pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment, then cradled the man's broad palm, clad in leather gloves, and placed a gentle kiss in the center. Was that sufficient? Of course it was not. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her as a black cloth was tightly bound around her head, obscuring her vision. Thud! Something fell to the floor. Heavy breaths filled the air, a masculine scent engulfing her completely, carrying the moisture of the night and a hint of a familiar cedar fragrance she could not quite place. She was on the brink of suffocation. The heat of his body made her exposed skin break out in goosebumps. Olivia found herself restrained by his single hand, her wrists pinned above her head, her tongue and lips tingling with numbness. "Good girl," she whimpered in distress, tears gradually soaking the silk ribbon. Chapter 9. The Rainy Night Killer, Part 8. Olivia? Olivia? The calls roused her from a weary slumber. Olivia opened her eyes to meet the concerned gaze of a young man. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she seemed to perceive an endless shadow lurking within his grayish eyes. A large hand brushed against the corners of her reddened eyes, the rough pads of his fingers kneading away the discomfort. The sting in her eyes jolted her fully awake, revealing that the darkness in his gaze was no illusion. He stared at her with a brooding intensity, a tempest brewing within, as if he might consume her whole in the next moment. "Mr. Winslow?" Her still dull mind struggled to comprehend, and she stared at him in bewilderment. The pressure at the corners of her eyes suddenly intensified, heavy and oppressive, instilling a fear that his fingers might inadvertently poke her eyeball. That was precisely the sensation he evoked. "Good girl, have you forgotten what you promised me last night?" "Last night? Did something happen last night?" In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she glanced down at her arms outside the covers, discovering an array of ambiguous bruises, even clear marks of restraint on her wrists. Heavens, what on earth did I do last night? Olivia was both astonished and terrified, unable to believe that she had engaged in profound discourse with a cold-blooded killer who regarded human life as mere chaff, and just a short distance away, less than 16 feet, another man lay sleeping. She could hardly fathom the implications if Nathaniel were to awaken suddenly and witness her entanglement with a deranged murderer. The social embarrassment would be one matter. The assassin would undoubtedly strike without mercy. She could not believe she had entertained such thoughts so soon after her husband's passing. The increasing pressure at her eyes jolted her from her dread and guilt. She gazed at him, hearing his voice, low and cold. "Olivia, I ask you, have you forgotten our agreement from last night?" Another agreement? Under the oppressive weight of his gaze, her scalp prickled, and an unsettling feeling began to swell within her. She glanced back at him in fear. Her instincts warned her that forgetting could lead to dire consequences. Think. Remember. Perhaps it was the intensity of her desire that prompted a few vague snippets of conversation to emerge in her memory, as if they were filtered through a haze. "Olivia, we are friends, right? If we are friends, why not just call me by my name? Then Olivia, why don't you try calling me once?" Yes, it was about addressing. Just as he leaned in closer, the tip of his nose barely an inch away, Olivia called out loudly, "Nathaniel." He paused, his lips still adorned with a gentle, gentlemanly smile, yet his eyes shimmered with a glimmer of regret. Everything seemed to connect. Olivia was not inherently dull. Rather, years of familial upbringing and her husband's constant belittlement had gradually eroded her confidence, causing her to instinctively perceive malice in others' gazes and whispers. In truth, most regarded her as an attractive Asian woman, slim and graceful, with many wishing to develop deeper connections. Yet, her inherent timidity kept her head bowed, distancing her from others. Gradually, these individuals ceased to notice her. Their shallow admiration, based solely on appearances, faded like dandelion fluff in the wind. But Nathaniel's intentions were unmistakable. The typically aloof and courteous Dr. Winslow had surprisingly proposed cohabitation, a blatant deviation from his usual demeanor. And his expression now made it hard not to associate it with the marks of affection adorning her skin. Yet, Olivia chose to remain oblivious. Already entangled with a dangerous killer, she had no desire to invite further complications. "I'm sorry, Nathaniel. I was simply too tired last night and didn't mean to forget," she said, managing a drowsy smile. Nathaniel tenderly brushed his fingers against her cheek, his fascination with her soft skin evident, and his gaze deepened with intrigue, the glint behind his gold-rimmed glasses betraying a darker intent. "Good girl, an apology requires an attitude," he teased, playfully tapping Olivia's nose and then calmly awaiting her contrition. His crossed arms bore a strangely familiar resemblance. Olivia understood what he sought, but she could not yield. She resolved not to drag Nathaniel deeper into the mire. "I excel at baking blueberry pie. If you don't mind, I could bake one for you as an apology." Blueberry pie could serve as a peace offering and a convenient excuse to return home. "One pie will not quell my anger." He seemed determined to entangle himself further with her. Olivia averted her gaze, forcing a smile. "If one won't suffice, then how about two?" The young man scrutinized her, his gaze piercing through her facade, revealing the underlying fear and discomfort concealed beneath her jest. Just as she anticipated Nathaniel's opposition, he surprised her by agreeing with a smile. "Very well, I shall await your pie." Olivia suppressed her delight and continued with the plan. "Wonderful. Do you have the ingredients at your house? If not, I can bake it my own." Uncertain whether it was her imagination, she seemed to catch a hint of a cold laugh. Yet, as her gaze shifted, Nathaniel maintained a warm expression. After the recent pressure, Olivia had come to recognize the danger he posed, no longer seeking excuses for her actions. She was certain he had just smirked. Did he not realize that distancing herself was for his own good? She felt a surge of indignation, her tone slightly petulant. The killer didn't show up last night. Suddenly, her arm throbbed painfully, and her eyes darted to Nathaniel's fingers, which had surreptitiously migrated from her face to her arm, resting precisely on a bruise that had darkened into a vivid mark. Her claim that the killer had not come now seemed a flimsy lie, because it was a lie. Nathaniel toyed with her fingers, disregarding her resistance, intertwining them with hers, then pulling away only to return again, repeating the action, occasionally pressing tender kisses to her palm or fingertips. Heat surged to her cheeks, causing her to bite her lip and avert her gaze. "Good girl, tell me, will you return?" He smiled, appearing to inquire, yet his expression conveyed, "I know you wish to leave." I know you won't return." Nathaniel retreated only to advance again. "But please do not refuse me if I seek you out, all right? We are friends, are we not?" Olivia found herself unable to refuse again. Fortunately, the weather had favored her. The relentless rain had finally ceased, leaving the ground damp and the roads lined with puddles. The skies overcast as if threatening another downpour at any moment. Having mentioned baking blueberry pie, Olivia did not procrastinate. Soon, the house was enveloped in a rich, sweet aroma. However, before the pie could finish baking, the teenagers detained at the police station for the night returned home. "What are you doing back so soon?" This had not even been 24 hours. Given the police's tendencies, their release was unexpected. Noah appeared agitated, dark circles under his eyes, exclaiming, "Who knows what those officers are thinking?" He then launched into a tirade, cursing the police, the townsfolk, and the residents alike. Olivia's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to intervene, Liam interrupted. "Shut up, Noah." The boy had always held a leadership position within their group, and with his words, Noah had no choice but to fall silent. Liam continued, "It seems the police discovered another victim this morning." Chapter 10, The Rainy Night Killer, Part 9. What? Another victim? Indeed, it was only through overhearing a conversation between two officers that Olivia learned of the matter, which appeared to still be shrouded in secrecy. They mentioned that Liam and Ian might come looking for her. Olivia was already aware of her surroundings, contemplating the true identity of the raincoat killer. Initially, she, along with the police, suspected the group of teenagers with whom they were residing, as the coincidences were simply too numerous. Their arrival coincided with the night of the murder, and one of them had stealthily entered her bedroom without alerting the other 6 residents. If the killer did not reside in the house from the outset, then their capability was indeed terrifying. No, Olivia dismissed her earlier conjecture. The prowess of the Raincoat Killer was already formidable, as she had experienced firsthand. After all, the individual had managed to remain undetected even with another person present in her bedroom. Recalling the events of the previous night made Olivia's cheeks flush. But soon she unearthed a peculiar detail from her memory. She suffered from a sleep disorder, though it was not severe. Typically, she relied on melatonin to ensure a restful slumber. Her condition manifested as difficulty in falling asleep and a propensity to awaken easily. Even the slightest sound could disrupt her sweet dreams. Last night, she had indeed adhered to her character of being easily startled, waking abruptly in the middle of the night when confronted by a disturbing presence at her bedside. However, had she fallen asleep too swiftly? Initially, she attributed it to sheer exhaustion, but upon reflection, there might have been other factors at play, such as the scented candle. If there were an issue with the candle, it would explain why Nathaniel had slept like a log. Did Nathaniel, as the owner of the scented candle and the one who had lit it, possess any knowledge of this? Or had the Raincoat Killer already been discreetly observing her, silently tracking her every move, perhaps even setting a trap within Nathaniel's home beforehand? The mere thought of such a possibility rendered Olivia pale, nearly overwhelming her with a desire to flee the town. Yet, if the Raincoat Killer truly monitored her from the shadows, she would likely be abducted before ever leaving. No, she had to take action to save herself. Regardless of the fact that the Raincoat Killer had not harmed her for 2 consecutive days, who could guarantee that a deranged murderer would not strike once their interest waned? Who could fathom the mind of a psychopath? Olivia's mind raced as she endeavored to recall every interaction with the Raincoat Killer, seeking any glimmer of a clue. She remembered the killer's towering and muscular physique. Last night, she could distinctly feel the strength of that body, evidently belonging to a mature man. Thus, she could eliminate the teenagers as suspects, for although some were robust, they were still transitioning from youth to adulthood. Liam and Ian, for instance, appeared to lack visible muscle definition beneath their clothing, with only a faint outline of muscle on their exposed arms. Noah was even more slight, looking quite refined, while Ryan, who was closest to him, was the complete opposite, a stocky figure, not particularly tall, yet muscular enough that his loose t-shirt clung tightly to his form. However, their heights did not match. Olivia vaguely recalled the Raincoat Killer being at least a head taller than her, standing at 5 feet 5 inches. With the average height for adult males ranging from 7 to 10 inches taller, it indicated that the killer must be at least 6 feet tall. This detail alone ruled out Ryan. Considering the aforementioned points, the pool of potential suspects in the town had significantly diminished, and among them, only a few possessed the capability to overpower an adult male without resistance. The individual who aroused her greatest suspicion was the solitary hunter, Riel, residing at the opposite end of town. Riel Oob, 37 years old, unmarried, was renowned as the best hunter in town, adept at capturing everything from rabbits and deer to foxes, and even bears and leopards. His annual income from selling furs was substantial, not to mention his solitary lifestyle. He lived comfortably, with a penchant for alcohol, though he was known for his violent temper when intoxicated, often embroiled in brawls. A robust hunter skilled in the use of knives and firearms could indeed kill an adult male without alarming others. Moreover, Nathaniel had also entered her list of suspects. The coincidence of the scented candle from last night was too striking. Perhaps others would find it implausible that someone would tamper with their own belongings. But he might have exploited that very psychology. Furthermore, his height matched her recollections. While Olivia was unsure of his exact stature, he had an imposing presence when standing, towering over her by a head, his gaze reminiscent of a stormy sky. Olivia suppressed her suspicions, deciding to investigate further at an opportune moment. The teenagers had hardly slept at the station last night, hastily consuming a few slices of pie before retreating to their rooms. Olivia resolved to seize this opportunity to test Nathaniel, delivering him the pie while hoping to glean more insights into the murder from him. As she approached, she encountered Nathaniel just as he was about to leave. "Hey Nathaniel, I made some pie. Are you heading out?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied flatly. "You must have heard that there was another victim last night." A chill ran through Olivia, an inexplicable unease taking hold as she asked, "Who was it?" "It was Mr. Wines," he responded coolly. "I'm heading to the scene now." Fortunately, the officers called before they could tamper with the evidence. Images of the late Mr. Wines flickered through Olivia's mind. She remembered him as a heavy drinker and drug addict, known for his violent temper, often abusing his wife. which had cast a gloomy shadow over their 10-year-old son. He seemed to belong to a small circle of individuals who frequently gathered to drink or partake in substances, often causing chaos in the community. On one occasion, they had even disturbed an elderly recluse, and though the kind old man had opened his door, he was met with violence as they entered his home. Thankfully, he had managed to defend himself, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury, with the others fleeing in terror. Their intrusion had been deemed a justified defense. They were the scourge of the otherwise peaceful town, frequent visitors to the police station, and the residents would do anything to avoid them. Olivia had once been harassed by them shortly after moving to Steinai Town, her husband's oppressive nature leaving her skittish, akin to a wary rabbit. Even during her shopping trips, she kept her head down, afraid to make eye contact. Yet, her distinctly different appearance had drawn the attention of these brutes. A group of adult men had circled around her, elongating their eyes in a classic display of racial prejudice against Asians. Olivia, too frightened to resist, had attempted to slip past them, but they had persisted, and in a moment of carelessness, they caught a glimpse of her features, further entrenching their desire to keep her from leaving, lewdly suggesting she join them for drinks. Tears brimmed in Olivia's eyes, her strength insufficient against the adult men's grip. Had Nathaniel not appeared just in time, even without uttering a word, merely standing there and watching, it seemed to have intimidated them into retreat. Olivia had narrowly escaped, avoiding misfortune so soon after her arrival. 2 of those who had tormented her were now dead, leaving her with an unsettling sense that the killer's actions were somehow just. Had they not pursued her, with uncertainties less pronounced, she might not have felt compelled to involve herself in this matter. Alas, Olivia sighed, relinquishing her thoughts. After handing the plate to Nathaniel, she said, "You should hurry along, don't keep them waiting." With that, she turned and headed home, the 2 walking away from each other, gradually drifting apart. Chapter 11. The Rainy Night Killer. 10. Nathaniel's departure lasted the entire day. Olivia anxiously awaited his return, eager to glean details about the case from him. Meanwhile, the torrential downpour, which had scarcely paused, continued unabated, soon enveloping the world in a shroud of misty rain. This storm, accompanied by violent lightning and the reverberating thunder, assaulted the residents' eardrums. The antiquated infrastructure of Steinai Town was ill-equipped to withstand such a fearsome tempest. It wasn't long before the indoor lights flickered twice and extinguished with a crackle. Olivia attempted to switch the lights back on, only to find them unresponsive. Quickly realizing that a power outage had occurred, she was uncertain whether it affected the entire town or just their area. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. On the other end, within the police station, Nathaniel had just exited the forensic room, holding a report in his hand, the autopsy report for Wyans. He pushed open the office door, where a group of officers, initially engrossed in their own trivial pursuits, immediately assumed a facade of diligence upon his entrance. They exhaled in relief upon recognizing Nathaniel. "Where's the captain?" Nathaniel inquired. An officer gestured towards the inner office. The middle-aged man, recently appointed as the lead investigator, had his cold, hard blonde hair slicked back, with a hint of gray at the roots. He boasted brown eyes and a tall stature, a rarity in the precinct, where he maintained a disciplined physique. His mature charm made him quite popular in the small town. Alva was perhaps the only officer genuinely invested in this case. During the first murder, several responding officers had compromised the crime scene, resulting in the loss of critical evidence. However, after a reminder this morning, they had at least the sense to don shoe covers, preserving some crime scene photographs. As Nathaniel delivered the autopsy report, Alva was intently scrutinizing the crime scene photographs. "Oh, Winslow, here to deliver the autopsy report?" Alva took the report, expressing gratitude for Nathaniel's hard work during this period. "I will certainly request a consultant fee from the higher-ups on your behalf." Nathaniel casually seated himself across from the man, appearing indifferent to the notion of a consultant fee. Wyann's cause of death was excessive blood loss, with the fatal wound located on his neck. Nathaniel recounted the details of Wyann's demise and the clues observable on the corpse. Wyann's had likewise perished in his bedroom, indicating that the assailant had stealthily infiltrated his room while he slept. He had endured immense torment prior to his death. His limbs had been severed while he was still alive, his spleen ruptured, and he had sustained cerebral hemorrhaging, having been struck multiple times by a heavy object. His body was a grotesque sight, blood soaking through the mattress, and spattered blood painted the ceiling. His dismembered limbs lay haphazardly on the bed, his eyes wide open. staring blankly at the door. The assailant had initially slashed his throat, damaging his vocal cords, and subsequently severed his tongue, rendering him incapable of screaming. Consequently, no one discovered his torment until at least an hour later when the assailant decapitated him. The brutality of the scene rivaled that of Mr. Carter's case. The modus operandi and cause of death were identical, and the points of force reflected on the bodies indicated that the same perpetrator was responsible for both crimes. Furthermore, the assailant had likely engaged in the slaughter or torture of numerous animals, exhibiting a chilling indifference to life, indicative of a profoundly disturbed psychological state. Coupled with the physical strength to subdue an adult male of considerable weight in an instant. He must be highly skilled in weaponry, particularly with knives and axes. Alva nodded in acknowledgement, already forming a suspect in his mind. You've certainly had a challenging day. It's already dark, he remarked, but before he could finish, the overhead light abruptly extinguished with a clatter, plunging the office into darkness. The outside office was filled with the rustling of officers, one of whom inquired if there was a power outage. Soon, the door swung open, and a young officer entered, holding up his phone to cast a weak beam of light across a small area. Captain, what should we do about the power outage? Alva rolled his eyes. What else can we do? Everyone go home. Cheerful shouts erupted from the outer office, mingled with exclamations of long live the power outage. The officers hurriedly gathered their belongings, eager to return home. Since the murder case had emerged in their small town, this group of officers, accustomed to counting down the seconds until their shifts ended, had been forced into overtime. Having grown complacent, they no longer adapted to stress. Now, with a valid excuse to end their shifts early, they were elated. However, misfortune soon struck. A young officer hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to head to the parking lot. Just as he stepped outside the police station, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly. In a flash, he was rendered a charred corpse. He was dead. The raging storm had abruptly claimed this young life, and the officers, realizing the peril outside, huddled by the door, peering out and nudging one another to bring the unfortunate body back inside. Yet, none dared to venture out. The grim fate of their fallen comrade lingered in their minds, and no one was willing to risk the wrath of the storm to retrieve his remains. Ultimately, it was the most responsible Alva who cautiously dragged the charred body back into the building. The group stared at the distorted, blackened corpse on the floor, enveloped in a chilling silence, as sorrow and helplessness pervaded the crowd. Alva sighed. There's nothing we can do. We might as well spend the night here at the station. Gazing at the flickering lightning beyond the clouds, he felt a mix of unease and sorrow for the lost life. Nathaniel draped a white sheet over the body and remarked to Alva, the forensic office has a rest area. I'll head there. Alva nodded, paying little attention to him. His brow furrowed in contemplation. The young man adjusted his glasses, a fleeting, enigmatic smirk crossing his features. Olivia had waited long for Nathaniel's return, but with the power still out, she could only rummage for candles from the moving supplies. After dinner, the absence of electricity meant the loss of most entertainment options. Ryan, bored, cursed under his breath, pacing anxiously in the living room, while his girlfriend Zoe played with her hair, casting sultry glances at Liam. The object of her affections, Liam, sat rigidly, ignoring her, fixated instead on the woman who, despite being the host, appeared somewhat out of her depth in her own home. Noah, however, couldn't resist stealing glances at Zoe, inadvertently disregarding his own girlfriend, while Ava sat deep in thought, oblivious to her boyfriend's wandering attention. Frustrated by her failed attempts to entice Liam and now receiving Noah's attention, Zoe felt a surge of self-satisfaction at her allure, playfully blowing a kiss in his direction. Ian adjusted his glasses, observing the unfolding drama with amusement, a smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, unwilling to concede defeat, Zoe's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed. It's still early. Why don't we play a game? Bored, Ryan seized upon the key phrase. What game? Just some ordinary party games. King's Game, Truth or Dare. That sort of thing, she replied, turning to the fidgeting Olivia nearby. Do you have any alcohol? Any playing cards? Just a deck of poker will do. You should join us. The night is long, and it's not yet time for bed, is it? Olivia, initially inclined to decline, found herself overwhelmed by Zoe's enthusiastic barrage of words and could only respond with a hesitant agreement. In no time, the seven of them gathered around the small coffee table in the living room, where an array of drinks was spread out. Even the yellow wine typically reserved for cooking had been unearthed by the curious teenagers. The first round saw Ava, the prim and proper girl, draw the Joker card, which led her to gaze deeply into the eyes of the Ace of Hearts and the Four of Hearts for 30 seconds. The overly simple punishment elicited a chorus of boos from two mischievous onlookers. A few rounds later, Ryan, the king, found himself in a predicament, having to strip off an article of clothing along with Noah. Zoe's attempt to allure Liam ended in rejection, as he preferred his drink, while Ava professed her heartfelt feelings to Ryan, among other antics. Although Olivia had never played such games before, she discovered a flicker of enjoyment, her eyes sparkling as she watched them. She felt fortunate not to have drawn a card yet. However, that stroke of luck soon came to an end. When Zoe drew the Joker card, she casually declared, 7 of Hearts and 5 of Hearts, a minute-long French kiss. Remember, it's a French kiss. Ryan and Noah exchanged glances at their cards, sighing in relief. Ava remained unfazed. Who are the 5 and 7? Hurry up. Olivia, eyes closed, took a deep breath. I'm 5. Ian, seated just one card away, smiled as he revealed his card. What a coincidence, I'm 7. Chapter 12. The Rainy Night Killer, Part 11. Olivia's face flushed crimson. She dared not think further. It was an embarrassing situation. To her, the boys, being 6 or 7 years her junior, were still children. Despite their legal age in America, in terms of certain experiences, they might possess more than she, a widow, ever would. Kissing a boy would make her feel like a pervert. The eager gazes of the others pierced her, intensifying her blush as she lowered her head, attempting to reach for the bottle of alcohol on the table. I'll drink. The bottle was pulled away with a firm grip, and Olivia looked up to see Ryan, relishing the spectacle, holding onto the bottle. Mrs. Jones, you can't drink. It's your only chance. Don't spoil the fun. Our Ian has never had a girlfriend. Perhaps this will be his first kiss. You won't regret it. With the chance for some bookish amusement at hand, Ryan was determined not to let the moment slip by. This was far more entertaining than Zoe's attempts to seduce Liam. Noah excitedly chimed in. Exactly. It's just a kiss. Madam, haven't you ever kissed your husband? He exchanged mischievous glances with Ryan, both sharing a laugh that hinted at their unspoken thoughts. Enough. A sharp reprimand interrupted their banter. The blonde youth furrowed his brow, glaring disapprovingly at them. If you haven't yet learned what respect means, perhaps you should return to kindergarten for a refresher. The small group naturally revolved around Liam, not only due to his distinguished lineage, but also because he was proficient in Taekwondo and Judo, serving as the principal support for a few who dared to act foolishly at school without fear of retaliation. The two were about to relent for Liam's sake when Zoe, seemingly with an unclear motive, casually suggested, you drink, he drinks. Why don't we all just skip the games and drink together? Just a kiss, how hard could it be? The girl cast a cautious glance at Olivia, and upon seeing the woman's pale complexion, an unexpected wave of guilt surged within her. Just as she was about to retract her statement, Olivia took a deep breath, her expression one of valiant determination as she approached Ian. The girl let out a silent whistle, her guilt quickly transforming into excitement as she prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Upon turning back, Ryan and Noah had already begun to cheer. Even Ava, who had been aloof until now, couldn't help but peek at them with curiosity. Olivia stood beside Ian, her cheeks flushed, desperately trying to ignore their gazes. Her eyes, glistening like water, looked up at the boy who was slightly shorter than her. Is it okay? Her voice trembled with nervousness. The boy, with his brown curls adorably perched atop his head, averted his gaze shyly, his vibrant green eyes sparkling with uncertainty, his cheeks equally aflame. It's fine, madam. I haven't done this before, so you. Olivia exhaled a long breath, gradually leaning in. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows closer together until their lips met, creating a seamless intimacy that ignited a wave of jealousy within Liam. Initially, he turned away, unwilling to witness their closeness, but the shadows on the wall were equally infuriating. Ryan was still hollering, cheating. You said tongue kiss. Tongue kiss. The warmth on Olivia's cheeks intensified, a tempting flush spreading even to the corners of her eyes. When she first married, Mr. Jones had shown a keen interest in her, patiently guiding her through the nuances of kissing. However, as she struggled to let go and learn, his interest gradually waned. Beautiful women were abundant, and those who were both attractive and uninhibited were even more numerous. Being a high-ranking executive in a publicly traded company with $1 million salary, Mr. Jones was never short of women eager to please him. Even after his unexpected passing, Olivia remained unable to learn how to let go. Yet, at this moment, whether it was the vibrant atmosphere of the game or the fact that the young boy seemed even more nervous than she was, Olivia felt her defenses slowly eroding. Just then, the boy unconsciously shifted his lips, lightly grazing her lower lip with his teeth, causing both to tense up. Tongue kiss, oh tongue kiss. Outside, Ryan and Noah continued to shout, appearing eager enough to jump in and tie their tongues together. Keep this up, and the punishment will double. The boy seemed intimidated by the threat, and in the next moment, he opened his lips, allowing a slick warmth to invade Olivia's mouth. Before she could refuse, she was compelled to dance her tongue against his, the soft sounds of their kiss igniting a heat within her ears. The boy's lips were bold and greedy, revealing a lack of experience as he occasionally nibbled at her lips with just the right amount of pressure. Olivia found herself breathless, overwhelmed not only by confusion, but also by the embarrassment of being so thoroughly dominated by an inexperienced youth. Momentarily questioning the validity of his claim of having never had a partner, the lack of oxygen rendered her mind blank. The tingling sensations coursing through her body painted her cheeks with a captivating flush, her eyes shimmering like spring water. She could barely stand, supported only by his hands resting on her waist, as they became increasingly absorbed in their kiss, oblivious to the cacophony around them. Olivia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist, followed by someone forcefully pulling her away. The blonde youth's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Ian, who appeared to be savoring the moment, his face only growing more sinister. Yet, when he turned to face Olivia, his demeanor shifted. He pulled out a tissue to wipe the moisture from her lips, his tone calm, but laced with an ominous undertone, amplified by the rumbling thunder outside. All right, shall we continue the game? Once the game resumed, an awkward tension filled the air. Noah discreetly glanced at Liam's grim countenance and exchanged knowing looks with Ryan, both of them suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. Even Zoe, who had been scheming, dared not make any more mischief and kept her head down. Only Ian continued to observe the scene with an indifferent gaze, making eye contact with Liam and provocatively licking his lips, as if relishing the moment, which only intensified Liam's ire. The group continued to play, but the atmosphere remained stifled, and gradually the playful spirit faded. Ryan exchanged glances with Noah, two rogues clearly understanding each other's intentions. With Ian and Liam both single, and them not being so, the power outage provided the perfect opportunity for some couple-like activities. As the clock struck 10, they concluded the game and retreated to their respective rooms. After freshening up, Olivia lay in bed, shrouded in darkness. Every sound seemed amplified, and she lay on her side, fists clenched against her face, acutely aware of her restless heartbeat. Since the kiss, her heart raced like a drum, as if it might leap from her chest. Recalling the kiss made her cheeks flush anew. His hands, strong and warm around her waist, felt as if they might scorch her skin. At that moment, Olivia realized he was not a mere boy, but a fully capable adult man, one who possessed the strength to entirely command her. Caught between youth and maturity, his seemingly slender form concealed a powerful force. His muscular arms, prominent with veins when strained, appeared incredibly alluring. Olivia scolded herself for associating the term alluring with someone so much younger than herself, clutching her wildly beating heart. Her eyes gleaming like a pool of spring water, exceptionally bright in the dark. The night amplified her unspoken desires. Biting her lip, she struggled to suppress the overwhelming waves of longing within her. Amidst the heat and restlessness, Olivia eventually drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, a loud crash abruptly roused the sleeping occupants, followed by a piercing scream that sliced through the night, echoing ominously amidst the thunderstorm. Olivia jolted awake, her heart racing as she glanced toward the door, the sounds of rustling outside sending chills down her spine. A heavy knock resounded on the door. Who is it? Olivia curled up in fear, the relentless knocking sounding like the ominous toll of death, making her tremble. Olivia, are you okay? Came the anxious voice of the boy outside. Do not be overly confident, for Ian's words are rather sharp, and it appears that Olivia does not share such sentiments. Liam, your affections seem to cause her distress. Shut up. The youth glared like an enraged lion, his eyes aflame with fury, as if he would shred Ian to pieces in the next instant. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then silence is indeed a virtue. Just speaking the truth, does it sting you? Ian shrugged nonchalantly. Liam, I do not believe you are oblivious to this. Liam bit down on his cheek until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, barely suppressing the rage within. His gaze, icy, warned Ian. In any case, keep your distance from her. Ian scoffed, dismissing the threat with indifference. What are you so arrogant about? Perhaps she prefers my type. Besides, how can you be sure I am not sincere? Unable to endure any longer, Liam swung his fist toward Ian's face, but halted abruptly upon meeting the mischievous glint in the boy's eyes. You just want to provoke a beating to appear pitiful before Olivia, don't you? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. If he were indeed struck, not only could he feign vulnerability before Olivia, but he could also retaliate in kind. Perceiving Ian's cunning, Liam could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Ian feigned disappointment as if Liam had seen through his ruse, observing the boy's disheveled appearance with amusement. His typically neat golden hair now appeared tousled, a stray lock cascading over his forehead, adding an air of recklessness. His azure eyes blazed with fierce indignation, reminiscent of a beast fiercely defending its territory and mate. Ian could not suppress a cold laugh. Some individuals, without any evidence of the outcome, had become insufferably arrogant, treating others as mere possessions. Casting a disdainful glance, he remarked, "It is laughable to contend for ownership when the matter is still unresolved." Liam was incensed, yet found no outlet for his fury. Returning to his room in a fit of impotent rage, gradually succumbing to sleep. In his dreams, he found himself back in that small living room, the dim candlelight flickering upon the gentle and beautiful visage of a woman. She leaned down slightly, kissing the person beneath her, her cheeks flushed, lips crimson, eyes shimmering with a spring-like allure, causing him an ache deep within. The one being kissed was, astonishingly, him. From a third-person perspective, one could clearly see the intoxication and obsession upon his face, his gaze betraying a predatory glint, candidly revealing his most primal desires in the presence of the woman. Unbeknownst to her, he craved her, yearned to consume her entirely, wishing to be with her, forever, eternally, endlessly. This slumber extended into the night. A loud crash shattered the darkness, accompanied by the sound of something heavy falling, followed by screams from both a man and a woman, reverberating as though they were just nearby, causing his eardrums to throb. The lethargic mind began to awaken, and, moments later, Liam's senses sharpened. Propelled by instinct, he dashed to Olivia's door. Knock, knock, knock. Olivia, are you all right? The urgent rapping echoed, yet he received no response. Fearing for Olivia's safety, he was about to force the door open when Ian arrived, breathless. What is going on? No one is responding. The curly-haired boy exhibited rare panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Last time, Olivia had mentioned someone invading her room. Could it be happening again? It can't be, Liam consoled himself, disregarding their previous quarrels. The screams we heard were definitely not hers. If he recalled correctly, there had been 2 screams, one male and one female. The male voice closely resembled Noah's, and if it was indeed him, then the female voice must belong to Ava. Olivia, are you okay? The 2 boys alternated knocking, hardly mindful that their voices might attract hidden dangers lurking in the house, anxious that they would fail to rouse the woman from her slumber. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a silk nightgown, timidly peeking out, her eyes sparkling as she regarded them. What is happening? The 2 young men barely had time to appreciate the sight, as Liam grasped her wrist firmly. We don't know. We came here as soon as we heard a disturbance. From the sound, it should be Noah and Ava. Are you coming with us to investigate? Or will you stay here? Ian inquired. Olivia shook her head vigorously, her entire demeanor exuding refusal. I want to come with you. In horror films, the protagonists are always picked off one by one. If something truly happens, do you think this flimsy wooden door would provide any protection? The 2 boys positioned themselves, one on each side, guarding her closely, their bodies taut, remaining vigilant. However, before they reached Noah's door, the trio realized that blood was seeping ominously from the gap beneath the door, the pool expanding as a nauseating metallic scent filled the air, causing the normally composed young gentleman to blanch. The volume of blood outside the door alone indicated the dire fate of the person within. Ultimately, they decided that the stronger Liam would open the door, while Ian would shield Olivia from view, brandishing a baseball bat he had procured from somewhere. Poised to assist at a moment's notice, Liam and Ian exchanged a determined glance, inhaled deeply, and then flung the door open. A blinding flash met them, startling the youth, who instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the attack. The blade grazed the hair that hung over his forehead, and he distinctly perceived several strands of gold being severed. Even imagining, he could hear the sound of hair snapping. Still shaken, Liam had no time to react, as another strike was already upon him. The reflection of the blade slicing through the darkness filled his vision. He felt paralyzed, as if his feet were nailed to the floor. No, he had to escape. Driven by an overwhelming survival instinct, the boy rolled away from the towering figure, while Ian, in perfect synchronicity, struck the assailant's wrist with his bat. In pain, the assailant instinctively dropped the long knife. A thunderous crash echoed, and violet-blue sparks illuminated the dark figure cloaked in a raincoat, wearing a pitch-black mask. Resembling a ghost that had silently emerged from the night, water dripped from the raincoat, as if a relentless shower had begun indoors. It was him. Chapter 14, The Rainy Night Killer. In an instant, they recognized that this figure was the very one responsible for the two gruesome incidents in town. The raincoat killer who had harassed Olivia in the dead of night. Confronted with such a brutal and inhumane figure, it was impossible not to feel fear, especially with the stench of blood wafting from the nearby room, a stark testament to the killer's savagery. Liam and Ian exchanged glances, silently affirming their intent to cooperate. Only Ian noticed Olivia's small hand gripping his side tighter, prompting him to gently pat her reassuringly, whispering, "Do not be afraid." The killer's gaze grew increasingly cold and penetrating, causing beads of sweat to form on Olivia's brow, her delicate face turning pale as she looked at the raincoat killer, seemingly conveying that she bore no ill will towards him. The killer subtly rotated his wrist, seemingly indifferent, shifting his gaze away. Upon witnessing his movement, Olivia felt a rush of heat to her face, biting her lip in embarrassment. Outside, thunder rumbled, and amidst the clamor, a profound silence enveloped the three, each on high alert, poised in a triangular standoff. Olivia could sense the tautness of the youth beside her, his muscles rigid, devoid of any excess flesh. Suddenly, the raincoat killer sprang into action. With a speed almost imperceptible, he swiftly retrieved the fallen knife, rolled towards Liam, and aimed a slash at his leg. Liam, a member of the school's swimming team, reacted swiftly, retreating a large step to evade the attack, the sound of the knife slicing through the air ringing in his ears. The blade missed its target, crashing into a nearby shelf, splintering its leg, causing vases to crash to the ground. The freshly arranged pink roses, mere hours old, were shattered, their petals scattering across the floor, soon trampled into a mushy mess by the men engaged in combat. Olivia huddled in a corner, striving not to interfere with the battle. She wished for the boys to prevail, but deep down, she understood their chances were slim. Even as they launched their assault, the raincoat killer remained unfazed. Ian's baseball bat failed to inflict significant harm, and as their stamina waned, the bat's weight impeded his speed. Conversely, the raincoat killer's knife inflicted real damage, leaving scars upon their arms, shoulders, and midriffs, blood gradually soaking their garments. As the blood loss intensified and their bodies grew heavier, their evasions became increasingly sluggish. Just as the raincoat-clad assassin nearly struck Ian's neck with a knife, Liam realized that this could not continue. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. The assassin was not someone they could contend with alone, especially with a frail woman present. If they were to perish, it would be one thing. But what fate awaited Olivia? They certainly did not believe that the cold-blooded killer would spare an unarmed woman. Ian exchanged a glance with Liam, their long-standing camaraderie allowing the latter to grasp his intent immediately. In the next instant, they coordinated seamlessly. One aimed for the assassin's eyes while the other swung a baseball bat towards his groin. Though the maneuver was shameless, it indeed bought them precious time. Observing the assassin clutching his eyes in pain and letting out a furious howl, the duo seized the opportunity to drag Olivia away. Outside, thunder rumbled incessantly, illuminating their path with flashes of lightning. The dense curtain of rain wove a terrifying tapestry in the pitch-black night, accompanied by the assassin's anguished roars and the sounds of destruction as he slashed at the walls and paintings in a fit of rage. The scene increasingly resembled something out of a horror film. "It's too loud. We cannot go outside," Liam said, fully aware of the danger lurking beyond the confines of their shelter. The downpour and thunderous roars rendered the outdoors scarcely safer than their current refuge. Moreover, with only Olivia and a neighbor nearby, seeking assistance would require venturing far into the storm. "Olivia, is there a place to hide in the house?" he inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Olivia replied, "There's a cellar. The entrance is in the kitchen, and it has an exit that leads to the back garden." Hiding in the cellar appeared to be their best option at this juncture. With Olivia between them, they descended the stairs quietly, successfully reaching the kitchen. Olivia lifted the carpet and, with a deft motion, revealed a trapdoor in the floor, leading down a ladder into a dark abyss that seemed ready to swallow them whole. They were unsure if hiding in the cellar would prove safer than confronting the assassin outside, but at that moment, it was their only choice. "I'll go first," Liam asserted. "Olivia second, and Ian, you bring up the rear." There was no dissent among them. Fortunately, they encountered no mishaps until they had replaced the carpet. In the cellar, Olivia fumbled for candles, and Ian ignited one, the gentle flicker filling the cramped space with a warm glow. The cellar was cluttered with discarded items, and used gardening shears, old shelves, and some dried sweet potatoes and potatoes, making the already limited space even tighter. The three of them squeezed into the cellar, pressed against one another, so close that they could hear each other's breaths and feel the warmth radiating from their bodies. Olivia, caught between the two youthful boys, felt increasingly uncomfortable, her silk nightgown clinging to her as sweat formed on her brow. Just as she contemplated escaping this embarrassing situation, Liam's voice broke the silence. "Is that the door?" Following the direction of his finger, Olivia nodded in disappointment. The excuse she had hoped for vanished. A soft smile crept across Ian's lips as he caught the faint sigh of disappointment that escaped her. Her face betrayed her intentions, and when they fell through, she could not blame them for disrupting her plans. How charming, he thought, so endearing that she seemed far from a widow of 4 years. Had her husband never imparted any wisdom upon her? Ian felt a genuine delight at this realization, a pleasure rivaling that of defeating a family adversary at the age of 13. Feeling a bit too warm, Olivia shifted, attempting to create some distance. But she forgot that she was sandwiched between the two of them. Moving away from one would inevitably bring her closer to the other. In the confined space, with their breaths mingling and the heat of their bodies enveloping her, it was almost inevitable that an unexpected incident would occur, especially given her recent intimate contact with one of them. Olivia's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning as if they could fry an egg. She shot an indignant glare at Liam. Liam, who had been sulking for an entire night, grinned mischievously, resting his head on her shoulder and letting his warm breath cascade against her cheek. "We're so close, madam. It's only natural that I notice any changes. Wouldn't you agree?" In this context, the term madam took on an unexpectedly flirtatious tone. Olivia's face reddened even further, and she scolded him, shameless. Liam, rather amused, embraced her cheek with a playful kiss. Embarrassed and angry, Olivia shot him a fierce look, inching closer to Ian for comfort. To her dismay, Ian was not much better off. Sporting an innocent expression, he greeted her with enthusiasm. "My God, what sort of two perverts am I trapped with?" Just as her embarrassment peaked, footsteps approached ominously from afar. Chapter 15, The Rainy Night Slayer, Part 14. The flirtatious atmosphere in the cellar evaporated instantly, replaced by the harsh reality that loomed over them. Sandwiched between the two boys, Olivia felt a chill of dread as the heavy footsteps echoed above, creaking underfoot. The wooden floorboards groaned ominously, accompanied by the faint strains of a lively tune, interspersed with the unsettling sounds of cabinet doors opening and closing, sending shivers down their spines. Additionally, there was the ominous dragging of metal, and both Liam and Ian quickly deduced that the assassin was wielding a heavy weapon. Imagining the raincoat-clad killer merrily humming while dragging his weapon through the kitchen in search of them sent a wave of terror crashing over them. If discovered, their fate would be sealed. Yet, with the tempest raging outside, it was hard to say that remaining indoors was any safer. They could only hope to hide in the cellar until the assassin departed. Even Ian, who typically scorned opportunists, found himself praying for the favor of fortune. Their hearts raced in unison within the cramped space, breaths mingling as tension hung thick in the air, devoid of any romantic thoughts. The assassin circled above them, and just when they thought he had discovered their hiding place, he would retreat, leaving them in a state of unease, uncertain of when death's scythe might fall. The assassin struck the floor above with his heavy weapon, the muffled thuds reverberating ominously through the carpet, sounding particularly dull in the cellar. Olivia flinched violently, her panic evident, prompting Liam to instinctively encircle her waist, planting soothing kisses on her cheek and murmuring, "Don't be afraid." Ian, meanwhile, cupped her ears with his hands, his usually meek and innocent gaze now revealing a fierce glint, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, as he assured her, "Don't fear, we're here." In that harrowing moment, Olivia found an unexpected sense of security in the presence of the two young men. It compelled her to lean on them, to trust them without question. "Just promise me you'll protect me. I fear pain and death," she implored, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at them. Her expression one of reliance. After finally losing her husband and inheriting a fortune, her life as a wealthy widow had only just begun. She did not wish to join her deceased spouse so soon. "We will," the boys vowed with unwavering conviction, frustrated by the prolonged search and unable to locate them. The assassin wreaked havoc in the kitchen, the cacophony of destruction making Olivia's pallor even more pronounced as she timidly nestled deeper into Liam's embrace. Finally, after venting his fury, the assassin departed, dragging his heavy weapon away from the kitchen. The trio sighed in relief, but they could not afford to relax. No one could be certain that the killer wouldn't return. Not long after, a piercing scream erupted from the upstairs room, followed by a man's furious roar, culminating in the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. They surmised that the upstairs couple, Ryan and Zoe, had met with misfortune. However, they lacked the bravery and strength to rescue them from the hands of a cold-blooded killer, especially with the timid and fragile Olivia in their care. They could not risk bringing her into danger, nor could they abandon her to save the couple. Indeed, the two of them regard Ryan Noah as a mere follower, or perhaps a somewhat disobedient one. Amid the extreme tension, the night deepened, and Olivia could no longer endure her drowsiness, eventually drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she felt the warmth of perhaps one, or even two, comforting embraces that alternately enveloped her, preventing her from succumbing to the chill of the damp cellar. The three of them remained closely huddled together, maintaining their standing posture throughout the night. Fortunately, after this, the raincoat-wearing assassin did not return to the kitchen, thus remaining oblivious to their presence. As dawn broke and the house fell silent, Olivia was awakened by a rustling sound, as if someone was speaking nearby, though the voices were hushed, attempting not to disturb her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered the two boys above her, engaged in a discussion of which she was unaware. With a soft sigh, Olivia stirred, prompting Ian, who was facing her, to smile warmly while affectionately rubbing her cheek, asking, "Awake now?" Behind her, Liam gently tugged at her earlobe, his voice laced with fatigue and amusement. "Did you sleep well?" Olivia found it peculiar that although the two of them had worked in tacit cooperation the previous night, their interactions had been tinged with a competitive edge. Yet, this morning, they seemed to have transformed entirely, as if they had genuinely accepted one another. It struck her as odd, leading her to wonder if they had reached some secret agreement in her absence. A sense of unease stirred within her, as she sensed their increasingly intimate behavior, treating her as if she were their possession, hinting at an unspoken bond between them. Above, the two boys were deliberating on their escape from the cellar. Ian glanced at his watch. "It's 8:30. The raincoat assassin should have left by now." Liam countered, "Not necessarily. This place is remote. Even if the assassin resides in this house, it could take a while before anyone notices." After listening for a moment, Olivia proposed, "The cellar leads directly to the back garden. We can exit from there. Then we can run straight to the police station, which should be safer than staying in the house." The thunder outside had ceased, implying that the outdoors was indeed safer than the uncertainty within. Liam pondered for a moment before agreeing, reasoning that it was better to brave the rain on their way to the police station than to risk the possibility that the assassin had already departed. The three made a decision and cautiously opened the cellar door. Stepping out from the pitch-black cellar into the daylight, even the dim light caused their eyes to water uncontrollably. Liam roughly wiped away his tears, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, his expression betraying exhaustion and a hint of madness. Under the pressure of the assassin's menace, his mental state appeared to be hanging by a thread, like a tightly strung bowstring, ready to snap with the slightest provocation. For reasons unknown, Olivia felt a flicker of fear toward the very individuals who had been protecting her. After a brief respite, the three ventured out into the rain toward the police station, daring not to pause, fearful that the elusive assassin might emerge from the shadows. They remained vigilant, deliberately heading toward the residential area, knowing that even if danger arose, the residents would hesitate to help for their own safety, but at least there would be witnesses to the assassin's presence. Fortune smiled upon them, as they reached the police station's entrance without incident. However, just as they were about to step inside, a pickup truck suddenly emerged from a narrow alley, speeding toward them. Through the windshield, they caught a glimpse of a tall, dark figure in the driver's seat. It was him, In an instant, Olivia felt a connection with the driver, only for it to sever as quickly as a fleeting illusion, realizing that the person behind the wheel was the raincoat assassin. The one who instilled both fear and an inexplicable thrill in her, leaving her both captivated and terrified, unable to escape or hide. Perhaps sensing her proximity to the two boys, or perhaps enraged by her evasion, a fierce flame ignited within the assassin, wild and relentless, yearning to obliterate everything in its path. It would be best to reduce the two bothersome boys to ashes and cleanse the town completely, leaving only the two of them behind. The truck barreled toward them with thunderous ferocity. Liam caught sight of the driver's malevolent, resentful gaze, and whether it was rain or sweat beading on his forehead, he found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Olivia, sensing the impending danger, reacted swiftly, pulling him out of harm's way, her adrenaline-fueled strength allowing her to save him just in time. However, as the three of them tumbled together, Olivia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist, gasping as she realized it had been injured. She winced, clutching her swelling wrist, tears welling in her eyes. Ian assessed the situation, understanding that medical assistance was not available at the moment. Olivia, don't use that hand. While we hold him off, you need to get into the police station. Liam concurred, believing it to be the best course of action. Yes, run. Notify the police. His voice trailed off as he lowered his eyes, but soon his charming American sweetheart visage broke into a radiant smile. As long as you're alive, it means our sacrifice was not in vain. Tears glistened in Olivia's eyes. No. Despite her selfishness, she could not fathom trading the lives of innocent people for her own survival. Liam pushed her away, shouting, "Go!" Ian added, "Run, don't let us distract you, Olivia." Stumbling, she raced toward the police station. The short distance of 200 meters felt interminable under the onslaught of rain and fatigue. Her knee throbbed painfully from the fall, blood seeping out, quickly washed away by the rain. She cried out for help. Someone, help, help. But her pleas were drowned out by the relentless downpour, failing to reach the ears of those inside the station. Through the glass, she glimpsed hurried figures in the corridor, yet none noticed the desperate woman outside. Behind her came the sound of screeching brakes, followed by a tremendous crash. She dared not look back, terrified of seeing the boys' mangled bodies, perhaps reduced to mere pulp. Olivia could only quicken her pace, ignoring her injured knee, unaware that a trail of blood was slowly forming behind her. At last, she nearly hurled herself into the police station, collapsing heavily onto the floor, not only her knee but also her palms and elbows now stinging with pain. A passing officer noticed her and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Mrs. Jones, what's wrong?" Her cries attracted a throng of officers, who encircled her. A swift female officer draping a blanket over her while inquiring with concern. Olivia, her body at its limit, desperately pointed outside, tears in her eyes, gasping for breath, struggling to convey a coherent word. Fortunately, the officers quickly grasped her meaning. A handsome officer knelt beside her, his expression solemn. "Mrs. Jones, are you saying there are people outside who need rescuing?" With her remaining strength, Olivia nodded fervently, then felt her consciousness slipping away, plunging into darkness. When she next awoke, she found herself staring at a pristine white ceiling, the sharp scent of antiseptic lingering in her nostrils. A fatigued yet handsome face loomed above her, filled with concern. The golden-haired youth parted his lips, yet Olivia perceived only a vast emptiness in her ears, filled with a prolonged and piercing hum that engulfed all sound. "I'm sorry. I can't hear you," she thought she said loudly, but the sound was as faint as the flutter of a mosquito's wings. At last, the humming gradually subsided, and Olivia heard the gentle and concerned voice of the youth. "Olivia, are you all right? You fainted from a fever." Lacking the strength to shake her head, and realizing that her words were inaudible, she weakly grasped his thumb, which happened to rest nearby. A smile briefly flitted across Nathaniel's face, only to vanish swiftly as he unconsciously yet firmly held her retreating hand, akin to a doctor caring for a patient. "You've been unconscious for an hour. Your temperature has dropped a little, but you still have a fever." Just as Olivia was about to respond, a man with cold, iron-colored hair entered, a figure clad in a crisp police uniform, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, exuding an abundance of masculine energy. Alva Greta, the sheriff of the town. Also the one overseeing the recent series of murders. Nathaniel frowned in displeasure, glaring at him. "Sheriff Greta, I've told you the patient needs rest." Alva's gaze discreetly skimmed over their intertwined fingers, and he replied coolly, I apologize. However, his demeanor lacked any semblance of genuine regret as he stood immobile, as if rooted to the spot. Sheriff Greta, do I need to inform you that the patient's fever reached 39 degrees Celsius, nearly 40, and only subsided half an hour ago? She is still experiencing a low-grade fever. I'm aware, Alva replied, taking a seat beside the bed. Engaging in a verbal sparring match with Nathaniel while maintaining a polite smile directed at her. But I'm afraid the matter at hand cannot be rushed. Nathaniel, exasperated, left the room under the pretext of fetching medication. After his departure, silence enveloped the room, an awkward stillness lingering between them. Olivia was not familiar with Sheriff Greta. As a newcomer to the town, she preferred to remain invisible, avoiding prominent figures like him whenever possible. Their last interaction seemed to have been at last year's New Year's ball, where she was harassed by a drunken man. And it was Sheriff Greta who had come to her aid. It was ironic that in their two encounters, she had found herself in such compromising situations. The handsome man smiled slowly, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes telling tales of time, giving him the appearance of a gentle, wise elder. Yet his imposing physique added an air of danger. Mrs. Olivia, it's been a while, he greeted warmly before swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Could you recount the events involving you and your companions? Olivia nodded and gestured toward the cup of water on the table. Alva, moved by the shimmering light in her eyes, felt a pang of compassion welling within him. Do you wish for some water? He inquired, pouring a glass and carefully offering it to her. After quenching her thirst, Olivia began to recount the events of the previous night. Chapter 17. The Rainy Night Killer, 16. Ultimately, the police discovered the bodies of 3 individuals in Olivia's residence. Ryan and his girlfriend Zoe were found lifeless in their room. Their deaths undignified, completely naked and entwined together. In their final moments, the assailant beheaded Ryan from behind, and Zoe, unable to escape under the weight of an adult male, was swiftly stabbed in the heart, a gruesome act that further indicated the murderer was a robust man with some medical knowledge or experience in butchery. The last victim, Noah, lay at the threshold of the door, half of his body outside, half within, the scene exuding extreme brutality, blood splattered throughout the room, intestines strewn about. His face frozen in a grimace of terror and pain, eyes wide open as if staring at the outside world. Evidently, he had been cleaved in two while attempting to flee. Simultaneously, they found Eva, greatly frightened, in a storage room. Whether the killer had less malevolence toward Eva or for some other reason, she had successfully hidden behind a flimsy wooden door throughout the night until the police rescued her the following day. After discovering her, they sent her to the hospital. She exhibited a slight fever along with various bruises and cuts, the most severe being a deep gash on the back of her thigh, inflicted during her escape from the killer, measuring about the length of a palm and exposing bone, a particularly horrifying sight. Clearly, compared to Olivia and her companions, who had evaded the killer's presence entirely, Eva's confrontation with him rendered her information far more valuable. Thus, it was not long before Alva departed the hospital to head directly to the medical facility. Lying alone on the hospital bed, Olivia's breath remained slightly hot, her mind foggy, but she was no longer as disoriented as before. Nathaniel entered, carrying food, a simple egg sandwich and a cup of hot milk. Olivia, you must be hungry, he said, his smile warm and gentle. I made you a sandwich, do try it. He set up a small table, watching her struggle to eat with a cheerful demeanor, while deftly replacing her forebag. The cold medication flowed slowly into her veins, causing her hand to swell slightly, though she seemed oblivious. As she ate, Olivia inquired, what about Liam and Ian? Are they all right? Nathaniel's smile faltered, and his gaze darkened. Though his tone remained tender, they sustained some injuries and have been sent to the hospital. Are they serious? As Olivia's hand gripped his sleeve, Nathaniel's gaze shifted slowly to her face, and upon sensing the worry in her eyes, a gnawing anxiety consumed him, darkening his countenance further. They are certainly fine, Nathaniel replied ambiguously, his thumb gently caressing her cheek, the touch sending a shiver down her spine, and his strange demeanor instilled a sense of unease within her. The last words felt like a warning. Olivia averted her gaze, hesitant to inquire further, and silently continued her meal. After her fever, Olivia's body remained weak, and her appetite was poor. She had never been fond of cold, bland food, and illness made it even harder to eat. Forcing down half a sandwich, she found herself unable to consume more. Just as she contemplated the remaining sandwich on her plate, Nathaniel effortlessly took the half she had left, his movements elegant yet swift, devouring it before Olivia could react. Noticing her conflicted expression, he feigned innocence and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What do you mean?" Were they now in a relationship where they shared leftovers? Even Mr. Jones had never done so. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. There were more pressing issues to confirm. The youth's earlier oddities were still vivid in her mind, his words echoing like a threat, leaving her in a state of hesitation, fearful of inadvertently touching upon his sensitive nerves. Olivia seemed about to say something. She did not notice the shift in how he addressed her. His willingness to engage brought her a flicker of joy, and she feigned concern, maintaining a composed demeanor as she asked, "Nathaniel, why are you at the police station? I didn't see you leave." Nathaniel's smile deepened, although Olivia remained unaware. "I didn't go home last night. It was too late after the conclusion, and the thunderstorm was too dangerous, so I stayed at the station for the night." "How could you possibly sleep well at the station? There's another bed nearby. You should lie down for a bit." Nathaniel shook his head. "No, 3 more bodies were brought in. I must leave shortly." After a brief exchange, Nathaniel departed the room. As the door clicked shut, Olivia sank into contemplation. Given last night's weather, many must have stayed overnight at the station. If Nathaniel hadn't returned home, then the mysterious raincoat killer could not possibly be him, as he could not have left unnoticed, infiltrating her home, committing 3 murders, and returning. Thus, the prime suspect remained Hunter Lyle. Yet she was unaware that Nathaniel had spent the night in the forensic rest area, completely separated from others. Under the influence of medication, Olivia's consciousness gradually faded into darkness. In the final moments before her awareness vanished, she heard the sound of a door creaking open, followed by a vague silhouette standing by her bed, its outer garment discernibly white. Meanwhile, Alva led a team to the hospital. Eva had awakened in her room, though her face was pale and her gaze vacant, bearing the unmistakable signs of having been terrified. "Miss Eva Sinclair, I am the sheriff of Steineye Town, the officer in charge of this case." Dr. Emily furrowed her brow and said, "She was greatly frightened last night, and she has yet to recover her composure. I do not recommend that you visit her at this time." "We do not have the luxury of time," Alva replied. "Since the onset of the murders, 1 person has died each day, with 3 casualties yesterday alone. The longer we delay, the more lives are at stake." Emily fell silent. It was a nearly inescapable cycle. For the sake of the safety of the other townsfolk, they could not afford to consider Ava's feelings. In Emily's view, the murderer might not belong to the group of teenagers, but they were undoubtedly related. How else could it be such a coincidence that the moment they arrived in town, a murder occurred? Emily attempted to persuade them further, but upon seeing Alva's unyielding demeanor, she left the ward. "Can you share with us what transpired last night?" Alva inquired, but Ava's hollow gaze remained fixed on a distant point, as if she had not heard him. "The situation is critical. Your 2 other friends, along with the kind-hearted Mrs. Olivia who sheltered you, were attacked this morning at the police station's entrance. They were injured, but their lives are not in immediate danger. However, we cannot be certain when the killer may strike again. If you tell us what you know, it may ensure their safety sooner." Ava remained mute, her silence unbroken. Seeing that no information could be drawn from her, Alva prepared to inquire with the 2 youths residing in the adjacent room. "I saw him." Ava's hoarse voice suddenly pierced the air as Alva was about to exit the ward. Her lips moved repeatedly. "I saw him. I saw him. What did you see? Tell me," Alva urged, as Ava turned her vacant and strange expression towards him, sending a chill down his spine. "I saw what he looked like." The police station's ward had been hastily converted. Olivia only had a fever and no external injuries, and after Nathaniel's examination, she was administered 4 fluids. Due to her illness, her mind was clouded, and her consciousness was shrouded in darkness, yet her body could still vaguely sense the outside world. Someone had lifted her, powerful arms enveloping her. Throughout the journey, the person carrying her engaged in sporadic conversations with others. During the last exchange, it appeared that he had an altercation with an unknown individual, their voices escalating into a heated argument. Eventually, a dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Silence enveloped her. She was shoved into a moving vehicle, taken to an unknown location. Chapter 18. The Rainy Night Murderer. 17. Bang. The door to the infirmary was flung open with force. A man's face etched with urgent anxiety, his typically neat hair now disheveled, a strand of golden hair falling across his forehead, obscuring his deep-set eyes. The infirmary was empty. The woman who should have been recuperating in bed had vanished without a trace, the bed neatly made, suggesting she had left of her own accord. Damn it! The man cursed under his breath, running a hand through his hair, a predatory fire igniting in his gaze. Without hesitation, Alva turned on his heel and hurried towards the forensic room. The door to the forensic room was tightly shut, and through the glass, he could faintly discern the interior, a dissection table, upon which lay a disemboweled corpse, yet the room was also devoid of life. He twisted the doorknob, discovering it was locked from the inside. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from within the forensic room. It sounded as though something was striking metal. A leg emerged from behind the dissection table, the movement seemingly draining the individual of their strength, and thereafter, there was no further motion. Before his subordinate could react, Alva had already realized what was happening and kicked the door with force. Bang! The resounding noise drew the attention of several officers, their hurried footsteps converging towards the source of the commotion. What happened? Alva kicked open the forensic room door and swiftly approached the dissection table, the acrid scent of blood assaulting his nostrils. In the shadowed corner behind the table lay a man in a blood-soaked white coat, weak and vulnerable. His lab coat was nearly entirely stained with blood, and an injury on his head obscured his right eye. His glasses shattered a short distance away, one lens completely destroyed. A large gash marred his abdomen, nearly splitting him open, with pulsing organs faintly visible within. Mark. The injured man was none other than Forensic Officer Mark Hoover. Having entered the police force through less than conventional means, Mark lacked formal training. In the absence of homicides, the townsfolk had allowed him to muddle through. But with a murder now at hand, Alva had enlisted him as an assistant to Nathaniel. The intent was for him to learn something. Yet it had instead placed him in grave danger. What on earth happened? How could Mark sustain such severe injuries? At that moment, due to excessive blood loss, Mark's consciousness was fading, and upon seeing help arrive, he repeatedly murmured, "Help, help me." The officers hastily carried the severely injured Mark out, performing a makeshift bandaging before a police car sped off through the rain towards the hospital. Inside the forensic room, bewilderment and fear gripped the officers as they fixed their gazes on Alva, awaiting his explanation. The subordinate who had followed Alva from the hospital succinctly recounted the situation. According to the survivor's testimony, she claimed to have seen the murderer's face, identifying him as a youth living next door to Mrs. Jones. The individual residing next to Mrs. Jones? The officers exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. That area was remote, with few residents. Olivia's house was especially isolated, nearly on the outskirts of the town, with a vast forest behind it. They quickly realized who their neighbor must be. "Are you referring to Dr. Winslow?" The group responded incredulously. "It can't be. Why would Dr. Winslow commit murder? There is absolutely no motive." The officer shook his head. "We are still uncertain. Upon our return, we discovered Dr. Winslow was missing. Along with him, Mrs. Jones had also vanished." While they could not comprehend why Nathaniel would take a woman with him during his flight, the grim fate that awaited them at the hands of the brutal murderer was all too evident. "Find them. Locate them before anything else happens." Alva's eyes blazed red, his fists clenching tightly, worry evident on his face. "Check the surveillance. We must find them." No one dared to defy an enraged lion. Even though the officers were aware that, given the outdated infrastructure of Steeny Town, the scant surveillance cameras might not even be functioning, let alone aiding in locating someone. Yet fortune smiled upon them. At a street corner, a functioning surveillance camera captured Nathaniel's vehicle. Its understated black exterior bore no distinguishing marks, appearing unremarkable among other vehicles. But the sleek lines hinted at a touch of luxury. More importantly, the spacious trunk could comfortably accommodate 2 adults. The blurred footage showed the car leaving the neighborhood, heading towards an unknown destination. Alva paused the video, the frame capturing Nathaniel's fleeting, indistinct profile through the car window. "This is the road out of town." The expressions of the officers darkened. If Nathaniel were to escape the town, it would be akin to a needle lost in a haystack, nearly impossible to trace. After all, they lacked concrete evidence to prove that Nathaniel was indeed the raincoat murderer responsible for the string of violent crimes committed within the town, rendering them unable to charge or pursue him. Once the storm had passed, he could easily relocate and start anew, and once the statute of limitations expired, he would be beyond their reach. Contrary to the officers' speculations, Nathaniel had not left the town. Instead, he had circled the outskirts before returning to Steeny. When Olivia awoke, her head throbbed violently. The fever combined with medication left her exceedingly weak. Struggling to sit up, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she was no longer in the ward, but in an entirely unfamiliar room, lavishly decorated yet shrouded in darkness. Thick red velvet curtains blocking out the sunlight. Cautiously stepping onto the floor, she found it carpeted in pristine white, the wooden floor creaking slightly under her weight. Aside from that, she could hear the sound of flowing water and the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Pulling back the curtains, the view outside caused her to gasp in astonishment. A lush forest surrounded her, with dense foliage casting deep shadows, the leaves a rich green that bordered on black. Birds flitted through the air, their vibrant feathers slicing through the still gloomy sky, while a gentle stream flowed nearby, accompanied by the distant calls of unseen creatures. She was ensconced in a secluded abode nestled within the depths of the forest. With no sense of time, she could not determine how long she had slept, nor could she ascertain the forest's general location. In America, vast stretches of undeveloped wilderness were commonplace. Not to mention, Steenie was precisely such a town. Encircled on two sides by untamed forest, with only one road cutting through the wilderness as an entrance and exit. Olivia assessed her surroundings while contemplating a solution to her predicament, and she had already developed a suspicion regarding her captor. A tall figure entered the room, revealing a strikingly handsome young man whose serene gray eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as he remarked, "You're awake, Olivia. How do you feel? Are you unwell?" His demeanor was casual, as if nothing untoward had transpired. Olivia's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed him. "Nathaniel, what do you intend by bringing me here?" The young man raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of intrigue. "To bind you here, naturally, is to engage in activities we both enjoy." His elongated tone and slightly husky voice carried an ambiguous undertone. Unfazed, Olivia retorted, "We do not share that kind of relationship." Nathaniel erupted into a low, uncontrolled chuckle. As if her words were utterly ludicrous, tears of laughter nearly spilling from his eyes. "Baby, we do. Have you forgotten? That night, during the torrential downpour. You were quite passionate and delectable." His final words almost revealed his true identity. Following her husband's death, he was the only one with whom she had shared an intimate connection, the very perpetrator responsible for the recent spate of murders that had left the town in a state of terror. Chapter 19. The Rainy Night Killer. "Did you sense my identity long ago?" Nathaniel inquired with a smile, his tone saturated with confidence. He seemed unfazed by Olivia's doubts, taking pride in her perceptiveness as though he were a benevolent elder indulging a fledgling lover. Olivia realized her reservations were transparent to him, likely having noticed her probing inquiries about the previous night's events while she was in the hospital. She was uncertain if the source of her predicament lay in the potion or in the meticulously prepared meal. Fear gripped her heart, and she involuntarily revealed her trepidation in her eyes, her hands clenching tightly as her body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. "Are you aware that kidnapping is illegal? Release me at once, and I shall refrain from pressing charges." Nathaniel advanced upon her, cornering her against the wall, his gentle smile unwavering, his expression innocent, as though she had willingly placed herself in this situation. "Olivia, to me, the law is merely a series of written words." Had he truly feared the law, he would not have unleashed a spree of violence, claiming 5 lives in 3 days. After all, murder poses a far graver affront to the law than kidnapping or unlawful confinement, does it not? Olivia understood that rather than await the awakening of whatever semblance of conscience might reside within a murderer, she must seek a path to salvation. Though timid and fragile, she recognized that she could rely only upon herself. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the crisp, cold aroma emanating from Nathaniel, reminiscent of a pine forest after rain, conjuring an image of a viper coiled beneath the foliage. Unbeknownst to her, the distance between them had diminished to mere inches, their chests pressed together. The heat of their bodies transmitted through their clothing, and she could even feel the warmth of his breath upon her face. In Nathaniel's gaze, Olivia discerned desire and restlessness, his body yearning to draw closer to her, in stark contrast to the calm of day and the frenzy of the night. The depths of his dove-gray eyes seemed to churn with an ardent tide. Should he choose to kiss her in that moment, Olivia would find it scarcely surprising. As his eyes distinctly conveyed that intention, an electric tension lingered in the air, their cheeks gradually flushed with warmth. Olivia sensed that, at this moment, any question she posed would be met with unreserved honesty from Nathaniel. Lowering her gaze, shyly avoiding his fervent stare, she murmured, "Why do you kill?" "The deceased," Carter, Wyons, and several others from the outsider group, appeared to lack any connection. The killer seemed to select victims without apparent rationale, as if acting on impulse. Yet, given the current circumstances, one must entertain a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the killer's rationale for choosing these individuals lay in the fact that they had all, to varying degrees, caused distress to Mrs. Jones, or had previously bullied her. Carter and Wyons had repeatedly made lewd remarks and even attempted to detain her on her way home, suggesting they wanted to take her for drinks. The youths, according to their peers, had trespassed upon Mrs. Jones's possessions without her consent, meddled with her pets, and displayed a blatant lack of respect. The innocent officer had merely been in the wrong place at the wrong time. They had even engaged in some harmless games with her. Are you implying that Winslow is seeking revenge for Mrs. Jones? I am uncertain. It is merely conjecture, Alva replied, fixing his calm gaze upon his subordinate. However, do not voice such theories publicly to avoid misunderstandings. The man understood well the damage that rumors and public opinion could inflict upon an individual. I understand, the subordinate replied. However, there remains another issue. 3 survivors from the group remain, one of whom was spared last night by the killer. It is said that she has always been polite and never offended Mrs. Jones, but there are still 2 youths. They participated in the King's game, and one even had intimate contact with Mrs. Jones. Given the killer's madness and jealousy, might he return to kill again? I have already dispatched 3 officers to protect them, Alva stated. The subordinate nodded, admiringly regarding his superior. As expected of the chief, always one step ahead. At that moment, they drove the police vehicle along the last known route of Nathaniel's car, searching for any trace of him. The area was far from desolate, as a large shopping center nearby ensured a steady flow of people, making it challenging to discern evidence amidst a multitude of tire tracks. Yet, the abundance of witnesses would also prove advantageous. Upon arrival, they split up. The subordinate led others to seek witnesses while Alva embarked on a solitary quest for traces left behind. They diverged outside the supermarket, with the man driving along the path previously taken by the killer, attempting to fathom the thoughts that might have coursed through his mind at that moment. Alva felt a conviction that Nathaniel was not of such character. He would not flee upon discovery. A twisted killer, driven by jealousy, would not allow 2 former rivals, those who had shared intimacy with his beloved, to remain alive. He would undoubtedly return to claim their lives, lurking in some hidden corner unknown to them. However, Nathaniel's residence had been thoroughly searched, every inch of the floor pried open, layers of wallpaper stripped away, ensuring no secret doors remained. Since he was not at home, and unlikely to venture far, at least not completely away from town, where could he be? As he gazed out at the rapidly passing landscape through the car window, Alva endeavored to immerse himself in Nathaniel's mindset. On that rainy night, the killer cloaked in a black raincoat concealed a volcano beneath his seemingly calm exterior. His arrogance lay masked beneath a veneer of politeness. Yet he was an extreme authoritarian, intolerant of any form of defiance. His jealousy gnawed at his heart like a swarm of ants, compelling him to quell his desire to eliminate his rivals. Alva did not doubt that a man skilled in psychology could perceive Nathaniel's deep-seated affection for the woman. At last, Nathaniel seized the opportunity to abduct her. And as for the unfortunate soul who attempted to intervene, he was dispatched with a single bullet, his demise utterly inconsequential. And now, a new question arose. Why had Olivia vanished without a trace from the police station? Her voice would surely have drawn attention. The only explanation for her silence was that she had been silenced, or perhaps her consciousness had been entirely extinguished. Alva leaned toward the latter. As a physician, he recognized the multitude of opportunities to harm his patient. Should Olivia have succumbed to unconsciousness before being taken, then, given Nathaniel's tenderness towards her, he would not have inflicted significant harm upon her body. This suggested that she would not remain in a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Perhaps she had already awakened. Thus, Nathaniel's hideout could not be too far from the police station, or indeed from the town itself. Yet, surveillance footage clearly indicated he had driven towards the outskirts of the town. The route in and out of town was singular, and the identities of those returning had been confirmed. He was not among them. So where could he have gone? As Alva contemplated the swiftly passing trees outside the window, a sudden realization struck him. The trees, the forest. Behind Nathaniel's house lay an expansive, dense woodland, capable of concealing a safe house from prying eyes. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from his subordinate. "Chief, we have located several witnesses who confirm Winslow headed out of town. However, There exists a matter unrelated to this case that has persistently troubled me. Dr. Martini, a colleague of Winslow, mentioned that Winslow had undertaken repairs on his house a year ago. I distinctly recall that during that period, Winslow's residence was indeed undergoing renovations, with numerous construction materials being purchased. Yet, there is an inexplicable sense of disquiet that lingers. Alva reflected. The Jones couple had only just moved to the town a year prior, and mere months later, in January of this year, Mr. Jones met with an untimely death. Alva did not wish to harbor malicious thoughts about others, but what if Nathaniel had already developed an affection for Olivia at that time? Did Mr. Jones's demise carry the shadow of Nathaniel? Assuming all these speculations hold true, it could be inferred that Nathaniel had fallen in love with the newly arrived Olivia a year ago, viewing her husband as an obstacle that needed to be removed. He might have resorted to subtle methods to eliminate Mr. Jones, initially employing gentle and discreet tactics. Perhaps after Mr. Jones's death, Nathaniel felt emboldened, intending to gradually infiltrate Olivia's life without leaving a trace. Yet, confidence can lead to downfall. Other suitors in the town, or even youths from outside who dared to approach Olivia, might have captured her affections, igniting Nathaniel's uncontrollable rage. This could have driven him to eliminate those who had once wronged Olivia in the most brutal manner. This was Nathaniel's sincerity, as if proclaiming, "See, I will always protect you." As the police car left the town, it cruised leisurely along the forest road, resembling a derelict officer sneaking away for some respite. However, Alva was entirely focused on examining the traces on either side of the road. Nathaniel had not returned via the exit after leaving the town, indicating the presence of a hidden path leading to a safe house concealed within the woods. This road must be exceedingly discreet, otherwise, it would have been noticed amidst the steady flow of traffic. Unbeknownst to them, the vehicle had unknowingly ventured beyond the town's confines. The dense forest on either side gradually thinned, transitioning from lush greenery to sparse foliage. In the distance, a sign emerged, adorned with a large billboard featuring a starlet with a flawless visage, exuding confidence and allure. Below the billboard, a directional sign indicated two paths, one leading to distant Montana and the other to Steineye Town. In stark contrast to the blood-soaked shadows that had plagued the town in recent days, the welcome beneath the sign for Steineye Town felt like a cruel jest. Initially, Alva noticed nothing unusual, but just as he was about to pass the sign, a glint of light caught his eye. Perhaps it was a shard of glass or some unidentified metal. Such items were common along the roadside. However, the police car halted, and Alva, a tall figure clad in police uniform, stepped out, his attire seemingly dispelling the encroaching gloom. Bending down, he retrieved a glimmering object from the gravel. It was a thumbtack, its sharp point reflecting the faint light. The thumbtack appeared innocuous. Who could say what the passing travelers had been up to? After all, it wasn't a bullet casing. Alva shook his head, dismissing his overactive imagination. Just as he intended to discard the thumbtack and leave, his gaze was drawn to a narrow path, obscured behind a pile of stones. Due to its concealment, it would have been easy to overlook. However, Alva's systematic training in trace evidence allowed him to identify it as a deliberately crafted pathway. Its clandestine nature, positioned near the town, inevitably sparked suspicion that this could be the route he sought. Returning to the vehicle, Alva turned the car towards the dense thicket nearby. Meanwhile, Olivia was striving to save herself. After their meal, Olivia had anticipated Nathaniel would take some action, but he merely cleared the plates and exited the room. Shortly after, she heard the sound of an engine starting and glimpsed Nathaniel driving away through the window. Olivia remained vigilant, assessing whether the room contained any hidden cameras. However, pinhole cameras are not easily detectable by the human eye, and after a cursory search for obvious placements, she abandoned the idea. Subsequently, she attempted to open the door, only to find it locked, with no sharp instruments available in the room to aid her escape. The windows were equally fortified, and when she lifted a heavy wooden chair in an attempt to shatter the glass, the gilded paint chipped away, yet the window remained unscathed. Damn it! Is it necessary to be so secure? Olivia huffed, throwing the chair aside in frustration. Was she truly destined to resign herself to his captivity? In response, she resolved to search the room for anything useful, prioritizing small, sharp metallic items. Clearly, Nathaniel would not make a mistake in such a location. The room contained no knives or spoons, and even the brooches were exquisitely carved from wood. Olivia was reluctant to accept her fate, yet the current situation compelled her to do so. Suddenly, The sound of an approaching vehicle broke through her thoughts. Although she could not ascertain how much time had elapsed, her frantic attempts to escape had surely consumed at least an hour. Rushing to the window, she caught sight of a black and white vehicle emerging through the layers of greenery, partially obscured by branches. It was a police car. Overcome with joy, Olivia threw open the curtains and positioned herself dramatically by the floor-to-ceiling window to attract the vehicle's attention. The police car came to a gradual stop, and a familiar man emerged, his face shielded by sunglasses, golden hair slicked back, exuding a ruggedly handsome aura imbued with mature masculinity. He possessed broad shoulders and a tapered waist, his police trousers accentuating his long, straight legs, the cuffs tucked into his combat boots. Upon raising his gaze, he immediately spotted Olivia's animated figure waving and jumping by the window. After assessing her position, he dashed into the house without hesitation. He swiftly navigated through the house to the front door, where he dispatched the lock with a swift motion. He approached Olivia, gripping her arm with urgency. "Olivia, are you all right?" In his haste, he momentarily forgot to address her as Madam. Olivia, oblivious to this minor detail, replied anxiously, "We need to leave." He has gone out, but he could return at any moment. Alva nodded, taking hold of her hand as they hurried down the stairs. It was only when the small house receded into the distance, transforming into a mirror against the backdrop of the forest, that Olivia finally exhaled in relief. Had she truly escaped from peril? She felt a sense of gratitude, yet an unsettling anxiety loomed in her heart, as if something dreadful was about to occur. The police car departed the gravel stretch and merged onto the road. In this remote area, vehicular traffic was scarce, sometimes even non-existent. Thus, when a black sedan approached from the opposite direction, both were instantly on high alert. The next moment, the actions of the black sedan confirmed their fears were not unfounded. The car accelerated toward them recklessly and uncontrollably. Through the window, they could see the driver, a young man with a frenzied expression and murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. It was Nathaniel. A chill coursed through Olivia as she inadvertently locked eyes with him, their gazes intertwining, ensnared in a silent confrontation. Pale and trembling, she felt terror wash over her. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted as the vehicles collided, the impact reverberating along the desolate road. Olivia was thrust forward, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt, pain radiating from her chest to her abdomen. She coughed violently, her vision momentarily shrouded in crimson. Touching her forehead, she felt the warm wetness of blood. She had struck her head against the window. She noticed Alva beside her, his lips moving, but the overwhelming buzz in her ears rendered his words inaudible. "What are you saying? I can't hear you," she shouted. Before he could respond, another collision struck. Bang! Bang bang! Both vehicles were battered beyond recognition, their fronts crumpled and mangled. If a further impact were to occur, it would result in mutual destruction. Nathaniel, too, seemed to grasp this reality. He halted his vehicle, brandishing a weapon, and fired a bullet directly at the driver's seat. The bullet grazed Alva's ear, blood seeping instantly. Enraged, Alva drew his own weapon and aimed at the tires. On the other side, Nathaniel's face contorted with rage as he shrieked, "Give her back! Return her to me!" The desolate road echoed with the anguished cries of an overburdened engine and the sharp crack of gunfire. Olivia had just recovered from an illness, her body still frail, and now her head suffered a severe blow, jostled around in a vehicle akin to a washing machine drum. Sharp pains pierced her mind, and nausea churned in her abdomen. Alva, feeling anxious, found his opponent too formidable to contend with. Their exchanges were fierce, with each inflicting harm upon the other, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the final moment, Nathaniel fired a bullet aimed at Alva's forehead, while Alva targeted the car's tire. Half conscious, Olivier suddenly felt a wave of intense nausea and swayed, collapsing against Alva. The impact caused him to lurch sideways, the bullet embedding itself into the rear seat, scattering upholstery everywhere. Meanwhile, Nathaniel's vehicle suffered a blown tire, crashing uncontrollably into a signpost. With a resounding explosion, Nathaniel's visage twisted grotesquely, his fierce gaze fixed upon Olivier, filled with resentment and bitterness, before vanishing into the flames. Chapter 21, The Rainy Night Killer, and 5 years later, Olivier relocated from Steiney Town back to Helena, Montana, the city where she had once lived with her husband. She opened a flower shop on Queen Street. While her life was not lavish, it sufficed for her needs. Supplemented by the inheritance left by Mr. Jones, allowing her to live a middle-class existence. Her days passed quietly, resembling a still pond. Only Alva knew of her whereabouts, though their connection over these 5 years remained strictly online, with no real meetings. Conversely, her bond with several other survivors grew, particularly with Liam and Ian. Liam, attending university in Ohio, met her only a few times a year. Ian, on the other hand, studied at Carroll College, just 6 blocks from Queen Street. Frequently visiting Olivier for meals and conversation, even helping out at the flower shop, often mistaken by customers as her boyfriend. Olivier had subtly hinted at her discomfort. But the astute young man, now a burgeoning adult, seemed oblivious to her implications, continuing his weekly visits. A year prior, Ian graduated and began working at a law firm, his demanding job gradually reducing his visits. Liam, eager to start, quickly found work as a swimming coach in Helena. Afterward, the 2 tall young men, like peacocks displaying their plumage, vied for her attention, embodying the male animals of nature, striving to showcase their strength to attract the females. Olivier had no plans to embark on a new romance in her future, at least for the foreseeable time. She could only refuse them. However, whether due to their accustomed persistence or some other reason, they reappeared together after a few days' absence. Liam, with his earnest demeanor and quintessential American heartthrob looks, bowed his head before her, his eyes glistening as he spoke words that were anything but ordinary. "Sister, it's all right. I can be your lover. If one day you wish to fall in love, would you consider me first?" Ian, equally undeterred, removed his glasses, his brown curls evoking the image of a playful puppy, his gentle face instilling a protective instinct. "Me too, sister. I promise not to be jealous of Liam anymore. Can I have a chance?" The fervent affection of these youths sparked like an erupting volcano, nearly consuming her rationality. Heat rushed to her cheeks as her mind struggled to process the situation, leading her to hazily agree to many of their propositions. When Olivier regained her senses, she realized she had unknowingly nodded in agreement. In an instant, they lunged towards her, their camaraderie evident as they flanked her on either side. To her left was Liam's soft, muscular chest, and to her right, Ian's seemingly slender yet strong torso. A juxtaposition of youthful vitality and mature masculinity. Overwhelmed, Olivier averted her gaze, fearing that a single glance might lead her to act impolitely. In the days that followed, life remained tranquil. Although they claimed to want to be her lovers, Olivier felt awkward and shy about it, avoiding them for an extended period. Eventually, she realized that their interactions hadn't changed, allowing her to lower her guard. Then, they seized the moment. A night of intoxication led to chaotic, disjointed memories. Morning light seeped through, awakening her with a burning sensation on her eyelids, leaving her with an overwhelming fatigue rather than the refreshing clarity of a good night's sleep. Her body felt as though it were filled with lead, and breathing became a laborious task. As she shifted, she found a heated body pressed against her back. Liam, now fully grown, tightened his arm around her waist, his voice a mix of satisfaction and the grogginess of waking. "Let us sleep a little longer, sister." No, wait," she thought, bewildered by how he ended up in her bed. Confused memories began to resurface, revealing another presence alongside Liam. Olivier's complexion, pale yet oddly flushed, reflected her shock. Soon, the other person entered wearing a lacy apron, beaming with a smile. "Sister, breakfast is ready. Hurry and get up." The chaotic relationship among the 3 continued for nearly 6 months. Olivier had contemplated extricating herself from the situation, but whenever she broached the subject, the 2 would deftly divert the conversation, leaving her no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Gradually, she seemed to acquiesce to this peculiar arrangement, finding herself slowly accepting the youthful pleasures they provided. Just as Olivier began to think that continuing this way for a lifetime would not be so bad, an unforeseen tragedy shattered her peaceful existence. Within a mere 2 weeks, both Liam and Ian met with accidents. The swimmer Liam drowned in a pool where the water barely reached his neck. Ian was attacked by robbers on his way home from a late-night work session, suffering fatal stab wounds. Despite police investigations, both incidents were ruled as accidents. Liam had not warmed up before entering the water, cramping and consequently drowning. The assailant who killed Ian could not be identified due to a lack of surveillance and witnesses at the scene. The truth faded into obscurity, and the cases were hastily closed. Each conclusion drawn by the police was backed by evidence, yet Olivier felt an inexplicable unease deep within her. This disquiet persisted until she received a call from Alva. "He is back. The chaotic noise on the other end of the line, the wind howling, juxtaposed with the man's frantic voice, was unmistakably clear. The call ended abruptly, leaving Olivier staring in terror at her darkened phone screen, her complexion pale as a sheet. Her heart raced, as if foreboding something ominous, though she could not yet comprehend its significance. Days later, when Olivier called Alvar again, his subordinate answered. "I regret to inform you, but my superior, Sheriff Gret, passed away in a car accident 2 days ago. Please accept my condolences." The subsequent words faded into oblivion as Olivier's unease surged like a tidal wave. First Liam, then Ian, and now Alva. The survivors of that harrowing incident 5 years ago were now succumbing to untimely deaths. Whether it was fate or the machinations of an unseen hand remained unclear. Amidst the profound anxiety, Olivier maintained a facade of normalcy, yet only she knew the terror that consumed her each night, waking from nightmares to an empty, darkened bedroom. One evening, after a long day at work, Olivier entered her home, shut the door, removed her coat, and discarded her bag. As she sank into the sofa, a strong arm encircled her shoulder from behind. Olivier froze, paralyzed with fear, engulfed by an overwhelming dread that submerged her in an unknown tide. The man's raspy voice, akin to a ghostly whisper, caressed her ear. "Baby, it's been a long time." In the tale's conclusion, the prince and princess lived happily ever after. Chapter 22, The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 1. Olivier lived her life in the task world until her natural end, perpetually entangled with Nathaniel. She lacked the power to resist, and could only passively accept the intrusion of a murderer into her life. Fortunately, he seemed genuinely fond of her, perhaps even in love, always striving to satisfy her desires, wearing a gentle facade throughout his existence. Yet, Olivier could never forget the multitude of lives he had taken, nor the chilling detachment with which he had once driven towards her. A bloodthirsty and cruel psychopath professing love is nothing short of absurd, leading her to question whether she has become a domesticated creature, destined for slaughter when her vigilance wanes. Olivia bid farewell to that world a month before her 40th birthday. A free-spirited traveler would never wish to be confined, and so, at the age of 40, she cast aside her corporeal form and returned to the fast-travel department. To put it plainly, she had grown weary, both of this world and of Nathaniel. After her departure, the man unhesitatingly ended his own life. The emotionally detached doctor, when taking a life, remained disturbingly indifferent, even when that life was his own. In a newly opened residence within the cosmic crevices, the master bedroom momentarily warped, and in the next instant, a figure clad in a black trench coat cleaved through the space, revealing a tall, exquisite woman suspended in the air. Beside her, a small orb of light bounced excitedly, its interior flickering with a green glow that denoted guilt. Just as 003 contemplated escape, a slender hand grasped it firmly. 003, explain why you chose this world. The woman's inquiry sent cold sweat trickling down 003's brow, as the code center flickered rapidly with green light, stammering, "I made a mistake, host. It was unintentional." Immediately collapsing in supplication, 003 elicited no sympathy from the woman. Feeling its form continuously constricted, even the living space of its source code was being compressed. With tearful eyes, 003 pleaded, "I truly did not know why this happened. I did not choose this world at the outset." Indeed, the woman understood, given 003's timid nature. It would never dare to defy her, and its words confirmed her suspicions. Clearly, an unseen hand was stirring trouble, audacious enough to reach into her domain. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, causing 003 to tremble, wishing it could curl up and vanish. This matter was beyond the capabilities of such a pitiful creature as 003. Contact the fast travel department and report the bug. Days passed after the bug report without any response from the fast travel department, and Rong Yu realized that the troublemaker wielded considerable power within the organization. According to 003, it had evidently chosen another world, yet at the very moment the time-space tunnel was about to open, the system automatically selected a different world, too swiftly for even the AI to react. To uncover the motives of the puppeteer behind the scenes, Rong Yu resolved to commence the next mission. Host, which world shall we select? 003, still trembling from the ordeal, cautiously glanced at the mission list and inquired. Since any choice ultimately leads to a high-risk horror world, we might as well opt for this one from the start. 003's eyes sparkled with greed upon seeing the string of zeros following the task's reward. Hooray! Host is magnificent. Mission World, dancing with man-eating sharks. Role, female college student, girlfriend of Hudson. One of the protagonists, task, spread the word about the presence of man-eating sharks in the ocean in the summer. The seaside city of Orange County basked in its moment of glory. The crystal-clear waters, pristine white sands, and the long, boundless coastline, with the water's depth just right, were adorned with swaying coconut trees in the sea breeze. Two mischievous children dashed along the beach, inadvertently toppling a few scuttling hermit crabs. A bikini-clad woman reclined under a sunshade, sipping iced tea with sunglasses perched on her nose, her raised brow seemingly narrating her comfort. Not far from the dock, several yachts bobbed in the water, varying in size and age. A group of young people boarded one of the boats, led by a muscular youth whose fiery red hair blazed under the summer sun, and whose emerald eyes sparkled like precious gems. He was Theo Hudson, a second-year finance major at West Virginia Public University, captain of the football team, and a campus celebrity, known for his striking looks and prestigious background. Following closely behind him was his best friend, Cherokee Scagrini, a gifted physics student with striking blue hair, whose stature was hardly dwarfed by Theo's. The rest were Theo's football teammates, Tuck Sterling, Ethan Montgomery, and Ethan's girlfriend, Luna Sterling. Trailing behind Theo was Olivia Zhou, a fair-skinned, beautiful Asian girl who had been dating him for just a week. Tux and Luna were siblings, while Luna's acquaintance with Ethan was facilitated by their mutual friends on the team. During the summer break, the six of them traveled from Kansas to vacation on the Orange County coast. They rented a yacht, aiming to escape the crowds and venture into the deeper ocean. Equipped with fishing rods, playing cards, food, and drinks, they boarded the yacht with their luggage. "It's so hot," Olivia complained, her hands empty as her two large suitcases were being carried by her boyfriend. Wearing a large sun hat, the brim cast a shadow over her beautiful, fair face, and her pale fingers seemed to glow under the sun. Even in her petulant complaint, her expression revealed her disdain, and she was undeniably lovely. So beautiful that Luna, as a woman, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her, secretly resenting her brother for suggesting a beach vacation. Knowing full well that Olivia despised the sun, he still insisted on bringing her out during the hottest season. Unaware of his sister's grievances, Tux flashed a friendly smile at Olivia. "Just bear with it a little longer. We'll be on the boat soon." Olivia wrinkled her nose and huffed at him, tossing her hair as she passed her diligent boyfriend and entered the cabin. "Hurry up. It's so hot." At the sound of her words, Theo immediately quickened his pace. The campus's confident and rebellious figure now transformed into an obedient partner in front of his beloved. Before long, the yacht sailed out of the harbor, heading into the depths of the ocean. At that moment, they were blissfully unaware of the harrowing crisis that awaited them during this holiday. In the nearshore area, many others shared their sentiments, desiring to avoid the crowds, so the group steered their yacht deeper into the ocean, eventually discovering a tranquil sea. The gentle sea breeze and calm waters surrounded them, and not far away, a school of fish erupted, their silver scales reflecting blinding light under the sun. A few restless boys quickly grabbed fishing rods, boasting about who could catch the biggest fish. Theo, disinterested in the boys' childish games, preferred to spend his time with Olivia, who he had only recently begun dating, wishing to be glued to her side for all 24 hours. However, he often found himself pushed away for being too clingy. This time was no different. Olivia and Luna sat together, chatting intermittently, with Luna doing most of the talking while Olivia occasionally chimed in, her demeanor reflecting irritation. Already bothered by the heat, she felt a warm male body pressing against her back. A young man, solidly built, leaned in closer, wrapping a strong arm around her waist. "What are you two chatting about?" Theo thought that Luna should take the hint and leave them alone to enjoy each other's company. Luna, however, remained steady, seemingly unaware of the subtle hostility emanating from Theo. "It's too hot. Get away from me." Olivia, never one to tolerate discomfort, slapped her palm against his chest, causing his muscles to yield momentarily before springing back. Theo's chest felt no pain. Rather, Olivia's hand turned a bright shade of red. "Go away, go away, go away." The increasingly irritable girl pushed him away, wishing she could bite him. At that moment, Theo was less compliant, stubbornly leaning against his girlfriend like a large dog. Luna could hardly bear to watch. She intended to retreat to the cabin for a nap when she suddenly heard Theo's excited exclamation, "Wow, I caught a big fish. Chapter 23. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 2. Luna hurriedly rushed outside, only to see her boyfriend straining against a fishing rod, his forehead veins bulging, while Tux stood behind him, holding him tightly around the waist. Luna curiously gathered around, but felt no surprise. After all, there were many large creatures in the sea, and their current location was not shallow. Ethan also set down his fishing rod, intrigued by the duo. Tux's face flushed as he struggled, muscles taut in his arms and legs, the two of them wrestling with the large fish for over half an hour until both parties exhausted their strength. Finally reeling it in. It was a massive fish, measuring over 8 feet in length and weighing about 770 pounds, approximately 350 kilograms, its sleek body shimmering under the sunlight. Tuna is regarded as a premier sashimi ingredient, with its belly meat exhibiting a delicate pinkish hue and intricate marbling reminiscent of snowflakes. Its rich and succulent texture makes it highly sought after. The excitement among a few individuals aboard the vessel was palpable. Such a magnificent fish could either be sold or savored for personal enjoyment. However, none of those present hailed from financially disadvantaged backgrounds, and thus the few dollars from selling fish were of little concern. Xiao, born into an illustrious American dynasty, had ancestors who were once counts. They arrived in America during the age of exploration and, through transoceanic trade, amassed considerable wealth in a remarkably short time. After centuries of accumulation, the Hudson family flourished, with their enterprises spanning various sectors. In contrast, the Cherokee family could not compare. Yet, as a military and political lineage, he had mingled with the elite since childhood. Notably, the current prominent figure in America shares his surname and is his uncle, albeit one with a homosexual orientation destined to remain childless. Thus, Cherokee was deemed his heir. The others in their circle, while not as affluent, belonged to the upper echelons of society. Curiously, the least privileged among them was Olivia, a Chinese-American whose family operated a modestly sized public company, barely granting her entry into the upper class. Yet, these pampered young lords and ladies, accustomed to indulgence, displayed an unusual docility in her presence, regardless of how much they complained or the seemingly impossible requests she made. For instance, now Olivia stepped out and frowned, her tone devoid of excitement, only irritation. I do not consume raw food. Naturally, she would not demand that others cook the exquisite sashimi to accommodate her, as it would be a waste. Instead, she merely lamented about the raw offerings and how she was expected to partake. Upon her remark, the ever-loyal sidekick, Xiao, immediately chimed in. No worries, Olivia, I'll catch you some other fish. With that, she turned her nose up and retreated into the cabin, feeling the sun's harsh rays redden her skin. She could not fathom how these individuals could endure such scorching sunlight, nor why they were so keen on tanning. As she tapped her phone screen, watching the signal bar in the upper right corner spin incessantly with no web page refreshing, her frustration led her to toss the device aside, muttering curses under her breath. Cherokee emerged from the cabin, his rebellious blue hair tousled, and his peacock blue eyes lazily fixed on her. Oh, why hasn't the young lady started throwing things yet? Olivia rolled her eyes in response. Leave me be. She turned away, ignoring him. It was said that Olivia had a bad temper, but in her view, none of the group possessed a commendable temperament, including the seemingly frivolous Cherokee. He was, in fact, the most irritable among them. Olivia recalled an incident where someone had mocked him as a nerdy pretty boy, only to vanish from campus shortly thereafter. Who would believe that was coincidental? He truly had a terrible temper. Cherokee, as if to himself, lamented aloud, just loud enough for her to hear. Olivia's anger flared instantly, glaring at him and retorting, You know exactly who has a bad temper. She thought, incredulously charmed. What stroke of luck had Xiao encountered to win such an adorable girlfriend? Cherokee clenched his jaw, casting a discreet glance at the girl, his hidden emotions surfacing in the dim corners of his gaze, sweeping over her form inch by inch, from her furrowed brows to the iridescent glow of her skin under the cabin lights, his eyes seemingly glued to her. The once carefree young master transformed into a brooding figure. Olivia felt a chill run down her spine, as if a predator had fixed its gaze upon her, with her first suspicion landing on Cherokee. Yet, upon turning back, she found him engrossed in his phone, as though it held something captivating. Olivia, come here. I caught a grouper, Xiao exclaimed, displaying a vibrant red grouper, slightly longer than his palm, yet appearing quite succulent. Its scales glistened like blood under the sun. The flesh of the red grouper is firm and flavorful, commonly prepared in America by pan-frying or grilling. In this instance, they would gut it, clean it, cut it into fillets, marinate it with olive oil, salt, and black pepper, and then grill it over medium heat. Having taken on a discerning girlfriend, the once pampered young master gradually acquired various life skills, mastering the art of grilling fish. The delightful aroma is soon wafted through the air, eliciting a rumble from Olivia's stomach. Having consumed a considerable portion of the fish, Olivia felt satisfied, though remnants of bones littered the table. After a contented burp, she began to fuss. How messy. Clean this up quickly. The group of idle young lords and ladies immediately banded together, and within moments, the table was restored to its tidy state. Observing from the sidelines, Cherokee let out a derisive laugh, muttering, "Love-struck fool." At that moment, Olivia noticed the slothful figure and morphed into a paragon of justice. "Cherokee, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take out the trash." Seeing her fingers reddened from the weight of the heavy trash bin, he feigned disdain but obediently took it from her, adding, "With your feeble strength, you should just rest nearby instead of trying to show off. Where do I dispose of this?" Cherokee glanced at the trash bin, questioning whether the yacht had a designated waste area. Ethan shook his head. "No, it's just food scraps. Just toss it into the sea." The trash bin contained unfinished tuna, with only the fatty belly consumed, alongside some fish bones and entrails. Since there was no plastic involved, they could safely discard it into the ocean without polluting the environment. It might even provide a feast for the smaller fish. As the kitchen waste was tossed into the ocean, blood quickly spread, its scent attracting numerous small fish. A trail of blood was whisked away by the currents, drifting towards the depths, expanding to places unknown to them. Beneath the surface, a massive shadow glided through the ocean, scattering schools of fish in its wake. Keenly detecting the faint scent of blood, with a flick of its tail, it altered its course, swimming towards the source of the scent. Back on the yacht, the satisfied group returned to the cabin after setting down a few fishing rods on the deck, unable to endure the summer afternoon sun. Turks pulled out a deck of cards. Recently, Olivia had introduced him to a card game from an Eastern nation called Do Di Ju. The American, unaccustomed to this blend of strategy, intelligence, and luck, was instantly captivated. "Come on, we need 3 more players." Luna and Ethan, equally engaged, took the remaining slots. Olivia attempted to leave, but Luna pulled her back. "Olivia, stay and keep me company. You're the best at Do Di Ju among us. With you here, we will surely dominate." After a flurry of compliments, Olivia's smile became uncontainable, and with a huff, she relented. "Fine, it's only because you begged me." Initially reluctant to stay, she soon found herself engrossed in the game, the 2 girls dominating the table while leaving Ethan and Turks pale-faced. Olivia, particularly wary of Turks after he won a hand by playing a spring, felt her face flush with embarrassment, tears welling in her eyes. While a concerned Xiao shot daggers at him with his gaze. The game continued throughout the afternoon and, after dining, dusk settled in, the heat of the day dissipating. They moved deck chairs onto the deck, their small table laden with a variety of beverages, as upbeat dance music blared from the speakers. Adventurous Luna was the first to sway her hips, with Ethan soon joining, followed closely by Turks. Initially, the 2 boys were together, but gradually, Ethan abandoned his friend to get closer to his girlfriend. The pair danced intimately in the dark, lost in their own world, kissing, their gazes igniting sparks. Xiao, once the life of the party, found himself at a loss. His girlfriend detested such gatherings, often complaining about the stench of sweat on the dance floor. Clearly, he preferred to be close to her rather than dance with his friends. She was soft and fragrant, a delightful presence. Yet, he insisted on squeezing onto a deck chair with Olivia, leaving her with no choice but to recline against him. Cherokee stood to the side, arms crossed, his face partially obscured in the darkness, his expression shadowy beneath the flickering lights. Despite his evident annoyance, he seemed to torture himself by not leaving. Suddenly, the yacht jolted violently, causing everyone aboard to scream. What happened? Chapter 24, The Shark of the Sea, Part 3, The abrupt collision rocked the yacht. The nighttime sea breeze intensifying, waves rising around them. The group scrambled to find something to hold on to, scanning for the source of the impact. What is going on? Xiao instinctively shielded Olivia, even disregarding the large bruise forming on his waist from the collision. At the moment of the incident, Cherokee instinctively rushed towards the young girl. halting just a step away even as he observed Theo securely holding her in his embrace. Suddenly, a powerful jolt rocked the yacht, causing it to sway perilously. Immediately, a sound echoed from the fishing rod, the line sizzling as it unraveled. Turk muttered a curse. What kind of fish is making such a commotion? A shark. Fortunately, the yacht remained stationary, with the fishing line extending wildly to a great distance. After a brief wait without a third impact, it seemed the large fish had swum far away, and the group gradually relaxed their vigilance. Ethan approached to grasp the fishing rod, only to be nearly yanked into the sea by a sudden force. It was only thanks to the quick reflexes of the Sterling siblings that he was kept from plunging into the dark ocean. Gratefully acknowledging their help, Ethan peered over the side of the boat. However, the inky surface of the sea resembled a gaping abyss, with only the undulating night breeze hinting at the creatures lurking beneath. Olivia curiously leaned closer, flanked by Theo and Cherokee, who kept a protective stance on either side. Theo glanced at his friend, receiving nothing but an innocent expression in return, and furrowed his brow in contemplation, deciding it was not the moment for such discussions. Coveting a good friend's girlfriend was certainly not a commendable habit. What kind of fish is it? Olivia asked. Observing the trio, Ethan with the fishing rod and the Sterling siblings holding him, each displaying signs of strain, bulging veins, flushed cheeks, and tense muscles indicating the pressure being exerted. We've hooked something massive, Theo explained softly, a seasoned angler with 14 years of experience at just 19. Recognizing that the fish on the other end was larger than the bluefin tuna caught earlier that morning. It could very well be a shark, Cherokee added ominously. Leaning close to Olivia to intimidate her, it could swallow you whole. Get lost, Olivia retorted, exasperated with the flippant young man who constantly provoked her. The young man, undeterred by her slap, merely shrugged with a hint of pride, as if to say, see, it was your girlfriend who struck first. Theo's expression darkened as he shot a warning glare at his companion, then, in a display of intimacy, wrapped an arm around Olivia's shoulders, reassuringly stating, don't be afraid. Olivia, I'll protect you. Ignoring him, Olivia focused intently on the fishing, leaving him to perform a one-man show. This fish was far more challenging to reel in than the tuna from earlier, exerting immense strength. After over an hour of struggle, Ethan finally sensed a decrease in the fish's resistance and shouted in excitement. We're almost there. The fish is tiring. Sleepy Olivia perked up, anxiously watching him raise the rod. Reel it in, lower it, and repeat the process. A shadow gradually surfaced not far from the yacht, its silvery tail glistening under the moonlight like a meteor fallen into the sea. The shadow drew closer, thrashing more violently as the trio expended their energy, and eventually, Cherokee joined the fray to barely keep up. However, just as the giant fish was about to breach the surface, the force on the line suddenly intensified, far exceeding its initial strength, overwhelming even Cherokee. Ethan found himself wedged against the railing, with three heavy bodies pressing down on him, air in his lungs dwindling. His face flushed, arms trembling from exertion, he hoarsely yelled, "What is happening? What is it?" "It's a shark," Theo exclaimed, his face darkening as he spotted the triangular fin cutting through the water. Beneath the inky surface, a much larger shadow stirred. "It's a great white shark," Olivia murmured, recognizing the size of the creature. The great white shark, the apex predator of the ocean, is among the largest predatory fish known to man and one of the three most dangerous to humans, causing over 15 attacks annually along the coasts of the United States. Typically measuring between 13 to 20 feet, with a record size reaching 23 feet and 75 inches, the one before them appeared even more colossal. Exceeding 30 feet in length, a true leviathan, its blue-black back seamlessly blended with the ocean, and had it not been for the fin breaking the surface, they might have never detected its presence. "Cut the line," Olivia cried, fully aware that human strength could never match this oceanic behemoth. At her command, Theo immediately grabbed a knife, and the line snapped with a dull thud. The four of them, tightly packed together, stumbled backward as the sudden release of tension sent them tumbling in a heap. Cherokee found himself at the bottom, experiencing what Ethan had just moments before. "What the hell? Where did this shark come from? What is wrong with it? Trying to steal our catch?" he grumbled as he was helped up. The others echoed their complaints, but Olivia, usually the most delicate among them, remained unusually silent, her face pale in the light, a mask of distress. The two who had been paying close attention to her immediately sensed something was amiss. "What is wrong, Olivia?" Are you feeling unwell? Theo asked with concern. Olivia gripped his wrist tightly, fear consuming her, her strength causing noticeable red marks on his dark skin. Olivia, don't be afraid. Just tell me what's wrong. Theo urged, enveloping her in his embrace. She seemed to draw strength from his warm, broad hold, her complexion still pale, but no longer trapped in uncontrollable terror. Trembling lips parted as she spoke, her voice laced with anxiety. That fish is a great white shark. Its size is abnormal, far too large and… Olivia swallowed hard. A flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. It must have fixed its gaze on us. Following her line of sight, Theo looked towards the water, where the formidable triangular fin sliced through the surface like a razor. Under the moonlight, it appeared particularly sinister. In that moment, a chill coursed through the hearts of all present. Sharks are patient and strategic hunters. They can remain hidden beneath the surface, waiting for seals to approach, striking with deadly precision. Even if they miss, they adapt their strategy, observing their prey for the next opportunity. If this apex predator had truly set its sights on them, it possessed all the patience and time needed to toy with them. In the eyes of this colossal marine beast, mere humans, even aboard a yacht slightly larger than itself, were utterly insignificant. No way, it might just be feeding. Once it's full, it will leave, Ethan attempted to reassure himself with absurd optimism. The water was stained a deep crimson, the blood of the unknown fish that had been shredded by the shark. The moon cast its silvery glow, illuminating the pitch-black sea that was intermittently disrupted by the shark's fin. Suddenly, Ethan felt a wave of dread wash over him, raising his voice to mask his fear. Exactly. It will definitely leave once it's full. You're such a fool. Olivia scolded, tearing away the veil of self-deception. To the great white shark. We are the true prey. That big fish was merely an appetizer. With that, she stormed into the cabin, leaving behind a remark. Tonight, if it's full, we'll be relatively safe. Moreover, it would need time to assess their strength. A highly strategic great white shark never undertakes useless endeavors. Theo hurried after Olivia. Let us get a good night's sleep. At dawn, we'll leave. Chapter 25. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 4. At just past 4 in the morning, the first light of dawn broke, casting a golden glow across the sea, shimmering under the sun, blending the ocean and sky in a breathtaking vista. If only the imposing presence of the great white shark were absent, it would be perfect. Over an hour earlier, this colossal predator had begun its probing, with sounds of crashing reverberating from below, causing the yacht to sway helplessly in the vast ocean. The others were roused from their slumber, begrudgingly rising with grumbled complaints. Olivia, her hair a chaotic explosion, bore large dark circles under her eyes, appearing utterly dazed and confused, half-closed eyes indicating she had not yet fully awakened from her dreams. Theo was at the helm, steering the yacht toward the shore, but the lurking giant shark consistently disrupted their progress. There's a problem. Olivia rubbed her eyes, becoming more alert. The shark is following us. Are we really going to lead it back to shore? She knew that the shoreline was teeming with thousands of tourists. And just 10 meters from the coast, the water plunged to over 15 meters deep. Further out, it only got deeper. The playful tourists in the water would be akin to a sumptuous buffet for the great white shark. While she wished to escape danger, she did not want to transfer that peril to others. The group fell silent, momentarily taken aback. This matter was tacitly ignored by them, and only when Olivia brought it up did they suddenly remember. Among the countless visitors along the coast, both men and women, young and old, they should not bear the consequences of their mistakes. But what shall we do? Tex inquired, as the yacht's fuel was insufficient. They had calculated the fuel and destination before setting sail. The fuel tank contained enough for 1.5 round trips, but no more. They could not even take a detour to evade the shark, especially since it seemed to have fixated on them. There was only one way, to fight to the death. Luna's declaration startled the others. Tex, taken aback, scolded his sister. Are you insane? We kill a shark that exceeds 30 feet in length? This creature is even more terrifying than the highest recorded size. Then what do you suggest we do? Luna fixed her gaze on her brother, articulating their predicament clearly. The fuel is inadequate, and the shark is targeting us. Aside from fighting it to the death, what other options do we have? Tex was momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a counterargument. He understood Luna to be a spirited girl, brimming with vitality and a thirst for adventure, bold and free, never to be confined by anything. Her resolute questioning silenced all who wished to object, yet some still harbored the hope that they had not reached an irreconcilable point. However, this glimmer of hope was swiftly extinguished by Olivia. Haven't you noticed? The impact is growing stronger. The group paused to sense the increasing force of the strikes, which were indeed more powerful than an hour prior, each one more ferocious than the last. Without something to brace against, they could be toppled. I told you. It's testing us. The girl suppressed her underlying fear, her expression fragile, yet underlined with a hint of strength. It is gauging our size and weight through these relentless collisions, determining how much force is required to destroy the yacht. Given the intelligence of a great white shark, it would not comprehend that the yacht is an inanimate object, but rather perceives the entire vessel as a single entity. This was evidenced by the occasional ear-piercing screeches emanating from the hull, indicating the shark's jaws were biting into it. The absence of a bloody scent following its gnawing was perplexing to it. It was certain that this colossal shark had yet to exert its full strength. But it was presumed that the outcome was not far off. Once the shark breached the yacht, those aboard would become its meal. It was imperative to eliminate or shake off the shark before it could wreak havoc on the yacht. Theo's serious demeanor bore a resolute expression as he calmly proclaimed this. Clearly, they all understood that the latter option was unattainable. The shark had already set its sights on them. The group dispersed to search for weapons, sharp harpoons, sturdy cleavers, and a crowbar, along with the only handgun they had brought along, a Glock 19, 9mm caliber, with a 15-round magazine, commonly used in law enforcement, possessing sufficient lethality while remaining lightweight. This firearm was entrusted to its owner, Theo. Although the teenagers present had varying degrees of shooting experience, none could rival Theo and Cherokee, both of whom had official backgrounds and had trained under retired officers from elite units. Ethan dropped the anchor to prevent them from being swept away by the current into unknown waters. If they were to get lost, it would spell disaster. With their weapons in hand, before departing, Theo looked at his girlfriend seated in the cabin, his eyes gleaming with a smile, as if the journey ahead was not fraught with peril but akin to a trip to an amusement park to buy her a gift. Olivia, don't be afraid. I will return soon. The proud young man squatted down, gently reassuring his pale-faced girlfriend, nuzzling against her like a large dog, his eyes bright and unwavering, devoid of fear, instead burning with fierce determination. All right, Olivia, may I have a lucky kiss? Olivia gazed at him intently, placing her palm against his cheek, her underlying fear dissipating slightly. Yet her playful retort returned to her mind. If you come back missing limbs, I'll just find a new boyfriend. I think Cherokee is a good option. Though he can be brash, he is undeniably handsome. Not far away, Cherokee scoffed at this, raising an eyebrow. Sure, I've been waiting for you to say that. Theo's voice grew serious. Cherokee, calm down, my friend. I was only joking, no need for such a reaction. The young man shrugged, a playful smile on his face. Olivia reiterated, I'm not joking. She simply could not accept a boyfriend who returned disfigured. If you come back missing limbs, I'll replace you with a new boyfriend. Of course, he must be to my liking. Theo was not lightly affected by his girlfriend's ruthless words. He held her head and pulled her into a deep kiss, exchanging warmth and intertwining tongues, his powerful lungs as a football player leaving her breathless. You can forget it, Olivia, you are mine for life. His voice was hoarse yet intimate, whispering softly into Olivia's ear, his long fingers caressing her cheek. Darling, I will return safely for you. He must bring his beloved home. Cherokee observed the tender couple from a distance, the flames of jealousy igniting within him, burning his heart and reddening his eyes, struggling to suppress the urge to separate them. Suddenly, the memory of her words echoed in his mind. If you come back missing limbs, I'll find a new boyfriend. The young man cast a furtive glance at his friend's arms and legs, a subtle smile creeping at the corners of his lips. He had no intention of taking his friend's life, merely wishing for him to lose a small part of his body. After all, accidents are common in battle, right? They departed, leaving the cabin empty, with only Olivia remaining. The echoes of the young men's cheerful call seemed to linger in the air. Olivia, wait for us to return. We'll present the great white shark as a trophy for you. Looking at her phone, still showing no signal, the girl lowered her gaze. Lost in thought, the sound of waves filled the air as the yacht rocked upon the sea. Olivia covered her ears, as if this would convince her that her friends were not fighting a deadly battle with the great white shark, but rather enjoying a barbecue on the deck under the blazing sun. She loathed her helplessness, abhorred her cowardice, as waves of fear and guilt washed over her. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the deck, unmistakably a male voice. Olivia's heart raced, and without a second thought, she dashed out of the cabin. Theo. Chapter 26. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea. Part 5. The injured party was not Theo, but Ethan. A chunk of flesh had been brutally bitten from his arm, exposing torn tendons and bloodied muscle, revealing fragments of shattered bone. Blood dripped from his arm, pooling at his feet. The young man clutched his arm, howling in agony, his cries causing Olivia to freeze in her tracks. Being relatively new to the group, she was not particularly close to anyone, especially not to someone like Ethan who had a girlfriend. They had barely exchanged a few words. Yet at that moment, witnessing the horrifying wound on the young man's arm, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. As a professional football player, such an injury nearly signaled the end of his career. Clearly, the others understood this too, their heads bowed in sorrow. Luna, as his girlfriend, had no time to concern herself with her boyfriend. Instead, she transformed her grief into fury, brandishing the harpoon in her hand and charging forward, plunging it into the shark's head. Indeed, the shark leapt from the water, revealing half its body, its head resting on the yacht, jaws agape to reveal a mouth full of teeth. The great white shark thrashed in pain, nearly toppling Luna, who was attempting to extract the harpoon. Luna, let go! Tex shouted anxiously, seeing his sister's half-body hanging in the air above the shark's menacing teeth. If she fell, Luna's neck turned crimson from exertion. No. They had few weapons, each one their only hope of defeating the great white shark. They could not afford to lose any. Tex cursed, frustrated with his stubborn sister. Yet no amount of anger could change the situation. He rushed over, striking the great white shark with the iron rod in his hand. The rod, rough against the shark's sandpaper-like skin, produced a deafening sound. The rod, barely the length of his arm, could not inflict any real damage. It merely seemed to tickle the beast, only serving to incite its ferocity further. Luna, let go. You will die? Luna ignored him. Perhaps even God was moved by her determination. In the final moment before her body completely left the yacht, she finally pulled out the harpoon, but simultaneously, her body became unmoored, uncontrollably falling downward due to gravity. Below, the enraged great white shark was already preparing for another assault, its massive shadow swimming beneath the surface, its dorsal fin becoming increasingly visible above the water. Tex's eyes widened in horror, instinctively lunging forward, but his feet suddenly slipped, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. No, Luna. The young man closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight of his sister meeting her demise at the jaws of a shark. Tears trickled from the corners of his eyes, quickly dampening his face, until a strained voice pierced through his daze, urging him to assist. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help. Upon hearing this, Tex opened his eyes to see Theo leaning over the railing, one hand reaching out towards the yacht, as if grasping something. In an instant, Tex realized what was in his hand and rushed forward to see that he was indeed holding Luna. She was unharmed. She had not fallen into the abyss nor succumbed to the jaws of the shark. A wave of immense relief surged within him, and he quickly lent his assistance. Cherokee joined in, and within mere seconds, the three of them pulled Luna back to safety, narrowly evading the shark's attack. The girl, still shaken, collapsed onto the deck, beads of cold sweat trickling from her forehead, her lips pale, yet her face flushed with the thrill of near suffocation. She patted her chest, still tightly clutching the harpoon. Tex felt a mix of anger and amusement, but given his sister's reckless nature, he maintained a serious demeanor and admonished, Luna, is your life more important than that harpoon? If you dare to act so foolishly again, just wait until I get my hands on you. Luna, flustered and frightened, did not retort in the face of her brother's reproach. The young man seized his sister's harpoon and exchanged weapons with her, insisting, you shall wield this instead. The remorseful girl blushed deeply, unable to voice her ire. Olivia tended to Ethan's wounds with a simple efficiency. Her stomach churning, yet she bore no disdain as she cleaned the injury, applied a coagulant powder, and wrapped it with bandages, completing the task with remarkable skill. Thank goodness the first aid kit was on the shopping list. It was commendable how thoughtful these young men were. Perhaps being athletes made them particularly attentive to such matters. Luna, come help me. Olivia's call immediately drew Luna's attention, dispelling the gloom in her heart. What do you need, Olivia? She replied promptly. Olivia pointed at Ethan, who was nearly unconscious from the rough bandaging. We need to drag him into the cabin. What if someone accidentally steps on him on the deck? Seeing the bandage on her boyfriend's arm, tears of gratitude welled in Luna's eyes. How considerate of you, Olivia. The two girls, working in tandem, finally managed to hoist the heavy Ethan into the cabin. Luna cast a worried glance at her boyfriend and said, Olivia, please take care of Ethan for me. I must continue my fight. He's unconscious and doesn't require care, Olivia replied calmly. Just ensure he doesn't develop a fever. Then please keep an eye on him. Luna's words were cut off by Olivia. What I mean is, I want to fight alongside you. Are you out of your mind? Luna exclaimed. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? You saw Ethan's wounds, Olivia. Can you accept the disfigured self? Olivia hesitated for a few seconds before declaring, regardless, I will fight by your side. Impossible. Theo will never agree to that. Not to mention Theo. Neither her brother nor Cherokee would ever consent to such a preposterous request. Olivia was too delicate and temperamental, accustomed to being pampered and adorned, flitting through balls and banquets. How could she confront the ferocity of a ravenous shark? This understanding was a shared consensus among their small group. Regardless of who survived until the end, they would ensure that the young lady returned home unscathed. He can't control me, Luna retorted fiercely. I alone determine my fate. He has no say over me. A mere boyfriend, seeking to dominate her? Olivia, under no circumstances will I agree to this. I wish for your safety. You need not face these dangers. We will protect you with all our might. Must I watch you get hurt? Olivia's voice choked with emotion, as if a lump of cotton were lodged in her throat, tears of frustration spilling uncontrollably. Olivia, it will be all right. We will all be fine. Luna attempted to reassure her. Before she could finish her sentence, a formidable shadow loomed from the doorway, striding into the cabin with purpose. Before she could react, a strong arm encircled her waist, drawing her deep into the cabin. Gazing after the retreating figures, all that was visible was the tall, broad silhouette of the young man. The only glimpse of a pair of feet, their pale skin contrasting with the dark fabric. With a sigh, Luna picked up the crowbar that Ethan had previously wielded, casting one last look at her sleeping boyfriend before planting a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. Ethan, I am off to fight. Grant me a stroke of luck with a kiss. She hoped Theo could reason with Olivia. Deep within the cabin, the tall young man held the girl firmly at the waist, pinning her against the wall. In that moment, the true expression of Hudson's air emerged. His gaze was oppressive and commanding, locking onto the tempestuous girl, yet his voice remained soft as he coaxed. Olivia, be good, all right? I refuse. Suddenly, a nimble tongue invaded her mouth, swirling and entangling with hers, as if it sought to consume her entirely. Olivia nearly believed this man to be the very shark that devoured men. The lengthy, suffocating kiss finally ceased, with Theo resting his forehead against hers, gently murmuring, Olivia, please. Just this once, all right? After we return, I will grant you anything you desire. He whispered something into her ear, watching with satisfaction as her face turned crimson. You scoundrel! Acting so lewd in broad daylight. Theo felt no pain or humiliation from the gentle slap of his girlfriend's soft palm across his cheek. His mind was consumed with one thought: how delightful it would be to kiss her. Fortunate for him, Olivia remained unaware of his lewd thoughts. Otherwise, she would certainly have slapped him again. Chapter 27. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 6. After battling through the morning, not only the boys, but even the shark's stamina was waning. Neither side had claimed victory. If one were to argue, the boys appeared far worse for wear. One had become incapacitated, and in the vastness of the ocean, without medical assistance, survival was left to chance. The remaining few bore varying degrees of injury, the most severe being Luna. Fueled by the distress of her injured boyfriend, the flames of anger within her ignited a remarkable strength. Her body, honed through extreme sports, was now a testament to her physical prowess, and her fury only intensified her attacks. The others, too, were marked with wounds of varying severity. Theo's arm bore a graze that extended from his elbow to his neck, inflicted by the shark's rough skin, while Cherokee suffered a nearly 6-inch gash on his calf, revealing bone, a close call with the great white shark's sharp teeth that nearly severed his hand. When Theo saved him, the boy felt a heavy heart, burdened by guilt for his cowardice, yet he had no intention of changing. The world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. Whatever he desired, he would seize by any means necessary, even if it meant taking away his best friend's beloved. Tex fared worse than the others, having been violently struck by the shark's head, crashing into the cabin, feeling as though his insides had shifted painfully. Could there be internal bleeding? Luna inquired with concern. Currently confined to the cabin as support staff, Olivia shook her head. That possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, they were not professional doctors, nor did they possess any medical equipment to ascertain Tex's condition. However, merely observing the young man's inability to rise indicated that his injuries were serious. If possible, it would be best to rest. Luna lowered her gaze, biting her lip as she looked at the two who had remained silent throughout. In their small group, the most affluent and capable were Theo and Cherokee, who had always been the leaders. While it was often said that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain, these two managed to get along until now. If they could endorse Olivia's proposal, then her brother would not have to face the dangers of the great white shark and could focus on healing. However, this would mean that the remaining members would bear greater risks and pressures. I will strive to compensate for my brother's absence. Please allow Tex to recover. At the end of her plea, a hint of desperation crept into her tone. They certainly did not wish to agree. The dynamics of 4 fighting versus 3 were drastically different. Losing one person meant an increase in danger for the others. Yet forcing an injured teammate into battle was not their style. The air fell into a heavy silence, and the light in Luna's eyes gradually dimmed from its initial fervor. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, tears streaming down her cheeks and splattering onto the ground. We will all perish if this continues. Olivia's voice shattered the awkwardness. Though she struggled to maintain a facade of indifference, her trembling tone betraying her true feelings. The shark has not exerted its full strength. Even this temporary truce is merely a result of your fatigue. It toys with you as a cat does with a mouse. Olivia inhaled deeply before continuing, acknowledging its intelligence, which may be comparable to that of a human child aged 8 or 9. The great white shark, as a cartilaginous fish, is generally believed to possess an intellect akin to that of a 4 to 5-year-old child. As it seems, all its innate talents are concentrated in its formidable physique and exceptional hunting skills. However, the creature before them is evidently not of the ordinary kind. It is unnaturally astute, an abnormality, indeed. Coupled with the colossal size and aggression of the shark, Olivia has reason to suspect it might be an escaped experimental specimen. It is well known that the United States often conducts horrific live experiments in secret, whether to develop weaponry or to exploit other characteristics of sharks, or perhaps simply out of sheer boredom. Thus, the possibility of an escaped experimental shark lurking in these waters cannot be dismissed. Perhaps there is an undisclosed laboratory nearby. No wonder, Theo murmured. The puncture marks on its fin led me to believe they were merely standard fish tags. In retrospect, it might have been an experimental identification number. Theo could hardly accept that he might perish due to a man-made catastrophe. The lofty scion had always been accustomed to gazing down at bowed heads, never meeting the eyes of others, who lowered their heads and folded their hands in respect before him. Those revered by society must bow in deference before the proud heir of the Hudson family. His privileged upbringing had instilled in him an extreme arrogance, which may not have been overtly displayed, but was nonetheless perceptible in subtleties. Now, he seethes at the thought that mere commoners have brought him to such a state of disarray. He vowed to obliterate the architect of his misfortune. Cherokee, too, was equally resolute, exchanging glances with Theo. The young man decided to temporarily set aside his jealousy and instead confront the anonymous puppet master behind this turmoil. However, the more pressing matter at hand was how to escape the jaws of the shark. Cherokee contemplated suggesting they simply abandon the situation and not engage with the shark. The lives of the civilians along the coast were worth little, after all. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of tears in the girl's eyes, he found himself unable to voice such thoughts. They were a selfish bunch, but Olivia was different. Her kindness would never permit him to abandon them. His suggestion might even provoke her disdain. Given her already unfavorable impression of him, adding the label of a callous, life-disregarding aristocrat would only complicate matters further. Though he considered the possibility of seizing what he desired through force, he still hoped for a mutual affection between them. Now, there was some good news. I just called the Maritime Patrol, and they said they would arrive in 2 hours. The young woman glanced at the time and continued, noting that 20 minutes had already passed. Well done, Olivia, Theo exclaimed, planting a kiss on the corner of his girlfriend's lips, a flicker of vitality returning to his previously languid expression. With 2 hours, perhaps they could endure this ordeal without further incident. Upon receiving this uplifting news, the weary group retreated to their rooms to rest, while Olivia, the only one who had not participated in the battle, made her way to the control room to keep a vigilant watch for updates from the Maritime Patrol. Theo felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to persuade his girlfriend to rest beside him, but she firmly declined, leaving him with no choice but to depart reluctantly. Olivia, however, was not adept at piloting the yacht. She could barely comprehend the meaning of the buttons on the control panel. Sitting idly while holding her phone, she incessantly refreshed the signal, which fluctuated between non-existence and a faint bar, vanishing within mere seconds. As she rested her chin on her hand, boredom began to set in when a deliberate, heavy footfall echoed from outside the control room. The tall figure of a young man turned the corner, his face fully revealed, illuminated by the sunlight dancing on his blue hair. Cherokee. He stepped into the control room and casually shut the door behind him with a click of the lock. A wave of unease surged within Olivia, prompting her to instinctively retreat a step, her voice tinged with caution. What do you want? Olivia, what are you afraid of? The young man wore a familiar, flirtatious grin, feigning innocence as he approached her slowly. Huh, what do I have to fear? Olivia shot back, her brows furrowing in anger. Stay right there. Cherokee disregarded her command. I said stay back. Under the stark disparity of their physical strengths, Olivia's struggles proved futile, and soon she found herself cornered against the wall. This notorious playboy, who usually appeared so carefree, now revealed a dominating side that made Olivia realize he hailed from a lineage not unlike the Hudsons. Capturing her resisting hands, he leaned down to press his lips to hers, but she turned her head away, the kiss landing softly on her cheek instead. Unfazed, he pressed on, initiating a French kiss with her. Get away, she protested, her resistance seemingly igniting a thrill within him. What are you really here for? Olivia glared at him, suspicion creeping into her voice. Did you come here just to harass me? Harass? Olivia, do you consider my kiss an act of harassment? Surely not. Chapter 28. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 7. A sharp slap resonated within the control room, the air falling into a heavy silence. Olivia glared at the young man, who turned away, a clear mark of her fury etched across his face. There was no trace of guilt or shame. Instead, she wore an air of entitlement, as if her actions were inherently justifiable. It was as if no matter what she did, it would be deemed acceptable and forgiven. Cherokee tasted the metallic tang of blood on his tongue, the sting on his cheek igniting a peculiar exhilaration rather than anger. His handsome visage twisted into a manic smile. Yes, just like that. Show no mercy to anyone who dares approach you. The taste of blood intensified, but deep within him, a strange itch emerged, urging him to draw closer to the furious girl before him. Her beautiful eyes, ablaze with anger, sparkled like two clear glass beads, and her delicate face flushed with rage. She was captivating, like a perfect match for him. I've always wanted to ask you, given that we met serendipitously, why did you ultimately choose Theo? He is nothing but a muscle-bound fool. Shut up, Olivia interjected sharply. My affairs with Theo are none of your business. Get out. I just want one answer. In the face of her impatience, Cherokee remained resolute. This question had haunted him for months, like an inescapable shadow beneath the sun. He had contemplated letting it go, but each time he witnessed the couple's closeness, jealousy gnawed at his heart, threatening to consume his rationality. Jealousy, anger, resentment, and a deeply buried envy he refused to acknowledge all swirled within him. Why? Why choose Theo? What did he possess that made him superior to that muscle-bound idiot? The torment was unbearable. The only hardship he had ever faced was the grueling training of a privileged youth. He had never endured such emotional torture before. On countless sleepless nights, he questioned himself, plagued by jealousy over his perceived inadequacies compared to Theo. Olivia was oblivious to the tumult within the young man's heart. She merely found his sudden madness irksome. She had always detested this carefree playboy, and now he bore the mark of a lecherous man. I could never love a playboy. I'm not. Cherokee protested loudly. I have standards. I've never been with anyone before you. In fact, Theo's fidelity is far less certain. Olivia couldn't suppress a disdainful glance in his direction. His audacity was astounding. How could she trust her instincts and believe the words of a notorious flirt? Even if he spoke the truth, Olivia could never accept her boyfriend's involvement with others during their relationship, even if it was merely verbal. Such behavior would imply a lack of charm on her part. To Olivia, failing to control one's words was as distasteful as failing to control one's desires. Cherokee misinterpreted her disdain as disbelief and grew increasingly earnest, unconsciously inching closer. The distance between them had already been nearly non-existent, and with his advance, their bodies were now separated by only a thin layer of fabric, their upper bodies pressed closely together. Cherokee's bare torso, muscular and exposed, presented a striking presence. The stark whiteness of his chest and the well-defined contours of his abdomen silently asserting his existence. Olivia found her gaze irresistibly drawn to him, following the expanse of his alabaster skin. Noticing her captivation, Cherokee couldn't help but wear a self-satisfied smile. He did not waste his investment in a professional fitness trainer, utilizing the most appropriate methods to sculpt his physique into an alluring form. Each seemingly ordinary muscle has been meticulously crafted. Now, witnessing the expression on the young girl's face, Cherokee felt that all his efforts were justified. "Ollie, look, you do feel something for me, don't you?" The young man shook his chest, causing the small pendant hanging at his chest to sway pitifully. Olivia, who had shared countless encounters with Theo, felt an unexpected thirst arise within her. The combination of her insatiable desires and her confrontational nature ignited a yearning deep inside her. However, her strong sense of morality firmly restrained her. "What does it matter if I feel something? Romantic entanglements are completely normal," she thought, feigning indifference as she averted her gaze. "But I have a boyfriend, and I will not engage in anything beyond a platonic relationship with anyone other than him." Cherokee clenched his teeth in silence, his jealousy towards Theo reaching a boiling point. He grasped the girl's wrist and pressed it against his chest, his eyes glistening with earnest tears. "Ollie, why can't we indulge in our desires? For you, I could even accept a clandestine affair with Theo, just don't let him find out." Olivia stood there, momentarily stunned, when suddenly the door was kicked open with force. A towering young man stormed in like an enraged lion and landed a punch squarely on Cherokee's face. "You son of a bitch, Cherokee, I considered you a brother, yet you want to seduce my wife, don't you?" Cherokee's only response was, "Ollie is not your wife, FCK. Theo exclaimed, glaring at him, his fingers trembling with rage. "I'll kill you, you shameless scoundrel. Dressing provocatively just to tempt someone else's girlfriend." With that, he swung his fist again. Cherokee, not one to simply take a beating, retaliated despite having just harassed the girl and kissed her against her will. He felt no remorse and struck back. The two engaged in a fierce brawl in the driver's cabin. The sounds of chaos erupted. Tables overturned, windows shattered, and the door of the cabin was damaged. They fought their way from indoors to outdoors, exchanging blows, and soon their faces bore the marks of their conflict, bruises and cuts. Olivia, witnessing the mayhem, felt her temples throb with anger. The sight of Luna rushing out of the cabin, with Tux dragging his sickly body to witness the spectacle, pushed her fury to its peak. "Enough. With all this energy, you might as well jump into the water and battle sharks for 300 rounds. How embarrassing. You two. Get back." She pointed towards the cabin, and the Luna siblings darted back like mice fleeing a cat, their intentions unclear. Olivia glared at the culprits who brought her shame, her pent-up anger still unvented. Not one to endure, she marched up and slapped each of them across the face. The two arrogant young men, now sporting red marks on either side, felt no shame. Instead, one of them noted the sweet scent lingering on Olivia's palm, secretly vowing for a repeat performance. The other delighted in the fact that he was treated similarly to her official boyfriend, feeling emboldened to inch closer to her. Realizing their expressions showed no comprehension of the situation's gravity only fueled Olivia's anger. "What time is it for you to still be thinking about romantic entanglements? Can't you act a little more mature and reliable?" Cherokee interjected. "Ollie, do you prefer mature men?" Theo retorted, "Ollie clearly likes someone like me. And who are you to call her Ollie?" As they bickered, Olivia shouted, "Enough. Both of you leave." Seeing her genuinely enraged, the two quickly abandoned their jealousy and rushed to appease her. "Theo, Ollie, darling, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I won't do this again." Cherokee, "Ollie, I too apologize. I will try my best to control myself. Please don't ignore me." Olivia glared coldly at them, declaring sternly, "You two will share a room tonight. I want to sleep alone." Theo immediately cried out in despair, "No, don't do this to my darling." Cherokee, secretly pleased to keep them apart, replied, "All right, I'll keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't disturb you at night." Olivia added, "Only one condition, no fighting." If I find out, she narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint in her expression immediately silencing them. They nodded vigorously, appearing obedient, while Olivia knew well how obstinate and troublesome these two could be. With their complicated triangular relationship temporarily resolved, the sharks in the sea launched their next attack. Chapter 29, The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 8, with a deafening roar. The ship shook violently, throwing the three inside the cabin off balance. Seeing Olivia nearly collide with the sharp edge of the table, Cherokee's mind went blank as he instinctively reached out to shield her. A faint crack echoed as pain shot through Cherokee's palm, his lips paling, his expression contorting in agony. Yet, upon seeing Olivia safely fall into his embrace, the physical pain seemed to dissipate. Olivia met his gaze, concern evident in her eyes as she asked, "Are you all right?" Cherokee hesitated to move his hand, the pain indicating that he must be injured, perhaps a fracture or merely a soft tissue bruise. Nonchalantly, he extended his hand towards her, feigning a careless demeanor. "Yes, it hurts, but a little blow from you will suffice." Olivia promptly pushed him away. "Get lost." Meanwhile, Theo, who had just managed to regain his footing, looked up to see his best friend flirting with Olivia and rushed over, pushing Cherokee aside. "Ollie, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Olivia shook her head and pointed at Cherokee. "This guy is the one who has hurt." She then recounted how he had shielded her from injury. Theo dismissed it. "He likes you. It's normal for him to do anything for you. Don't worry." This was one aspect of Theo that Olivia appreciated. He possessed none of the arrogance typical of a privileged male, particularly when it came to his partner being pursued by others. He viewed it not as a betrayal, but rather as a testament to her allure, even believing that any intruder's actions were justifiable. Though he felt a twinge of annoyance, he harbored greater disdain for the oblivious interlopers trying to intrude, confident in his ability to deal with them. As the saying goes, a foolish man blames a woman, while a wise man eliminates the rival. If he could deal with the competition, there would be no one to intrude. He understood that any quarrel with Olivia would only push her further away, and he was astute enough not to make such a foolish mistake. For this wisdom, he credited his mother, who had instilled in him the lessons of life. After a brief respite that lasted barely a minute, the next assault from the great white shark struck. Another violent tremor rocked the vessel, more intense and rapid than the first. Olivia doubted the yacht would withstand the impact. But fortunately, the high-quality yacht they had rented held firm, swaying violently without capsizing. However, the third attack quickly followed, then the fourth and the fifth, each more ferocious than the last. They could hear the creaking and groaning of the ship as if it would topple at any moment. The tranquil waters were now tumultuous due to the presence of the enormous shark, the surging waves beneath signaling impending peril. The yacht lurched heavily, rising and falling like a resilient weeble. Yet, they knew well that the yacht was not invincible. If this continued, it would inevitably capsize. Olivia glanced at the time, 20 minutes remaining. With 20 minutes until the hour indicated by the Maritime Patrol, they were all too aware of the inefficiency that characterized American bureaucracy, from the officials to the citizens, who would drag their feet unless faced with tangible interests. Theo shielded her beneath his body, his arm gripping the edge of the dashboard tightly, so much so that his fingertips turned crimson, hinting at the blood pooling beneath his skin. Cherokee remained vigilant on the opposite side, his gaze never straying from Olivia. Theo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not intervene. Olivia's safety was paramount in this life-or-death scenario. As for their rivalry, it could wait until they were in a safer environment. This cannot continue. "We are too passive," Cherokee observed, calmly inquiring, "What do you propose?" Theo replied, "I need to go outside and assess the situation at the very least. That's dangerous." Olivia gazed at him, her voice filled with concern. "Are you planning to walk into your own demise?" "Ollie," the young man softened his tone, gently caressing her cheek. "This task must be undertaken by someone, and I am the best choice given my physical capabilities. I am not merely fighting for you, but for myself as well. The great white shark is our common adversary, and by taking the initiative, we may still have a sliver of hope." Olivia cast her gaze downward, enveloped in silence. Observing his girlfriend's stubborn demeanor, Theo couldn't help but smile. The gentle warmth of his smile softened the fierce expression that her sharp features often conveyed. "Olivia, do not worry. I promise I will return safe and sound." "I am not worried," she retorted. "I merely find it rare to encounter a boyfriend who serves as a dependable ally. If you were to die or we were to part ways, it would be difficult to accept, especially with a madman lurking nearby." In all of America, only Theo held the power to rival Cherokee, and coincidentally, she harbored a fondness for him. "Olivia, be good, will you?" The response from the young man was met with an unyielding slap. "Who are you instructing on what to do?" Despite being struck, Theo felt a sense of relief, for he understood that Olivia's attitude had softened. Indeed, in the next moment, the girl declared, There is a bundle of nylon rope in the cabinet. We will pull you back. Theo no longer resisted. Instead, he nodded in acquiescence. Olivia retrieved the nylon rope and handed it to Cherokee. You take it. I won't let the rough nylon chafe my skin. Cherokee regarded the substantial bundle of rope in his hands, his eyes darkening, as if endless schemes were swirling within. This presented a prime opportunity for him, the chance to discreetly eliminate his greatest enemy. Yet, as he gazed at the girl, her eyes seemed to possess an innate ability to see through his intentions, warning him against any unnecessary actions. Suddenly feeling a twinge of fear, Cherokee averted his gaze, gripping the nylon rope tightly. Should he seize the moment to act? He hesitated. Any sudden movement could spiral out of control and jeopardize lives. Although his intention was not to kill, with this in mind, Cherokee convinced himself and tightly bound multiple knots around Theo's waist with the nylon rope. Theo crawled cautiously onto the deck, inching his way outward while striving to maintain his balance amidst the violent turbulence. After a struggle, he managed to reach the railing. With a firm grip on the railing, he slowly stood and peered down at the churning sea. The waves roared ominously. Yet the great white shark was nowhere to be seen. It had evidently learned to avoid them, now lurking beneath the surface, waiting to capsize the boat and feast upon them once they fell into the water. Theo finally grasped the intelligence Olivia had attributed to the creature. This shark was indeed astute, far too cunning for a mere beast. Just as he contemplated returning along the railing, the boat lurched violently once more. Caught off guard, Theo slid out through the gap beneath the railing, his hips wedged, leaving half of his body dangling precariously. In the cockpit, Cherokee cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on the nylon rope and shouting, Theo, I've got you. Theo did not respond, merely giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the great white shark sensed an imminent meal and quietly surfaced from below, its triangular dorsal fin cutting through the water and its hollow yet merciless eyes fixated on him. A true predator's gaze. For a fleeting moment, Theo felt as though he had become prey, destined to be devoured by the great white shark. However, the fiery pain from his waist jolted him back to reality. His face paled as he struggled to cooperate with the movements behind him, inching his body back. His strong physique had always been a source of pride, granting him acclaim and admiration in both athletic and social spheres. Yet now, it felt like a burden. His low body fat percentage gave him a lean appearance, but his weight of 190 pounds exerted immense pressure on him, and that pressure was reciprocated onto Cherokee. Yet at that moment, the shark was poised to attack. With a resounding crash, the yacht seemed to sustain severe damage, sinking several inches. A sense of foreboding surged within Theo, and he realized that the great white shark had resurfaced beneath the waves. First, its fin broke the surface, followed by its gray-skinned head, slowly revealing half of its body. Its cold, lethal eyes fixed intently on him. Theo found himself cursing the foolish shark. Was there no other food in the sea? Why must it fixate on them? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he hastened to retreat into the yacht, disregarding the searing pain from his knees, thighs, and waist against the deck. He understood the gravity of the situation, bleeding or dying. He knew which was the better option. Cherokee, sensing the urgency, quickened his pace, and even Olivia, who had always remained detached, grasped the end of the rope. Olivia, don't look back, just pull. The girl discerned the urgency in Theo's movements and guessed that perhaps the shark had appeared. Given his precarious position, if he were to encounter the shark, Olivia could not bear the thought, even as the coarse nylon rope chafed her palms. An inexplicable anxiety urged her to act. Suddenly, Theo, leveraging his powerful core, thrust his body upward just as a massive gray shadow grazed his chin, subsequently crashing back into the water. The rolling waves caused the yacht to rock violently, and Olivia, caught off guard, fell heavily to the ground, her knees slamming against the deck, causing her face to pale from the pain. Cherokee instinctively released the rope to assist her, but then realized his precarious situation, grabbing the falling rope, which instantly cut into his palm, and on the deck, Theo narrowly avoided plummeting into the jaws of the great white shark, cursing bitterly. Cherokee, can you be a bit more reliable? Do you want me to deliver myself into the shark's mouth and let you monopolize my girlfriend? Cherokee recognized his fault, but could not resist Theo's retort, firing back, You won't die. I'm confident I can win Olivia over. I knew you were a scoundrel with ulterior motives. Just wait until I return alive. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Cherokee replied. I don't have time to argue with you. He turned to Olivia, his expression neutral as he inquired, Olivia, are you all right? Olivia, rising amidst the chaos, disregarded her throbbing knee and shook her head. I'm fine. Cherokee scanned her body and quickly noticed the swelling on her knee and elbow, expressing concern. You're hurt. His voice unconsciously rose with worry. Before Olivia could respond, Theo, having regained some strength after their brush with death and now unable to locate the shark, shouted, Who is injured? Cherokee, tell me who is hurt. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, Is it Olivia? You useless waste, you can't even protect one person. Olivia. My dear Olivia, are you all right? Due to the pain, Olivia's expression was far from pleasant, and upon hearing Theo's anxious inquiry, she dismissed him. Rolling her eyes at Cherokee, Just keep pulling. The sooner we finish, the better. Cherokee remained concerned, waiting for Olivia's response, entirely unconcerned with Theo's tirades. Olivia, does it hurt? Is anything broken? Let us not worry about Theo for now. He is full of energy. Can I check on you? Olivia was utterly exasperated. Please. There is a great white shark lurking in the water, ready to devour Theo at any moment. Time is of the essence. Can we focus on what truly matters? A cold glare silenced Cherokee, the physical pain and psychological irritation manifesting in an expression of cold disdain. Don't do anything unnecessary. He halted, momentarily at a loss for words. Wanting to argue that his intentions were rooted in concern, yet no words escaped him under her indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, Theo continued to shout, and Cherokee, feeling irritated, shouted back. Enough. Save some energy. Olivia is too worried to let me check on you. It was hard to discern whether he was complaining or reporting. Indeed, upon hearing this, Theo became even more anxious. Olivia, let him check. I'm not in a rush. You are the priority. Olivia, having exhausted her patience, snapped, Shut up. Her rare display of anger rendered both young men speechless, their expressions contorted in shock, yet they suppressed their concern, working together to fulfill Olivia's expectations. Fortunately, the great white shark did not launch another attack, and the sea gradually calmed, the wind gently stirring the waters. Theo successfully returned to the cockpit, whereupon he and Cherokee engaged in a scuffle. The two individuals were equally relentless, engaging in a fiercer struggle than before, seemingly attempting to expel the fear and anxiety that had settled within their chests. Yet, it appeared that the shark had vanished from these waters, as if everything had transpired merely as a figment of their imagination. Nevertheless, the countless scars on the vessel and the various wounds, both severe and mild, adorned their bodies as stark reminders that this was no mere illusion. Perhaps the shark had recognized their prowess and fled? Ethan speculated with a glint in his eye. The joy swelling within him momentarily overshadowed the pain that had been tormenting him since awakening, as if it had vanished in that instant. It's possible. Luna concurred with her boyfriend, although a profound worry lingered in her gaze. Ethan, receiving no response from anyone but his girlfriend, could not help but glance around, only to find that the expressions of those around him were heavy with gravity, as though they viewed him as an innocent child. Innocent? Where was the innocence? Olivia provided clarity. If it were an ordinary shark, the answer would be yes. However, for this one, I cannot be certain. Sharks do not harbor grudges. They lack the capacity for complex emotional understanding, and unlike some terrestrial predators, they do not fixate on specific individuals. As efficient opportunistic hunters, their instincts drive them to pursue the highest energy returns. Yet, this behavior is confined to typical sharks. For this possibly mutated great white, ordinary shark behavior cannot be applied. The very fact that it had engaged with their group for an entire day and night indicated an obsessive determination. The current tranquility might be concealing a more sinister plot. Wait, Olivia's eyes darkened as she grasped Theo firmly, demanding, Did the shark just ram the boat? Theo nodded under the weight of her intense gaze. What's wrong? What have you deduced? Before he could finish, Olivia transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into the cabin. Olivia, where are you going? Theo hurried after her, with Cherokee trailing closely behind. Luna, perplexed, glanced between Ethan and Tex, discovering identical expressions of confusion on their faces. After a moment, she scratched her head. What is going on? The three followed Olivia down to the lower deck, pushing open the heavy door and maneuvering past the unknown clutter they had previously inspected, including the very bottom of the cabin. This area had been designated a storage room by the ship's owner, filled with various tools and debris, and the environment was exceedingly filthy, with dust and cobwebs everywhere. Olivia had initially been reluctant to descend, pinching her nose in disgust as she awaited their return. Although the original storage room was messy, it had been quite dry. However, this time, she detected a hint of dampness in the air, tinged with a salty and fishy scent. Most alarmingly, a thin layer of water had begun to accumulate on the floor. Upon seeing this, Theo cursed vehemently, "Damn it! Cunning shark." Cherokee's expression mirrored his concern. "We need to find out where the leak is." Theo agreed, and the two split up, weaving through the narrow passageways in search of the source of the leak. Chapter 31. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 10. The leak was located beneath a particular shelf. After moving it aside, Theo was forced to stifle multiple sneezes from the dust, then crouch down to carefully inspect the ground, soon discovering a palm-sized hole from which seawater was seeping. Indeed, the shark's recent quietude was merely a ruse, having already breached the ship's hull, believing them to be within its grasp. A leaking vessel would inevitably sink. All the shark had to do was wait. The realization sent a chill down Olivia's spine, reaffirming her suspicion that this shark possessed intelligence far beyond that of ordinary sharks and had likely witnessed vessels succumb to leaks before. Furthermore, it exhibited all the traits of a predator: sly, cunning, and ruthless, a being at the apex of the food chain. Observing the breach, she noted that the situation was still manageable. Glancing at Theo, "The Coast Guard should be arriving soon, right?" Olivia checked the time. Only a few minutes remained before the hour the Coast Guard had indicated. If they arrived on schedule, the shark's plans would be thwarted. Even the most intelligent animals remain mere beasts, incapable of imagining that anyone would venture out into the vast ocean to render aid. Here, Cherokee hesitated, suggesting they weigh down the area and return to the surface. After much deliberation, he concluded that waiting for the Coast Guard was of utmost importance. After all, they lacked both the expertise and equipment to repair the ship, and it would be difficult to find materials in the open sea. They placed a steel plate at the bottom and piled various items on top, visibly reducing the flow of water. Upon returning to the cabin, they found the three others with worried expressions. Olivia, utterly exhausted, chose to ignore them and sat alone on the sofa, while Theo and Cherokee, as the leaders of their small group, took on the responsibility of explaining the situation. Among them, the handsome and charming Theo was more trusted than the roguish Cherokee. "The ship is leaking, right? We lack materials to repair it. The Coast Guard should be on their way. We must wait." His plan was to wait for up to an hour. If the Coast Guard had not arrived by then, they would have to take the risk. He noticed a 10-person speedboat in the storage room. Though its safety was far inferior to that of a yacht, it was certainly better than a leaking yacht. If the Coast Guard arrived promptly, it would be the best outcome. Theo squinted, a flicker of dark light crossing his eyes, thinking to himself, "If they try to pull a fast one, I will ensure they are adequately punished upon my return." Provided, of course, that he survived the ordeal. As time dragged on, each passing moment darkened the expressions of all. Olivia frequently checked the clock, witnessing the time surpass 1 hour, then 10 minutes, then 20 minutes. "Damn it, Tex." The most impatient of them all erupted in anger. "I knew those good-for-nothing leeches were wasting taxpayer money on their leisure. They clearly don't value the lives of taxpayers." Ethan, caught up in the frustration, echoed, "Damn it. When I get back, I will demand my father teach them a lesson." Luna appeared calmer than the two men, offering reassurance. "This is just how things are in America, from top to bottom. How many lives are lost each year due to delays? Even my brother and boyfriend have used their little power to make things difficult for others, neglecting their duties and delaying action. One would think they would be used to it by now, but now that their lives are at stake, time is of the essence. It's not until the hammer falls on their heads that they realize the pain. Now it's their turn to curse." Olivia rolled her eyes, too exhausted to engage with these double standards, simply stating, "Someone needs to keep an eye on the radio. Who will do it?" Luna, already exasperated by the bickering of the two men, immediately volunteered and dashed out of the cabin. The two men, left behind by their girlfriend and sister, exchanged awkward glances, and upon seeing the less than pleasant expressions on Olivia's face, they instinctively shrank back, finally falling silent. Fortunately, rescue arrived at 1 hour and 37 minutes, marked by the thunderous sound of draining water. The three hurried to the deck, where they beheld a vessel several times the size of their yacht approaching, the stars and stripes billowing majestically in the sea breeze from its flagpole. In front of the ship, several tall figures in military uniforms were gazing in their direction. "Is this the Coast Guard?" Luna murmured, filled with skepticism. As the vessel drew closer, eventually stopping less than 30 feet from their yacht, a boarding ladder was lowered, and armed soldiers with piercing gazes fixed their attention upon them. It soon became clear to Luna, even in her naivete, that these individuals were not the Coast Guard they had called for, but rather the renowned U.S. Navy Special Forces, Orca. No way do they have such clout. They can summon Orca? Regardless of her astonishment, they ultimately boarded the Orca vessel, and two severely injured individuals were lifted aboard by the soldiers. Surrounding them were patrolling soldiers, armed and vigilant, each imposing and fierce, their presence overwhelming. Suddenly, as if parting the sea, the soldiers surrounding them formed a path, revealing a tall figure in crisp military attire striding from the depths of the crowd. The familiar cerulean eyes now displayed a starkly different emotional coldness, devoid of any fluctuation, evoking images of a serpent lurking in the jungle. A strand of slightly brownish blonde hair cascaded from beneath the military cap, gently resting upon the high brow, accentuating the depth of his gaze, resembling a whirlpool. Luna glanced at the handsome officer and then at Cherokee, as realization dawned upon her, causing her to gasp in shock. Indeed, the next moment, the officer smiled and remarked, "Long time no see, Cherokee. I didn't expect you to find yourself in such a predicament." Always wearing a smile, Cherokee now bore an unmistakable frown of disdain and anger, replying, "If I had the choice, I would rather not see you at all." "Huh," the officer chuckled. Addressing his brother in such a manner? Cherokee's expression abruptly turned icy. An awkward silence enveloped the air as those around them craned their necks, discreetly observing this peculiar pair of siblings. Even several soldiers quietly perked up their ears. "Greetings, I am Dandy Crusoe, the elder brother of this fellow and the commander of the Orca battle group." In stark contrast to his cold-faced younger brother, Dandy Crusoe appeared much more composed, his smiling demeanor instantly dispelling the oppressive discomfort brought on by the first impression. "Who is your brother?" As half-siblings, Cherokee naturally held animosity towards this elder sibling. It didn't help that he had once overheard their uncle lamenting, "Cherokee is quite exceptional, but he pales in comparison to Dandy. It's a pity that Dandy isn't truly of the Scataglani family," while Cherokee, more academically inclined, was deemed brilliant. Their uncle clearly preferred that the next heir of the Scataglani family be a military man or a competent politician. Dandy Crusoe perfectly fit that expectation. Unfortunately, Dandy was not a Scataglani by blood, but rather the child of their mother from a previous marriage. 6 years his senior, hailing from a military and political lineage, he was destined to become the next head of the Crusoe family. From that point on, the relationship between the brothers soured further. Their mother, Lady Scataglani, felt profound guilt towards this child abandoned from her previous marriage and constantly instructed Cherokee to be accommodating towards his brother, which was quite unbearable for the rebellious Cherokee. Moreover, Dandy was nothing short of a hypocritical charlatan, a venomous serpent at heart. How unfortunate to encounter this man in the direst of circumstances. Chapter 32, The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 11. Life aboard the Orca vessel was exceedingly dull. There was no internet, freedom of movement was restricted, and meals had to be taken in the mess hall. These young American soldiers, brimming with vitality and vigor, had apparently not seen a woman in ages. For whenever they laid eyes on Olivia, their gazes glimmered with a predatory hunger. Olivia feared these men might burst into her quarters at night, for she had little faith in the integrity and discipline of American soldiers. Upon learning this, Theo offered to stay with her, though Olivia was indifferent to the suggestion. Their relationship had progressed, and what was meant to happen had already transpired. It was entirely normal for a couple to share a room and a bed. However, for reasons unknown, Dandy became aware of their situation and assured her, "I will ensure that my men do not disturb you." However, due to military protocol, you and Hudson cannot share the same room. Olivia acknowledged this, yet as she watched the young man's tall, upright figure, a peculiar emotion flickered across her brow. Ultimately, Theo did not breach military discipline. Although he personally did not mind breaking the rules, Olivia believed it essential to respect the regulations of the territory they were in, especially since they would not be aboard for long. A little patience was required. To protect her, Theo moved next door, flanking her with Cherokee on either side. Just when they thought the crisis had passed and they were safe, the vessel headed toward an unfamiliar location. The Orca did not bring them ashore. Instead, it ventured deeper into the ocean, ultimately halting in an isolated stretch of sea. The direction was ambiguous, and they had been oblivious to it all along. When the ship finally stopped, they were overjoyed, believing they had reached land, only to discover that the surrounding expanse was still an ocean. The vessel had indeed docked. but not on land. Rather, it was anchored at the sea's center, near a man-made island constructed from steel plates and other materials. Olivia's heart raced, a wave of intense unease washing over her. "Where's this? Where are you taking us? I demand to go home. Do you know who I am?" Ethan, overwhelmed by pressure, injury, and tension, erupted in a fit of madness, resembling a deranged individual. Yet the soldiers paid him no mind, forcibly hoisting him and dragging him outside. "Where are you taking him? This is a violation of civil liberties. What crime have we committed?" Luna, concerned for her husband, charged forward, only to be similarly seized. The remaining four stood on high alert, instinctively sheltering Olivia in the center, their vigilant gazes scanning the approaching soldiers. Dandy strolled in from the crowd, still adorned with a warm and amiable smile. He removed his glasses, revealing eyes reminiscent of a serpent, sharply contrasting with his expression. "You are now suspected of leaking state secrets, and we must conduct an investigation." The youth maintained his cheerful demeanor, squinting slightly, his gaze betraying a hint of malice. "Rest assured, it is merely a routine inquiry." Surveying the armed personnel surrounding them, the four exchanged glances, and ultimately, Theo stated, "Very well. But I need to make a phone call first." Dandy, having anticipated this, placed his glasses back on and calmly replied, "Mr. Hudson is already aware." Theo's demeanor darkened. The fact that his father knew yet did not intervene suggested either that he deemed it trivial or that he felt powerless to stop it. He leaned toward the latter. After all, as the only child of Mr. Hudson, Old Man Hudson had always been fiercely protective of him. "Fear not. I have also informed Mr. Scataglini," Dandy added, referring to the current highest authority in America. It was clear that this inquiry was sanctioned by him. Theo and Cherokee exchanged a knowing look, surrendering to the soldiers' authority as they were led away. They were taken to different locations, their reactions intense as the soldiers struggled to restrain the spirited youth. "Where are you taking her? If anything happens to her, the Hudson family will not let you go unpunished." The powerless young master could only resort to threats. "When we meet again, I hope Olivia remains unharmed." Even Cherokee, who typically loathed his brother, softened his tone towards Dandy, though not excessively. Dandy's response was ambiguous. "I never harm obedient children." Regardless, before the youth could finish his words, soldiers behind him, at the commander's signal, forcibly escorted him away. Olivia was taken to a cramped room, roughly 4 square meters, where a metal bunk bed was positioned in the corner, and a porthole was set about 3 feet from the ground. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a faint glow in the otherwise dark chamber. Using this beam of light, Olivia surveyed her surroundings. The door was made of high-strength alloy, firmly shut, with only a small window on it. Besides the metal bed, there was a bucket placed diagonally across the room. Olivia had her suspicions about the bucket's purpose, though she was reluctant to acknowledge them. After examining her confinement, she surmised that she might be in a solitary confinement cell, but the presence of the window led her to doubt this. Perhaps it was the quarters for lower-ranking staff? In a society so distinctly stratified as America, such distinctions were not surprising. "This is infuriating." The young lady pounded her fists against the metal bed, startling herself with the creaking sound. Anger surged within her. What a wretched bed. She could almost envision how her restless movements at night would disturb her sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, her stomach growled from hunger. Finally, someone arrived. The small window in the door opened, and a meal tray was slipped through. Before she could grasp it, the window quickly shut again. Olivia picked up the tray to find a palm-sized steak, a scoop of vegetable salad, and a few chickpeas, just enough to satiate her hunger, nothing more. Displeased, she hesitated for a long moment, until the steam rising from the steak began to dissipate. Then she tentatively forked a bite. Finding it acceptable, she slowly finished the steak, leaving the oil and vinegar-dressed cabbage salad and the canned chickpeas untouched. Thus began an excruciatingly dull existence. And before she realized it, she had fallen asleep. When she awoke, the day had turned to night, and the dirty tray had been removed, replaced by a new meal, a palm-sized sandwich containing a fried egg, lettuce, luncheon meat, and a slice of tomato, accompanied by a cup of milk, presumably to replenish her hydration. Olivia hesitated briefly but ultimately succumbed to her parched throat, gulping it down. As for the restroom situation, she was at her wit's end and had no choice but to acquiesce to her discomfort. Perhaps due to an extended nap in the afternoon, she suffered from insomnia until 2 in the morning, finally succumbing to slumber. Yet, barely an hour into her sleep, a loud noise jolted her awake. Several brutish soldiers kicked open the door, then swiftly covered her mouth, ears, and eyes as they dragged her away. The delicate young lady stood no chance against the burly soldiers, resembling a helpless chick in their grasp. "Where are you taking me?" Olivia was engulfed by fear. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, attempting to recall the route she had taken. She walked straight, turned at a corner. What direction did she turn? Then she walked straight again, turning who knows how many corners, until she heard the sound of a door opening. She was ushered into an unfamiliar place, and the door closed behind her. With her hands now free, Olivia hastily removed the items from her mouth, ears, and eyes. Suddenly, her eyes were pierced by a burst of light, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Chapter 33, The Sea's Devouring Shark. 12. As the tears in her eyes gradually dried, her blurred vision returned to clarity. Olivia lifted her gaze and discovered that the room contained only a table with chairs on either end. A dimly lit desk lamp cast a soft glow upon the table. Opposite her sat a sharply dressed young man in military attire, his gaze fixed on her, a smile radiating from his handsome features. Dandy Crusoe. A strange thought flickered in her mind as she met his gaze across the table, her expression a mixture of pure confusion and anxiety. "Major Crusoe, may I inquire why you sought me out at such an ungodly hour?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the fatigue and irritation of being awakened overtook her, prompting her to speak first. Dandy merely gestured to the chair opposite him with a smile, saying, "Please, sit." Olivia took her seat without hesitation, seemingly anticipating this invitation. The amusement in the young man's eyes deepened as he regarded her with a gentle gaze, which might have sent chills down the spine of any subordinate present. After all, often the more benevolent the commander's smile, the more dire the fate awaiting the other party. This had never been an exception. There were even whispers that Dandy would maintain a facade of detached politeness with his own wife and children. "No need to be tense, Miss Olivia. You are a friend of my brother's, so may I call you by your first name?" the young man inquired politely, though his true demeanor betrayed a lack of respect. "Olivia, that's fine. It's just a routine inquiry to ensure that you haven't disclosed any federal secrets." "So, it's Ollie rather than Olivia? Federal secrets? What could a group of ordinary students like us possibly know about federal secrets?" Olivia retorted with a scoff. Elongating her words in mockery, Dandy simply regarded her with indulgent amusement. Her anger flared further, as she felt like a pet trapped in the palm of his hand, his confidence suggesting she could never escape his grasp. In his gaze, there was no sense of equality. "Huh, that arrogant celestial dragon." Dandy paid little heed to her ire. In his eyes, the fury of a weak creature was merely amusing or endearing. Most times it was amusing, but in the case of the girl before him, it was undeniably charming, adorable when she glared at him, when she yawned lazily, and even when she sulked with red-rimmed eyes. "You know, it's best if you remain unaware of certain things," he hinted cryptically, suggesting that ignorance would serve her well. "What nonsense are you spouting? It's the middle of the night, and while you're not tired, I need beauty sleep." "Apologies, I've been rather talkative. Let us get to the point. You reported to the Coast Guard that you encountered a shark attack. Can you specify the time, location, and number of adversaries? What was their combat capability?" Olivia, eager to navigate this conversation quickly and return to sleep, answered hastily, truthfully relaying what she could remember, while fabricating details for what she couldn't recall. Eventually, the young man adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes as he remarked, "You are uncertain whether you encountered a shark? What kind of shark was it? Do you remember any specific characteristics?" "I'm not sure. The water is too deep. Who knows if there were other sharks lurking beneath? Besides, I doubt a single shark could cause such a ruckus." "Did you inspect the yacht? Did you find any holes in the hull?" As for the shark's characteristics, truthfully, she had never faced one directly and was quite uninformed, but she had heard it resembled an ordinary shark without any deformities or tentacles. Dandy capped his pen, the amusement in his gaze becoming more genuine. "Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Olivia. I was just about to say, are we close enough to use nicknames?" Generally, acquaintances referred to her as Jo, those with a closer relationship called her Olivia, while only those intimately connected, like partners or family, could use the nickname Ollie. Dandy, however, showed no intention of altering his approach, dismissively stating, "My apologies, perhaps I've overstepped." It was clear his apology was insincere, without a hint of remorse. Upon exiting, Olivia quickly surveyed her surroundings, mentally noting the environment, only to be swiftly escorted back to the small room, fully armed. In the interrogation room, after Olivia left, Dandy rubbed his temples in frustration, inhaling deeply, her scent lingering in the air, stirring a deep sense of longing within him. He tossed aside his glasses, exposing his bloodshot eyes to the open air. After a prolonged silence, he buried his face in his hands and exhaled heavily. This vulnerability did not last long. He soon activated the interrogation room lights, illuminating the space before retrieving his phone to make a call. General Donnie, all members aboard the yacht have been interrogated, for now. We assess they are unaware of the situation. On the other end was an elderly man with graying hair, but a vigorous demeanor, dressed in a sharply tailored military uniform. The American eagle on his cap gleaming under the light. General Donnie remained silent for a considerable time, while Dandy seemed impervious to any sense of pressure, his expression unwavering. Finally, General Donnie spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. That's for the best. Frankly, I would rather not confront the Hudsons and Scataglini. As for the others' families, they don't merit my attention. When he first learned of the presence of the Hudsons and Scataglini aboard the yacht, Donnie had hesitated significantly before ultimately deciding to act under the weight of their influence. Now, knowing they were oblivious to any secrets made things far simpler. Ultimately, he merely needed to provide an account to his superiors, but he could not afford to alienate either family. Otherwise, not only would his standing in America suffer, but his entire position across the Americas would be jeopardized. Thus, he needed to navigate this delicate balance. The current outcome was quite favorable. Let us send them home tomorrow. It's inconvenient to have outsiders lingering at the base. Yes, General Donnie. After ending the call, the young man tossed his phone aside and sat in silence for a long while, his gaze piercing the void, the darkness in his eyes threatening to overflow. Meanwhile, Olivia returned to the cramped room and immediately fell into a deep sleep, enjoying a restful night. The next morning, she was awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. It was only 7 a.m., and she had barely slept for 4 hours. Knock, knock, knock. Were they in a hurry to wake her? The soldier at the door, perplexed by the meaning of wake up, stared blankly. Resembling a robot following a programmed routine as he monotonously stated, "Rise and shine. We're taking you ashore." The mention of going ashore quelled any lingering anger within Olivia. She irritably tousled her hair into a messy bun, then pounded her pillow several times before stepping outside with her disheveled hair. Meeting the soldier's bewildered gaze, Olivia shot him a glare. "What are you staring at?" She would have Theo do her hair later. They were escorted back by a modest naval vessel, which, even with the addition of their 6 members, boasted fewer than 30 personnel, offering far less security than the previous yacht. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped with basic weaponry, and the soldiers were armed, providing some assurance should they encounter that great white shark again. Perhaps luck would be on their side this time. As she pondered these thoughts, Olivia was led into the cabin, where Theo and the others awaited her eagerly. Ollie, the tall young man, rushed over like a gust of wind, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" Olivia considered complaining, but upon noticing the soldier's gun nearby, she decided against it. Ultimately, she hadn't suffered much. Pulling Theo back to the sofa, she affectionately ruffled his tense chest, smoothing out his clothing. Ollie?" Theo's face flushed crimson. "This isn't the best place for that." Olivia looked at him quizzically. "It's just sleeping. What is wrong with that?" After saying this, she disregarded the awkward or annoyed expressions of the others and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep once more. Damn those celestial dragons. How would they repay her lost sleep? Theo's once fervent heart instantly grew cold, yet soon thereafter, a wave of embarrassment surged within him. He was not one to be overly reserved, nor did he shy away from displaying affection for his girlfriend in public. Rather, he found such acts akin to a declaration of ownership quite agreeable. However, with everyone watching, the handsome young man felt his cheeks flush, his watery eyes betraying a desire to speak, yet unable to tear themselves away from the girl beside him. Ethan, grimacing as if suffering from a toothache, craned his neck and shouted, "Luna, my dear." Luna gracefully fell into her boyfriend's embrace, leaving poor Tex, the single bystander, trapped amidst the romantic air of the couple. His expression reflecting a desire to escape, but finding himself unable to do so. Suddenly looking up, he curiously inquired, "Who is grinding their teeth?" Chapter 34. The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, Part 13. Who was grinding their teeth? Naturally, it was Cherokee, his envy roaring like a flame. Wretched person, all day long, flaunting and enticing others, relying on brute strength to vie for affection, lacking any semblance of manliness. A primary partner in title, yet behaving as a mistress. Such a sight is utterly contemptible. With his girlfriend sweetly asleep in his arms, Theo had little inclination to engage in a battle of wits. His heart brimmed with joy as he gazed at her rosy cheeks, sweetness nearly spilling from his eyes. Cherokee, witnessing this, felt an even greater discontent brewing within him. Tex, glancing around with skepticism, murmured in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "Strange. Where is that grinding sound coming from?" He had yet to locate its source. In response, Luna and Ethan, both acutely aware of the love triangle within their small group, turned to look at Cherokee, and indeed, they could see the unmasked jealousy etched upon his youthful face. The couple exchanged glances, revealing a subtle yet knowing expression, eager for the unfolding drama. Oh, the leader of their team certainly did not often provide such entertainment. Meanwhile, Olivia, the source of the turmoil, slept soundly, completely oblivious to the tension. Even if she had sensed it, she would likely have chosen to ignore it. After all, a man must prove his worth in the pursuit of love. It would be unthinkable for her, a mere woman, to resolve the matter of rivals on his behalf. The vessel, having cut through the ocean for some time, was steadily approaching the area where they had encountered an attack the previous day, unbeknownst to those aboard. Beneath 100 meters of water, a massive shadow seemed to awaken to the sound of the ship's passage, flicking its tail and swimming in circles before sensing something amiss and quietly ascending towards the surface. In the command center, the busy technicians were engrossed in their work. Suddenly, the soldier monitoring the radar noticed a dark shape silently approaching. The recognized outline unmistakably that of a fish. "Major Crusoe, it's here," the soldier called out, igniting a flurry of activity within the command center. Dandy strode forward, his gaze falling upon the rapidly moving fish on the radar, and his expression turned grave. Beside him, an elderly woman clad in a white lab coat, her hair streaked with gray and her countenance serious, squinted her eyes and exclaimed with barely concealed excitement, "It's here, it's coming." Her assistant quickly supported her, concerned that her fervor might lead to a mishap, urging, "Professor Kingsley, please remain calm. Since Heidi has appeared, capturing it is merely a matter of time. Patience is essential." Clara Kingsley, a graduate of the Federation's premier industrial university, specializing in biotechnology, had achieved numerous accomplishments in her field after graduating at the top of her class. Currently, she and her team were conducting research on sharks, aiming to extract a substance from shark brain protein that might potentially cure Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia. Should they succeed, fame, fortune, and status would undoubtedly come flooding in. To this end, they had chosen the great white shark for their experiments, conducting biological modifications based on its characteristics. The brain was the primary focus, resulting in the experimental great whites becoming increasingly intelligent and dangerous, with their size also growing substantially over time. Yet, no one wished to terminate the experiment. All were blinded by the enticing, yet elusive promise of profit. They seemed oblivious to the workers devoured by the sharks, failing to acknowledge the colleagues who had lost limbs during the extraction of brain protein. Who could blame them for their misfortunes? This inhumane experiment, supported by the U.S. government, had persisted for a considerable duration, with the research team facing numerous failures. However, they now finally glimpsed a sliver of victory. This glimmer of hope resided in the form of the escaped, mutated great white shark they had named Heidi. Heidi was remarkably intelligent, her brain capacity nearing that of a human, with an IQ comparable to that of a teenager. She was highly adept at learning and bore grudges. The previous encounter with the group of children on the yacht had likely led her to recognize that the vessel contained food, and she would project her hatred for those children onto all of humanity. Professor Kingsley's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the command center. Dandy's expression darkened, an unusual gravity in his gaze. 40 nautical miles away is Orange County, and with summer upon us, the beaches and shallow waters are likely teeming with tourists. If this man-eating shark swims any closer, thousands of visitors will become its next meal. Furthermore, the cunning great white would remember this area as a source of delectable, easily captured prey, returning periodically to haunt. This might explain why those teenagers, despite having ample fuel and a seaworthy vessel, hesitated to return to shore. They likely considered the safety of other tourists. In stark contrast to the remnants of conscience among the celestial dragons, Professor Kingsley appeared far more cold-blooded. With a subtle smile, she casually remarked, "Indeed. Once Heidi enters the shallow waters, the tourists will become a delightful buffet. The defenseless humans would seem no larger than ants in the presence of the robust, mutated great white shark. Soon, Orange County would be shrouded in a gruesome and terrifying shadow. Here it comes. We are 150 feet away. 100 feet. 50 feet. The alarm blared abruptly, and in the next instant, Dandy's authoritative voice resonated through the intercom. All personnel, enter level 1 alert, load your weapons, and prepare for battle. Beneath the surface, the great white shark rapidly approached the vessel, its rows of sharp teeth glinting in the dark waters, its hollow, cold-blooded eyes filled with hatred and desire. A deafening crash reverberated from the hull, causing everyone to stagger from the violent impact. Professor Kingsley nearly tumbled to the floor, only saved by her assistant's steadying hand. It's here. Dandy, the highest commander of the team, was the first to react, immediately issuing orders. First squad, move out. The first squad, consisting of 4 members clad in gas masks and heavy protective suits, sprang into action upon receiving the command, promptly dumping the contents of 2 large barrels into the ocean. The seawater instantly darkened to an ominous blackish purple, vast shadows spreading beneath the surface. The noise from the collision subsided momentarily, but soon the great white shark seemed enraged, violently ramming the ship once more. Having learned from past encounters, the great white had mastered the art of battling vessels. Inside the ship, a few individuals peered through the portholes, and upon witnessing the liquid being poured into the ocean, Luna instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, "What are they pouring?" No one answered her, but everyone deduced from the skull insignia on the barrels that it was likely a vile substance. Olivia, however, had a troubling inkling. Eugenol, a commonly used anesthetic for fish, the regulatory status in the U.S. being unclear, excessive use could lead to fish mortality, and its only advantage was that it could be metabolized by the body. However, the 2 large barrels contained an estimated 20 liters or more. Such a massive dosage could potentially affect not only the great white, but other fish in the vicinity as well. This would be an irreversible and catastrophic harm to the ocean. Had they lost their minds? Even aware of the U.S. government's prior knowledge, Olivia still felt disdain for their actions. The commotion beneath the surface subsided at some point, and after a while, several figures clad in thick diving suits leapt into the sea. On the deck, individuals coordinated with them, and soon the soldiers emerged from the depths, signaling they had located the great white shark. They then disappeared once more into the vast ocean. What followed was an excruciatingly long silence. Just as the soldiers aboard the vessel began to worry and contemplated sending more personnel into the water, a figure suddenly surfaced. He appeared utterly terrified, eyes bulging, every movement betraying his sheer panic. F. It has an F. Help. Help me. The young Navy SEAL's final moments were filled with terror, his anguished cries echoing the extreme pain he could no longer contain. The soldiers on deck watched in horror as their comrade was dragged into the depths of the sea by a monstrous maw filled with sharp teeth. Moments later, the surface of the water was stained crimson, and fragments of diving suits bobbed to the surface with a soft gurgle. A profound silence enveloped the ship, both on the deck and in the control room. They had entrusted their lives to one another, standing shoulder to shoulder through countless battles, only to witness a friend devoured by a shark. The screams that echoed in the final moments pierced their hearts like a cruel thorn, igniting a deep and visceral fear alongside their simmering hatred. Doubts crept into their minds. Could they truly contend with such a gluttonous, bloodthirsty monster? Chapter 35. The Man-Eating Shark. 14. Even 20 liters of eugenol could not incapacitate the great white shark, and the crew found themselves at a loss for how to capture it alive. Professor Kingsley, however, appeared unfazed by the bloody scene before her. Perhaps years of vivisection had dulled her basic human empathy. She had grown accustomed to wielding power over life and death, reveling in the pain she inflicted upon others. In her mind, her research was paramount, and she would not hesitate to sacrifice a few lives for the sake of success. Diluting the seawater 1T yielded much effect. Send more people down with tranquilizer guns, the petite, wiry old woman declared without hesitation, showing no regard for the lives of her team. Are you certain? Dandy countered. Meeting the young man's gaze, Professor Kingsley did not disguise her intent, half command, half warning. Absolutely. Remember, I am in charge of this operation. Even if he was the commander of the Orca, he was bound to follow her orders. Dandy quickly grasped the underlying implication of her words. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist at his side, yet he maintained a calm facade. I understand. It was unclear which statement he was responding to. But whichever it was, it did not alter Kingsley's dismissive view of him. For years, Capital had treated her with utmost reverence, fulfilling her every demand, which had inflated her sense of entitlement. She believed her capabilities could render her untouchable, able to escape any consequences regardless of whom she offended. Little did she know that her increasingly tyrannical arrogance was beginning to wear thin on others, especially as she had now alienated both the Hudson and Scatagrini families, two of the most powerful clans in America. The combined influence of these families could easily overshadow the interests backing Kingsley, and her current immunity was solely due to the substantial benefits she provided. Should her experiment fail, she would face the wrath of the capitalists, who were already dissatisfied with the exorbitant investments yielding no returns. The research on shark neuropeptides had spanned 7 years, costing over $13 billion annually, and Kingsley was on the verge of depleting their resources. If this continued, her family would face bankruptcy. Yet, oblivious to this reality, she continued to indulge in dreams of superiority, treating Dandy, who hailed from a similarly privileged background, with disdain and contempt. In the end, for reasons unknown, Dandy selected a 4-man suicide squad to confront the ferocious great white shark and complete the task of tranquilizing it. All understood the peril. None might return alive. Yet under Dandy's promise of substantial compensation, they willingly offered their lives. For figures plunged into the ocean, some eager for death, while others trembled with fear, yet pressed onward. These were their comrades, who had not perished on the battlefield but instead succumbed to the whims of a reckless fool in pursuit of capturing a man-eating shark. Kingsley remained oblivious to the growing resentment around her, lost in dreams of capturing the shark and achieving experimental success. Her unassuming assistant, standing by her side, sensed the shift in atmosphere, feeling the tension like a prickling sensation on his back. He nervously pressed his lips together, casting a furtive glance at Kingsley. Perhaps he should prepare for the worst. The Suicide Squad donned the Navy's latest gear, crafted from a costly new material developed by the Research Institute. Named Beta 7. This composite material resembled metal, soft yet unmatched in flexibility and strength. It boasted remarkable pressure resistance and sealing properties. The new equipment resembled a mech suit, exuding a futuristic aura, complete with a spherical waterproof helmet equipped with a headset and camera to maintain communication with the ship. As the screen displayed the inky depths of the ocean, the 4 men remained close, cautiously surveying their surroundings. In the distance, a massive yet agile creature glided through the water, its shadow flickering in and out of view. Team A raised their tranquilizer guns, eyes fixed on the dark shape. But with a flick of its tail, the creature vanished from sight, sending them into a frenzy. They positioned themselves back-to-back in a protective circle, vigilant and focused, acutely aware that the man-eating shark lurked somewhere, watching them hungrily. Time stretched infinitely as the stillness of the water amplified their pounding hearts, the echoes within their chests underscoring the tension, the atmosphere poised to explode. Both sides awaited an opportunity. Below deck, several individuals monitored the movements beneath the surface, helplessly aware of their inability to see anything, exchanging silent glances. They realized that returning home was secondary. The primary goal was to capture that shark. Despite their mounting anxiety, they were restricted from freely traversing the naval vessel, unable to approach the control room, a core area. Cherokee glanced at Theo's blank expression, then at the armed soldiers stationed outside, fists clenched, his face darkening. Without true power, even a privileged background proved futile in the face of authority. He could not safeguard himself, let alone protect his loved ones, merely a pawn, a fool to be used and deceived. As time elapsed quietly, the Suicide Squad had dispatched 6 teams. 5 teams, 20 vibrant lives, had vanished before their eyes, a heavy weight pressing upon their hearts. Though America championed freedom and democracy, ranking among the countries with the highest gun violence, it did not mean that all were devoid of humanity, able to watch their fellow beings perish without a flicker of emotion. With each passing death, the soldiers' resentment towards Kingsley deepened. The assistant noted this shift and discreetly moved towards the door, stopping near the frame, just a step away from escape. Dandy's gaze swept past, feigning ignorance. The scout stared at the now darkened screen, rubbing his face. The constant stream of grim news had numbed his emotions. The entire 6th squad has perished. All eyes turned toward Kingsley, only to find her smiling, a fervent, almost admiring smile that was painfully blinding. Moreover, she continued to prattle on. We underestimated Heidi, didn't we? Look how powerful she is. Powerful enough to toy with humanity at will. Oh, Heidi, my most exquisite creation, my labor of love. Ha ha ha, do you see? I have succeeded. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. Such an intelligent mind is bound to succeed. Once her excitement subsided, she noticed everyone staring at her. An inexplicable tightness gripping her heart, swiftly replaced by indignation at being challenged. She pointed at Dandy, her expression fierce. What are you standing there for? Continue the operation. With the groundwork laid by the previous 6 teams, I have a feeling we are close to capturing her alive. In the preceding 6 attempts, there had been instances where individuals successfully injected the tranquilizer into the great white shark, yet whether due to inadequate dosage or its resistance, it swiftly regained mobility after a brief stupor. Thus, the Suicide Squad found themselves repeatedly descending into the depths with ever-increasing doses of tranquilizers, only to witness more lives extinguished before their eyes. This will be the last time, Professor. You know my men are not expendable. The young man maintained his polite distance, still addressing her formally. It has taken immense effort and resources to train this squad. Each one is vital, not the disposable fodder you so carelessly dismiss. The two stood in silent confrontation, a palpable tension crackling in the air. Ultimately, Kingsley yielded to Dandy's stance, though her dissatisfaction lingered. Yet, in enemy territory, she could only suppress her thoughts. Perhaps she had suddenly become acutely aware of her precarious position, as the sharp gazes cutting into her felt like blades, all expressing disdain. I understand. This will be the final attempt. If we cannot capture Heidi this time, I agree to have her body brought to me. Though she was aware that should it come to that, the brutish methods of the soldiers would likely reduce Heidi's remains to mere fragments, leaving them without even the neuropeptides they sought. Dandy's face broke into a sincere smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much for your understanding. May God bless you with all good fortune. Soon, the 7th team quietly entered the water. Chapter 36, The Man-Eating Shark at Sea, End. In essence, Dandy's thoughts were not dissimilar to those of Kingsley, yet their motivations were worlds apart. Allowing such an aggressively predatory creature, which viewed humans as food, to inhabit waters close to human habitation was undoubtedly treating the lives of those onshore as trivial. Dandy did not consider himself a particularly great person. Joining the military was merely a means of navigating a more accessible path toward the center of power, sheltered by his ancestors. However, in his position, he could not permit such a cold-blooded killer to exist in the waters. This was a fundamental principle, a matter of principle. The intrigues aboard the vessel went unnoticed by the few confined in the cabin, unable to escape the small room. They could only vaguely glimpse the fierce battle unfolding beneath the waves through the swaying of the ship. Olivia finally awakened from her deep slumber, her bleary eyes appearing remarkably docile as Theo cradled her in his arms. Her face, marked by an almost aggressive beauty, revealed a softness that was strikingly different from her usual demeanor. Theo was utterly smitten by her appearance. Had it not been in a public setting, he would have embraced her without hesitation. Yet, even now, he could not resist the unconscious caress of her delicate hand and the intoxicating scent of her hair, all of which betrayed his longing. The others could hardly bear to watch, and Luna rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering under her breath, "Disgusting couple." Tex cast a glance at her, and the two siblings exchanged identical eye rolls. How dare she criticize them as a nauseating couple when her own pairing was equally grating? Ethan, noting his sister's expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he should not be present at such a moment. Tex looked at Cherokee, seeking solidarity, for they were the only 2 remaining singletons, but Cherokee glared at Theo with a fierce expression, as if he wished to bite him, completely oblivious to Tex's feelings. "So that grinding sound just now was you?" Tex immediately covered his face, wishing to distance himself from this unreliable group of teammates. Could they not focus at such a crucial time and not be lost in romantic distractions? The subsequent developments were unclear to them. They could only remember that after a fierce struggle, even the military vessel suffered considerable damage from the great white shark. Suddenly, chaos erupted on board, with soldiers rushing across the deck, guns drawn, firing at the sea, and even deploying laser cannons. The few in the cabin exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing as they shrank back in fear. Ultimately, the ship fled in disarray. Reports claimed that the GPS was malfunctioning and there was a leak in the hull. They dared not linger at sea, opting to make their way to shore. The sea base lacked the capability to repair vessels. The great white shark, too, was severely wounded, and its whereabouts became a mystery, eluding both the naked eye and radar. Kingsley continued to shout his dissent, directing vitriol at Dandy, claiming he would report him to superiors. Dandy rubbed his temples, unfazed, and instructed someone to bind the old woman and silence her. The uproar in his ears finally subsided, meeting Kingsley's resentful gaze. The young man chuckled lightly. "Professor Kingsley, my superior's surname is Adrich." Adrich was always aligned with Crusoe, meaning that Major Adrich would not only refrain from reprimanding him, but would also go to great lengths to cover for him. Kingsley mistakenly believed he had found a route to power, unaware that some individuals were born to stand at the pinnacle. Her entire life was merely at the fingertips of others. As silence enveloped the control room, the flames of determination ignited in the soldiers' eyes as they gazed at their commanding officer, their unwavering loyalty indicating that with a single word from Dandy, they would undertake any task, even if it meant facing a military tribunal. The vessel sped toward the shore, ultimately arriving at a secluded stretch of coast in Orange County. Upon the cliffs, the cave resembled a gaping maw, its depths unfathomable. The ship glided smoothly into the cave, revealing a hidden world within. It was astonishing that a naval base had been established in such a remote cave, more magnificent and spacious than it appeared from the outside, filled with countless vessels, making their seem insignificant. Once disembarked, the crew verified their identities and passed through sturdy metal doors into the base. The soldiers and Kingsley fared well. But for Theo and his companions, after undergoing rigorous inspection and signing an extensive stack of confidentiality agreements, they were escorted and monitored by 4 armed soldiers until they exited the base. Before parting, Dandy gestured to Cherokee, who merely rolled his eyes in response, disregarding him. Their relationship was not close enough for such intimate gestures. Outside the base, the driver from the Stackagry family had already arrived, waiting in a stretch Lincoln. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, bow tie, and neatly fitted gloves, he exuded elegance and professionalism. This seasoned butler, trained by the esteemed Stackagry family, had been in America for 25 years, serving the family since he turned 30. "Young Master Cherokee," the old butler bowed respectfully, "Sir Sean is quite worried about you." Upon seeing a family member, Cherokee instantly reverted to the demeanor of an arrogant young master, shedding his former nonchalance, replaced instead by the aristocratic air cultivated through good education and abundant resources. Polite yet aloof, his expression revealed nothing of his inner thoughts, exuding an enigmatic distance. "Is my uncle here?" The butler shook his head. "He is not. Sir Sean is currently occupied with preparations for a visit next week and cannot spare the time." Cherokee understood and felt no disappointment. He had long grown accustomed to navigating significant life events alone, no longer expecting familial warmth. Such was the nature of families intertwined with the interests of high society, and he found it unremarkable. Not only he, but also Theo and the others saw no reason to be surprised that, after narrowly escaping death, their relatives did not appear. After all, with parents raking in thousands per minute, who had time to concern themselves with their offspring? A phone call to confirm their safety sufficed. There was no need for excessive gestures. One by one, they took their seats in the vehicle, with Theo and Cherokee flanking Olivia in the middle. "Young master, do you wish to return home or stay in Orange County for a few more days?" The butler's voice echoed through the speaker. Whether to return home or continue their leisure was of little consequence to Cherokee, although he had initially intended to enjoy himself. The disheartening turn of events had extinguished any desire for amusement. However, he lacked the final say in the matter. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the languid young woman. Olivia yawned. "The bed in the villa is uncomfortable." Theo, upon hearing this, understood that his girlfriend wished to leave Orange County. As a devoted boyfriend, he would never contradict her on such trivial matters, especially with the mutated great white shark still at large. Ultimately, it was a lingering threat. Having reached a consensus, they decided to return to the villa for a day of rest before heading home the next day. The following morning, they boarded the earliest flight back to Kansas, leaving the mutated great white shark in the coastal waters of Orange County behind. Only Olivia caught wind of the news regarding the sudden shark attack on humans at the beach, stirring public anxiety and transforming what should have been a profitable holiday for Orange County into a no-go zone for many tourists. They did not seek further information about subsequent events. Having been raised in such a family, they possessed a keen sense that these matters were beyond their reach. choosing to forget this harrowing adventure as if they were merely ordinary travelers attacked by a common shark. In the remaining days of their holiday, the small group returned to their respective homes, each finding their own enjoyment. Olivia, sensitive to the heat, preferred to remain in air-conditioned comfort during the summer and accepted Theo's invitation to their suburban villa. With staff on hand and air conditioning perpetually running, Olivia grew increasingly languid. Her daily activities confined to the small spaces of the bedroom, sofa, bathroom, and large floor-to-ceiling windows. Though she would deliver a half-hearted slap after their passionate encounters, Theo felt an overwhelming sweetness, realizing the joys of having a homebody girlfriend. However, this idyllic existence was soon disrupted. Cherokee, having learned of their whereabouts, showed up unexpectedly. Theo intended to pretend he was not home, but this cunning fellow directly called Olivia, persistently ringing her until she relented and let him in. The unending persistence of Cherokee shattered the blissful tranquility of Theo's life, which would never return to its former state. One day, Theo ventured out to buy delightful little cakes for his craving girlfriend. After traversing 3 blocks, upon returning home, he discovered that the door lock's code had inexplicably been altered. In that moment, realization struck him. Cherokee, you wretched individual, do not indulge in sour radishes. In the days that followed, the 3 of them maintained a delicate relationship. Olivia did not dismiss either of the men, often offering them little warmth. To her, both men, in terms of physique, appearance, and lineage, belonged to the elite, catering to her every whim. Even when jealousy arose, she was never called to adjudicate, never suffering the consequences. As for those who claimed that such matters disproportionately harmed women, please, it is the 21st century. How can anyone still place such weight on a girl's chastity? Life was too comfortable. Olivia fully embraced her circumstances. Her skin radiant and luminous, exuding an air of opulence cultivated by wealth. The budding allure of her femininity rendered her akin to a plump, juicy peach, transitioning from youthful innocence to ripened maturity. Later, in a curious twist of fate, at a certain gathering, Olivia accompanied Cherokee and, while momentarily alone, encountered Dandy in a precarious situation. This lofty officer, as unyielding as steel, had fallen victim to a scheming waiter who had tampered with his champagne. When Olivia found him, the hardened soldier was slumped against a floral wall, gasping for breath in the shadows. His crimson eyes, filled with desperation and yearning, piqued her interest. To trample upon such a high and mighty individual seemed rather enticing, did it not? With a mischievous tilt of her head, she entertained wicked thoughts. Do you desire this? With her foot resting upon the young man's chest, Olivia smirked, imploring him to plead. Dandy recognized her, lowering his lashes, his voice hoarse yet restrained as he begged. Olivia in a corner unseen by her, the corners of his lips curled into a cryptic smile. Thus concludes this segment of the tale. Chapter 37. The Silent Encounter, Part 1. Task World, Silent Hill. Characters: Mystic, Practitioner, Protagonist Elizabeth. Non-blood-related aunt. Task: unravel the mystery of Elizabeth's lineage and successfully escape Silent Hill. Elizabeth, now 12, has lived with her adoptive parents in a quaint town in Connecticut for 4 years. Her adoptive parents, having no other children, have treated her with great kindness, and little Elizabeth has enjoyed a blissful existence. The only blemish on her happiness is that the other children in town often label her as a freak, shunning her from their company, leaving her solitary and friendless. Although her adoptive mother, Sharon Strange, feels sympathy for her plight, she finds herself at a loss for solutions, merely advising her daughter to engage more in social activities. This homemaker, hailing from an Eastern background, clings to outdated beliefs, convinced that effort will always yield reward, unaware that the malice of children can be inexplicable and baseless. Her adoptive father, Levi Strange, consumed by his work, has been neglectful of his wife and daughter. Yet no one can deny that he is a good husband and father, dedicating his limited free time entirely to his family. However, their tranquil days have recently been disturbed. Elizabeth has suffered from frequent nightmares and even episodes of sleepwalking. During the latest incident, concerned for her daughter, Sharon ventured into Elizabeth's room late at night, only to find it empty. The couple ultimately located the sleepwalking Elizabeth on the driveway. Had there been any passing vehicles at that time, the consequences could have been dire. They halted all their activities and sought medical advice, yet to no avail. As time passed, the girl's condition worsened. It was not until a doctor discreetly suggested that Elizabeth's predicament was far from simple and might require alternative assistance that they began to consider other options. According to him, ailments that modern medicine cannot diagnose or treat often stem from unexplainable phenomena, such as malevolent spirits or curses. Having witnessed such cases over the years, the doctor, unwilling to watch a young girl suffer, risked his license to offer this advice. Finding no help, the couple returned to their town, witnessing Elizabeth's condition deteriorate day by day. Unable to endure any longer, they turned to mediums and exorcists for assistance. Unfortunately, these individuals either spoke in riddles or outright refused to assist, declaring the matter beyond their capabilities. Despondent, the couple returned home, mentally preparing for the possibility of bidding farewell to their daughter. Just then, a phone call disrupted their gloom. "Sister, I'm coming to visit you for spring break." On the other end was Sharon's beloved younger sister, now a student of architecture at Shahak University, 1,000 miles away. The call lifted Sharon's spirits, and since her husband and daughter were familiar with her sister, they welcomed the visit. After consulting the family, Sharon agreed to her sister's request. 2 days later, a cheerful knock shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the strange household. The beautiful Asian girl radiated joy, her dark eyes sparkling with delight as she rushed to embrace her sister, exclaiming, "I missed you, sister." The girl's brilliant smile seemed to dispel the shadows lingering over the strange home. Sharon returned the embrace, the long-forgotten scent evoking tears she had yet to shed during her daughter's ordeal. In that moment, the resilient Sharon found herself unexpectedly weeping, her voice trembling. "It's been so long, Olivia." Yet, as soon as her sister released her embrace, Olivia's nose twitched as if sensing something, and she stopped before Elizabeth. Pointing at her niece, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of a seeker confronting a challenge, she exclaimed, "Sister, Elizabeth has a problem." Olivia instantly recognized Elizabeth's peculiar state. Their parents had divorced when Olivia was just 16, leaving her younger sister, then 4, with their mother. Following years in America, Olivia had maintained contact with her sister, albeit across the ocean, making discussions of her life back home infrequent. Now, Olivia revealed that she had studied under a master in her homeland, who taught her mysticism and divination, claiming she possessed great potential to carry on his legacy upon her return. What nonsense! Sharon was bewildered. How could her sweet sister have become a charlatan? Why hadn't their mother intervened? However, Olivia's keen insight allowed her to immediately discern Elizabeth's unusual condition. Sharon hesitated, torn between whether to share this revelation with her husband and daughter, fearing their disappointment. Mr. Strange, perceptive as ever, sensed the sister's strange demeanor and, driven by instinct, believed the solution might lie with Olivia. "Olivia, if you have a way, please help Elizabeth." This once strong man cradled his face in his hands, weeping. "We are truly at our wits' end. We have sought every avenue." Olivia had not anticipated such drastic changes in her sister's household during her brief absence. She nodded in agreement, for although Elizabeth was not her blood relative, she was her sister's daughter. It was only right to assist family. "Let me see what I can discern," she said, rummaging through her backpack to produce a tortoise shell and several coins. The clinking of her belongings suggested that her family was well off. Even in this tense moment, Sharon felt a pang in her forehead, an inexplicable headache. Her sister. How could such a wonderful sister have turned into a mystic? After performing her rituals, Olivia's expression grew grave. The omens indicated that Elizabeth's situation was dire, and something seemed to obscure the truth behind it. After further divination, Olivia discovered that, although the prognosis was grim, there remained a sliver of hope. Troubling news, Olivia thought, as she met her sister's anxious gaze. She bit her lip, refraining from uttering her refusal. Elizabeth's condition was indeed complex. She would need to return to the place where it all began to find a resolution. The initial location? Did that refer to the orphanage? Olivia shook her head. "I am not certain." The couple, accompanied by Olivia and Elizabeth, embarked on a night journey to the orphanage where Elizabeth had been adopted, traveling by plane and bus. Finally arriving at the orphanage a day later. This was a church-run orphanage, appearing quite dilapidated, with moss creeping up its walls, massive trees obscuring the sunlight, and the eerie calls of owls echoing through the forest, enveloping the orphanage in a sinister atmosphere. The head of the orphanage is a nun named Iggy, tall in stature, yet slightly hunched with age. Her sharp, murky yellow eyes resemble those of a lurking creature in the woods, casting a sinister gaze upon them. Sharon feels a twinge of fear, while Levi, on the other hand, accepts her presence with ease. He understands that Sister Iggy, though stern in demeanor, possesses a warm heart and is an exceptionally kind person. Sister Iggy, we have come with a request. Could we possibly see Elizabeth's file? Iggy does not respond immediately, but instead fixes a peculiar gaze upon Elizabeth. Sharon instinctively pulls her daughter behind her, breaking the line of sight. Sister Iggy? The nun stares intently at him, suddenly bursting into an exaggerated, almost ghostly laugh. Of course, follow me, she replies, her crimson tongue swirling within her mouth. At this moment, even the oblivious Levi senses something amiss. He glances at his wife and then at their somber daughter, making a resolute decision to follow her. Chapter 38. The Adventure of the Mute Village, Part 2. This old, remote orphanage seems to exist in isolation from society. In the archive room, towering shelves, almost reaching the ceiling, are densely packed with various paper records. Iggy recalls that Elizabeth was brought to the orphanage a decade ago, in November, amidst a winter blizzard where temperatures plunged to -10 degrees. A volunteer delivered the small girl to the orphanage along with her documentation. Her name was Elizabeth Benvance. With an alcoholic father and a mentally unstable mother who had subjected her to relentless conflict and violence since birth, she was an unwelcome child, an extraneous presence and a scapegoat for her parents' frustrations. After one particularly fierce argument, her drunken father beat her mother into a stupor and fell asleep. In a fit of despair, her mother ignited the curtains. The ensuing inferno consumed their broken, impoverished home, and both negligent parents perished in the flames. Yet, perhaps by the grace of fortune, Elizabeth, terrified, had locked herself in the bathroom, thus miraculously surviving the blaze, emerging unscathed save for a soot-smudged face when rescued by firefighters. Confirming that she had no other relatives in the world, the volunteers sent her to the orphanage, where she lived for 6 years until the strange couple adopted her 4 years ago. The records indicate that Elizabeth was a reclusive and peculiar child, often found alone in a corner, scrutinizing her surroundings with dark, brooding eyes, much like a gray rat in a gutter, instilling fear in those around her. However, at some point, changes began to manifest within her. She became somewhat more lively and no longer evoked the same unease. It was as if she had undergone a transformation akin to dissociative identity disorder. Shortly thereafter, the strange couple arrived at the orphanage, and Elizabeth, with her delicate frame and sweet smile, was adopted by them. Everything unfolded as if preordained. The file contained meticulous records, detailing her life from birth to the follow-up visits after her adoption, each account rendering the strange couple incredulous. The Elizabeth described in the records seemed a stark contrast to their daughter. The child at home was sweet and affectionate, a perfectly normal little girl. How could she have been perceived as brooding and eccentric? Sharon covered her mouth, stifling her sobs, fearful that her daughter, just beyond a flimsy wooden door, might overhear. She fervently denied the implications of the records, perhaps deceiving herself in the process. Sister, I actually think Olivia hesitated. Meeting her sister's tear-stained gaze, her words caught in her throat. Yet, self-deception proved futile. If Elizabeth were truly as they imagined, then why did the other children in town refer to her as a freak? Children, whose worldviews are still forming, often embody an innocent cruelty. They do not realize that their actions may cast lifelong shadows on others, acting purely on instinct. What if their intuition had revealed Elizabeth's oddities? Olivia did not wish to propagate the notion of victim blaming, but could a person whom everyone shuns truly be as they appear? Olivia was aware that among the local children were groups of unruly youths whose actions blatantly crossed legal boundaries. Insults, bullying, violence, theft, and even robbery. Yet, they never dared to approach Elizabeth, merely uttering a disdainful curse when confronted with her presence. Olivia sensed that their feelings toward Elizabeth were not rooted in hatred, but rather in trepidation and fear, coupled with the dark aura she perceived surrounding the girl. It seemed that her status as an adopted child was anything but ordinary. Elizabeth had once resided in a town called Silent Hill, nestled within a valley and developed around a massive coal mine. However, after the coal was exhausted, the once thriving town descended into silence, and a decade ago, environmental pollution led to a peculiar lung disease afflicting its residents. The illness began with a mere cough, escalating to coughing up blood, followed by grotesque decay, culminating in a grotesque demise. The disease was highly contagious, forcing the local government to seal off Silent Hill. Medical experts noted that the virus could survive in the environment for decades, rendering the town perpetually quarantined. A lengthy, barbed wire barrier severed the residents' chances of survival. Initially electrified, the wire zapped anyone attempting to cross it into charred remains. But in recent years, no one dared approach, and authorities speculated that the inhabitants had perished. The wire ceased to be electrified, yet the deadly virus deterred anyone from attempting entry. However, Olivia felt compelled to act. The solution to Elizabeth's plight lay within Silent Hill. She must venture into the deadly town with her niece and uncover the means to save her. But Olivia, it's too dangerous. You mustn't go, Sharon implored. Torn between her love for her daughter and the desire to protect her sister. Both her daughter and the long-missed sister were equally important. Sharon could not allow any mishap. Sister, you have no choice but to trust me. Elizabeth's issues are evidently tied to the supernatural. Aside from me, the rest of you are ordinary people, and you would likely encounter trouble within that cursed place. I can take care of myself. This is the best option. Seeing her sister still in tears, Olivia embraced her. Speaking gently, Sister, don't worry, I am strong. I will return with Elizabeth safely. Under the weight of her sister's insistence, her husband's counsel, and their daughter's innocent yet fearful gaze, Sharon relented. Before they departed, she grasped the girl's hand, her voice filled with urgency. Olivia, please return safely. Remember, we are all waiting for you. I beg you. Olivia nodded, setting off towards Silent Hill with Elizabeth. As their vehicle gradually disappeared from view, Sharon wiped away her tears, with Levi silently offering support by wrapping his arms around her shoulders. They departed around 2 in the afternoon, journeying from dawn until dusk as twilight descended, the sky darkening ominously, revealing the undulating outline of the mysterious Silent Hill. At the end of the road, an interminable stretch of barbed wire lay like a serpent coiled upon the highway. The vehicle halted before the wire, and Olivia gazed up at the towering, faded sign that read Silent Hill, the letters peeling and rusted. She tugged at the wire, discovering its softness belied a resilience beyond human capability to dismantle. As was her custom, Olivia took out a tortoiseshell coin for divination and received a dire omen. The blood-stained coin seemed to forewarn of misfortune, as if her ancestors were imploring her to abandon this perilous path. However, being in a foreign land with limited capabilities, they resorted to this indirect method of warning. Forgive me, ancestors, but I cannot abandon my niece. If you truly are concerned, please protect me. I promise to return with the finest offerings. Perhaps some roast duck from the renowned restaurant? Or exquisite dim sum? Perhaps the braised yellow croaker you adore? The coin on the ground suddenly leaped. Olivia's face lit up with joy. Thank you, ancestors. I rely on you. A flurry of flattering words momentarily befuddled her ancestors, who inadvertently agreed, only to realize, wait, I have no authority to enforce laws across borders. The audacity of this impudent descendant. The ancestral figure, while scolding, hastened to contact her newly acquainted foreign friend. Please help my child. Chapter 39, The Adventures in Silent Hill, Part 3. Fortunately, having anticipated the potential challenges, Olivia had invested a considerable sum prior to their departure to acquire various tools, including a multifunctional wire cutter. With her backpack laden with essential supplies, Olivia additionally carried an array of tools, the weight of the heavy pack causing considerable discomfort to the delicate mage. However, seeing her obedient niece, barely reaching her chest, standing beside her, she resignedly hoisted the burden onto her back. The two women slipped through a gaping hole, their vehicle parked outside, not venturing further due to the excessive physical exertion required to create an entrance sufficiently large for a car. Moreover, should any misfortune befall them inside, the parked vehicle would serve as their last means of escape. The silhouettes of the aunt and niece traversed the straight road deeper into Silent Hill. As the night breeze stirred, a thick mist suddenly enveloping them, obscuring their forms. Visibility diminished rapidly in the spreading fog. Shortly after their departure, a roaring Ford Mustang surged from the darkness, 3 men disembarking. The leader, a muscular man adorned with a crucifix tattoo on his left arm and a skull on his right, bore a vibrant rose inked upon his collarbone. With a buzz cut and fierce, handsome features, he appeared formidable. The other 2 men carried a camera and a bag, with the buzz-cut man leading the charge. They were content creators from a short video platform, specializing in dangerous explorations. The buzz-cut man, Augustus Feeney Solt, served as the team's central figure and held the highest rank. The other 2 were the cameraman, Jet Green, and assistant, Cash Black, both orbiting around Augustus. They had ventured into the long-abandoned ghost town at the behest of their viewers, hoping to capture content that would draw significant traffic. Little did they know, someone had already entered before them. Who could it be? Another competitor? Jet, reliant on Augustus for his livelihood, harbored little affection for those vying for his spotlight. Cash, timid by nature, or perhaps possessing an exceptional sensitivity to the supernatural, could faintly perceive the tremors in the air. Though they had explored numerous haunted locations, none had ever exuded such a palpable sense of danger. I feel something is amiss. Perhaps we should reconsider. Life is far more precious than money or views. Cash suggested nervously. I warned you we should have left you behind. This is bad luck. Jet cursed vehemently. Enough. Augustus interjected, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The itinerary was set, and it could not be altered lightly. If you're afraid, wait outside. However, you will forfeit your share of the reward. Cash, who was not in need of the money, nodded gratefully, ready to retreat to the vehicle. Yet, as he turned, he noticed a multitude of indistinct, swaying figures emerging through the mist-laden road behind them. A chill coursed through his body, accompanied by an ominous premonition. His face turned pale as he shouted toward the shadows. Who is there? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. In a panic, Cash instinctively sought the protection of a strong ally, huddling beside Augustus. The two soon recognized the unusual occurrence behind them. Jet, dismissive, believed it to be a local attempting to frighten them away, and he aimed the camera at the shadows. Ready to film. Something is off. We need to leave. Augustus urged. Don't overreact. It's probably just a prank, Jet scoffed. But as the distance between them and the shadows shrank, he finally discerned their true appearance. The creatures possessed skin as white as plaster, glistening with an oily sheen. Their limbs bore a resemblance to human proportions, yet their hands were peculiarly large, fingers splayed, capable of easily enveloping an adult male's head. They were devoid of hair. Their faces flat like paper, lacking discernible features, save for a colossal single eye at the junction of their chest and abdomen, its yellow iris greedily fixating on them, while a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth dripped with saliva. Jet screamed, sprinting with the weighty camera in hand, darting through the hole into Silent Hill. Cash trembled against Augustus, his complexion matching that of the monstrous entities, stammering, What? What do we do? Without hesitation, Augustus commanded, We go in. With their retreat blocked, entering Silent Hill was their only option. Augustus began to believe in Cash's foreboding words, realizing they had missed their chance to escape. Who would have imagined that a hunter, so accustomed to the chase, might one day find themselves prey? Augustus sighed heavily, striding purposefully into Silent Hill. The creatures beyond the wire fence were left far behind, their shadows fading from view. After an indeterminate period of running, they finally halted, having entered the heart of Silent Hill. Surrounding them were dilapidated buildings, remnants of a bygone era, with shops and homes scattered, hinting at a former prosperity now shrouded in decay. The structures loomed ominously, enveloped in thick mist, with sagging signs hanging precariously, their silhouettes resembling slumbering beasts in the dark. An unsettling chill gripped Augustus, his anxiety intensifying. Cash, his teeth chattering, wished he could shrink into Augustus's pocket. He sensed the insatiable gaze of many eyes lurking in the fog, a growing cacophony of footsteps approaching them. We're going to die? We're going to die? He panicked, wishing desperately for salvation. Tears welled in his eyes as he quivered in Augustus's shadow. It seemed as if the heavens had heard his plea. A sharp command rang out, followed by a burst of golden light cleaving through the fog, transforming into an arrow that pierced an unseen target. A scream echoed through the darkness as the footsteps, seemingly afraid of something, began to retreat. A tall girl emerged, radiating a vibrant beauty, her fatigued smile akin to a beam of sunlight dispelling their fears. Clad in a tan trench coat, fitted top, and black cargo pants paired with matching combat boots, she exuded a sweet yet tough demeanor. Cash's gaze shifted behind her, taken aback by the size of her backpack. Suddenly, she produced a photograph, pointing to a young girl within. Have you seen this child? The girl in the photo, no more than 12 or 13, bore a cherubic face, her radiant smile strikingly unsettling. Cash, in a daze, shook his head. What child? Who brings a child to such a perilous place? Do they seek death? The girl puffed her cheeks in disappointment, but quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. Thank you anyway. She turned to leave, but paused, adding, This place is dangerous. You should leave sooner rather than later. Cash called out to her urgently. From her earlier display of prowess, it was clear she was no ordinary person, likely a demon hunter. What could offer more assurance than the presence of such a protector? We have a teammate who is missing too. Since you're looking for someone, we might as well join forces. The more, the merrier. Olivia blinked, visibly hesitant. To resolve the issues surrounding Elizabeth, she needed to seek clues in perilous places. Initially, she had intended to keep them out of harm's way, but now they had expressed a desire to join her. If anything went awry, the consequences would not fall upon her shoulders, would they? A cunning glint flashed in the girl's eyes as she turned to the tall, silent youth beside her. What about you? Do you wish to join us? Augustus, his gaze inscrutable, nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. The Adventures in Silent Hill, Part 4. Time rewinds to an hour prior. Olivia and her niece entered Silent Hill, walking along the road until they finally caught sight of the shadowy outlines of buildings, shrouded in fog and darkness. As they ventured deeper into Silent Hill, the mist thickened, obscuring their vision like swirling smoke. The dilapidated homes loomed like silent beasts, observing the intruders with eerie stillness. Olivia's instincts, honed through crises, screamed for her to flee, compounded by the ominous results of her previous divinations, causing her head to throb. Fortunately, she still had a good supply of talismans and potions, though she was uncertain how effective Eastern magic would prove against Western evils. However, it is said that the malevolent spirits of the West are markedly different from those of the East. They appear particularly fond of possessing living beings. The means to combat them often involve holy water and prayers, or more straightforward physical methods. A fragile mage like her could hardly withstand a single blow, and she was unprepared with holy water, let alone any prayers. She scarcely knew the names of their deities and could only hope that her ancestors had sufficient connections. Perhaps she might even dream of a formidable boss. Uncertain how long she had wandered through the thick fog, the surrounding structures gradually transformed from diminutive to towering. Olivia speculated that they might have entered the very heart of Silent Hill, where commercial buildings like shops and restaurants began to emerge, their weathered signs hinting at a once thriving past. Olivia was determined to head towards the most sinister area, but unexpectedly, as they passed a convenience store, Elizabeth suddenly broke free from her grasp, dashing into the fog without explanation. Elizabeth, the girl called out, hastily pursuing her, but in the brief moment that passed, Elizabeth had vanished into the mist. Olivia searched frantically, calling out, yet the girl's figure seemed to have completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Faced with uncertainty, she decided to consult her divination tools once more. The oracle indicated that Elizabeth was not in danger. Rather, it was her own safety that warranted concern. What could she say to that? Resolving to continue her journey towards the source of the malevolence, she pressed on. There stood the imposing steeple of a church, its sharp peak and large cross visible even from a distance. Upon seeing the church, Olivia's understanding deepened. In a typical city, one would never construct a church at the center, as that land holds the highest value. Capitalists would naturally seek to exchange such prime real estate for maximum profit. Yet, Silent Hill defied convention by erecting a church, an establishment unlikely to yield any profit, where a commercial complex or skyscraper should have been. It inevitably invoked thoughts of a cult. Only a cult could plunge individuals into utter, chaotic madness, disregarding gains and losses. It seemed entirely reasonable for the residents of Silent Hill, who had succumbed to a plague a decade prior and transformed into a desolate town, to turn to cult worship in their desperation. Yet, what was Elizabeth's connection to all of this? As Olivia continued on her path, she encountered a duo under attack and, adhering to her principle of kindness, came to their aid. As for their subsequent collaboration, let us not overlook the fact that an additional ally meant an increase in strength. Observing the young man, with his muscular build and fists resembling heavy sandbags, he certainly appeared to be a capable protector. Cash had assumed the girl intended to leave Silent Hill, but was startled to see her venture deeper into its depths. This direction was certainly not one leading away from the cursed town. His heart raced, and he anxiously asked, "Olivia, where are we headed?" Olivia calmly pointed ahead, and Cash raised his gaze to see the massive cross looming in the fog, emanating an ominous aura against the backdrop of the blood moon. A church? This girl hardly seemed the type to worship God. She had even introduced herself as somewhat versed in mysterious Eastern powers. Could it be that divine influence extended so broadly, reaching even the East? Fortunately, Olivia was oblivious to his musings. Otherwise, given their size difference, she might have retaliated with a punch. Cash hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire further, but fearing he might irritate her, which could result in them being abandoned in this monster-infested Silent Hill. The usually silent Augustus suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with a hint of realization. Is there something amiss there? Olivia replied, it is likely the origin of everything. Her cryptic statement left Cash bewildered, while Augustus appeared to grasp some hidden meaning, rendering Cash momentarily speechless, too intimidated to ask further. The group fell into silence, with only Cash's tense, heavy breathing piercing the stillness. Suddenly, both Olivia and Augustus halted, their ears twitching. In the next moment, the girl evaded an attack with a swift turn. Before Cash could comprehend, a tremendous force struck his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could muster anger, he witnessed the young man deliver a powerful kick, sending a creature flying. A sharp, agonized cry resonated from the fog, causing Cash's eardrums to ache. It dawned upon him that had Augustus not held him back, he might have already become a victim of the monster. What are you waiting for? Hide! Augustus shouted amidst the chaos. Cash scrambled away, unsure of how far to venture, and ducked into a convenience store, peering cautiously out the window. Unbeknownst to him, a massive shadow coalesced in the air behind him, solidifying at a visible speed. Tumors protruded from beneath its skin, bursting forth, casting a colossal and terrifying shadow on the ground. Cash sensed something amiss and turned around, his scream of horror escaping him. Olivia used a talisman to repel a creature lunging at her, and upon hearing Cash's distress, she turned to see him shattering the glass and fleeing in terror, his figure soon swallowed by the fog. Hey, your friend. Augustus seemed utterly indifferent to the safety of their companion, merely glancing back at Cash's retreating form before landing a punch on the creature, splattering its blood and caving in its cheek. Well, if he was unfazed, why should she, an outsider, worry? Olivia shook her head, choosing to disregard the scene. As for whether the other would survive alone in this forsaken Silent Hill, she could only adhere to her sect's principle of respecting the fates of others, avoiding entanglements of consequence. Life is life, and death is also life. No one could be blamed for it. Yet, the next moment revealed the reason for Cash's flight from the convenience store. A towering monstrosity, as tall as two adult men, approached. Its slender legs raised doubts about their ability to support such a massive body. Every inch of its exposed skin was covered in grotesque tumors, some swollen and bursting, oozing pus across the ground, while others quivered, as if something within was writhing. Beneath the tumors, the creature bore no semblance of humanity, and merely gazing at it sent one's sanity plummeting. What is that? Olivia gasped, startled, pondering why Western monsters were so grotesque, devoid of even basic aesthetics. The creature crashed through the convenience store's outer wall, debris cascading to the ground, showcasing its formidable strength. Olivia quickly assessed the situation and realized this creature was beyond their capabilities, at least when battling the monsters shrouded in fog. She could distinctly feel that her talismans and spells were somewhat effective, though not as much as they would be against Eastern entities. The young man beside her appeared robust, yet it was clear he could not contend with this abomination. They exchanged glances, each sensing the other's intent to retreat, their movements hastening as they sought to escape. However, smaller creatures continued to swarm from the fog, with each one slain only to be replaced by another, severely hindering their progress. This cannot continue. We will perish at this rate, Olivia thought, her fingers brushing the talismans in her pocket, the coarse paper providing her with a profound sense of security. In the next moment, her gaze sharpened, a plan forming in her mind. Split up. As her words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from their position, the fog echoing with the shrill cries of the smaller creatures, which also struck the tumor creature, causing its skin to rot and emit a foul stench where the golden light made contact. The creature howled in fury. Meanwhile, the two allies, demonstrating an unexpected synchronicity, vanished into the fog, one to the left and one to the right. Chapter 41. The Adventure in Dumbarton, Part 5. Olivia sprinted along the road, her breaths filled with the scent of blood, each inhalation accompanied by immense pain. She was unaware of how long she had been running or how much longer she needed to continue. All of this was due to the relentless pursuit of the tumor creature. Not long ago, she and Augustus had separated to evade the monster's attack, opting for individual paths. However, perhaps due to her seemingly weaker appearance, the creature hesitated for a mere few seconds before choosing to pursue her. And so, it had been ever since. Hearing the thunderous footsteps behind her, Olivia felt her head throb with irritation. As a fragile mage, she was ill-equipped for such exertion. Today's activity surpassed her total for the past month. Her legs felt weak, and her pace slowed. Seeing the distance between herself and the tumor creature diminish, Olivia made a swift decision to dart into a towering building nearby. Standing within the doorway, she locked eyes with the creature, only to realize it inexplicably refrained from entering. As if wary of something. Having dealt with countless bizarre incidents, Olivia understood well that only another creature of far greater power could cause a powerful, irrational beast to hesitate. I fear she has ventured into the domain of some ghastly creature. Yet the tumor beast seems to await her, neither entering nor departing, but rather blocking the entrance, waiting for her to unwittingly walk into its snare. Before Olivia lie but two choices: to confront the tumor beast outside or to step inside. Perhaps she would encounter a creature even more formidable than the tumor beast. This is akin to choosing between dying now or at a later time. After a moment's contemplation, Olivia pivoted and strode deeper into the building. Upon her departure, the tumor beast outside suddenly trembled, unable to control itself as it knelt down, bowing its head until its forehead touched the ground. From that grotesque visage, one could discern a hint of uncontrollable terror. It muttered incoherently, seemingly pleading for mercy. Yet, its adversary was unwilling to spare it. In the next instant, the tumors upon the beast's body burst forth as if subjected to immense pressure, followed by its limbs and torso, culminating in its head. It shrieked in agony, and soon, silence enveloped it. Crimson blood and flesh mingled, scattering across the ground. Even as the remnants instinctively sought to flee, they twisted and crawled away, evoking a primal response, but under the weight of a more powerful force. They were reduced to mere chunks of meat. A hoof descended upon the writhing flesh, squashing it into a puddle of muck. The newcomer spoke in a light, airy tone, unperturbed by the presence within the building. Such a temper? The young man lifted his eyelids, his long, curled lashes casting shadowy patterns akin to butterfly wings upon his cheeks. The vivid crimson patterns on his face danced with the movements of his muscles, and his striking brows, far from losing their allure due to his caustic mockery, gained an even more aggressive beauty. Curved ram's horns cast distorted shadows upon the ground, while black wings shed feathers that fluttered to the earth. His upper body was bare, and he wore trousers that barely reached his knees, his exposed skin adorned with similar crimson patterns. "Lost your voice," he scoffed, his derision growing bolder. Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed in the air, as if something had erupted in fury, and a heavy pressure descended, nearly forcing the creature to its knees. The goat-like monster, naturally displeased by the humiliation, understood that the situation was dire. Upon realizing that the creature lurking within the school was genuinely enraged, it dared not speak further and retreated in discontent. It was clear to it that provoking the other would lead to its demise. The street fell silent once more, save for a distant, haunting wail, both chilling and prolonged. Yet, these monsters, in unison, adeptly evaded this vicinity, and no living being could be seen for miles. The dense fog carried whispers from the distant creatures. "Have you heard? That esteemed one just lost their temper." "I know." Creek nearly met his end. "Who knows what transpired?" "Uncertain, but it seems a human intruded." "A human intruded?" "A human." The rumors gradually morphed, inexplicably transforming into tales of a brazen human who had dared to enter the school, provoking the wrath of the esteemed one, leading to the ire of another. Unbeknownst to Olivia, her reputation was being twisted into something monstrous among the creatures, nor did she notice the vanishing of the tumor beast blocking the entrance. Instead, she held on to the notion of having come this far, and began to explore the building. This forsaken structure, once a school, bore witness to chaos. Desks and chairs lay in disarray within the classrooms, with some blackboards still inscribed with simple formulas. The walls, once adorned with childlike decorations, had long faded and peeled away with the passage of time. Olivia refrained from entering, merely glancing at the scene outside, for she had come to resolve her niece's troubles. Considering the timeline, Elizabeth had been merely 2 years old a decade ago. She could not possibly be present in the school. After finishing her exploration of the first floor, at the end of the corridor, the young girl attempted to push open a window, only to find it firmly locked. She took a nearby stick and struck the glass, but it remained unscathed. Clearly, escaping through the window was futile. Undeterred, Olivia ascended the staircase. Creak, creak. The wooden floorboards emitted a faint hum beneath her feet, and Olivia cautiously surveyed her surroundings, refusing to relax her vigilance. Just as she set foot on the second floor, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side, aiming for her shoulder. Olivia, ever watchful, narrowly evaded the grasp, turning to find a towering humanoid creature had somehow appeared in her blind spot. Its heavy, triangular iron head was encrusted with rust and dark, congealed liquid. The towering figure was clad only in a leather apron, its hem piled high, while its muscular chest and abdomen lay bare. In one hand, it wielded a knife nearly as long as its height, stained with rust and reeking of foul, dark blood. Yet the blade glimmered with a chilling sharpness. Even from a distance, the pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. Danger! Olivia's instincts screamed for her to flee. The wind howled past her ears, and before her lungs could recover from the previous exertion, they were thrust into high-intensity motion once more. Her brain spun from lack of oxygen, and her legs felt heavy and swollen, nearly giving way beneath her. Despite her body's protests, the heavy footsteps behind her urged her not to stop. Faster, run faster. Olivia dashed into a classroom, swiftly closing the door behind her. She hurriedly piled desks and chairs against the door, gasping for breath as she clutched her chest, hoping to regain her strength. In her frantic state, she noticed a desk covered in various scribbles, not mere doodles, but an array of curses and foul language. The target of these invectives bore a remarkably familiar name, Elizabeth Bonvance. How could this be? Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 years ago, Elizabeth had been a mere 2-year-old child. How could she possibly be connected to this school? What had transpired in Silent Hill a decade ago? What role did Elizabeth play in all of this? A chill ran down her spine, as though a great hand were manipulating everything, guiding her. No, guiding Elizabeth, back to Silent Hill. There was no time for further contemplation. The increasingly heavy footsteps in the corridor signaled that the creature was drawing near. This classroom would not contain it for long. Remaining here would be akin to being trapped in a net. The only means of escape lay in her gaze toward the window, which remained sealed, unyielding against her attempts to shatter it. Since physical means had proven futile, she would have to resort to the metaphysical. She pulled out a stack of talismans, each possessing varying powers: a thunderbolt talisman, a freezing talisman, a fire talisman, and resolved to try them all. Surely one would work. Alas, it was frustrating that her artifacts could not cross the border, leaving her utterly isolated. Oh, ancestors, help! Little did she know, the ancestors above were entangled in their own affairs, and none dared to assist her. In her anger, she stomped her feet in frustration, cursing the ungrateful descendants. What on earth has this child done? Has she entered the domain of some deity? Though the ancestors possessed some connections, they were no match for the profound legacy of true gods, only able to fret while sending warnings to their troublesome descendants. Good child, run. The ancestors cannot aid you. Chapter 42. The Adventures of Mute Tun, Part 6. At this moment, Olivia could not hear the silent counsel of her ancestors. She had extracted every potent talisman from her pocket, yet the glass remained impervious, as if fortified by 100 protective shields, solidly welded to the window frame. No matter her efforts to break through, the commotion outside grew louder, as the long knife cleaved through the doorframe, effortlessly slicing a large hole. A pair of coarse, massive hands soon thrust through the door, easily tearing it to shreds. The wooden door was as fragile as paper in the grasp of the triangular-headed creature. As the splinters flew, Olivia stared in terror as the towering monster accurately pinpointed her presence and approached without hesitation. She clenched her teeth, counting the creature's advancing footsteps. Her palms nearly soaked with sweat from the talismans. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now? She flung a handful of talismans while simultaneously rolling away from the creature's outstretched hand, then sprinted up the stairs without pause. The steps diminished beneath her, and a hazy, obscure light appeared before her. She understood that this school was the ghostly realm of the triangular-headed creature. Within this domain, it was omnipotent, its will manifesting as it pleased. However, should she manage to escape this realm, its power would significantly wane, allowing for a potential confrontation. Almost taking 3 steps at a time, she raced down the stairs with utmost speed, and the grand door came into view. Almost there, Olivia attempted to open the door. Exerting all her strength, her face flushed, yet it would not budge. This door was locked. It should have been anticipated. The entire school was a domain of the triangular-headed specter. How could it possibly leave a door for escape? Even if it did, it was likely a trap. Just like now, with her cornered against the door, flanked by walls, while the triangular-headed creature ambled forth from the only passage, dragging its long blade across the ground. producing a piercing hum. She had no avenue of escape. Rather than facing humiliation and death at the hands of the monster, she resolved to fight with all her strength. The girl's gaze sharpened as she harnessed all her spiritual energy, clutching every talisman in her grasp, prepared for a fight to the death. The creature halted, its noise ceasing abruptly, tilting its head as if silently scrutinizing her. For reasons unknown, Olivia inexplicably sensed a feeling of grievance and incredulity emanating from its movements. Grievance? The girl paused in confusion, but soon her vigilance regained the upper hand. No, she must have misinterpreted that. Olivia felt an overwhelming sense of alertness, determined to exchange a few blows with the triangular-headed creature. However, in a mere moment, darkness enveloped her, and she was left in a state of oblivion. As the sounds of rustling returned, Olivia gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes remained shut, yet her ears were the first to capture the crisp clang of metal reverberating in the air, accompanied by a heavy, beast-like breathing that sent chills down her spine. Overwhelmed by a profound fear, she finally broke through the last barrier of her consciousness. The girl inhaled sharply, her eyes snapping open to reveal a dilapidated ceiling, stained and marked with unknown black traces. She lay on a bed, the blankets beneath her soft and clean, creating an illusion of sinking into them, while the scent of her shower gel, faintly floral with a hint of bitterness, enveloped her. Yet, interwoven with that floral fragrance was an indescribable odor, a mix of blood and gunpowder, evoking thoughts of a chaotic battlefield or freshly fired wooden cannons still exhaling warmth. Rough, potent, powerful, and undeniably present. In an instant, Olivia connected this scent to the triangular-headed creature. Accompanied by the heavy breathing beside her, she became rigid, daring not to turn her head. Her suspicions were confirmed. The towering triangular-headed monster crouched at the edge of her bed, its iron head resting against the mattress, creating a depression in the soft bedding, staring unblinkingly at the sleeping girl. Though its eyes could not reveal its thoughts, its actions conveyed a possessive desire and a destructive urge that bordered on obsession. The pale bed sheets, marred with blood and rust from the triangular-headed creature, embodied a grotesque beauty, merging softness with coldness, gentleness with slaughter. Upon sensing that the girl had awakened, the triangular-headed creature emitted a raspy breath, seemingly alerting her. Olivia interpreted this as a threat, no longer able to feign sleep. She sat up, retreating to the corner, watching him warily. What was his intention? He had captured her, yet chose not to torment her, allowing her to sleep soundly in the bed. Did he harbor some grand scheme? Did he wish for her to lead him out of Silent Hill? To open a passage between hell and the mortal realm? To blur the boundaries between reality and illusion? Olivia's mind spiraled into fear. Her complexion paled as she envisioned herself becoming a sinner. Despite having encountered numerous spirits, she was merely a girl who had not yet graduated from university, cherished by her mother at home and doted upon by her masters and seniors in her sect. Even when alone in a foreign land for studies, she had a sister who treated her like a daughter. Truly, the greatest hardship she had ever endured was the bitter medicine taken when she fell ill, though often it was not bitter at all, as her master would crush it into sweet pills for her. Even when facing formidable monsters, her ancestors in the heavens would protect her. A girl raised in comfort had never known such suffering. She regretted her arrogance in defying the ominous signs, realizing that if anything happened to her, her sister and mother would be devastated. Olivia envisioned her funeral, friends and family weeping uncontrollably, the sting of tears welling in her eyes as her nose tinged with sorrow. Huff! The triangular-headed creature made a sound, a metallic rumble accompanied by its heavy breathing, as if answering her unspoken questions, its low voice imposing a great pressure upon her. However, Olivia could not comprehend the creature's language, remaining on high alert. The triangular-headed creature spoke several more words, but she still found them inscrutable. Suddenly, the towering monster reached out towards her head. Olivia instinctively tensed up, adopting a defensive posture, her voice trembling yet fierce. What do you want? Its rough, large hand rested upon her forehead, not crushing it as she had imagined, but rather, it was as gentle as a feather falling, causing only a slight discomfort against her tender skin, devoid of any intent to harm. A chilling aura coursed through the contact, and in an instant, her mind was flooded with countless voices. The sound of insects scuttling in the dark corners of the ghostly domain, the wails of trapped spirits echoing in sorrow. Their curses incessantly uttered, along with the frantic whispers of other vengeful souls. Yet, amidst this cacophony, the most distinct and prominent voice belonged to the master of this ghostly realm, this triangular-headed creature. It shared with her the absolute dominion of this ghostly domain, unveiling its thoughts unreservedly before her. Deep within its psyche, among the most vital spirits of the spectral beings, this creature was consumed by a singular thought: mine. Olivia was bewildered, unable to grasp the creature's inner voice, questioning whether she had inadvertently taken something from it, though she had touched nothing upon entering the school. Only one possibility remained. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Her lips turned pale, and fear welled in her eyes. No, that couldn't be. They had just fought moments ago. Olivia vehemently denied it, seeking various reasons to validate her erroneous suspicion, for she understood that most specters acted on instinct. If this creature truly regarded her as its possession, then one day, when its possessive desire could no longer be contained, only devouring her awaited. After all, in the eyes of monsters, love and hunger often intertwined, and they could easily confuse the two, consuming one another in a muddled haze. Bone within bone, flesh within flesh. Blood and flesh intertwined, achieving an eternal, physical union. But soon, reality proved her suspicions correct. Chapter 43, The Silent Adventure of the Mute, Part 7. In the overgrown school building, a beam of light unexpectedly illuminated a room on the top floor. The room was decorated like a chamber of horrors, walls adorned with various instruments of torture, dark red stains congealed beneath layers of grime, and the ceiling splattered with unknown circular marks, long since blackened and solidified. A gentle breeze stirred the heavy curtains, revealing the ominous blood moon in the sky, while the crimson curtains flowed with a bloody glow in the dim light. The room had one stark difference. At its center lay a large bed, surrounded by flowing, soft veils that swayed gently with the bed's movements, revealing a hint of the powder blue sheets beneath. In such a bizarre and eerie environment, the subtle sounds emanating from within the veil seemed to make even the moon shyly retreat behind the clouds. No, go away, a muffled female voice protested, tinged with irritation. Overlaying this faint resistance was a deeper, more powerful breath, a heavy breathing sound filtered through metal, resonating with a dull yet metallic clang. From within the veil came muffled sobs, mingled with the girl's exasperated curses and the sharp sound of slapping hands. Olivia, momentarily forgetting the creature's movements, covered her stinging backside, disbelief etched across her face. She could not fathom that this creature would dare spank her. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. After a moment of stunned silence, the rush of embarrassment surged within her, tears spilling forth, filling her eyes. Those unique, obsidian-like eyes, more radiant than hellfire in the triangular-headed creature's view, shone with a translucent beauty, gleaming amidst the damp and stifling veil. Huff, faced with something cherished. The creature's instinct was to destroy, to pry out those beautiful eyes and place them in a collection, to consume her, to possess her. The intense thirst within him compelled him to swallow, his throat constricting as his craving intensified, his gums itching, desperately yearning to bite into something. Yet, he lacked human features, rendering him incapable of gnawing. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed upon the girl, desire unabashedly evident in his eyes. However, alongside this insatiable hunger, another emotion seemed to swell within his chest. Even in the embrace of another, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a great void, compelling him to instinctively crush her to him with a fervor that wished to merge her essence with his very being, until a pained cry escaped her lips. The triangular-headed figure unconsciously loosened his grip, yet his large hand remained firmly, possessively, planted against the girl's waist. As if a single palm could contain her delicate form entirely, he felt an urgent need to find a way to possess her completely, ensuring she could never escape his side or gaze upon him with fear and disdain. The towering creature exhaled a wave of heated breath upon the girl's sensitive neck, causing her to instinctively shrink away. So hot. Olivia's eyes fell, embarrassed, as she found herself splayed across the powerful thighs of the triangular-headed being. With the strength of his legs beneath her, the intense warmth enveloped her, leaving her feeling uneasy as she squirmed to escape, only to be pressed back into his embrace with greater force. What terrified Olivia most was the heated object nestled at the base of his thigh, scorching her skin and creating a burning sensation. Her complexion paled as she realized what it was, halting her movements. while the weight of the metallic triangle pressed upon her shoulder, accompanied by the heavy, uncontrollable breaths that echoed in her ear. The girl suddenly became aware of his restraint. Whether he was struggling to maintain control or simply did not know how to proceed, it was a silver lining for Olivia. Yet, would reality unfold as she hoped? The triangular-headed figure's stomach twitched involuntarily, seemingly craving something primal, as his throat tightened and muscles twitched with a force that threatened to overflow with raw power and sexual tension. Olivia felt herself enveloped in the heady atmosphere of the tent, her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, her body yielding to the overwhelming heat. Collapsing against the undulating expanse of his chest, she puffed her cheeks and playfully slapped his firm pectoral muscles, feigning annoyance, exclaiming, "Too hard. Uncomfortable." In truth, Olivia was merely intoxicated by the hormones. The triangular-headed creature, unable to comprehend the whims of this small human, instinctively relaxed his chest muscles. Olivia, now resting on the soft firmness, laughed joyfully, praising him. "Well done. Keep it up next time, and I shall reward you." A gentle kiss landed upon the cold iron triangle, transferring her warmth through her lips to him. With each heavy breath emanating from the iron triangle, he felt himself ablaze, his chest muscles taut, and his grip on her waist tightened further, crumpling the fabric at her waist. At that moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his blood boiling. The heart that had long ceased its rhythm suddenly surged with the illusion of frantic beats. The thirst within him was unquenchable, an inexplicable heat consuming him, searing through his already fragile grasp on reason, flowing downward to a region he had never dared to explore. Leviathan, born from the depths of hell, endowed with the powers of destruction and chaos, had long been a spectator of the tumultuous desires that thrived in that infernal realm. Yet, he had never been swayed by such passions. The half-demon blood coursing through his veins had never influenced him. He was born a cold-hearted being, impervious to even the most enchanting of succubi, preferring to wield the scarel, the name of his blade, and patrol his territory, ridding it of pests he deemed unworthy. In terms of temperament, he and his twin brother Asmodeus were polar opposites. This embodiment of lust often squandered his time in observation. Indeed, the demon of lust, though not truly experienced in such affairs, found greater pleasure in watching others succumb to desire than in engaging himself. Merely standing there, his aura was sufficient to awaken the deepest desires within living beings. However, for the first time in millennia since Leviathan's inception, he was overcome by an overwhelming longing. The duality of carnal and primal hunger surged within him, desiring to consume her while simultaneously wishing to possess her wholly. He yearned to kiss her, yet the sharp point of the iron triangle hindered him, leaving him feeling inexplicably dejected. If only the one holding her were not a mere mortal manifestation, but his true self, which remained in the hellish dimension, wielding Iscarel to sever the head of an annoying fly amidst a heap of corpses. He attempted to quell the unrest within him through violence, but it seemed futile. Leviathan soon realized that what he truly craved was not bloodshed, but her. His rough hand gripped the back of the girl's neck, pressing her down against the bed, while the other hand traversed her spine. He did not understand this act as a form of tuning. He merely followed his instincts, yearning to feel her smooth skin beneath his touch. Like jade, it radiated warmth. The girl's whimpers were muffled within the soft fabric, her cries fragmented and indistinct. On her slender waist, a hand marked with a contrasting hue firmly restrained her, leaving behind near-bruised imprints. It was unclear when the ghostly realm had begun to rain. Unexpectedly, this rain was not the scalding downpour of destruction, but rather a gentle spring shower that left the spirits blushing. In a distant corner of the ghostly domain, a youth with ram-like horns and hooves, with a visage akin to a beautiful maiden, gazed longingly, biting his lip to suppress the moans threatening to escape. His eyes sparkled with a mixture of anger and curiosity. What on earth was that fellow doing? Even Asmodeus found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the sensations surging within him, feelings unmistakably belonging to his twin brother Leviathan. Could it be that this old, jaded soul had finally found someone worthy of attention? Curiosity about the one who stirred such powerful emotions within Leviathan ignited within him. Yet as he attempted to take flight, he realized his wings felt too heavy to lift. The youth collapsed to the ground, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his features, his eyes brimming with longing, as he bit down on his lip, throat tightening, chest resonating with restrained groans. Chapter 44. The Adventures of the Mute, Part 8. A faint ray of light pierced through the window, illuminating the dust motes that danced like stars. A gentle breeze struggled to stir the heavy curtains, lifting a corner slightly, as the soft veil seemed to sway like a maiden's waist in the light. In the center of the grand bed, a girl sunk deep within the covers frowned in her slumber, as if troubled by some perplexing dream. Her fingers, resting lightly against her cheek, twitched involuntarily, palms flushed with an abnormal red, lips swollen, and her once sleek black hair now tousled at the pillow's edge. As she furrowed her brow, the dim light roused her, and she opened her tear-stained eyes, still glazed with remnants of sleep. As her vision gradually cleared, she first noticed the lace ribbons hanging from the canopy. Instantly, Olivia's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she yanked the ribbons away, tossing them aside with an indignant exclamation, "Bastard!" Propping herself up, she was unable to shake off the lingering soreness that enveloped her body, her mouth, her palms. And she could surely guess the state of her skin without needing to look. Moreover, that brute displayed no concern for her plight. In this cursed town of Silent Hill, there was no remedy to be found. She needed to escape quickly. If she lingered, she risked being caught in another predicament come nightfall. Last night's roughness could be deemed playful, but if it recurred, it would become torment. At the very least, she had to leave the school, the very place where the triangular-headed creature had descended into this world. Driven by an instinct as keen as that of a small animal, Olivia sensed that he would undoubtedly return tonight. The mere thought sent tremors through her legs. After swallowing a healing potion, she donned her shoes, only to find the room markedly different from the other realm. The walls, once adorned with instruments of torture and stained with blood, were now coated in a thick layer of dust, her footsteps leaving clear impressions upon the ground. As she leaned against the wall, stepping outside into the daylight, she felt as if she had been reborn. The oppressive silence of Silent Hill in the other realm had been suffocating, the air thick and the sky dark, shrouded in fog, with unknown monsters lurking within. Yet outside, while the air remained foul, it lacked that choking sensation. The daylight revealed a Silent Hill even more desolate than at night. Aside from the wind, there was not a whisper to be heard. The once vibrant neon signs had long since faded and cracked, hanging limply from the walls. If the Silent Hill of the other realm was a ghost town, then this world was a city devoid of life. Here, no traces of existence remained, not even a hint of green in the floor beats by the roadside. This city had perished a decade prior. A profound sense of loneliness and dread gripped her heart, making her feel like a solitary wanderer. As if she were the last person in the world, the feeble sun in the sky failing to provide warmth, only amplifying the eerie chill of its absence. Suddenly, a bright voice cut through her panic, drawing her attention to a nearby large supermarket. 10 years ago, this place may have thrived, yet now the shelves lie toppled. Footprints scattered across the floor. Various goods either decay in the mud or their packaging has faded and become brittle. Olivia ignites a piece of paper, cautiously navigating through the aisles. The soft sound of dripping water, seemingly emanating from nowhere, punctuates the eerie silence, becoming particularly pronounced in the stillness. Suddenly, her foot collides with a soda can, which rolls away into the darkness, while her soles become sticky, the air thick with a nauseatingly sweet scent. Kneeling down, she discovers it to be a can of opened cola. The can, now devoid of carbonation, contains only a syrupy liquid that has spoiled over time. Faint sounds of retching arise from the depths, the owner of the sound seemingly struggling to contain themselves, but with little success. Olivia approaches the sound, only to find a shadow hunched over, vomiting. "Who?" A trembling male voice whimpers, retreating deeper into the shadows, his eyes unable to open against the harsh light. Tears and mucus streaming down his face, his entire being trembling. Olivia studies him, pondering for a moment, eventually recalling a trace of this person. Cash? Having been pursued and hiding all night, parched and assaulted by a bottle of expired cola. Cash suddenly hears a familiar voice and displays the expression of a distant bride encountering her family. Tears flow uncontrollably as he sobs. "Miss Olivia. Oh, I finally see you." He appears utterly disheveled and pitiful, evoking sympathy rather than disdain. "Are you all right?" The girl offers him a tissue, her bright eyes betraying her concern and relief. "It's truly wonderful that you're still alive." In her pure gaze, Cash suddenly finds himself at a loss for words, feeling an unexpected wave of shame and embarrassment, realizing he is crying in front of a girl much younger than himself. "And no, I'm fine. Cash's voice still quivers, though his emotions gradually stabilize. That's great. Olivia sincerely expresses her happiness for him, exclaiming, "There's nothing more fortunate than being safe and sound. Trust me, the goddess of fortune is watching over you. You will surely turn misfortune into fortune." This statement may serve as comfort, or perhaps she perceives something more. Cash, believing the enigmatic Olivia might know something, harbors a flicker of hope, despite knowing his assumptions are absurd. What if, oblivious to his thoughts, Olivia perceives encountering a familiar face in a desolate town as a stroke of luck, allowing herself to become animated, chattering incessantly. The remnants of Cash's fear gradually dissipate amidst her lively chatter, and he cannot help but display an expression of anticipation, occasionally chiming in to facilitate the conversation. Unbeknownst to them, they meander down the road until they arrive before a reading room. This location appears somewhat secluded, with surrounding houses distanced, giving the impression that this establishment is isolated from others. Surprisingly, the reading room itself is quite grand. The three-story building, with its spacious garden, faintly hints at former splendor, now overrun with weeds taller than a person, while the weathered exterior is adorned with moss and ivy, of vibrant green. A narrow path leads from the entrance into the garden, disappearing into the depths of the overgrown grass. Sensing something amiss, Olivia raises her gaze towards the interior of the garden and wonders aloud, "Are reading rooms in America typically like this?" After pondering for a moment without finding suitable words to describe it, she awkwardly looks at Cash. Cash scratches his head, denying, "No, this is quite uncommon. In fact, he has never seen such a reading room in his life as an American. It feels strange and overly deliberate, blatantly suggesting something is amiss." "I think I need to go inside," the girl declares. "What about you? Will you join me or wait outside?" Without hesitation, Cash responds, "I'll go with you." He has grown weary of solitude. Olivia nods, recognizing that although the tranquil town appears to be in the surface world, one can never be certain of any lurking dangers. It is best to stick together. However, just as they prepare to enter, a tall figure pushes the door open first. "It is Augustus. How did you end up here?" Olivia exclaims with delight. The unexpected reunion with a presumed lost companion fills her with joy. "Accidentally wandered in," the young man continues before Olivia can express her thoughts. "Do you want to take a look inside?" The girl nods, and Augustus adds, "No need to bother. This used to be a brothel. 6 people worked here, 5 women and 1 man, under the control of the owner, Blake, who took a 30% cut as commission and rent." Oh, Olivia realizes. It was a front for illicit activities disguised as a reading room. Hearing Augustus describe it so casually raises her suspicions. Where does that inexplicable feeling stem from? Olivia trusts her instincts, as those who practice the way often place great faith in their intuition. They absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, inherently forming numerous connections with the world, and their instincts are typically more acute than those of ordinary individuals. Are there no other abnormalities? Olivia, not willing to give up, inquires again. Augustus contemplates for a moment, then shakes his head. "No, but one of the women seems to be pregnant." "Isn't that quite normal? Medication can harm the body, and some clients have a high likelihood of pregnancy. Having a child is hardly unusual." "Child?" Olivia feels a flicker of concern and asks, "Is it a boy or a girl?" Augustus shakes his head. "There's only a photo, and on the back, it's labeled Elizabeth." Elizabeth. The girl bullied in the empty classroom was also named Elizabeth, and her niece bears the same name. If they are not merely sharing a name, the implications behind this could be chilling. What is the true identity of the niece? Is she truly a 12-year-old girl? Or perhaps she is not even human? Olivia dares not delve deeper. The urgent priority is to locate Elizabeth. They prepare to leave, but suddenly, the darkened sky grows even gloomier as ominous clouds sweep in, swiftly engulfing the entire sky. A chill creeps up from the ground, freezing their hearts. Olivia's expression shifts dramatically as she shouts to the others, "Run." No matter how quickly they move, it cannot match the speed of the encroaching realm. It seems a barrier forms around them, locking this space into a separate dimension. Olivia realizes they are within a ghost realm, situated in the inner world. She had not anticipated the inner world to manifest so swiftly. Glancing at her watch, she notes it is only 3 in the afternoon, and the daylight had shown no signs of waning. Yet the inner world has suddenly descended upon Silent Hill. "Miss Olivia, what is this? What should we do?" Cash is on the verge of tears again, reaching out to touch the invisible membrane in front of him. The boundary of the ghost realm. The inner world has arrived, and we find ourselves within a ghost realm. With previous experience, Olivia remains remarkably calm. Do not struggle. It is futile. Everything within the ghost realm operates at the whim of its master. No amount of effort will change that. Unless we can kill the master of the ghost realm, we must wait until the time comes for the outer world to return. Is there really no way out? Are we to wait for death here? The girl shrugs. There's nothing we can do. I've tried. Cash wishes to protest. But suddenly a voice of ambiguous gender praises, clever girl. In an instant, Olivia vanishes from sight, leaving no trace. Augustus, who had remained impassive even upon realizing he had wandered into the inner world, suddenly feels a surge of worry and anxiety after Olivia's disappearance. His expression twists, revealing a struggle to contain his true emotions. The young man curses, casting a cold glance at the bewildered Cash, saying nothing further before departing. Cash remembers Olivia's warning and refrains from moving recklessly, yet he cannot bear to remain alone. After a moment of hesitation, he follows Augustus's footsteps. Wait for me. Meanwhile, Olivia finds herself in a luxurious bedroom, her surroundings momentarily flashing before her eyes, her mind momentarily dizzy. Layers of red gauze billow in the wind. A plush crimson carpet adorns the floor, and a grand bed, similarly draped in red fabric, stands at the center, creating an intimate atmosphere in the dim light. Olivia glances down at her dirty jacket and work pants, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. A sudden, suggestive low laughter echoed through the room, as if the golden bells on the gauzy curtains sensed something. A slender yet strong hand curled over her shoulder from behind, its fingertips naturally suspended before her chest, the arm extending to reveal delicate veins against her fair skin, exuding both strength and beauty. Good girl, tell me, were you with Leviathan last night? Olivia's body stiffened, her chest pushing forward as she attempted to evade the searing warmth radiating from behind her, her eyes darting about. A foreboding intuition washed over her. The weight on her shoulder indicated that he had leaned in closer. A rich floral fragrance enveloped her from all directions, transporting her to a garden of roses, where each bloom stood proudly, exuding intoxicating scents and beauty, leaving her dazed and lightheaded. As he spoke, warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. Good girl, why the silence? His hand wandered, fingertips grazing her skin. This man was a master of his craft. Olivia felt a dampness at her ear. She could hardly contain herself, her cheeks aflame, a muffled groan escaping her slightly parted lips. Uncertain of his identity, she attempted to distance herself from the encroaching warmth behind her, breathing heavily, her face flushed. The demon chuckled, seemingly delighted by her reaction. You two haven't even exchanged names. Olivia yearned to respond, but the words died in her throat. The red veil fell, seemingly with intention, binding her struggling hands. You, Olivia, she gasped, cursing him. Like a riled-up dog. Good girl, your curses sound delightful. Care to share a few more? He appeared unperturbed, instead offering affectionate praise. From a third-person perspective, their embrace resembled that of a devoted couple. Get away, leave me be. Long fingers lifted her clothing. Tears trickled down her cheeks, only to be tenderly kissed away by the demon. A sudden gust of night wind made Olivia shiver involuntarily. The smooth, cool touch of his horn grazed her skin. The demon, embodying the features of a goat, loomed over her, casting a shadow. His malicious gaze captured Olivia's flustered expression, interest growing deeper. He leaned closer. Olivia oscillated between lucidity and loss of control, the duration of this state unknown. Ultimately, only one thought lingered in her mind. Is the night not yet over? As dawn approached, in the final moment before she succumbed to sleep, the demon pressed a kiss to her lips and whispered, Good girl, remember, I am Asmodeus. With the break of day, Asmodeus's figure dissipated like mist, vanishing from sight. Chapter 46. The Adventures of the Mute Troop, Part 10. As dawn broke, another night had passed. In the long, winding corridor, two figures raced, pursued closely by a group of scantily clad men and women, each bearing some inhuman traits. Their black bat wings tucked neatly behind them, not by choice, but due to the narrow confines of the corridor that restricted their full extension. Ahead, the dark passage seemed to stretch infinitely, while the pursuing monstrosities maintained a perfectly calculated distance, akin to cats toying with their prey. Augustus mentally counted the seconds, silently counting down. The sudden arrival of the underworld completely separated the trio. Olivia vanished, while Cash and he found themselves together. In an instant, they were transported to a grand, opulent parlor. The throne atop the steps stood empty, while the sides of the red carpet were lined with people. Upon initial glance, they appeared human, but closer inspection revealed each adorned with peculiar features such as horns, tails, and wings. These beings were strikingly beautiful, their alluring appearances captivating as they engaged in flirtation and laughter around the dining table, some even reciting verses in the shadows. On that table, lavish and expensive dishes held quivering flesh, thick blood swaying within goblets, and at the center, a silver platter bore a severed head. The head's eyes were wide open, refusing to close, its bloodied face vaguely reminiscent of the long-missing jet. As the commotion in the darkness subsided, a female demon emerged, yanking her partner's hair, visibly displeased. Scolding as she walked, "Useless, utterly pointless, get up there." Ignoring his protests, she thrust him onto the dining table, where a waiting, towering male demon eagerly brandished a butcher's knife, dismembering him like livestock, serving the remains to the other demons. Throughout the ordeal, the victim's anguished cries elicited no sympathy, instead fueling the demon's malice and primal instincts in a frenzy of slaughter. They cheered and clapped, tearing flesh from the carcass to feast upon, some brazenly engaging in public displays of intimacy with the bloody dining table nearby. Augustus and Cash witnessed this harrowing scene, the timid Cash paralyzed with fear, unable to move, while Augustus's expression remained grim, betraying little emotion. The scent of humanity stirred unrest in the parlor, causing the demons to cease their activities, their predatory gazes fixed on the duo's hiding place, cold and bloodthirsty. The last individual subjected to such scrutiny now lay scattered upon the dining table. A pang of alarm gripped Augustus's heart as he commanded, "Run." The two bolted toward the nearest exit, seamlessly entering the corridor. Uncertainty regarding the dangers lurking within the adjoining rooms compelled them to navigate the twisting passageway while creating makeshift obstacles from whatever they could scavenge. Thankfully, the horde of demons behind them was sufficient to block the corridor, albeit restricting their speed, allowing them to conserve some energy. However, even the most resilient bodies could not endure hours of continuous flight. Not to mention, Augustus had not consumed food or water for at least 24 hours. Exhaustion and hunger crashing over him like a tidal wave. "Brother, I can't run anymore," Cash stammered, aware that he was nearing his limits. And in the absence of assistance, his fate was all but sealed. Augustus remained silent, his own stamina dwindling. Had he not been an adventurous blogger, accustomed to physical challenges, he surely would not have endured this long. Cash was similarly fatigued. As his assistant, he accompanied Augustus everywhere, appearing slender yet possessing a wiry strength. "Just hold on a little longer," Augustus urged. If the underworld's arrival on Earth followed a fixed time frame, it should conclude shortly. Cash, confused by his words but wholly trusting in Augustus as his benefactor, resolved to persevere. "Adrenaline, I'm counting on you." Eventually, their legs grew numb, moving mechanically on sheer instinct, uncertain of when they might cease. In their extreme fatigue, the young man silently counted down the moments since entering the underworld. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A blinding light erupted, engulfing them in a dazzling white, the brilliance stinging their eyes and drawing silent tears. In this vast whiteness, they continued to run. Unbeknownst to them, the chaotic footsteps behind them had ceased, the distant howls fading from their ears. They dared not stop until their vision cleared, revealing the dim morning light filtering through the window. "We finally returned to the surface world," Cash sighed in relief, only to glance down and break into a cold sweat. They found themselves at the top of a staircase. The steps beneath them seemingly vanished, and one more step forward would send them plummeting from the second floor. The ground below was no longer smooth, but riddled with wooden spikes and various sharp obstacles. Despite the life-or-death situation, Augustus's face remained impassive, betraying no hint of emotion, save for the sweat and flush from exertion, and the uncontrolled heavy breathing that reminded Cash of his humanity. Cash's anxious heart gradually settled back into his chest, releasing a quiet sigh. For an instant, he had questioned whether Augustus was truly human. Stealing a glance at the young man ahead, standing at 189 centimeters, muscular and broad-shouldered, he radiated an allure that drew admirers. His pure black leather boots accentuating his long legs, and the baggy pants hinting at powerful thigh muscles. Even dressed in a simple black t-shirt and work pants, he exuded an undeniable charm, standing apart from the crowd. Cash never doubted that a vast majority of Augustus's female fans were captivated primarily by his striking visage. Each time he addressed the messages from the background, he would invariably complain about the multitude of flirtations and invitations he received. Augustus, however, displayed little interest in such matters, allowing Jet to benefit from it, leading the scoundrel to form numerous relationships with attractive women. Although many sought to get closer to Augustus through Jet, none succeeded. Ever the epitome of detachment, Augustus appeared to have an unusual focus on a particular young lady. He recalled her classically beautiful visage, her dark hair swaying in the gentle breeze, and her fair skin exuding a unique tenderness and flush distinct from that of Caucasian girls. Her smile was sweet, and she was dependable in times of conflict. Upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable for Augustus to develop feelings for her. It was no wonder that he had previously found no one appealing. He had a preference for such elegance. Cash believed he had seen through him, and, with a lingering hesitation, finally inquired, "Augustus, where are we headed next?" Augustus replied, "To find her." There was no doubt as to whom he referred. Cash asked, "Do you know where she is?" Augustus responded, "She must be in the house." He had already formed a suspicion about her whereabouts within. Proceeding directly to the top floor, they found it vastly different from the model apartment below, having been left untouched by the previous owner for personal use. The walls were adorned with portraits, faded with time. Yet the subject's dark, piercing eyes still seemed to gaze outside. Cash felt a chill run down his spine and could not help but inch closer to Augustus. They halted before a door, its brass handle worn and rusted. Augustus opened it, and as Cash leaned in for a glimpse, he was forcefully shoved back, stumbling until he collided with the wall. Though treated roughly, he dared not express his anger, only mumbling in frustration to himself. Meanwhile, Augustus's emotions were far from tranquil as he entered the room. His fists were clenched, the muscles in his cheeks quivering, and an impending storm brewed in his brow. Dust coated the floor, leaving a trail of distinct footprints. Layered curtains of red gauze billowed on the bed, swaying in the morning breeze, releasing a faint, suggestive fragrance. Through the translucent fabric, a mound under the covers was discernible, a strand of black hair cascading over the edge, dancing alongside the red drapery. Augustus's eyes reddened, an overwhelming rage and jealousy threatening to consume his reason. His temples throbbing as an urge for destruction twisted his features. Damn that Asmodeus, he seethed. The items in the room trembled under the immense pressure, and the only painting on the bare wall fell, shattering glass across the floor, catching the dim light in a fragmented shimmer. Augustus's eyes glowed with an ominous red hue, his irises tainted with a foreboding crimson. His hair began to turn white from the roots, and the muscles beneath his shirt writhed violently, as if something within him yearned to burst forth. Suddenly, he was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently expelling blood before his eyes, and hair gradually returned to their original color, and his back smoothed out. With an impassive expression, he wiped the blood from his lips, disregarding the intense pain coursing through him, seemingly immune to the creaking protests of his bones. He approached the bed with a composed demeanor and abruptly pulled aside the gauzy drapery. The fabric slipped through his fingers, cascading down and swaying gently, revealing the sleeping girl with her dark hair. Her snowy arms rested atop the similarly crimson covers, accentuating her skin's alabaster purity, which bore a subtle blush, radiating vibrant health. This vitality was precisely what Augustus yearned for, yet it had been tainted by another, the despicable Asmodeus, a mere incubus who had fallen from grace, feeding on lust and desires. The audacity of this wretched being to corrupt the one he cherished was unfathomable. Augustus lowered his head, resting it against the girl's wrist, feeling the powerful pulse at her side and sensing a warmth spread through his once cold body. A sudden surge of destructive longing surged within him, his teeth aching with a primal urge to bite something. He gazed at her delicate hand resting in his palm, barely a fraction of his hand size, her soft skin almost luminous in the morning light. He longed to bite down gently, to leave no trace. The fragrant skin filled his mouth and sinuses, reminiscent of warm blankets kissed by the sun, lulling him into a state of bliss. Yet he reminded himself that he did not require sleep. He clung to her skin, even climbing onto the bed. As he enveloped her in his embrace, their breaths mingled, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, akin to Adam reclaiming his rib. A voice within him proclaimed that they were fated to be together. Should Asmodeus dare to reappear, a shadow of malice crossed Augustus's gaze, betraying the ferocity and murderous intent brewing within. Meanwhile, Olivia lay in a deep slumber, her consciousness engulfed in an abyss of darkness, her spirit drifting aimlessly, impervious even to the brightening dawn. Suddenly, she dreamt of a colossal python, towering over her, its thick body constricting her, stealing the air from her lungs and rendering her breathless. Just as she feared she would be devoured, the serpent's tail coiled around her waist, its immense head hanging low, with vertical pupils fixed intently upon her, exuding a complex emotion that inexplicably made her blush. The scales brushed against her skin, leaving faint red marks and a slight itch, prompting Olivia to squirm, attempting to evade the pervasive touch. She struggled against the overwhelming force, yet her efforts were futile against such strength, only resulting in tighter entanglement within the serpent's massive form. "Get away. Leave me alone," the sleeping girl murmured unconsciously, her brow furrowed, her face growing increasingly flushed. As her air was once again snatched away, she awoke with a start, her bright eyes ignited with fury as she glared at the imposing face before her. "Augustus, could you explain why you are lying beside me?" The young man, with his gaze lowered, regarded her silently, his long lashes casting delicate shadows on his face. In an instant, the shadows flitted away like butterflies taking flight. "I wanted to," he succinctly replied, his expression devoid of any embarrassment from being caught in the act, exuding a confidence that suggested he could do anything he wished. Olivia scrutinized him with growing suspicion, her keen eyes reflecting a deepening doubt. The reason for her wariness was simple. He was behaving unusually and made no effort to conceal it, leaving her uncertain whether he was indifferent to being discovered or simply oblivious to the need for discretion. Though initially cool and aloof, he now appeared to be devoid of emotional fluctuations, resembling a blank slate freshly introduced to society, subconsciously observing and mimicking others. In the brief moment before, she had noticed him exhibiting the small mannerisms that belonged to Cash. When had this transformation occurred? Last night. They had parted ways for a night. Perhaps something unexpected had transpired. Olivia's caution heightened, and she casually inquired, "Where is Cash?" Augustus remained silent, his eyes dark and unreadable. She repeated her question several times, growing increasingly anxious, until she could no longer contain herself and slapped his chest, producing a sharp sound. His collar had somehow loosened, revealing a well-toned physique beneath his garments. A deep ridge leading to an unseen depth, and a bright red handprint imprinted upon his pale chest. Olivia's gaze lingered unabashedly upon him. She had always considered herself a person of pure intentions, dismissing the distractions of romance, while her peers busied themselves with their love lives. When she decided to study abroad in America, friends had lusted after the allure of white men, noting their beauty but fleeting nature, advising her to indulge in romance without expectations of marriage, lest she end up with a balding, beer-bellied partner in a few short years. Olivia had scoffed at such notions. Her? Engaging in romance? Marriage? As long as her master did not urge her, she could remain single until the end of time. Even after 3 years of studying abroad, such thoughts had never crossed her mind, despite the numerous young, robust suitors who had professed their affections. Yet, with a heart as steadfast as iron, she had rejected them all without exception. Her friends lamented that she was squandering her beauty, claiming that had she possessed such a face, she would have cycled through countless boyfriends. However, at this very moment, Olivia suddenly found herself parched. The subtle movement of the Adam's apple captivated the girl's gaze, seemingly riveted upon the barely visible expanse of the bare chest, where a faint glimmer of desire began to unfurl in her eyes. Augustus tilted his head, curiously observing the myriad expressions that flitted across the girl's face, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting in an attempt to quell the impulsive urge to pinch her cheek. A gnawing hunger surged within him, an insatiable yearning for something to satiate the churning in his stomach, while his lips and tongue danced restlessly, craving fulfillment. His gaze fixated on the girl's flushed cheeks and unadorned crimson lips, an instinct whispering that within her lay that which he desired. Augustus. The sound of her name fell sweetly upon his ears. Chapter 48. The Silent Village Adventure, Part 12. Olivia was quite irate, suspecting that the person occupying Augustus's body was, perhaps, mentally unwell. How else could one explain the silence, merely staring at her without uttering a word? Moments ago, she had felt a flicker of panic when they were so close together. If he were to act violently, she would have no means of escape. Yet, that slap seemed to have unlocked something inexplicable within him, as he remained expressionless, commanding, Do it again. Do it again. Another slap? In the certainty of his gaze, Olivia grasped the answer, her eyes widening in terror as she regarded him as if he were something unclean. Even the hand that had just struck him felt tainted, as though she could catch his abnormal aura. Good heavens, there's a pervert here. Despite her silent pleas to the heavens, the apathetic Augustus merely scratched his ear, oblivious. I can't hear you. Do it again. When she remained unresponsive, he reiterated, then took her hand and slapped himself on the chest once more. Afterward, sensing something amiss, he furrowed his brow, a wave of distinct emotion washing over his face, an amalgamation of distress and dissatisfaction, before fixing her with an unsettling gaze, devoid of humanity, akin to a machine or a merciless predator lurking in the jungle. Olivia, exasperated beyond measure, struck him again with considerable force. The flesh turned a vivid red, swelling slightly. Yet Augustus seemed impervious to pain, a joyful expression breaking across his brow, diminishing the aura of otherness that surrounded him. Once they had dressed, Olivia resorted to coercion and persuasion to ensure this shameless individual was appropriately attired, rather than remaining exposed in an indecorous state. Meanwhile, Cash, waiting outside, was growing impatient. Leaning against the wall with his arms wrapped around his knees, appearing as though he longed to enter but dared not interrupt. Upon their exit, his eyes brightened, and he scampered over, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "You finally emerged." However, the object of his flattery paid him no heed, fixated solely on the girl. Olivia, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared her throat and asked, "Is there anything you need to gather? We should prepare to leave." Cash shook his head, for the sake of expedience. All his belongings were packed in his backpack, which he had not unpacked when he sat down. Glancing at the time, he noted the clock was nearing noon. After careful consideration, Olivia resolved to depart promptly. Although the previous day's pattern suggested a fixed time for the descent into the realm, no one could guarantee the accuracy of that information. Yesterday, the otherworldly realm emerged at 3 in the afternoon, but they could not ascertain that today would follow suit. The trio hurriedly exited the small building, traversing the overgrown path toward the church, stopping briefly at a small shop for a meager lunch before resuming their journey. "Where are we headed?" Cash inquired. Olivia glanced at the increasingly visible church, pointing ahead. There. From only seeing the spire at the beginning to now nearly half of the structure coming into view, she knew they were close. In a realm Cash could not perceive. A thick miasma of darkness emanated from the church, coiling tightly around any signs of life, silently siphoning vitality. Cash felt his legs grow heavier, his heartbeat quicken, and his breath become labored, his complexion paling. I feel so exhausted." "That's normal," Olivia replied, handing him a triangular talisman, made of yellow paper and red ink, adorned with intricate patterns. As Cash received it, he immediately felt a surge of relief in his breathing. Moreover, his legs regained their lightness, which he had hesitated to mention, as he sensed numerous hands beneath him, striving to drag him down. Leading the way, Olivia walked ahead, with Augustus closely following. Cash cautiously nestled behind them, vigilant of their surroundings with each step. As the clock's hand inched closer to 3, both Olivia and Augustus exhibited varying degrees of anxiety, while the world around them brimmed with peril. The church, steeped in darkness, promised dangers far exceeding those outside. Olivia doubted her ability to protect the unhelpful Cash in such treacherous circumstances, hesitating for a moment. However, as her gaze fell upon Augustus's strikingly handsome face, his deep-set eyes seemed to possess an otherworldly allure, drawing her soul in with an unrelenting desire directed solely at her. Olivia awkwardly averted her gaze. "Do you know what lies inside?" Augustus, akin to an aged and rusted machine, pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "An amusement park." Olivia's brow furrowed. "Could you repeat that? An amusement park? How could there possibly be an amusement park within the church? What kind of dark energy could emanate from such a place?" A barrage of incredulous thoughts raced through her mind, her lips trembling yet remaining silent. "Is it dangerous to enter?" She posed differently. Augustus replied, "You could die?" Yet, for him, it mattered little, as all souls descend to hell post-mortem. The only complication was that she was of Eastern descent. The inhabitants of that region held a strong sense of territoriality, complicating matters. Nonetheless, Augustus believed that solutions outweighed difficulties. What is this amusement park? It was a place devoid of order, where anything was permissible for those with sufficient power. It was for this reason that it was referred to as an amusement park by the demons of hell, for they reveled in unchecked indulgence. Demons, inherently loyal to their desires, were already prone to excess, yet the 12 demon lords governed within the depths of hell. Among them were the fiercely loyal ones brought down by Lucifer from heaven, as well as those who had fought their way to power through sheer might. Each demon lord possessed a distinct personality, with different prohibitions within their realms. For instance, the demon lord Asmodeus, symbolizing lust, favored opulence and could not abide the filthy or grotesque. Any uniquely unattractive demon was expelled from his domain. Conversely, Leviathan, the demon lord of slaughter and death, was an unrepentant murderer and a battle maniac, his realm filled with demons akin to him, primarily gladiatorial arenas and training camps. These prohibitions, though not often burdensome, represented a significant challenge to the demon's instincts. Thus, those demons, burdened by pent-up emotions, established a city of amusement in a lawless zone. Here, there were no laws, no order, and none of the oppressive oversight of the demon lords. The 12 demon lords maintained a tacit agreement of silence regarding this place, feigning ignorance. The so-called amusement park of Silent Hill, while not comparable to the true city of amusement in hell, still held considerable significance. It served as the nexus between hell and the human realm, allowing the 12 demon lords to briefly enter the human world, bringing forth the otherworldly realm. The arrival of the demon lords heralded the emergence of their domains, compelling every demon within to adhere to their prohibitions. Gradually, a space akin to the amusement city formed at the nexus, endearingly referred to as an amusement park by the demons who ventured into the human realm. Those residents of Silent Hill, transformed into demons over the course of 10 years, adapted to their new lives, embracing their identities. It was no exaggeration to say that, without the demon lords, they would have perished in despair a decade ago. The arrival of the demons granted them hope for survival, even if it meant living in such a bizarre and twisted manner. "If I wish to enter, can you assist me?" The girl softened her expression, looking earnestly at Augustus, her eyes seemingly pleading, filled with a silent request for help. Chapter 49, The Silent Village Adventure, Part 13. The amusement park is a chaotic city located at the nexus between the human realm and hell, a place of revelry for all demons. You can never anticipate the scenes you might encounter or the peculiarities you may meet within. Here, demons indulge in their desires, engaging in acts that are strictly prohibited elsewhere. The depraved lusts and unspeakable obsessions flourish in an environment devoid of rules or laws, governed solely by the primal instincts of the jungle. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and survival is reserved for the fittest. As Olivia entered the church, it was afternoon, and the sky was overcast. Dark clouds loomed on the horizon, and the air was thick with humidity, signaling an impending downpour. She felt a twinge of doubt. Could there be weather changes in Silent Hill? Indeed, before long, droplets of rain began to fall, gradually intensifying, drumming heavily against her skin, bringing a sense of oppressive discomfort. 3 individuals stepped into the church. The dilapidated and eerie structure, untouched by the realm's descent, was invaded by a chilling wind that burrowed into their bones. A large hole marred a window, and the floor was strewn with shards of multicolored glass. The dome overhead was marred by unknown stains, a blend of black and dark red, obscuring the remnants of its former grandeur. After 10 years, the stained colors remained vibrant, untouched by the passage of time. The church was enveloped in darkness, as if a shadow had shrouded their vision. Olivia activated her flashlight and began to search meticulously. The benches lay in disarray, the ground was filthy, coated with a thick layer of dust, and spider webs clung to the corners, swaying like ghostly banners in the draft. Pushing open a door, she entered a long corridor lined with various rooms. Inside the confessional, chaos reigned as they rummaged through the debris, finding only refuse. Suddenly, her watch began to vibrate intensely, the high-frequency buzz causing her wrist to tingle. Olivia furrowed her brow and, glancing at Augustus, managed to utter, "Augustus, please. Our lives depend on you." Augustus nodded impassively, disregarding Cash, who appeared flustered. As the realm descended upon the world, the paint on the walls rapidly peeled away, revealing a blood-red surface beneath, and the furniture crumbled into ashes. The church was engulfed by a crimson light, vanishing in an instant, replaced by a structure identical in form to the church, yet entirely different within. Before them stretched a long, shadowy corridor, flanked by grand doors of a deep liver-red hue, through which laughter and screams spilled into the air. A faint blood-colored glow seeped from beneath the doors, barely discernible amidst the blood-red and gray of the underworld. Olivia glanced at the nameplates above the doors, which read from spirit to betrayal, each representing different levels of hell. However, these infernal realms were starkly dissimilar to the true hell. For instance, the second level, the realm of the silverfish, in reality, was a place where the lecherous were tormented by fierce winds. Yet, in this amusement park, the silverfish gathered a multitude of succubi and souls consumed by carnal desires, engaging in unabashed revelry, oblivious to the existence of the world outside. This was a playground for demons, devoid of the things Olivia sought. Ignoring the cacophony of celebration, she pressed forward. Doors whirled past her like a revolving carousel, traversing through the 9 layers of hell, until the clamor gradually faded, leaving behind a profound silence. And the nameplates shifted. The first door bore a name well known, one that even Olivia, despite her lack of knowledge about local religions, had heard in her youth: Lucifer, the former morning star, who rebelled and was cast out of heaven, becoming the sovereign of hell, the uncrowned king of the infernal realm. He was the most powerful and proud among the 12 demon gods. A sense of foreboding filled Olivia as she turned to Augustus, her expression heavy with concern. The young man's lips curled into a fleeting smile, a glimmer of mirth flashing in his eyes, too swift to be perceived clearly. Was it her imagination? Or did Augustus's voice carry an inexplicable gentleness and cheer, as if he were in high spirits? Yet, his expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to discern any emotional fluctuations. The lounge of the 12 demon gods, Augustus replied, but there is no need for alarm. The demon gods seldom descend to the mortal realm. The world cannot withstand their arrival, aside from the calamities they bring. The immense energy of their colossal forms would cause rifts in the world's barriers, jeopardizing the stability of the human realm. They have a temporary truce, as per an agreement between Lucifer and God, and will not strike at the human world for now. Occasional disturbances akin to Silent Hill are permissible. Heaven turns a blind eye, and the mages of the mysterious side tacitly allow such realms to exist. However, should they attempt to transform the entire human world into a domain, heaven would not remain indifferent. So there are no demon gods within? Even if he had answered, Olivia sought a definitive confirmation. Augustus's smile deepened. Indeed, there are no demon gods within. Relief washed over Olivia, her spirits lifting, and she teased him lightly. Wow. You smiled. Cash nodded vigorously, still lost in his thoughts. Yes, Augustus. I've noticed you haven't shown any expression in ages. He leaned closer, scrutinizing him, stroking his chin as if he had unearthed a monumental secret. Augustus, did you catch a chill last night and become expressionless? Olivia replied, good guess. But please don't speculate further. What kind of being could remain oblivious to such monumental changes and instead ponder whether he had lost his expressiveness? It was as if they had failed to notice that their dear friend had undergone a profound transformation. However, Olivia thought little of it. Assuming that the entity inhabiting Augustus's body was merely a powerful, ordinary demon, she affectionately patted Cash's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, I will protect you. Cash scratched his head, puzzled, sensing something amiss. Why did Olivia regard him with such an expression, as if he were a fool? As the three bantered and advanced, they arrived before the room marked Leviathan, when an unexpected shift occurred. A powerful aura emanated from within the door, quickly encroaching upon the space outside, accompanied by a potent scent of blood mixed with an insatiable urge for chaos and slaughter. A crimson light flooded their vision. The sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed ominously, as if something heavy was crashing down nearby, sending shards of stone and dust flying. Olivia shuddered, transported back to that night filled with blood and desire. It was him, the formidable boss from the school's ghost domain. She had long suspected he might be a demon god, but never imagined he would be one of the most powerful, the god of slaughter, Leviathan. Nor did she anticipate that his domain extended beyond the school. The truth had been hinted at before. Asmodeus had once inquired if she had been with Leviathan, but a series of events had caused her to forget. Panic surged within her. There was no escape. She would be annihilated. Olivia's heart raced, and she took off running, fully aware that such an action was futile. Leviathan would not allow her to flee easily, his massive form wielding a long blade nearly equal to her height, pursuing her with an unexpected swiftness. The blade emitted a menacing hum. The young man stepped in front of the triangular-headed monster, his gaze cold and expressionless. Get lost. Leviathan, momentarily losing his composure, swung his blade. Cash shut his eyes in terror, unable to bear the thought of witnessing his friend being cleaved in two. However, to their astonishment, Augustus remained unscathed. The blade halted mere inches from his forehead. No matter how much force Leviathan exerted, it could not advance. Who are you? He roared in fury. Augustus, he replied, his expression still inscrutable, casting a heavy glance at Olivia. In the next moment, his body contorted and expanded dramatically, something within the fabric of his shoulders writhing and growing. Black wings unfurled from his back, iridescent feathers cascading to the ground. The young man's form surged, his hair shining like sunlight, cascading to his waist, and when he turned, his azure eyes, though lacking emotion, regarded Olivia with a gentle warmth. Who are you? Olivia inquired silently, each word deliberate. Chapter 50. The Adventures in the Mute Tun. 14. Augustus offered no response, and Olivia did not await one. A more pressing concern had emerged. She was uncertain who had taken possession of Augustus's body, nor did she care to ponder when the transformation had occurred. All she knew was that this individual was exceptionally powerful. The one who single-handedly restrained the wrathful Leviathan, renowned for his formidable combat prowess among the 12 demon gods, remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of effortless mastery. The most pressing matter at hand is to escape the realm of Leviathan. Guided by the instincts of a seeker, Olivia is convinced that she will undoubtedly uncover the answers she seeks ahead. Leviathan, consumed by fury, feels his rationality incinerated. He perceives clearly that the gaze directed at the girl mirrors his own. Another wretched soul, a harbinger of chaos, seems to have caught wind of the girl's existence. Much like a wolf drawn to the scent of blood, this rage eclipses even the anguish he feels as he senses his twin brother's intimacy with the girl. Asmodeus has always enjoyed opposing him, and Leviathan has long suspected this scenario, accepting it with a calm demeanor, as if disregarding the nearly obliterated demon palace. Asmodeus is set on confrontation. This scoundrel, Lucifer, I shall slay you. His thunderous roar reverberates throughout the realm, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, while ghostly apparitions flicker at the intersection of realm and reality. Olivia observes from the fractured expanse, demons peering curiously, only to be swiftly decapitated by the enraged Leviathan, scattering them in terror under the demon lord's oppressive force. The girl strides forward, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding her. Cash hesitates, parting his lips before finally asking, Olivia, did you know all along? The girl responds coolly, her mind preoccupied, engulfed by a tide of unease and regret. Had she known, she would never have ventured into Silent Hill. Her niece remains unfound, and instead, she has provoked madness. What if they pursue her upon her exit? Would retreating to the east prove fruitful? And what of her studies? There are no exchange programs at her school, and with graduation looming, she finds herself ensnared in this predicament, unable to evade the chaos of America. She hopes the Western deities will lend their strength, preventing these infernal beings from traversing the mortal realm unchallenged. However, given the state of Silent Hill, it is evident that the higher powers are equally ineffectual. Recalling the nature of American law enforcement, Olivia cannot help but lament. This is a legacy of ineptitude. Did I just hear that triangular-headed creature refer to him as Lucifer? Olivia muses, it must be so. No wonder there was an odd expression during the introduction. It was a self-introduction after all. As they advance, another boundary suddenly collides with them near the edge of the realm. The space is instantly rent asunder by a tempest, dust swirling chaotically, and Olivia crouches low to maintain her balance. Outside, piercing screams erupt as demons unable to escape are torn apart by the violent winds generated from the collision of two realms, their curses mingling in the chaos. Unsurprisingly, they dare not curse the powerful demon lord but direct their wrath towards one another, sparking infernos from mere flickers of discontent. After an indeterminate time, the tumultuous spatial disturbances finally cease. The girl opens her eyes to find that the two realms, instead of being annihilated by their clash, have merged in a bizarrely twisted fashion. One side embodies desolate wasteland, while the other boasts opulent architecture, the neon glow vaguely outlining the structures. The sole similarity lies in the endless expanse of the pitch-black sky and the blood moon hanging ominously. Olivia catches a whiff of a familiar scent, akin to decaying flowers, sweet yet tinged with a hint of rot, instantly conjuring images of a chamber draped in crimson fabric, centered around an unreasonably large bed. Almost instinctively, as the other approaches, Olivia exclaims, "Lucifer." No sooner had the words left her lips than the youth, with wings unfurled, descends from nearby, his azure eyes piercing, golden locks illuminating the shadowy realm. Lucifer stands before the girl, his demeanor serene. "Asmodeus, leave this place." The horned youth's eyes sparkle with mischief as he smirks at her. "Is it true, my dear Olivia? Do you wish for me to depart?" Olivia replies resolutely, "I have vital matters to attend to." "Very well, if we cannot reach an accord, then we must engage in combat. What say you, Leviathan?" The towering figure, wielding a long blade, looms silently behind them, casting a distorted shadow upon the ground. In response to his twin brother's plea for alliance, he nods indifferently, accepting their united front to expel the intruder, leaving the final outcome regarding the girl to the whims of their respective cunning. The trio's gazes intertwine, and in the next moment, they are entangled in a fierce clash. Their forms moving so swiftly they become mere blurs. Only the gusts of wind from their collisions are perceptible. Seizing the opportunity, Olivia hastily escapes with Cash, daring not to pause for an instant. Upon leaving the realm, the weight of the oppressive presence dissipates, the atmosphere no longer saturated with the aura of the realm's sovereign. Yet an intangible malevolence emerges in the air. Olivia inhales deeply, the murky air tainted with an almost imperceptible stench, pressing heavily upon her lungs. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred. Shaking off the fatigue in her legs, she sets her course towards the source of the darkness. The sound of her footsteps halts as she raises her gaze to a metallic sign adorned with ornate lettering, "Archives." Pushing the door open, a cloud of dust envelopes them, triggering a fit of coughs. Olivia switches on her flashlight. "We shall split up. You head that way, while I explore this side." Searching for any records pertaining to a girl named Elizabeth, Cash appears hesitant, yet ultimately says nothing, obediently moving in the direction Olivia indicates. Perhaps by some unseen intuition, Olivia's path leads her directly to the information she seeks. The first thing she discovers are the documents in the reading room, which align with what Augustus had mentioned. However, she is disappointed to find that the names of the members are not specified, only the identity of the property owner. Setting the documents down in disappointment, she continues her search. Fran Avenue. Where is Fran Avenue? Eureka! Olivia picks up a file indicating 22A, number 135, on Fran Avenue, tearing open the seal, revealing aged and slightly yellowed pages. Fran Avenue 22A 135 has had numerous proprietors, appearing quite unremarkable, save for its last owner, Haggis Van Vance, a notorious drunkard, drug addict, and violent offender, a pariah in Silent Hill. He perished one winter night, frozen on the streets, leaving behind his wife, Enea Van Vance, to navigate life alone. Enea, both beautiful and fragile, struggled to survive on the meager inheritance left by her late husband. Haggis had not bequeathed her much. Soon, the bank reclaimed Fran Avenue 22A 135 for unpaid debts. Enea had no concept of money. Due to her beauty, countless men were willing to provide for her. Ultimately, she chose Haggis from among her suitors, who was then a promising young man, handsome and affluent, with a respectable, high-paying job. However, a failed investment shattered him, leading to alcoholism and drug addiction, and he gradually began to turn violent towards his once-beloved wife. Whether it was his inherent recklessness or a self-imposed exile, Haggis became increasingly intolerable. When he died, Enea felt a sense of relief. Yet soon, regret clouded her mind. Without Haggis occasionally providing funds, Enea's finances rapidly deteriorated. Under the persuasion of so-called friends, Enea's life descended into depravity, culminating in her giving birth to a daughter of dubious parentage in the reading room. She harbored no love for her child, perceiving her as a burden. Had it not been for her faith, the child may not have seen the light of day. She named her Elizabeth, adopting her deceased husband's surname, while reclaiming her maiden name as her own. It was as if this act could sever the ties between her and her daughter. The child grew amidst filth and chaos, her youthful visage beginning to reveal beauty, capturing the interest of certain unsavory admirers. "Let your daughter join you. That way, you can earn double," a friend suggested. Elizabeth was not sold. The specific plot unfolds in the next chapter. Chapter 51. The Adventures in Mute Tun. 15. The remnants of motherhood within Enea ultimately led her to abandon the thought of selling her daughter. However, each time she emerged from her room, filthy and disheveled, only to see her still pure daughter, An uncontrollable resentment welled within her. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? You cursed anchor. I should never have given birth to you. Her sharp curses seemed to target not her daughter, born after 10 months of labor, but rather a loathed adversary. Perhaps the relentless despair had already eroded this fragile woman. She could not comprehend why God had forsaken her, subjecting her to such torment. She could not fathom why, as a woman herself, her daughter could lead an untainted existence. Each time she glimpsed Elizabeth's innocent, unblemished smile, the contrast only served to magnify her own filth and ugliness. She had long succumbed to distortion, consumed by jealousy towards the child that emerged from her womb, resenting God for subjecting her to such torment. Since God cannot save you, then perhaps it is time to place your faith in another deity, murmured a man cloaked in black, his voice hoarse, as if he were on the brink of expelling blood from his throat. Beneath his hood, a pair of eerie, penetrating eyes fixed upon her. His gaunt visage resembled little more than a skeletal framework, with sunken cheeks and an oversized nose that protruded awkwardly. In an inexplicable turn of fate, Aeneas accepted the pamphlet from the man's grasp. The Ossian sect, colloquially known as the Church of Omniscience, worshipped Leviathan, one of the 12 infernal demons of hell, symbolizing slaughter and death and connoting vengeance. The doctrine of the Ossian sect proclaimed to exact revenge upon the world. Its members were often paranoid individuals whose lives had spiraled into dissatisfaction, nurturing thoughts of retribution. Thus, Aeneas plunged into the abyss of the Ossian sect, dedicating her earnings to the church, and even witnessing human sacrifices, yet her heart remained irrevocably consumed by hatred. For Elizabeth, life was a relentless agony. Despair, resentment, and aimless curses accompanied her from the moment of her birth, as did the unrelenting bullying that seemed to plague her existence. This torment stemmed from her neurotic mother and the trials of everyday life. At school, children would mockingly exclaim, "The daughter of X is also an X. My mother says she is filthy, don't play with her." They would taunt her, claiming to have seen her enter a small room with Mr. Peter, vandalizing her desk, tearing apart textbooks and assignments, and accusing her of daydreaming during class. Her backpack would occasionally reveal the bodies of animals, and whenever she gazed at them with a blank expression, they would jeer, "Look, the witch is brewing potions." This malice arrived without cause or justification. "It is inevitable, Elizabeth. You must understand that fate is preordained. You are inherently a wicked child, and all the trials you face are meant to purify you. Endure. It is for your own good," they all told her, yet Elizabeth's young mind could not comprehend their words. Upon returning home, she found Aeneas sprawled on the sofa, smoking. As soon as she laid eyes on Elizabeth, she struck her across the face, exclaiming, "Where have you been, you little wretch? Returning so late. Do you wish to starve me?" Then her gaze fell upon Elizabeth's disheveled attire, a sardonic smile creeping across her lips. "Look at you, so young yet already so desperate, trying to seduce people at school." Elizabeth longed to explain that she had been pushed home by unruly children, but ultimately, she said nothing. Silently, she retreated to the kitchen, ignoring her mother-esque curses. What transpired next? A turning point arrived 2 months before Elizabeth's 10th birthday. Aeneas grew increasingly unhinged, surrendering all their money to the Ossian sect, leaving them destitute, and the other residents of Silent Hill refused to allow her to scavenge through the garbage. The young girl could only venture to the mountains, boiling unknown wild herbs and leaves into a peculiar vegetable soup. Yet, even after consuming the hot broth, her hunger remained unquenched. Ascending further, she unwittingly reached the summit, where the heavy clouds cloaked the sky of Silent Hill in perpetual gloom. She spotted the coal mine in the distance, where towering machines roared to life and workers toiled, sweat pouring down their faces as clouds of grayish-white dust drifted towards her. Elizabeth had long since grown accustomed to the faint, acrid scent that lingered in the air. As dusk fell, she was compelled to return home. The dimming light obscured her vision, and her anxious heart quickened her pace. Suddenly, her foot slipped on an unseen object, and she tumbled down the slope. Time passed, and when she regained consciousness, darkness had enveloped the world. Towering trees loomed around her, their branches twisting and writhing like the claws of specters in the howling wind. Elizabeth was uncertain of her whereabouts, but she could almost foresee her fate. With no one to care for her, it meant that no one would notice her absence. For a girl not yet 10, losing one's way in the primordial forest could only lead to death. She did not wish to die, she yearned to live. Even amid pain and despair, Her will to survive compelled her to seek a way out, guided solely by instinct toward an unknown cave. Inside the cave, vibrant murals adorned the walls. The deep blacks intertwining with blood reds, depicting scenes of devotees making sacrifices to the deity. This cavern had once been a sanctuary for offerings. Strewn with the countless remains of fervent worshippers, the stench of decay lingering in the air. The harrowing vision rendered Elizabeth unable to contain her screams as she fled in terror, yet it felt as though countless hands reached out from behind to restrain her, preventing her escape. Crying and shouting, she struggled with all her might, and in a surge of adrenaline, she finally broke free, only to discover her body marred with bruises, evidence of the vengeful spirits. The ensuing days unfolded smoothly. She was rescued on the third day of her disappearance, after Ania reported her missing and the authorities were alerted. Shaken, Elizabeth returned home, believing it to be a mere accident. However, the following day, she was horrified to find the previously faded bruises reappearing on her skin. By the third day, the marks not only persisted but darkened. On the fourth day, they transformed from blue-purple to a deep crimson. By the fifth day, the marks had turned blood red, and the skin beneath began to rot and fester. The pain was relentless, tormenting her without respite, even in the dead of night. Simultaneously, she endured her mother's abuse, the bullying from classmates, and the indifference of neighbors. Elizabeth had an unsettling intuition. She was dying. Voices echoed in her mind. You were born this way. Why should it be her who dies instead of others? Elizabeth seethed with resentment, finally grasping her mother's feelings. So her mother harbored such envy towards her? Yet, she evidently possessed far more resolve than Ania. A child raised in such a dysfunctional environment would inevitably become twisted. On the surface, it seemed unnoticeable, yet Elizabeth had inherited her mother's madness and neuroses, along with the hatred born from years of torment. She yearned to take the people of Silent Hill with her into death. No one knew how this young child managed to infuse her blood into the reservoir, but every drop of tap water became tainted with the virus originating from Elizabeth. 15 days later, the first case emerged. A month later, an unknown lung disease erupted on a massive scale in Silent Hill. Soon after, the government sealed off all exit routes. Silent Hill was forsaken. Chapter 52, The Adventures of the Mute Village. 16. The incurable virus devastated Silent Hill, and with it, the human spirit. At the moment of their faith's collapse, they seemed to transform into grotesque beings clad in human skin, venting their anger and malice without restraint. They invaded homes, committing random acts of violence, and indulged in chaotic revelries, with government officials succumbing to the frenzy in no time. In the midst of despair, a group of adherents, shrouded in black robes, emerged. Faith in Lord Leviathan will grant us salvation. Lord Leviathan will aid us. To live requires support. Once it was God. Now it had become Leviathan. The Asen sect rapidly expanded within Silent Hill, as frenzied followers shattered the cross atop the church, erasing the frescoes on the walls and replacing them with praises of the demon. The deranged devotees dragged their broken bodies into the streets, invading the homes of the awakened. Sacrifices. Offer these heretics to the great demon, and perhaps he will grant us more protection. One shouted at the terrified mother and child, whose father lay lifeless in a pool of blood beside them. The screaming mother and child were dragged to the altar, their chests cut open, hearts extracted, and reverently presented before the idol. Great Lord Leviathan, this is our offering to you. May it please you. Thus, their kin became the sacrificial offerings to the demon they venerated, treated merely as sustenance. The frequency of sacrifices attracted the demon's attention. Leviathan cast a fleeting glance from hell, disinterested in nurturing his followers or expanding the sect. He deemed it more worthwhile to engage in battles. For the Asen sect, Leviathan had reluctantly unearthed a memory of his existence as a demon. Many years ago, having challenged him and subsequently faced defeat, I found myself completely convinced by his power. My demeanor swiftly shifting from provocation to submission, bordering on sycophancy. Disdainful of the rough stone palace that seemed unworthy of Leviathan, I constructed a grand and opulent residence, only to have it criticized as ostentatious and bothersome by Leviathan, resulting in a punishment that left me wondering where I had been cast away. To my surprise, I found myself causing mischief in the mortal realm. As for the faithful, they were of little concern to him, and he remained indifferent to this group of humans, feeble beings devoid of even a glance in his direction. However, shortly thereafter, my brother Asmodeus, who was dedicated to opposing him, also descended to this place. He resolved to usurp Leviathan's followers, utilizing the unique bond between twins to hear their prayers. Thus, he granted their wishes alive, yet in the guise of a monster. As time passed, the human souls within these monstrous forms would gradually transform into true beasts, losing their reason and humanity, evolving into creatures that followed mere instinct. This is part of the origin of the lowest tier of demons in hell. Hell soon took note of this place, for Leviathan showed no inclination to intervene. Consequently, demons established a passage within the church, allowing hell to briefly manifest in the mortal realm in the form of an inner world. Demons and the transformed residents of Silent Hill coexisted within this inner realm. As for Asmodeus, the architect of all this chaos, he found a certain twisted allure in a young girl, detecting the sweet scent of decay emanating from her soul, which inspired him to exercise the last remnants of his benevolence. He sent her to the mortal realm, urging her to live as a human for a few years before returning. He sealed Elizabeth's memories, restoring her form to that of her youth, and placed her in an orphanage deep within the woods. Under the influence of a divine proclamation, the strange couple, who were merely passing by, inexplicably diverted their path to the orphanage and adopted the infant Elizabeth. Olivia set down the documents, her body rigid as she turned to face the three strikingly handsome figures behind her. Oh no, Leviathan had no face. Internally, she screamed in panic. How could it end so swiftly? She had imagined they would battle for much longer. Yet, she feigned indifference, asking, "What brings you here?" Her gaze fell upon the silent Augustus, discovering that the youth's eyes concealed a deep lake, nearly drawing her soul into its depths. A wave of dizziness washed over Olivia, her eyes gradually becoming vacant, but soon the pain on her tongue brought her back from the brink of oblivion. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, its sickly sweetness displeasing her. Under the oppressive stares of the two demons, the girl instinctively recoiled. The sound of her heels striking the shelf betrayed her subtle movements. And amidst Asmodeus's increasingly mocking smile, Olivia mustered her strength, asking, "What is happening? Why the peculiar behavior?" Asmodeus chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Look, is this not the person you were searching for?" The youth drew forth a diminutive figure from behind him, with distinct black hair and eyes, yet possessing the sharp, deep features of a Westerner. The once vivacious smile had vanished from her face, and the innocence in her gaze had been replaced with emptiness, malice, and a wicked grin devoid of restraint. Locking eyes with her, Olivia felt as if she were being hunted by a monster. It was the same face, yet the demeanor was unmistakably different. "Elizabeth? What is wrong?" Olivia inquired. The girl feigned innocence, tilting her head. "Were you not looking for me? Why not come closer? Obviously. Have you not seen who is surrounding you? Are you throwing yourself into a trap?" Presently ensnared in a dire predicament, Olivia pondered how to escape from the three demonic beings, but she realized that the Elizabeth her sister desired was likely not this version. Olivia's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution, yet every conclusion led her to the same fate, waiting for death. Not even the ancestral spirits above could save her. The ancestral spirit replied, I know, I'm trying. Hurry and find someone." As for how the three reached an agreement, the time must rewind to half an hour prior. The three demons were engaged in a fierce struggle in the corridor, with the weakest, Asmodeus, being the first to be ousted. Yet, he was far from content. Injured, the god of lust sat amidst the ruins, still smiling. What is the point of this brawl? Once we're done fighting, the LL have already fled to the outer world. Where will we find them then? Leviathan ignored him, nearly slicing through the oblivious Lucifer's neck with a blade. I understand the demons' possessiveness over their beloved, but one must also consider whether they can retain her on their own. She is not a Westerner, nor a believer. Sheltered by Eastern deities, none of us can forcibly keep her. But three combined might have a chance. Three demons might invoke a degree of caution from the protective Eastern gods, and that meddlesome deity above would likely not intervene too heavily. Lucifer paused. Leviathan, however, remained undeterred. The little darling is about to escape, Asmodeus taunted. The air stilled, and the blade hovered mere inches from Lucifer's forehead. Leviathan turned, his featureless metallic triangular head emanating a chilling light in the dim glow. Although blind, he could sense the omnipresent gaze, suffused with an overwhelming pressure. "No," he grumbled, feeling the presence of the girl still within the inner world. Asmodeus retorted, "Not now, but who knows about later. Did you hear what I just said? Any thoughts?" Leviathan gripped his long knife tightly, the blade vibrating slightly in his hand. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied, "We must first deal with the immediate situation. As for the entities they would confront, naturally, it would be the Eastern deities and the Almighty. They needed to resolve the external crisis first. The ultimate fate of the girl would depend on who possessed greater cunning. As long as they remained alive, their struggle would never cease. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable." Chapter 53. The Adventures of the Mute Troop, 17. Even in dire straits, Olivia's foremost thought was still how to escape. Currently, she was trapped in the archive room with 3 demons, while Elizabeth was on their side, and the whereabouts of Cash, who also occupied the archive, remained silent, alive or dead. She could not tell, but it mattered little. In the face of the demon gods, anyone's presence would be futile, including the ancestral spirits above. Before her stood the 3 demon gods, their intentions unclear as they observed her expression, remaining vigilant of one another. Behind her was a sturdy iron shelf, piled high with boxes filled with the records of the residents of Silent Hill, now transformed into monster archives. A faint crimson glow seeped through the nearby window, casting a diluted blood-like hue on the ground, while the blood moon hung silently in the sky, watching over everything below. Suddenly, a thought struck Olivia. "Are you planning to share?" Her demeanor shifted, and she inquired with an air of ease, as if she were not the object of their contention. The 3 demon gods remained silent. "That won't do. I only accept the strongest. If you're too weak, I wouldn't deign to look at you." Her eyes gleamed with the clarity of her words. Surprisingly, it was not Leviathan, who appeared brimming with muscle, that made the first move, but Lucifer, who had remained calm throughout, seemingly detached from the battle. With a sudden spread of black wings, feathers fell, and an overwhelming darkness unfurled from beneath them, filling the air with an indescribable fragrance laced with chilling cold. In the next moment, a long knife sliced through the air, its metallic hum resonating in her ears. With a thud, the blade struck the wall, sending debris scattering across the floor. A muffled grunt emerged from the dust, Asmodeus's curse ringing out with remarkable clarity. Are you all foolish? Can't you see through such a simple ruse?" The other 2 demon gods ignored him, with Leviathan even delivering a jab to him. Asmodeus was furious. "Fine. If you want to fight, let us settle this once and for all. Come on. I fear you not." In truth, he was apprehensive. As Lucifer's feathers brushed against his cheek, he felt a tremor of fear. As the embodiment of lust, a succubus, his combat prowess paled compared to the other demon gods. He was among the weakest. The 2 present were formidable. One was renowned for his fighting prowess, and although they shared the same blood, Asmodeus doubted that his half-succubus lineage would significantly affect him. The other had defied the Almighty during his angelic days, leading several followers in a rebellion against heaven and establishing order in hell, so his combat power was unquestionable. Asmodeus was acutely aware of his limitations and thus refrained from direct confrontation, instead opting for underhanded tactics, occasionally employing seductive spells to sow discord and seizing opportunities to strike. Over time, Leviathan and Lucifer's tempers flared, and amidst the fighting, they did not hesitate to deliver blows to him as well. Olivia observed the fierce battle unfolding before her, holding her breath as she silently moved towards the window, her gaze fixed intently on the scene, anxious about any sudden changes. With each careful step, she unexpectedly collided with a warm, heavy object, instinctively wanting to scream, but quickly stifled the sound with her hand. Turning around, she saw Cash, his mouth agape as if he too wanted to shout, and hastily covered his mouth. They exchanged a glance, both shaken. Olivia pointed towards the window, and Cash nodded, realizing they were on the same wavelength. They cautiously nestled into a shadowy corner, avoiding obstacles while observing the movements of the demons, eventually reaching the window. Olivia tapped on the glass. Perhaps it was due to the amusement park not being the sole domain of any particular demon. Or perhaps no one had ever dared to cause a disturbance in this infernal territory since its inception. The structural integrity of the building was no different from an ordinary church. This meant that the window was merely an ordinary one, breakable and a potential escape route. Stopping Cash from shattering the window, Olivia produced a talisman from her pocket and pressed it against the glass, with the talisman as the epicenter. A burst of golden light erupted, instantly shattering the glass without a sound. Both of them exhaled in relief, and Olivia gestured for Cash to go first. She could still cling to life if captured, and there was an ancestor above who might devise a plan. the chance for survival seemed greater than that of their pursuers. Without hesitation, Cash leaped through the window, landing deftly on the grass below, which cushioned his fall. Seeing this, Olivia felt her tension dissipate significantly. Mimicking his actions as she crossed the window, only to be caught by Cash as they took off running before their escape could be detected. Before they could leave the amusement park, a furious roar erupted from within the church. Olivia! A deafening crash followed, and a cloud of dust billowed towards her. Turning back, she found the church had collapsed into ruins, and amidst the debris stood 3 demons, their cold, furious gazes piercing through the chaos. Olivia shivered but did not falter. Instead, she quickened her pace and tossed a talisman behind her. This particular talisman was not aggressive but served to confuse, conceal, and create illusions, though she doubted it would hold for long. If she could survive the night, she would leave Silent Hill by morning, never to return. Hoping that her pursuers would be unable to find her, Olivia turned into a narrow alley, where the fog-shrouded monsters, under the talisman's influence, remained oblivious to her presence. Cash had already parted ways with her, having received a stack of talismans from her before leaving. This was all she could do for him. Whether he could survive was now in the hands of fate. Crouching in the corner, the blood moon's light could not penetrate the high walls of the alley, leaving her surrounded by darkness, save for the faint glow emanating from her wrist. It was 4:44, a time deemed inauspicious by many. Fortunately, the exit from this world was at 5 o'clock, granting her a mere 16 minutes until safety. The night wind carried the distant howls of monsters, faint yet ominous, occasionally interrupted by 1 or 2 that passed through the alley, sniffing the air but departing in disappointment when they found nothing. In the stillness, only her heartbeat resonated loudly. Checking the time again, it read 4:53, merely 9 minutes had passed. In moments of anxiety, time stretched infinitely, and as the countdown approached, she no longer hesitated to expend her remaining talismans. She arranged all the similar talismans in a formation at her feet. They ignited spontaneously, creating a ripple in the nearly invisible barrier surrounding Olivia. Meanwhile, from a distant building, the leader of the 12 demons sensed something amiss, his ears twitching. With wings unfurled, he soared past the blood moon. Following closely, Asmodeus, who had been monitoring his rivals, smiled confidently, spreading his bat-like wings to depart the building, all while relaying information to his wandering brethren. He was not acting out of kindness. After all, when the clamorous clash ensues, he, as the fisherman, could easily reap the benefits. Asmodeus was eager to savor the fruits of victory. Unbeknownst to Olivia, who was half asleep in the alley, time dwindled to a mere 3 minutes. A faint light appeared on the horizon, only to be swiftly consumed by the perpetual gloom of Silent Hill. Beneath the heavy clouds, a glimmer of light barely escaped. Olivia remained vigilant, her anticipation of victory heightening her alertness. Yet what gnawed at her was an undeniable unease stemming from the instincts of a practitioner. Soon, her fears were confirmed. At first, the faint sound of wings flapping barely registered, sending a jolt through her heart. Realizing the source, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she prepared to flee, but the speed of her pursuers was overwhelming. The sound escalated from a whisper to a clear presence in under a minute. Shadows of wings cast above her, multiplying swiftly, soon accompanied by heavy footsteps echoing at the alley's entrance, where a triangular-headed monster stood silently, brandishing a long blade. They acted without hesitation. At such close proximity, the talisman's effect was nearly nullified. Olivia bit her lip, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Was it truly futile? She had exerted every effort, doing all she could. Even as a practitioner, Olivia understood that many outcomes were not governed solely by hard work. Talent and resources played pivotal roles. Yet, in this moment of desperation, she could not help but chastise her own weakness and lament the cruelty of fate. "Come back with me." The metallic voice from the triangular head reverberated, deep and commanding, pulling her forcibly from the protective circle of talismans. Leaving a clear bruise on her delicate wrist, Olivia turned, attempting to incite a confrontation among the demons. "Lucifer, save me." Among the 3 demons, Lucifer appeared the most manageable. Obedient whether as Augustus or Lucifer, regardless of his motives, her safe passage was paramount. Leviathan emitted a clear, furious snort from his nostrils. At the call, Lucifer's gaze flickered. But Asmodeus interjected, "At this stage, no one will be swayed by your provocations, little deceiver." Lucifer's wings, which had been slightly open, folded in an instant. Olivia's heart sank, cursing Asmodeus for meddling. Yet she persisted. Lucifer, please. You said you would protect me. I only want to be with you, not with them. Deadly. For the first time, genuine confusion played across Lucifer's typically impassive face, his eyes widening as his pallid complexion flushed under her fervent gaze. Asmodeus, recognizing Olivia's deliberate provocation, felt his temper flare and gritted his teeth. Olivia, be good and speak plainly. Tell me, who do you wish to be with? Olivia resolved to use Lucifer to divert their attention, exclaiming, Lucifer. I said I only want to be with Lucifer. I can't stand you all. Asmodeus nearly lost his composure, while Leviathan, already struggling to contain his rage, charged at her the moment she uttered those words. Before departing, he encircled her with a protective mark. Asmodeus glanced back at her, his gaze laden with a complex and ambiguous intensity, akin to undressing her with his eyes, rendering her weak and flushed. Watching the horned youth join the fray, Olivia discreetly breathed a sigh of relief and began to examine the circle around her. Now, she found herself ensconced within 3 circles, each radiating hues of smoky pink, black, and blue. The pink shimmered alluringly, the black exuded calm, while the blue was fierce and tumultuous, reminiscent of a roaring ocean. How was she to unravel this? If she succeeded, would they sense it? There will be. The sudden voice in her mind filled Olivia with joy, prompting her to exclaim, Ancestor! Ah, dear granddaughter, fear not. With me here, no one can harm you. They had finally taken in a female disciple, the youngest among them. How could they let her fall into the clutches of the Western demons? Did they not understand cultural differences? Did they not grasp the generation gap? In the eyes of the ancestor, this group from the West lacked taste, either pretentious or frivolous, mad or foolish, always reveling in chaotic bloodshed, utterly lacking decorum. My dear granddaughter, here is a protective talisman for you. Keep it safe, and do not let them discover it. This was a hard-won favor from our esteemed ancestor, who sought the assistance of the Thunder Ancestor. As for your circle, do not touch it for now. It is of no concern. With the protective talisman in place, they cannot drag you back to hell. Upon hearing this, Olivia felt a wave of relief wash over her. From the words of her ancestor, she gleaned that these 3 circles were not merely restraints on her movements, but rather akin to a marking or barrier. When the gates of hell opened and the inner realm returned to hell, everything within the circles would be drawn back as well. How fortunate she was. Olivia couldn't help but reflect that without the protection overhead, she might have indeed been taken back to hell today. Reaching into her pocket, her fingertips brushed against the coarse paper, and she understood that this was the talisman her ancestor had spoken of, gifted by the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor. Many might know better by another name. The supreme deity of thunder, who commands the 36 Thunder Lords, governs life and death, rewards good and punishes evil, controls the clouds and rain, vanquishes demons, and commands the thunder. Demons, perhaps, could be considered a form of malevolent beings? Regardless, with this talisman in her possession, they could not take her away. A smile played at the corners of Olivia's lips as she felt the tension within her ease. The talisman in her pocket granted her immense security. Even surrounded by malevolent deities, her feelings of worry and fear dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning eagerness to witness their expressions upon realizing they could not take her. It would undoubtedly be amusing. Glancing at her watch, she noted that only a minute remained until 5 o'clock. With victory seemingly assured, the 3 malevolent deities divided only a fraction of their attention towards Olivia, as most of it was focused on eliminating their rivals, completely unaware of the powerful, innate aura of the thunder god that now enveloped her, a force that naturally suppressed all evil. As the clock struck 5, she felt as if she could hear the chime echoing, the oppressive gloom in the sky gradually dissipating to reveal a faint light behind the thick mist. The entire space warped and collapsed, drawn into a massive black hole that had appeared from nowhere. The aberrant monsters, the reveling demons, and the 3 deities attempting to take her away vanished from sight in an instant. Olivia recalled the gaze they had cast upon her before their departure, and a jolt of anxiety surged within her. Olivia, give me your hand. The Lord of Hell spoke calmly, seemingly unfazed by the violent winds surrounding them, enduring the injuries inflicted by flying debris as he sought to approach her. Be obedient. You wouldn't want to know the consequences of disobedience, Asmodeus warned, his eyes narrowing, his demeanor chillingly severe, a reminder of his formidable and perilous nature as one of the 12 demon lords. Leviathan plunged his sword into the ground, producing a raspy, defiant roar, his robust form swaying in the gale. And although he possessed no eyes, Olivia felt an omnipresent gaze tightly entwined around her. Instinctively, she took a step back, a cold sweat breaking out across her back. The edges of the talisman pressed painfully against her palm. Yet, she breathed a sigh of relief, meeting their gazes unflinchingly. I will not accompany you to hell. I intend to enjoy the sun on earth. As the dense mist completely lifted, the chilling presence that seemed to penetrate her skin vanished entirely. The sky brightened, and she safely returned to the surface world. Chapter 55. The Adventures in Mute Village, 19. The ringing of her phone roused the slumbering girl. A hand emerged from the covers, fumbling until she grasped the phone, answering the call while still keeping her eyes shut. Hello? A cheerful voice echoed from the other end. Olivia? Still asleep? I have wonderful news to share. The girl, still drowsy, sat up. Sister? What good news? Elizabeth has been discharged. She is feeling much better and is more cheerful now. It seems she hasn't exhibited the troubling symptoms you mentioned. Olivia responded with a satisfied hum. That is splendid news. But sister, please remain vigilant. You and brother-in-law. The two sisters exchanged a few more words before hanging up. The call had completely banished her drowsiness and transported Olivia's thoughts back to a month prior. In the surface world, she trudged towards Silent Hill with heavy, fatigued steps, plagued by the weariness of a sleepless night. Yet her formidable will propelled her forward. Silent Hill, neither vast nor small, loomed before her. If she succumbed to sleep now, she would likely not escape before the realm below descended upon her. In a hurried pace, she finally caught sight of the towering barbed wire before 11 o'clock. A larger hole than before gaped in the fence, and her vehicle sat parked just outside. Stumbling into her car, her gaze inadvertently drifted to another vehicle nearby. This car, belonging to an exploration team, stood silently on the eternally gloomy road of Silent Hill. Its door ajar, belongings strewn about, revealing the panic that had ensued. A sigh escaped her lips, and she felt a pang of sympathy for them. 3 youthful lives extinguished by the instigation of online provocateurs and their own arrogance, tragic and pitiable. A fleeting image of a young man flashed in her mind, but she quickly shook it away. Their bodies had become vessels for demons. Their souls were likely destined to become the lowest forms of infernal beings or devoured in the instant their bodies absorbed the demonic power. As Olivia started the car, she contemplated how to explain to her sister the ordeal of losing her niece. Suddenly, she heard soft, childlike murmurs from the back seat. The tires screeched against the rough ground, a harsh sound piercing the air, and through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of a small girl slowly rising in the back seat. It was Elizabeth, but she had clearly been taken to hell right before her eyes. A chill ran down Olivia's spine, and her body tensed as the talisman slipped quietly from her sleeve. Maintaining a friendly demeanor, she asked, Elizabeth, when did you get in the back? Rubbing her eyes, Elizabeth replied, I've been here all along. Where did you go? I waited so long that I fell asleep. You didn't go anywhere? Yet Elizabeth had entered Silent Hill with her, only to mysteriously vanish, never to be found again until last night when the demons had brought her before Olivia. Olivia scrutinized her, searching for signs of deception on the girl's face, but discerned nothing. Was she telling the truth, or was her acting simply too convincing? Confusion and tension coursed through Olivia as her palms began to sweat, leaving clear imprints on the steering wheel. Given Elizabeth's peculiar nature, Olivia remained on high alert. Once they had distanced themselves from Silent Hill, she decided to revert to her old ways and consult the oracle, her ancestor. The turtle shell fell, rolling out a few copper coins. The divination indicated great fortune, and her ancestor provided no warnings, suggesting that this Elizabeth was not the deadly poisoner capable of decimating Silent Hill single-handedly. With half her worries alleviated, Olivia retrieved a handful of ashes from her pocket. They appeared entirely ordinary, emitting a faint fragrance only upon closer inspection. The moment she held them, her weary spirit felt revitalized, akin to a sudden enlightenment. These were the ashes transformed from the protective talisman given by her ancestor, the very reason for her presence in the surface world. After leaving the inner realm, the talisman had turned to ashes, yet even in this form, they remained blessed by the Thunder Ancestor, sufficient to deal with common malevolence. Moreover, even demons would feel discomfort upon contact with the ashes. Elizabeth, these fragrant ashes are derived from flowers. They can dispel misfortune and restore luck. Here, take some. The bewildered girl accepted the ashes, showing no signs of abnormality, nor did she bear any burn marks. It appeared she was indeed human, rather than the half-demon Elizabeth. Olivia suspected that Asmodeus had split Elizabeth's soul into two parts, one representing the demon, the other signifying her humanity. The girl in the backseat was likely the human aspect of Elizabeth. With a sigh of relief, Olivia's expression finally relaxed. "All right, I'll take you home." Upon returning to her sister's house, the couple expressed their delight, half forcing Olivia and Elizabeth to stay in the hospital for a few days. It was not until Olivia saw her medical bill that she was taken aback, and only after asserting herself did they finally discharge her. Elizabeth's presence felt akin to a ticking time bomb. Olivia wished to counsel her sister and brother-in-law to sever their adoptive ties. Yet seeing the pained yet radiant smile on her sister's face rendered her speechless, as if something lodged in her throat. Never mind, she mused. She wasn't incapable of protecting a family, and given the constraints on the activities of hell on earth, under the vigilant watch of heaven, her brother-in-law, a devout Christian, would ensure that God would not turn a blind eye to his followers being harmed by demons. Before departing, Olivia entrusted all the ashes in her pocket to her sister, repeatedly imploring her to keep them safe, ideally offering incense daily. Only after receiving a reassuring response did she leave the town. A month passed peacefully. With the end of the holiday, Olivia returned to campus, resuming her routine between school and home, occasionally attending parties, but mostly declining invitations. She would, however, gather with other students to share culinary delights. Life was tranquil, much like before. Olivia basked in the sunlight, her previously taut nerves gradually unwinding. And even her ancestral spirits seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer watching over her. However, unbeknownst to her, a week later, during an ordinary weekend, as she lay deep in slumber, her dreams began to shift. She found herself in a vast ancient castle, its Gothic spires piercing the heavens. A blood moon hung in the sky, casting a crimson glow across the world. Within a dense forest, shadows loomed ominously, branches rustling like ghostly fingers. The evening breeze carried the haunting caws of night crows. Olivia hesitated, paralyzed with fear, only to feel the ground tremble beneath her feet. Turning around, she noticed a narrow path emerging from the forest, a colossal shadow swiftly approaching her. With no other choice, she ventured into the castle. As she pushed open the door, the candle flames ignited as if responding to her presence, illuminating the grand hall. Directly opposite the entrance hung a massive portrait, its subject shrouded in a veil of darkness, rendering their features indiscernible. Only a pair of eyes, as clear as the sky, locked onto hers through the canvas. Olivia instinctively stepped back, her heart racing, a suspicion bubbling within her. A crisp breath wafted from behind, reminiscent of a rain-soaked forest, rich with nature's scents, yet tinged with the dampness of the woods, just as he made her feel. The young man's voice was cool yet gentle, a faint smile gracing his lips. The shadows on the ground spread their wings, enveloping her in a silent embrace. Olivia turned to face the piercing blue eyes of Lucifer. She had anticipated that leaving Silent Hill would signify an end to her troubles, yet here she was, confronted once again by a familiar figure. The Lord of Hell appeared unchanged, still coldly handsome, his serene eyes gazing at her without emotion, yet somehow exuding an unexpected warmth. Olivia assumed that her defiance would provoke the wrath of such a dictatorial being. If they were to meet again, it would surely lead to conflict, and she would have to navigate her way carefully. Nevertheless, she knew she was facing the anger and resentment of a supreme deity. Perhaps he would end her life. How could a being of his stature tolerate the games of a mere mortal? Yet, to her astonishment, Lucifer's demeanor was calm and gentle, as if nothing had transpired before. The more tranquil he appeared, the more unsettled Olivia became. "Lucifer, how did you find me?" Logically, as a practitioner of flower cultivation, she was under the jurisdiction of Eastern deities. It should not have been easy for him to locate her in the western realm of hell. Lucifer replied, "There is a seed within you." Olivia immediately turned her attention inward, finally discovering a seed, smaller than an infant's fingernail, nestled at the edge of her heart. A foreboding shade of crimson, reminiscent of blood. No wonder it had gone unnoticed. Indeed, how could a seed planted by the Lord of Hell be easily detected? This seed served as Lucifer's spiritual mark, akin to a contract. With it, he could find her at any moment, and it also served as a deterrent to other demons. To them, she was likely perceived as a formidable entity radiating Lucifer's essence. "Do you need something?" Confirming that Lucifer meant her no harm, Olivia exhaled with relief. "I merely wished to see you," he stated. If only it were that simple, Olivia thought, though she refrained from vocalizing her skepticism and instead adopted a demeanor of compliance, treating him as an old friend. "If you wanted to see me, you could have come directly. Your approach made me think I was in trouble again." "Really?" A flippant voice suddenly chimed from behind her, the scent of decaying flowers overwhelming the crisp aura of Lucifer. Olivia's wrist was seized with a forceful grip, a large hand encircling her wrist with ease. Then, a mingling scent of blood and gunpowder invaded her senses as a strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Olivia screamed in a panic. Turning her head, she found Asmodeus grinning, yet his expression was dark. Naturally, it was Leviathan who held her tightly, the imposing, otherworldly figure, topped with an unknown black-marked metallic triangle pressed against her cheek. The cold metal sent chills across her skin, and the air was thick with the stench of rust and blood. Olivia stared in shock at Lucifer, who remained utterly unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. This was unexpected. If they had not killed her, shouldn't they have fought to the bitter end, leaving her an opportunity to escape and return to her flower cultivation? To her surprise, both demons, aside from Asmodeus, had learned from their previous encounters and, under the young man's persuasion, resolved to unite against Olivia, who they deemed a flight risk. Olivia struggled fiercely, but soon, her freedom of movement was further restricted as her wrists and ankles were bound. "You bastards!" she screamed, torn between resistance and a reluctant anticipation that she was unwilling to acknowledge. This anticipation dissipated when she caught sight of Asmodeus and Lucifer, their restlessness mirroring her own, causing her heart to race. Her gaze shifted, ultimately settling on the most skilled among them, Asmodeus. "You come here." Leviathan, who held her, exhaled in frustration, tightening his grip around her waist. Knowing her safety was assured, Olivia grew bolder, complaining, "That hurts." Despite his intimidating demeanor, Leviathan found himself unable to retaliate against her, reluctantly loosening his hold at her sharp tone. However, he remained in a foul mood, and as he witnessed his twin brother approach with a smug grin, he instinctively threw a punch at Asmodeus's beautiful, androgynous face. Asmodeus angrily retorted, "Are you insane?" Leviathan fell silent, his fists twitching, appearing ready to strike again. Amused, the young man swiftly approached Olivia, deftly avoiding Leviathan's punch and the apparent traps set by Lucifer nearby, maintaining an expression of nonchalance amid the brewing tension between them. "Come closer," Asmodeus urged. "Could you possibly?" Olivia's voice dwindled, her intense embarrassment nearly rendering her mute, doubting whether her heated cheeks could fry an egg. She thought she was being discreet, but surrounded by demons with extraordinary hearing, there was no hiding her words. "Olivia, are you afraid of pain?" Asmodeus teased, his flirtatious grin making Olivia's face flush with steam. "Say whatever you like. Do as you please," she retorted, vexed, realizing the implications of her loud declaration. Seemingly aware of her turmoil, Asmodeus continued, "It's fine. They can all hear you. After all, we are demons. It's only natural to have desires, unlike that hypocritical deity." He urged her to be honest, asserting there was nothing shameful about it. Surprisingly, throughout this exchange, neither Lucifer nor Leviathan intervened. Perhaps they were not as ruthless as she had imagined. With her vision clouded, Olivia found herself surrounded by swirling, meaningless colors. Laughter echoed around her. The following morning, as the girl was roused by her biological clock, she realized she had forgotten to draw the curtains the previous night. Sunlight streamed through the window, scorching her eyelids. While outside, the trees danced gently, and the balcony brimmed with vibrant blossoms, their fragrance permeating the room. Pushing her weary, aching body up, Olivia sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Today, she had 3 lengthy classes, extending until 11 o'clock, despairing. Yet, without hesitation, she filled out her application form during class, purchasing the fastest flight to her hometown by the sea, from New York to where she cultivated flowers. Having completed all her tasks, Olivia packed her bags and called her sister to inform her, then hurriedly made her way to the airport. Farewell. She would no longer linger. Chapter 57. The Adventures in Dumb Town. Part 21. Olivia's hasty departure brought a certain satisfaction, while in the depths of hell, the 3 demon lords descended into an increasingly frenzied state due to their inability to locate her, more accurately, their incapacity to approach her. In the realm of slaughter, Leviathan's actions became ever more brutal. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and shattered flesh, drenched in thick, crimson blood. The imposing stone fortress, imbued with raw natural beauty, was home to its master, who paced restlessly, brandishing a long blade. Whenever he was consumed by negative emotions, he would venture out to unleash a bloody rampage, resulting in a desolate landscape void of life for miles around. The once devoted followers, eager to be near the demon lord, were forced to flee under the looming threat of death. Leviathan's bloodlust grew boundless. He would return each day reeking of carnage. Asmodeus languidly remained in his opulent palace, where dazzling gems adorned the walls as mere decoration. The grand columns were gilded, each carved with distinct designs. The youthful demon, typically fond of hosting lavish banquets, had not sent out invitations for several days. Instead, he sat upon his throne, swirling a goblet and gazing into the crimson liquid within. As the god of desire, Asmodeus preferred to manipulate the desires of others rather than be subjected to his own. Thus, he reveled in hosting various feasts, each with a different theme, yet all leading to a singular conclusion. From his throne, he observed demons indulging in their desires, their faces, whether beautiful or grotesque, immersed in lust, with some daring enough to invite him to partake in their debauchery, oblivious to the carnage surrounding them. He relished the thrill of controlling others, a pleasure far beyond mere carnal desire. However, with the absence of the girl, the god of desire seemed to have lost interest in exerting his influence over others. Perhaps he sought only to control her. Lucifer's condition was not much better. Whispers among the palace servants suggested that the Lord of Hell had been in poor spirits lately. While they had not suffered any direct harm, their servitude was fraught with trepidation. Samuel, passing by, chided them and left, though he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Despite being a fallen angel, Lucifer was not inherently malevolent. He despised violence, harbored a touch of obsessive cleanliness, and appeared devoid of human emotions. His initial rebellion against heaven stemmed from his distaste for being subjugated by a petty deity. As a devoted follower of Lucifer, Samuel found himself perplexed by his recent demeanor. Recalling the equally strange behavior of Leviathan and Asmodeus, they had seemingly drifted apart, the only intersection being their recent excursion to the mortal realm. The oddities seemed to have begun around that time. Samuel recalled the rumors circulating among the lower demons that the three demon lords had fallen for the same human girl, leading to fierce conflicts. The gossip, which originated among the lesser demons, had spread widely, reaching even the 12 demon lords. Beelzebub, ever the provocateur, had mockingly confronted Lucifer about it. If memory served, Lucifer had refrained from refuting him. A shiver ran through Samuel as he contemplated the possibility that the rumors might hold a kernel of truth. What could possess such beauty to captivate three demon lords simultaneously? The girls of hell were undeniably stunning, radiant, pure, delicate, and fierce, each exquisite in their own right. So why would they be enamored with a human girl? With a heart full of apprehension, Samuel entered the palace. Lucifer sat silently by the window, gazing outside at the unchanging, blood-soaked sky of hell, devoid of clouds. Only the catastrophic winds stripping the trees in the courtyard of their leaves. Samuel noticed that Lucifer clutched a piece of yellow paper adorned with red patterns. As one of the 12 demon lords, Samuel was well acquainted with such items, often encountered when souls from the east were escorted back by the staff of the eastern underworld. Initially, they were unsure of its purpose, but thanks to a kind soul's explanation, they learned it was a talisman used by Eastern practitioners to combat evil spirits. So, the Eastern underworld was on guard against them? Oh, Lucifer! With their current national strength, could the underworld truly dare to act? Who would be held accountable for any diplomatic incidents? Surely, Lucifer would not hesitate to sever heads. He heard that the girl they admired possessed some magical abilities. He had assumed it to be mere sleight of hand, only to discover she was a practitioner of ancient arts. Samuel felt compelled to advise caution, for the girl had powerful patrons, and the Eastern deities would not idly watch as their cultivated, noble-born child was abducted by the Western underworld. Yet, witnessing Lucifer's morose demeanor, darker than the stormy sky outside, he could not muster the words of counsel, merely sighing in resignation as he departed. After living for over 10,000 years, who would have thought he would fall for a human girl? Unbeknownst to Olivia, the troubles of the three demon lords were far from her awareness. After spending a few days with her mother, she eagerly returned to her master's domain. However, in the context of gardening, she should be referred to as Rong Yu. Rong Yu's sect was nestled at the northern foot of Mount Tianmen, surrounded by rugged rocks and steep cliffs. Connected by a single iron chain, the Tianyan sect, hidden amidst the sea of clouds and dense forests, housed an ancient Taoist temple where the revered Thunder Ancestor was enshrined. Alongside statues of the founding masters, their clay forms weathered yet vibrant. The statues were lifelike, with the Thunder Ancestor's gaze exuding both compassion and authority. Rong Yu lit incense and promptly rushed to the back courtyard to seek counsel from her master. Master, I've been bullied outside. Rong Yu hurried out. Brandishing a staff as thick as an arm, his brow furrowed. What? Which wretch dares to bully my disciple? Are they tired of living? Rong Yu hesitated, cautiously asking, Master, you don't know? She then recounted the incident at Silent Ridge, expecting her ancestor to inform her master. Rong Yu's face paled, yet he refused to relent. Boasting in the absence of the demon lords, it's just a Western demon lord. I'm not afraid. If they dare, let them come. Rong Yu, sweating nervously, whispered. Lower your voice, lest they hear. Rong Yu, still wanting to be defiant, was interrupted by a sudden gust that scattered his freshly washed clothes across the ground. He screamed, My clothes! What are you doing, ancestor? The ancestor chuckled mischievously, just teaching you not to speak recklessly. Rong Yu leaned closer, whispering, Master, what should we do? I haven't graduated yet. The child's education was of utmost importance. Even Rong Yu, who had never been formally educated, understood this. Moreover, it was rare for his child to have gained admission to such a prestigious school, though he did not comprehend the significance. It must not be squandered, lest they be mocked by the Daoists of the Northeast for lacking culture. Bah! The ancient texts I've read far surpass theirs. Yet, they insisted on speaking in a tongue he barely understood, their pride soaring. Now, however, his obedient disciple could also speak that strange language. What was it called again? English. How curious. How is it that Americans speak English? Rong Yu scratched his head, smiling foolishly, while overhead, the ancestor transformed into a whirlwind, delivering a sharp reprimand. Ouch! Why is the ancestor particularly irritable today? Enough! Let us get serious. Have you informed the ancestor about this? Rong Yu replied, Not yet. But the ancestor should already be aware. From the way he is watching, it seems he is concerned. Rong Yu exclaimed, Let us go to the main hall. Chapter 58, The Adventures in Dumb Town, Part 22. In the main hall, after a brief murmur, Rong Yu's grievances were insufficient. Rong Yu lifted his robe and began to roll on the ground, causing several elders to become increasingly annoyed, ultimately drawing the attention of the founding master. Is this the girl that has drawn the attention of the Western Demon Lord? The transparent, white-bearded elders circled Rong Yu, exclaiming in astonishment, Impressive. Truly, you have brought us honor. In the presence of the founding master, Rong Yu dared not act out, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Child, do not fear. The founding master will protect you. No one can force you. You say your studies are not yet complete? Hurry back. You must not delay your education. May the founding master bless you. If those three dare to harass you again, the founding master's sword is not to be trifled with. But could the founding master enforce his will across borders? Rong Yu looked at him skeptically, suppressing her true thoughts. How could the founding master display such concern? If she still doubted, what kind of person would she become? The venerable ancestor nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Rong Yu growing ever more affectionate. Indeed, a child of remarkable talent and amiable disposition. After much effort, the sect had finally produced such a promising successor. How could they allow the West to snatch her away? The ancestor mused privately, observing Rong Yu's lackluster demeanor. A being of little promise, uncertain even of his celestial prospects in the next life. Unlike the young lady before him, whose character and aptitude shone brightly. Perhaps they would meet again in the heavens. Such a promising disciple must certainly be protected, and the ancestor contemplated how to engage with the celestial lord later. With the comforting words of her ancestors and the bestowal of a talisman blessed by the Thunder Ancestor, Rong Yu felt a profound sense of security. Her fears of the three demon gods diminished to a whisper. The desire to return to campus surged within her. After packing her belongings and bidding farewell to her family and mentors, she boarded a flight to America. Gazing out at the heavy clouds and the expanse of blue sky, her spirits soared. The end of her holiday seemed to usher in a return to tranquility, as if the infernal demon gods had receded far from her life. Olivia occasionally dealt with minor malevolent spirits, yet more often she refrained from intervening, for the Western Church was averse to outside organizations meddling in local affairs, and she wished to avoid trouble. She lived as a typical, unremarkable international student, traversing the triangle between class, library, and apartment, occasionally attending a few clean parties and fending off admirers. However, the demon gods had not relinquished their pursuits. Rather, they grew increasingly restless. Their restraint stemmed solely from the protective aura surrounding Olivia, for the powerful divine light cloaked her, making it impossible even for dreams to encroach upon her. Though there were means to destroy the talisman, such actions would inevitably provoke its master. The Eastern deities were of secondary concern. They feared Olivia might flee like a startled rabbit back to her flower garden. Preparations were essential before taking action, such as ensuring her complete binding to the underworld. Asmodeus gazed out at the churning clouds, flashes of lightning flickering within the dark expanse, a gentle breeze carrying the damp air and the ever-present scent of blood from hell. Suddenly, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. Asmodeus had meticulously planned, but the tempers of the other two were his only miscalculation. Leviathan, visibly impatient, Lucifer, seemingly calm, yet lacking in patience as well. When he arrived at the stone fortress and found no trace of his twin brothers, a single thought consumed him: it was over. Despite his anxiety, he refused to be outdone. Upon discovering their absence from the realm, Asmodeus could scarcely wait to return to his palace. He tore open the fabric of space and, following the thread of dreams, accurately located the girl's dreamscape. Upon entering, he felt no obstruction, indicating that the two impatient beings had long since breached the talisman's protection. The Eastern deities would surely take notice. Processing visas and completing procedures would delay their arrival in America by at least an hour, leaving a narrow window to act. Asmodeus' eyes sparkled with calculation, his expression shifting from grave to relaxed. Stepping into the dream, he found the two had indeed already arrived. In the pitch-dark bedroom, soft moonlight bathed the sleeping girl, casting lovely shadows from her eyelashes, resembling a butterfly poised to take flight at any moment. Leviathan and Lucifer stood by the window, their gazes fixed upon her, as if to imprint her image upon their very souls. It appeared they had not arrived much earlier than he. Asmodeus' entrance went unnoticed, as though his presence was inconsequential. The young man smirked. Still not leaving? Waiting for the Eastern gods to catch you red-handed? Leviathan pondered for a moment before his large hand reached for the girl's wrist. Asmodeus found the sight of the other's triangular head deep in thought quite distasteful. A muscular brute attempting to appear endearing, while the object of affection lay asleep. It was baffling who he was trying to impress. As Leviathan grasped Olivia's wrist, intending to lift her away, he felt a counter pull from Lucifer, who had seized her other hand and stood expressionless in opposition. Neither was willing to yield, and their grip intensified, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Madness. They were quarreling, yet could they not release their hold? Olivia opened her eyes, her fear of having company at her bedside overshadowed by exasperation. Please, it hurts, she thought, incredulous that such commotion would not rouse her. Lucifer hesitated, glancing at the still unyielding Leviathan, ultimately refusing to relinquish his grip but loosening it slightly. Olivia was exasperated, wanting to curse but feeling timid in the presence of these two demon gods. The urge to unleash profanity stifled as she observed Asmodeus watching the spectacle from a distance. A mischievous idea sparked in her mind. Asmodeus, why have you only just arrived? Hurry and deal with these two, she called out, winking at the young man, her wicked intentions unmasked. Asmodeus chuckled. You little rascal, he remarked, sidestepping Leviathan's long blade. Olivia felt a surge of delight, but noticed Lucifer remained uninvolved, which irked her. Lucifer, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Lucifer understood the girl's cunning plan, but was willing to indulge her, seeing no harm in her subtle manipulations. However, when directed at him, it inevitably became a source of frustration. Leviathan resembled an enraged lion, swinging his blade at both of them. The three demon gods became entangled in a chaotic melee, flashes of blades and swirling pink and black mist filling the room. The space transformed into a near ruin, with only the bed remaining unscathed. Olivia felt helpless, dismissing the suggestion of her ancestors' assistance. It's all right, ancestors. You can't protect me forever. Even if she found a fleeting means of protection, they could always find a way to exploit her vulnerabilities, or worse, resort to brute force, just as they were now. Rather than block, Olivia believed it might be wise to take some action to maintain balance. After all, emotionally, she held the upper hand, did she not? A single light, seemingly ambiguous taunt could dismantle the fragile peace among the three demon gods. Have you made up your mind? I want to try, at least to complete my studies. She was already in her 3rd year. Interrupting now would be a significant loss. Tuition in America was no trifling matter. The ancestor sighed, withdrawing while leaving a fragment of divine awareness to watch over her. Perhaps we need to have a talk. Olivia stepped into the fray, her long blade swiping away stray strands of hair from her forehead, her demeanor unchanged as she regarded them with calm assurance, as if she were certain they would never harm her. And indeed, they did not. Let us talk, she reiterated. The demon gods lowered their heads, willingly ceasing their struggle for her. Chapter 59, The Silent Adventure, and, in September, as the school year commenced, sunlight poured into every corner of Sahak University. Along the shaded pathways of the campus, unlike other students who laughed joyfully under the sun, a young woman walked with a book in hand, avoiding the rays. Observing the excited and expectant expressions of the new students, Olivia felt her spirits lift, the fatigue from a sleepless night spent on her thesis dissipating somewhat. Hey, Olivia! A long hand draped over her shoulder, revealing the strikingly beautiful face of her classmate, Anna, her radiant golden hair seeming to glow in the sunlight. Anna, with her cheerful disposition, was the only person in class with whom Olivia had formed a close bond. Many of the parties she attended were due to Anna's invitations. I have no idea why you're so anxious. The deadline for the thesis is still far off. Noticing Olivia's weary expression, Anna quickly added, You should go back and get some sleep. By the way, we have a party at the Halen Coast tonight. Are you coming? Olivia drooped her eyes, fatigue overwhelming her. Please spare me. I simply can't stay awake any longer. All right. I'll let you off the hook this time. With that, Anna hurried away, dashing towards her waiting boyfriend at the end of the path. Olivia yawned, feeling as if she were being consumed by drowsiness. Anna assumed her fatigue stemmed from a single late night, unaware that she rarely slept well. Each night, whether in deep or light slumber, one of the three demon gods invariably appeared in her dreams: Lucifer, Leviathan, or Asmodeus. Not long ago, she had struck a deal with the three demon gods, vowing to attempt acceptance of them, to cease her evasion. They, in turn, agreed not to employ coercive measures, with the crucial stipulation that they would not interfere with her studies. Under her surprisingly firm stance, they reluctantly consented to a schedule wherein 4 days belonged to her, and the remaining 3 were allocated to them. Due to the scarcity of time, each night as soon as she falls asleep, those 3 demons arrive, their dreams filled with an insatiable desire to obliterate her. Their ravenous appearance resembles that of famished wolves. Thankfully, she had not acquiesced to the plan proposed on June 1st. Otherwise, her days would be consumed by writing papers during the day and contending with them at night, rendering life unbearable. Olivia cannot fathom why Anna's boyfriends come and go in a perpetual cycle. Surely, I am merely relishing the beauty of youth. Look at David from last time. His muscles were simply magnificent. Olivia scoffed, glancing at the photograph, thinking to herself that beauty pales in comparison to the demons. Then there was William, whose eyes were profoundly deep, but none could rival Asmodeus and Lucifer in allure. This time, Kent, I must confide in you, is particularly endowed, yet lacks stamina. What on earth are those 3 thinking? Enough of this. Observing her friend's disdainful demeanor, Anna looked at her with suspicion. What is that expression? You aren't indulging in something without me, are you? I must inform you that if you hide your romantic escapades from me, I shall be quite displeased. I fear revealing the truth might terrify you. However, with Anna's discerning eye for men, those 3 demons are indeed the epitome of masculinity, the quintessential alphas. Who would I engage with? Do I have the time? The more guilty she felt, the louder she spoke, prompting Anna to scrutinize her closely. Ultimately, unable to find any inconsistencies, she chose to believe her. After returning home and completing her nightly routine, even in the daylight she was unable to stave off the overwhelming fatigue. Olivia donned her eye mask, blocking out sound, and instantly succumbed to a deep slumber, pondering what it was that she seemed to have forgotten, something trivial, as she could not recall. As her consciousness gradually sank into a void, a faintly sweet aroma enveloped her, lulling her into a blissful trap of sleep. No sooner had she closed her eyes than she was thrust into a dream. In the bedroom, the 3 demons awaited her. Olivia's body jolted as she suddenly remembered what she had overlooked. Today is Friday. She had precisely scheduled them. Moreover, she had not engaged with them for nearly 2 weeks due to her paper. It must be noted that initially, Olivia perceived her interactions with the demons as walking upon a tightrope over an abyss, where even a gust of wind could send her crashing into oblivion. However, she later discovered that they had developed a semblance of love. Though she was uncertain of its origin or duration, Olivia resolved to leverage this to her advantage. Gradually testing their limits, she would administer a light reprimand followed by a sweet reward. Unbeknownst to them, they had become loyal hounds, wagging their tails for her. Some appeared as formidable demons, yet were willingly adorned with collars. Olivia claimed to be fatigued from her paper, not wishing to expend too much energy, and promised that once her paper was completed, she would provide ample compensation, a mere empty promise to placate the 3 demons. Even the astute Asmodeus and the dim-wit Leviathan were no exceptions. Remarkably, they all complied, merely guarding her slumber like sentinels. Now, it was time to fulfill her promise. Olivia glanced at the door, pondering whether leaving through it would allow her to awaken. They would certainly not grant her the opportunity to escape. The naive rabbit employed a deceitful scheme, transparent to all, believing she had tamed the hounds, unaware that they were, in fact, ravenous wolves. Now, the wolves were eager to savor their prey. In the cold, sterile room of the quick travel department, a tall figure suddenly materialized. A sphere of light danced around her, showcasing a recently acquired colorful cloak, chattering incessantly until silenced by the impatient woman. How annoying. Having just experienced death, Olivia was far from pleased. Her displeasure stemmed not from death itself, but from narrowly escaping being left behind by those 3 madmen during her departure from the task world. Torn between the vortex of leaving the world and her profound connection to the character world, neither wished to relinquish their grasp, nearly tearing her soul in two. Ultimately, she resorted to a last-ditch item to successfully depart. Yet, she would never forget the looks of the 3 demons as she left. Those crimson eyes, filled with resentment and obsession, still send shivers down her spine. I will seek you out. Do not think to abandon me. Olivia, wait for me. Olivia's expression turned impatient, and 003 looked on with confusion. Casting a sidelong glance at it, she directly inquired, "What do you wish to say?" 003 instinctively stood at attention, its data stream rigid. "I am curious, given your immense strength, why do you not resist? Not only in this world, but in the preceding ones as well." The formidable Olivia, capable of disregarding all rules, played the role of the frail, being subjected to the whims of others. Clearly, she could resist without concern for that paltry amount of points. Olivia smiled, "Because I am sufficiently strong." 003 clearly did not comprehend. She had never regarded those individuals as worthy of her attention, viewing them merely as diversions in her otherwise mundane life. "Because I am strong enough," she stated, her smile remaining nonchalant. "I possess the right to choose. I can opt to occupy a subordinate position, be fought over, or resist at any moment. I am powerful enough. Moreover, feigning weakness to deceive, relinquishing a couple of precious pearls, putting on a facade of resistance, and quietly completing the task. Surely that is the simplest and most convenient method?" 003 suddenly realized that the host was merely seeking to take the easy route. Upon reflection, it made sense. Now that she was retired, who would diligently undertake tasks? If one could cut corners, why not? One must admit that this approach was indeed far more relaxed than before. Furthermore, they were all tall, handsome, and of age. Who would care if she dallied with a few individuals in the task world? Olivia commanded, "Take me to find Drank." 003 cautiously inquired, "Host, do you know?" It had assumed the host was simply frolicking in a small world, utterly oblivious to the lurking enemy. The core data tightened abruptly, the data stream within the light sphere swirling rapidly, and 003 snapped back to reality, gazing at Olivia with a fawning expression. Aha, the host is indeed wise. Nothing escapes the keen eye of the illustrious host. After traversing 3 worlds, 003 appeared to assist Olivia in completing her tasks, yet behind the scenes. It discreetly investigated the true culprit. To this end, it sought assistance from several allies, sacrificing numerous benefits and accruing considerable debts. Only a fool would be unaware. This fellow had never concealed anything. 003 concealed the recently received information, a cold sweat of electronic data streaming across the screen. At the top of the inbox, an email from Drank's subordinate office lay quietly. It contained only one sentence. System 003. Please escort your host to visit Lord Drank by 3 p.m. today. At this critical juncture, anyone appearing in relation to Olivia's retirement task being compromised could potentially be the mastermind. Coincidentally, this individual matched the findings of its investigation. Chapter 60, Quick Travel Department. When Drank joined the Quick Travel Department is a mystery long forgotten. Initially, he was merely an ordinary tasker. However, his yearning for power far surpassed his desire to navigate through the crossfire. During a peculiar opportunity, he extricated himself from the ranks of taskers, opting to become an administrative officer. Eventually, he gradually infiltrated the power nexus of the Quick Travel Department, becoming a prominent figure within. Olivia cannot recall when they first met, but vaguely remembers it was in a task world of extraordinarily high difficulty. Numerous taskers, including many season ones, had perished in that place. Olivia and Drank entered the task world almost simultaneously, yet they did not encounter each other initially. It was not until the final station, after enduring countless trials, that they met before the world-destroying rat in its lair. The battle remains vivid in Olivia's memory to this day. The very fabric of existence was drawn into this brutal conflict. She could almost smell the pervasive scent of blood again, and the ground beneath her feet felt not solid but rather a sticky, slightly yielding terrain paved with flesh, sending chills down her spine. Olivia suffered severe injuries, with a hand and foot severed, broken ribs piercing her lungs, each breath bringing excruciating pain. Drank had long lost consciousness, lying amidst the ruins, one arm completely severed, blood gushing forth, his complexion growing increasingly pale with the passage of time. Olivia coughed up blood, the wound on her forehead bleeding profusely, a thick curtain of crimson staining the world. If this continued, she would perish. She fled, carrying Drank's seemingly lifeless body out of that world, allowing the world-destroying rat to shriek behind her as she retreated like a coward. That was Olivia's first encounter with the taste of failure. It was evident that Drank felt the same way. Subsequently, the Quickware department classified this task world as a high-risk SSS level zone, sealing all relevant data and tasks, never to be reopened again. Later, although Drank withdrew from the ranks of taskers, he did not choose to leave the Quickware department. Instead, he transitioned into the Execution Bureau, ascending to the position of deputy director, while Olivia opted to continue her work. When the retirement report was just released, she received an earnest email from Drank himself, inviting her to join the Execution Bureau. Olivia declined, and thereafter, no further messages arrived from him. Uncertain of his intentions, Olivia assumed that her refusal would deter him from employing any further means. To her surprise, he manipulated the Quickware department's system directly. Having been employed for merely a century, he could control the entire system, indicating that his influence was far greater than it appeared. With a stoic expression, Olivia strode through the corridors with unwavering determination. Any obstacles, be they human or machine, were effortlessly dispatched, paving her path to the Execution Bureau's door. A symbolic knock echoed through the air, and without waiting for a response, Olivia pushed the door open, donning a smile that was dazzling yet bordering on insincere, manifesting her impatience. "Good afternoon, everyone. I have a matter to discuss with your boss." The assistant respectfully escorted her to Drank's office door, refraining from uttering any foolish comments about the timing. Upon receiving a response from within, he opened the door for her to enter, standing guard at the threshold. Inside the lavishly furnished office, Drank greeted her with a gentle smile across his desk, which Olivia perceived as hypocritical. "Olivia, it's been a while. How is retirement treating you?" "Thanks to you, not well at all." She lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes locking onto him like a predator. "And call me Olivia or Rong Yu. We are not on such familiar terms yet. To say I harbor animosity would not be an exaggeration." Drank seemed unfazed by Olivia's blunt words, maintaining his disingenuous smile, his gaze tolerant, as if she were a petulant child. "So what exactly is your purpose?" Olivia inquired with a cold scoff. "I simply wish for your assistance." The formal invitation was turned down, leaving me with no choice but to resort to some minor tactics to achieve my objectives. Drank rose to pour her a cup of tea, steam swirling and blurring the vision as a rich aroma filled the room. The young man looked up, his smile more genuine, which only served to aggravate her further. "To help me is to help yourself." Olivia let out a derisive laugh. "Help myself? Pray tell, how do you intend to do that?" Relaxing into the plush embrace of the sofa, Olivia's expression was high and laced with sarcasm. Drank's eyes flickered with realization as he recalled a distant past. When he first entered the Execution Bureau, his initial task involved sorting through the files of all Quicksilver department members. Originally intended to complicate his work, it unexpectedly provided him with insights into the members' profiles. Among them, the first-ranking tasker's profile read, Name, Rong Yu, no surname. As she has forsaken her own. History, danger level, S loyalty, 13. Drank was taken aback, recognizing why Olivia seemed familiar. They hailed from the same homeland. Born into royalty, Drank had been immersed in a world of power since childhood, developing an unusual obsession with authority. This exposure granted him access to secrets unattainable by ordinary taskers. He discovered that the main system's claim of retired employees enjoying eternal free benefits was nothing but a ruse. Don't you find it curious that there are almost no taskers who have retired for over 200 years? Because they have all transformed into energy sustaining the main system. The law of conservation dictates that the main system requires vast energy to traverse time and space, seeking to grow ever more powerful. The energy drawn from task worlds alone is inadequate. It cultivates each tasker merely to fatten them up for slaughter. In the eyes of the main system, we are no different from livestock. To survive, we must diligently sever the connection between the main system and the task worlds, thereby diminishing the power it can derive. This task can only be undertaken by retired taskers. Olivia was momentarily stunned, her brain overloaded with information. After a lengthy pause, she recovered her hoarse voice. How am I to know if what you say is true? You know, Drank replied, meeting her gaze with unwavering sincerity, because you already believe it. Olivia pressed her lips together. Indeed, she believed. On her journey of growth, a senior who had aided her greatly had vanished long ago, their last communication occurring over 230 years prior. Since then, there had been no word from her, not a single trace remained, and messages sent had disappeared without a response. It was difficult not to suspect something tragic had befallen her. If the main system were the puppeteer, it could easily catch her unsuspecting senior off guard. Retirees bore no obligation to maintain the narrative. Deviations would incur no penalties, making them ideal targets. Currently, within the Quicksilver department, only you and I are retired. Olivia's eyelashes fluttered as she recalled some information she had previously unearthed, swiftly arriving at a decision. Each time the main system established a new world, the energy expended equated to what 300 taskers completing tasks at SS level efficiency would yield. Yet, the Quicksilver department only housed 40,000 taskers, with fewer than a third achieving SS level completion. Still, the main system continued to proliferate new worlds. Where did the missing energy come from? Olivia understood well the amount of energy contained within a successful tasker who had reached retirement. Otherwise, they could not sustain a life approaching eternity. I understand. She rose, the hem of her coat sweeping across the light-colored sofa like a blade. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory sharpness, exuding an untamed ferocity. Drank's smile became genuine, as if, in that moment, he saw the young girl who had once sworn in the town square to relinquish the West surname. Everything is entrusted to you. You must return alive. Olivia. Chapter 61. Jungle Horror, Part 1. This particular scenario is adapted from real events. Task World. Jungle Horror. Character. A defenseless female college student. Protagonist Cyrus O'Grady's girlfriend. Task. Successfully survive in the jungle. In July, during summer break, a group of young men and women drove to Manistee National Forest in Michigan. They were students from Michigan State University who persuaded their parents to drive them out for fun during the holiday. The car held 5 individuals, Olivia Hughes and her boyfriend Cyrus O'Grady, along with Aiden Jean and another couple, Malin Nandi and Brunette Vance. Olivia and Aiden were from Michigan, residing in St. Louis, and their families lived next door to each other. They had been childhood friends, attending the same school, and both ended up at Michigan State University. The other 3 were acquaintances from university, quickly forming a close-knit friendship due to their compatible personalities. The trio was there to attend the Lecter Forest Music Festival, every year from July 1st to 4th. The Lecter Forest Music Festival is held at a private campsite in Manistee National Park, drawing hundreds of young people together for revelry. After the daytime festivities, a massive bonfire is lit, where the youth gather to laugh and drink, the heat of the night surpassing that of the day. Brunette, who loved to join in the fun, was captivated by photos from the event and decided not to return home, rallying a few friends to join her. On a scorching summer day, Olivia was reluctant to go out, but after being pestered thrice in one day, she had no choice but to relent, forming an unlikely friendship with Mrs. Hughes. Mrs. Hughes had long disapproved of her daughter's habit of staying cooped up at home during breaks, and Brunette's arrival provided the perfect excuse. What is a young lady like you doing cooped up at home? Don't you have a boyfriend? Go spend some time with him. In the liberal atmosphere of American society, Mrs. Hughes saw no harm in pushing her daughter toward her boyfriend, as she herself had her own dates. Mrs. Hughes tossed Olivia's suitcase outside, and Brunette swiftly pulled her into the car, ensnaring her like a worm. Malin, sitting beside them, looked on with envy, his gaze fervent. Baby, come over here. Don't forget your boyfriend just because of your friends. Brunette pursed her lips. Come on. Is anyone more important than Ollie, baby? Cyrus, behind the wheel, retorted, hey, she's my girlfriend. He often felt a twinge of jealousy over the closeness between his girlfriend and her friends. The girls, despite having boyfriends, frequently abandoned them for outings to cafes, cinemas, and amusement parks, employing the same tactics they used on their partners against each other. Cyrus was on high alert, even secretly forming an alliance with Mara. The car was filled with laughter and excitement as they made their way to Manistee National Park, where many other vehicles joined their journey, families heading out for camping and young people with the same destination. Upon entering the park, they did not head straight to the Lake Toe Forest Music Festival, but stopped first at the Oak Knoll Campground, a public site just a few miles from the festival. The area was dotted with marshes, but thankfully, the campground was level and spacious. The campground was bustling with families. Adults were sweating as they set up tents while children dashed around, their laughter echoing through the air. At that moment, Mara rolled her eyes and muttered, "It's so noisy. I can't stand these kids." Evan called out from nearby, holding a tent. "Mara, what are you doing just standing there? Come help." Meanwhile, Cyrus gathered some suitable stones to build a makeshift fire pit not far from the tent. It was not yet the girls' turn to pitch in. Brunette stood idly by, while Olivia, who had been half forced to join, was in a foul mood due to the heat and the long journey. She sat alone in the shade, arms crossed, wearing oversized sunglasses that nearly obscured her face, exuding irritation as Brunette chattered incessantly around her, begging for attention. Despite Brunette's persistent attempts to engage, Olivia remained unresponsive. Fortunately, they had known each other long enough that Brunette understood Olivia's temperament well. Otherwise, given her usual bad mood, they might have quarreled by now. However, even with their long acquaintance, it was still possible for them to bicker over trivial matters. As night fell, Brunette and Mara suggested that since they had missed the music festival, they could attend the bonfire party instead and join the festival the following day. Evan and Cyrus were indifferent, stating they would defer to Olivia's wishes. The couple's eyes turned expectantly towards the still hungry and irritable girl. Olivia yawned lazily. "No? I'm too tired from sitting in the car all day. I just want to sleep." The visible fatigue on her face left Brunette unable to press her for a demand. "All right, fine, we'll rest tonight," she conceded. Olivia declined. "You don't have to accommodate me. If you want to go, just go." Brunette's displeasure was evident. "It's fine, we won't go tonight. We can go tomorrow." Olivia insisted. "I already said, if you want to go, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Their voices were tinged with irritation, prompting their boyfriends to intervene immediately. All right, don't be angry. We've all had a long day. Let us just rest." Evan chimed in. "Exactly, it's late. None of us can just leave you here alone. Even if Mara and the others go to the bonfire, Cyrus and I will stay with you." The once lively campground, which had been filled with the sounds of children, was now shrouded in darkness as most families had departed before nightfall. The only tents still illuminated belonged to their group. After Evan's reassuring words, Mara felt a strange sensation, as if she could hear distant breaths and footsteps lurking in the darkness. Was someone watching them? This thought sent a chill down her spine. Just then, a shrill, eerie howl erupted from the distant forest, startling Mara, who nearly buried herself into Brunette's embrace. Brunette casually draped her arm around her boyfriend's shoulder, playfully patting him. "Come on, you're a grown man. Why are you so scared?" Olivia couldn't help but laugh openly. Brunette quickly amended. "But if it makes our little princess smile, I suppose that counts as a great achievement." As the five friends shared laughter, they noticed Olivia yawning again. Cyrus remarked, "It's getting late. Let us rest." They divided the tents, with the two couples sharing one and Evan taking another for himself. As night deepened, a dense cloud obscured the moon, casting an unsettling shadow over the land. Mysterious sounds echoed from the forest, interrupted by a chilling roar that sent bats and nightbirds scattering into the night. Inside the tent, Mara was jolted awake by an urgent need to relieve herself. Noticing his girlfriend peacefully asleep beside him, he prepared to sneak out, but suddenly spotted a massive shadow reflected on the tent. It had long limbs, resembling a human but towering nearly 8 feet tall, a true behemoth. Panic gripped Mara. He barely managed to keep his composure, quickly pulling out his phone to record. The shadow lurked around their campsite, as if a beast surveying its territory or contemplating which of them to target first. Sweat trickled down Mara's forehead as he stifled a scream, terrified that he might draw attention to himself. He had often mocked the heroines of horror films for their screams at the most inopportune moments. But now he understood that in extreme fear, one could truly lose their wits. Luckily, the shadow wandered for about half an hour before departing. Yet Mara still dared not sleep or wake his girlfriend, fearing it might be a monster's ploy. He endured the night, and when morning arrived, he was met with laughter from his girlfriend. "You have no idea what I went through last night," Mara exclaimed, exasperated. Brunette burst into laughter, thinking he was joking. "Come on, are you really that scared?" She couldn't take him seriously, given his imposing stature, which was in stark contrast to his timid demeanor, especially compared to Brunette, who fearlessly handled snakes and even swam with sharks. "No, I'm serious," Mara insisted, raising his phone. "Look, this is what I recorded last night." The group gathered around to examine the screen, where the massive, vaguely human outline moved outside their tent, sometimes close, sometimes far, its presence palpable and ominous. The rustling of leaves and branches accompanied the shadow's patrol, echoing the sound of a creature surveying its domain. They were all struck with dread as they watched the terrifying figure on the screen, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Mara rambling in a panic. "You have no idea what I experienced last night. I held it in all night, not daring to move, sleep, or go outside. And I didn't even wake you guys. The fact that I didn't scream is already brave." Brunette wrapped her arms around him, comforting him. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You were very brave, and I'm proud of you." Tears streamed down Mara's face as he hugged Brunette tightly. "I was terrified. What if it came in and ate us? We should leave this place. I feel like it has its eyes on us." Olivia echoed his sentiment, as did Evan and Cyrus, but Brunette countered, "I don't think that's a good idea. If it is indeed watching us, it may not let us leave easily." This perspective struck a chord, and the group fell into contemplative silence. Mara, already terrified, wanted nothing more than to escape this cursed place. As he saw the others deep in thought, his anxiety intensified, and he pleaded, "No, we can't stay here knowing there's danger. Isn't that courting death?" In the face of potential peril, he had lost all rationality, disregarding the possibility of offending Brunette. Brunette, who had always been intolerant of her boyfriend's cowardice, challenged him. "How can you be sure that the path to safety won't lead to greater danger? What if that thing has already set traps for us?" Mara stood his ground. "What if it hasn't?" Brunette countered, "What is the point of speculating about things that haven't happened?" "Mara, aren't you making assumptions as well?" Mara remained unyielding. As it appeared that the couple was on the verge of a quarrel, others quickly stepped in to mediate. "Please, don't argue. Both of you have valid points. However, Brunette, how about we leave first? It might just be Mara's imagination. Even if it is following us, we can always call the police or contact a research institution. Indeed, it seems likely that the authorities would be eager to take charge of this new species. Given the nature of the United States, that is quite probable." Brunette relented, reluctantly saying, "Fine, but I believe we won't escape." Throughout the couple's dispute, Olivia remained a silent observer, her oversized sunglasses obscuring half her face, rendering her expression unreadable. Aiden and Cyrus, however, were more attuned to the girl, sensing something amiss in her demeanor. As Brunette and Mara went to retrieve the car, they planned to follow the family that was preparing to leave the campsite, believing that having company on the road would be safer than venturing out alone. Deep down, they harbored a sliver of hope that even if that creature had set its sights on them, it might hesitate due to the presence of others. Cyrus and Aiden packed their belongings, while Olivia stood with her arms crossed in the shadows of the trees, still wearing those large sunglasses that covered much of her face. Once they had packed most of their things, they approached the girl. As childhood friends, Aiden understood her far better than her actual boyfriend. He could instantly tell that something was off. "Are you still contemplating? Perhaps our concerns will prove unfounded." Olivia remained silent, her sunglasses shrouding her face. making it impossible to discern her true emotions. Cyrus reassured her, "Olivia, I will protect you. We will surely return home safely." Olivia responded, "Did you not catch the scent? The stench of blood and body odor is near. It may very well be lurking, watching us." Aiden felt compelled to dismiss her fears. Yet the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't shake the impression that, after her remark, a faint odor reminiscent of iron seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, akin to that of some large carnivorous beast, reeking of blood and foul fur. Aiden's complexion paled as he forced out a semblance of comfort. "No, you must be mistaken." A glance at Cyrus revealed mutual apprehension reflected in their eyes. Cyrus embraced his girlfriend tightly, soothingly whispering, "Olivia, do not fear. I will ensure your safe return, even if it costs me my life." The young man silently vowed to himself, his earlier panic dissipating, replaced by resolve. Before long, they had finished packing and entered the vehicle, trailing behind another family that was also departing. This family belonged to a camping club, enjoying their time at Manistee National Park, having chosen the Oak Knoll campsite. One particularly elite young man, unwilling to drive home at night due to the distance, decided to leave after lunch. Noticing them also preparing to drive away, he cheerfully greeted, "Are you all leaving too? Why not stay a bit longer?" Cyrus replied, "We spent the night here and felt something was off, so we decided to leave as soon as possible." The young man assumed they were merely a group of frightened youngsters imagining things due to their isolation in the forest, and he chuckled, changing the subject, "My name is Lucien Pastini. Are you locals?" "No, we're visiting from Michigan," Cyrus replied, deliberately withholding the truth. "By the way, I'm Cyrus O'Grady, and these are my classmates and girlfriend." The others greeted each other with varying degrees of warmth. Lucien adjusted his glasses, and as his gaze hovered over one individual, a fleeting glimmer of something darker flashed in his eyes. Yet, this strange glimmer was quickly concealed, and he maintained his congenial yet aloof smile. "It's a bit lonely traveling alone. We can keep each other company on the road." Cyrus scrutinized Lucien with a wary eye. His concern was not unwarranted, for despite Lucien's casual hiking attire and large backpack, he exuded an air of refinement and confidence that suggested a life of ease. In the short time they had been at the Oak Knoll campsite, no less than 5 individuals of the opposite sex had attempted to engage with Lucien, both club members and casual passers-by. Lucien appeared completely at ease with this attention, clearly accustomed to being in the spotlight in his daily life. Cyrus remained cautious, yet wore a seemingly unaffected smile as he concurred, "Indeed, we can chat along the way." After exchanging pleasantries, the two vehicles departed the campsite in tandem. Unbeknownst to them, a massive, shaggy black figure lurked behind the trees not far off, silently observing their departure. Chapter 63, Jungle Terror, Part 3. The two vehicles drove closely behind each other along the trail leading away from the Oak Knoll campsite, tires crunching over the ground, sending up clouds of dust and scattering dried leaves. Cyrus gripped the steering wheel, his demeanor both vigilant and calm as he kept a watchful eye on the woods flanking the path. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, creating a soft rustling sound, while sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. Within that shadowy forest, a large dark shape seemed to be concealed behind a tree trunk. Cyrus's heart raced, his brow furrowing. When he looked again, the shadow had vanished without a trace, moving with such speed that it felt as though it had merely been a figment of his overly tense imagination. A wave of unease washed over Cyrus, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins standing out against his skin like winding rivers. In that moment, he had to concede that his girlfriend's fears might indeed be grounded in reality. That unknown creature had undoubtedly set its sights on them, viewing them as prey, determined to prevent their escape. With the enemy hidden in the shadows while they remained in the light, any action could easily alert the predator. If it were only him at stake, perhaps he could manage. However, his deeply cherished girlfriend was in the vehicle with him. He could not allow her to fall into danger, even if it meant sacrificing others or his own life. Before he could devise a solution, Lucien's vehicle, driven alone, struck something ahead. The sharp sound of a tire bursting echoed through the air as the car twisted down the path for a brief moment before careening out of control into the depths of the forest. Cyrus swore under his breath, his worst fears confirmed, and he hurriedly parked his vehicle, rushing toward the smoke-emitting wreckage. The front of the car was crushed, but fortunately, the driver's seat remained intact. They quickly pulled Lucien, who was injured and unconscious, from the car, staring helplessly at the egg-sized wound on his head. Even with their limited knowledge, they understood the urgency of cleaning and staunching the bleeding to prevent Lucien from losing too much blood. Among them, only Bryant had any basic medical knowledge, having volunteered with an animal protection organization. With all eyes on her, Bryant broke down, exclaiming, "I only know how to bandage animals." Her boyfriend attempted to comfort her. "It's not that different. Humans are animals too, right?" Clearly, his words fell flat, and Bryant became even more distraught. Yet, compared to the others present, she was the best they had, and reluctantly, she took the first aid kit, clumsily tending to Lucien's wound. If one disregarded Lucien's cries of pain due to her excessive force, the first aid attempt was commendable, at least, in the end. Lucien's forehead was wrapped in a somewhat crooked but secure bandage. Bryant sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow before asking her boyfriend, "What did you find out?" During her bandaging, the other young men had not been idle. After calling the police and an ambulance, they began to investigate the cause of the accident. When Bryant looked up, she saw that her boyfriend and the others wore identical grave expressions. Her heart sank, and an incredulous yet ominous thought began to surface in her mind. Could it be? In response to her lingering hope, Mara solemnly nodded. Olivia was right. Perhaps we truly have been targeted by that creature. Mr. Pastai's accident was no mere coincidence. On the only path leading in and out of the Oak Knoll campsite, an unexpected trap had been dug out, measuring approximately 3 feet wide, covered only by a thin layer of soil and fallen leaves. Below, a mass of sharpened wooden stakes extended almost to the ground, and it was this trap that had caused the accident. Bryant's eyes widened in shock. They had arrived just a day ago without incident. Numerous campers had come and gone that morning without trouble, and now, just as they intended to leave, this impassable trap had appeared, seemingly forcing them to abandon their vehicle. The ability to respond swiftly to their actions signifies that this entity not only possesses formidable power, but has also been vigilantly observing them, perhaps lurking in the shadows, clandestinely monitoring their every move. Bryant shuddered, trembling at the frightful notion that had taken root in her mind. In that moment, she began to grasp the depth of her boyfriend's distress from the previous night. It was no wonder he had been so anxious to flee. However, it now seemed that escape might be beyond their reach. In this dense jungle, how could mere mortals outrun a monstrous being? In terms of stamina, combat prowess, and even familiarity with the terrain, they were woefully outmatched. The path before them appeared to lead only to certain death. I do not wish to die." Bryant's voice quavered, tears streaming as she buried her face in her hands. Yet, her typically timid boyfriend, despite the palpable fear in his eyes, exuded a resolute determination. He firmly embraced her, enveloping Bryant in a warm and familiar embrace that offered her a profound sense of security. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you, Bryant. Just have a little faith in me, will you?" The group carefully maneuvered Lucien into the vehicle, each expressing their opinions. Mara insisted on departing, while Celeris and Ivan argued that walking away posed too great a risk, suggesting instead that returning to the campsite might be safer. When they left, many still lingered in Onithorn, and with only one path available for egress, it became evident that others could not escape either. The campsite was likely teeming with people that night, and as long as they did not stray alone, their safety would be significantly enhanced. After some contemplation, Celeris reluctantly acknowledged the merit of this strategy, recognizing they had aces up their sleeves. The compact shotgun, the Rattlesnake DB9, now secured at his waist, weighed a mere 300 grams, yet boasted considerable lethality. In the face of truth, all beings are equal. He had little doubt that the creature could withstand the physical damage inflicted by the shotgun. The group cautiously returned to the campsite, remaining alert for any disturbances in the foliage flanking the narrow path. Whether the monster was toying with them, relishing the final struggles of its prey, or simply lacked the cognitive capacity to consider the myriad possibilities, they nonetheless made it back to the campsite unscathed. As anticipated, a few scattered individuals remained at the site, a couple deeply engrossed in each other, a family of 4, and a pair of solitary campers. Numerous tents dotted the area, clearly unoccupied by their owners at present. Their vehicle attracted only a few indifferent glances, failing to raise significant concern. The male head of the family, observant and meticulous, recognized their vehicle and approached them, his gaze sweeping over Bryant, who was still shaken, and the blood on her fingertips. He smiled subtly at Mara, who glared protectively at Bryant, before finally resting his scrutiny on Celeris, who sat in the driver's seat, clearly the leader of the group. Celerus noted the man's calloused hands and sturdy physique, raising an eyebrow as he countered. "Are you a police officer?" Olivia glanced at him. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, though his actual age may have been younger than he seemed. Caucasian men often exhibit a rapid decline beyond a certain age. He stood tall, at least 185 centimeters, with ruggedly handsome features that were accentuated rather than diminished by the creases on his forehead and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Dressed in a somewhat outdated plaid shirt paired with jeans. A thick brown leather belt cinched his robust waist, and the muscles in his chest strained against the buttons of his shirt. The ordinary ensemble was imbued with a palpable sense of virility. His hands, large and powerful, bore visible veins that extended to his elbows, concealed beneath his sleeves. With a smile, he denied, "I am merely a retired veteran." A retired veteran, no less. In this situation, it was unlikely to find anyone more capable than him. He quickly clarified, "I am not on drugs, nor do I have any mental disorders. I can assure you that everything I am about to say is the truth. We need your assistance." Chapter 64, Terror in the Jungle, Part 4. Oliver Van Haven, hailing from the elite American Special Forces known as the Green Berets, had participated in numerous covert operations, including counterterrorism and infiltration missions, with an impeccable record. He had retired 3 years prior due to severe post-traumatic stress disorder. After leaving the military, Oliver returned to his hometown, living with his sister, who had lost her husband, while taking on a mundane job. He attended regular psychological evaluations, and everything seemed to be returning to normal, save for the haunting specter of blades and blood that plagued his dreams. A constant reminder that his soul remained tethered to the past. In that fateful operation, his unit of 12 had dwindled to just him and one other comrade, of whom only he emerged unscathed, while the other had lost an arm. During a rare moment of leisure, Oliver had taken his sister and his niece and nephew camping, expecting a simple family outing, only to be confronted with the spine-chilling news that reverberated through the campsite, a supposedly safe haven in the Manistee National Park. It was understandable that some undiscovered creatures might inhabit the park's undeveloped regions, but Onithorn, designated as an official camping site, should have guaranteed safety. The campsite was frequented by visitors, and there had been no reports of attacks by strange creatures. Could it be that they were fabricating stories? A group of bored teenagers joking around, engaging in pranks, until Oliver arrived on the scene and laid eyes on the trap that had rendered the path impassable for vehicles. He was certain that the path had been intact when they first arrived at Onithorn. After viewing the footage on Mara's phone, he had come to believe their account, if only partially. Perhaps, hidden within the dense woods, a formidable beast lay in wait, thirsting for fresh flesh. But why had it fixated on them? Was it because they had chosen to spend the night at Onithorn, allowing the creature to claim this place as its territory? As night fell, it would patrol its domain, discovering that its prey had not fled and thus would naturally consider them as a stockpile of food. This monstrous being, inherently overbearing and devoid of empathy, would never permit its reserves to escape. This was perhaps the most reasonable explanation, and Oliver, with his vast experience, had deduced the truth with remarkable clarity. This creature forbade them from leaving Onithorn for this very reason. Having lived in the Manistee National Park for an extended period, the creature had existed there since birth, leaving its parents upon reaching adulthood, preferring the park's outskirts where a diverse array of life thrived, ensuring an ample food supply. By sheer coincidence, its territory encompassed both Onithorn campsite and the nearby Lake Tow. Over time, it had come to understand that these upright beings, resembling it, but lacking in fur, though individually inferior in combat capability, occasionally wielded elongated objects that emitted deafening sounds and possessed formidable lethality. Such weapons instilled fear in the creature, preventing it from treating these beings as prey. Fortunately, they seldom camped in the woods, averting large-scale confrontations and maintaining a precarious balance between the two species. Daylight belonged to humans, while nightfall was its dominion. Humans often referred to it as Wild Man, while in America, it was more widely known as Bigfoot. In the forest, creatures perished each moment, whether ants or frostbitten humans. Bigfoot had tasted human flesh before, captivated by the unique flavor and tender texture that ensnared its unaccustomed heart. Yet, instinctual fear kept its primal urges at bay. As it lurked in the shadows, observing the joyful humans, it could not help but salivate, its satiated belly still yearning for more. "No, I mustn't. They will kill me." Bigfoot could only stealthily approach the desolate campsite at night, inhaling the lingering scent of meat in the air, longing for sustenance until that fateful day when a group of food remained within its territory. Bigfoot, thus, opened Pandora's box, rationalizing its greed with a perfect justification. With the release of its insatiable desire, Bigfoot commenced its inaugural hunt for humans. The crowd was gathered by a tall male, chattering in a language it could not comprehend. Yet, that mattered little to Bigfoot, for the gathering was robust, albeit smaller in stature than itself. As long as it remained cautious, ever so cautious, it could quietly corral its stockpile of prey. The more Bigfoot pondered, the more it drooled, its crimson eyes shimmering with intense greed and longing. The one who gathered the crowd was none other than Oliver, who chose not to conceal the truth, but instead laid everything bare. Having endured the harsh realities of the battlefield, Oliver understood the power of camaraderie, as well as the destructive potential of incompetent allies. Some laughed heartily, dismissing his concerns as mere folly, while others cursed him for his perceived tedium. However, the majority regarded him with a watchful gaze, their eyes revealing a mixture of fear and intrigue. Mothers anxiously covered their children's ears. Elderly couples leaned on one another for support, and a group of teenagers erupted into shrill laughter. As time passed, individuals began to depart for home, only to stumble upon the traps laid along the pathway. Some, filled with trepidation, returned instinctively, gathering around Oliver and Cyrus, who had been the first to detect the danger. Others grumbled and questioned the duo's motives, only to be silenced by the imposing presence of a robust youth. "We have decided to venture to Lake Toe Forest," Oliver announced. "Tonight, a bonfire gathering awaits, drawing many teenagers. The larger the crowd, the more cautious our adversaries may become. Furthermore, there exists an alternate route out of Lake Toe Forest, which we intend to take. Those wishing to accompany us should keep pace. For those remaining at Oak Knoll, I hope you are prepared for the night ahead." During the day, the Lake Toe Forest hosted a music festival requiring tickets for entry, but the nighttime bonfire was open to all. This was their opportunity. After Oliver concluded his speech, he departed the campsite with his sister and his nieces and nephews, followed by others who chose to join them. Eventually, only a group of 6 teenagers remained at the campsite, 3 boys and 3 girls. The leader of this group was a tall, muscular youth, his facial features sharp and somewhat intimidating. "Adam, are we not attending the bonfire?" one younger boy whispered hesitantly. "If he wants to go, then I won't." The leader retorted defiantly, lifting his chin in disdain, despite their initial intent to head to the bonfire. However, the traps they had encountered appeared far too elaborate to have been constructed by mere mortals in such a short span of time. "Just a silly prank," the leader scoffed. "Besides, even if there is something out there, with the 6 of us, what do we have to fear?" After a few flattering remarks from the younger boy, the arrogant teenagers quickly dismissed their fears and resumed their banter. The atmosphere grew more charged as the younger boy slyly produced a transparent bag filled with white powder from his pocket, his expression revealing the substance's nature. "This is the good stuff. Don't say I'm not loyal to my brothers. Good things are meant to be shared." A youth with black hair and wide-set eyes chuckled knowingly, clearly having experienced its effects before. "Good buddy, this isn't cheap, is it?" A boy with brown hair appeared curious yet hesitant, until his girlfriend whispered something in his ear, and his uncertainty vanished. The group's faces lit up with anticipation as they fixated on the bag. The leader, displaying an unsavory demeanor, erupted in anger, grabbing the other boy by his collar. "Mark, are you trying to get us killed? Didn't I tell you not to bring that stuff to the gathering? Calm down." "Adam," the younger boy pleaded. "Trust me, it's a blast. I brought it for your benefit. Just try a little. You might enjoy it. Try it. That stuff is addictive. Once you try it, you'll never want to stop. It'll ruin the gathering, and I swear I'll make you pay for this." As the confrontation escalated, the younger boy, feeling slighted, lashed out with reckless words. "Come at me. You think you can push me around just because your family has money?" The heated exchange culminated in a fist striking the younger boy's eye, sending him reeling. "Watch your mouth." Amid their quarrel, they were oblivious to the unusual rustling in the dark woods surrounding them. In the shadows, a massive figure lurked behind a tree, its crimson eyes greedily surveying the group. The scent of fresh meat beckoned, though it was mingled with an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of the raucous teenagers nearby. The creature, a Sasquatch, licked its lips, contemplating its next move. After a moment's thought, it resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. After all, such prey was rare and valuable. Surely, a little stench could be remedied. As the night deepened, the weather turned peculiar. The new moon was shrouded by clouds, and only a few stars flickered in the vast expanse, casting a dim light upon the forest. The woods were enveloped in darkness, pierced only by the eerie call of an owl, sending shivers down the spine. Unlike the usual tranquility of the Oak Knoll campsite, the raucous laughter of the teenagers shattered the stillness. Adam, infuriated by the earlier altercation, stormed away from the camp, initially intent on heading to Lake Toe Forest, but soon realized that the individuals there were no different from those he had left behind. After a few steps, he begrudgingly returned to the campsite, inadvertently kicking a chair in frustration as he passed by the dazed younger boy. Disgusting. The younger boy nearly toppled over, emboldened by the effects of the substance he had consumed, now daring to confront those he typically avoided. His friends, equally under the influence, merely watched the unfolding drama with glazed expressions. Adam retaliated, striking the younger boy squarely in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose and a painful collision with his tongue. The boy, now jolted back to reality, realized the gravity of the situation but felt his bravado wane under the intensity of the pain. As Adam reveled in his moment of triumph, reclining in his tent with earbuds in place, the raucous antics of 5 teenagers outside spiraled into chaos, influenced by the substances they had consumed. Their minds were suspended in a euphoric haze, visions of vibrant colors dancing before their eyes, as the contours of their companions began to distort. The younger boy, giggling, pulled a nearby girl close, kissing her passionately. Before long, others followed suit, tumbling into a tangled heap, transforming the campsite into a scene of debauchery. Immersed in their revelry, the group failed to notice the dark figure stealthily advancing from the depths of the forest. The creature's fur brushed against the dense underbrush, producing a soft rustle that went unnoticed, mistaken for a mere gust of wind. Even as it approached, they remained oblivious, believing it was merely Adam playing a prank. "Hey bro, where did you get that realistic costume? Can I borrow it for the bonfire later?" But before the words could fully escape his lips, a massive hand, covered in dark fur, snatched his head from his shoulders, discarding it carelessly into the brush. Blood erupted, and the girl beneath him remained frozen in shock for a brief moment, unable to comprehend the horror unfolding before her, until she too was met with a swift demise. Her scream echoing through the night as the creature plunged its hand into her chest, extracting her still-beating heart. The monster inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, and with an air of delight, devoured the heart before the horrified eyes of the remaining teenagers. "What is that thing?" Panic ensued as the boys fled in all directions, unaware that escape from the forest was no longer an option. The Sasquatch's keen sense of smell would easily detect their presence from 100 meters away, especially with the intoxicating scent of their drug-infused bodies permeating the air. Inside the tent, Adam, sensing something was amiss, removed one of his earbuds. The sounds of screams and cries reached his ears, peering through the thin fabric of the tent. He caught sight of a shadow reflected against the material. The creature's roars, the pleas of his companions, and the sound of flesh being torn apart sent tremors of terror coursing through the young boy, draining the color from his face. He recalled the man who had gathered the crowd, warning them of a monster lurking near Oak Knoll. He could have left with them. It was his arrogance and rebellious spirit that had betrayed him. The relentless rock music blared in his ears, but he curled up in the cramped space of the tent, clutching the earbuds tightly, terrified that any sound might alert the creature outside, completely forgetting the option to simply turn off the music. Overwhelmed by fear, he felt as though he were frozen in place. Even his thoughts slowed to a crawl. Adam lost track of time until the sounds from the campsite ceased, and the shadow on the tent vanished. Hesitantly, he turned his eyes. Carefully, he unzipped the tent, trying to minimize the noise. A strong, metallic scent filled his nostrils, and to his shock, the campsite, contrary to his expectations of a scene of carnage, appeared eerily clean, save for traces of blood. The bodies of his companions, perhaps more accurately termed corpses, had vanished without a trace. It must have been a monster that carried away the bodies of the companions. But why? Of course, it is to serve as a reserve food supply. However, in the sweltering heat of summer, meat cannot be preserved for long. The monster must be aware of this, which is why it would not kill many people at once, but rather keep humans captive in Manistee. The first and foremost objective is to sever all paths to the outside world, leaving them without any means of rescue, their vehicles rendered useless. The traps along the Oak Knoll path demonstrate that the monster possesses the strength and intelligence to accomplish all of this. Thus, the monster that feasted tonight may perhaps refrain from further killings? Adam was filled with uncertainty, feeling a strong urge to rejoin the crowd. This meant he would have to traverse the dark woods alone, unaware of where the creature that had slain his companions, viewing humans as prey, might be lurking, perhaps just a few miles away. Should he go now or wait until dawn? Adam hesitated, lost in thought. Ultimately, the youth resolved to embark on his journey immediately, willing to take a gamble, for to the monster, the distinction between night and day might hold little significance. The darkness enveloped the boy's silhouette, a beam of light from his flashlight illuminating a small patch of ground before him. The night wind rustled through the bushes, creating a soft sound, and Adam felt as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, filled with greed and hunger. Throughout the journey, the boy remained vigilant, the sounds of the wind echoing ominously, and fortunately, he arrived safely at Lake to Forest. The cacophony of music was deafening. A towering bonfire blazed at the center of the campsite, and an ephemeral, peculiar aroma wafted through the air. Many young people gathered around the fire, laughing and joking, creating an atmosphere of joy and freedom. Yet Adam knew that beneath this facade of peace lay the lurking threat of the forest. He scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a familiar group in a corner. The man at the forefront was tall and robust, his muscular frame stretching the plaid shirt to its limits, and his handsome face bore the marks of time, radiating a potent masculinity. Beneath his prominent brow, his azure eyes were strikingly profound. Not far away, many girls cast secretive glances at the man, their cheeks flushed and eager to approach. Yet they were firmly blocked by the throng surrounding him. The crowd that had departed from Oak Knoll had gathered around this man, their expressions earnest, as if they viewed him as their sole savior. Adam felt a surge of joy and hurried toward them. "Is it you?" The man raised an eyebrow. Though he seemed scarcely surprised, Adam replied, "I apologize for my rudeness. I should not have stirred up trouble without discernment. It was my fault. Something attacked Oak Knoll and my companions. That creature took their bodies. I suspect it intends to use them for food." In a few brief words of apology, Adam vowed that he had never been so humble. Oliver nodded, stating flatly, "The road to Lake to Forest has also been blocked." A sturdy barrier completely extinguished their hopes of driving out. Reluctantly, they could only return to Lake to Forest for further planning. "We have already called the police, but the remote location and blocked roads mean they won't arrive until at least tomorrow afternoon," Oliver continued, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. It was the thrill of a warrior confronting a formidable enemy. Since departing from the Green Beret unit, he had long been devoid of the adrenaline rush that made his soul tremble. The wolf cannot be tamed, just as Oliver, suffering from severe PTSD, could never acclimate to a peaceful life. His very flesh and blood craved excitement and adventure, and the scent of smoke and blood from the battlefield easily ignited his nerves. While the creature lurking in the shadows had clearly become the enemy, who was the prey, and who was the hunter? All remained uncertain. Chapter 66. The Jungle Terror, Part 6. They should count themselves fortunate that the camping sites of Oak Knoll and Lake to Forest, due to their frequent visitors, were not as isolated as other remote areas within Manistee National Park, where signals were obscured by towering trees. Their calls for help reached the outside world with relative ease, despite the signal being somewhat unstable and the connection often intermittent. Nevertheless, the message was conveyed clearly. To be on the safe side, Oliver also informed his friend, currently serving as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Martin Otten, about the existence of a powerful species that had yet to be discovered by humans. Martin understood his friend's underlying message immediately, and, upon receiving the sporadic video footage, generously provided by Mara, promptly forwarded it to the National Institute of Biological Sciences. Unsurprisingly, the professors and doctors there were immensely intrigued. The legend of Bigfoot exists not only in America, but worldwide, with numerous eyewitness accounts throughout history. Even in extreme environments like Mount Everest, there have been reports of a giant ape covered in white fur, commonly referred to by locals as Yeti or Mikui. In the United States, sightings of Bigfoot are particularly widespread, dating back to the early 19th century and peaking in the 20th century. Many cities have thrived due to the presence of Bigfoot, with some even adopting it as a tourist symbol, attracting countless visitors from around the globe. Reports of tall, ape-like creatures appearing in Manistee National Park have existed for quite some time, with the earliest account coming from a ranger, but others dismissed it as mere attention-seeking nonsense. Many tourists and hikers have also gone missing in the forest, yet no one paid it much mind. Each year, a significant number of individuals go missing in the United States, some due to gang activity or religious reasons, while others venture into undeveloped areas, perishing from exposure, starvation, illness, or other causes. The vastness of America, with its abundant yet sparsely populated land, has 12 of its territory designated as undeveloped areas protected by law. Not to mention the desolate, uninhabited deserts and other forests that lack legal protection. There are even rumors of a tribe of cannibalistic mutants living in the western deserts of the United States, as depicted in the film The Hills Have Eyes. Given such exceptional natural conditions, the existence of unknown creatures is not entirely unexpected. Beneath the guise of peaceful daily life, an operation known as Project X surges in the shadows. The finest 12 soldiers selected from various military districts in Michigan form an elite task force. With remote cooperation from the National Institute of Biological Sciences, an advanced research team has already boarded a plane bound for Michigan, expected to land in 3 hours. As the informant, Martin naturally assumes the role of the operations commander, directly overseen by the president, with only the need to report to Congress. In Lake to Forest, the revelers partied late into the night, some finding places to sleep in pairs or groups, while others, unwilling to succumb to boredom, continued to indulge in the corners. Puffing clouds of smoke, a pungent odor quickly spread through the air, causing the crowd to disperse, while some, awakened from their slumber, joined in, thus igniting a new round of celebration. Olivia hailed from a country with extremely strict regulations against certain substances. In her ancestral homeland, one could smoke and drink, but drug use was strictly prohibited. The sensitivity surrounding this issue was such that it was said a thief, while burgling a house, discovered a suspicious powder and immediately called the police without hesitation. Indeed, the notion of a criminal choosing to report a crime while committing it is unimaginable in any country other than her own, yet it occurred in the land of flowers. Olivia was uncertain whether her friends had prior experiences before meeting her. At least after their encounter, she had never seen them partake in drugs. Cyrus even explicitly stated that he had never tried it, fearing it would create a rift between him and his girlfriend. She had grown up with Evan, ensuring that neither had ever indulged in such substances. Upon hearing of the Lake to Forest Music Festival's reputation, Olivia initially felt strong aversion. Had it not been for Brain's pleading, she would have never participated in such a sordid affair. Moreover, now they found themselves in such a perilous situation. For a moment, she regarded her companions with disdain, turning her head away to ignore them. Branette, feeling guilty, touched her nose and lowered her gaze. Shortly after, several boys returned, and Cyrus, in a calm tone, informed the girls of the group's decision after much discussion. Oliver did not intend to widely disseminate the news of Bigfoot, as the majority of the crowd in Lake to Forest consisted of young people whose unpredictable nature could result in chaos if they were to be informed hastily. Adam and his companions were prime examples of this. Even in horror films, young people often play the role of foolish sidekicks, and this was a group of particularly impaired youths. Moreover, reinforcements were expected to arrive by tomorrow at the latest, so remaining still was the best course of action for now. However, should they naively place all their hopes in the hands of others? Neither Oliver nor Silas could condone such folly. The two unspoken leaders exchanged a knowing glance and silently resolved to split their forces, determined not to allow the Sasquatch to wreak havoc on the roads once more. The elderly, children, and the injured were to remain in the Lecter Forest, under the watchful eyes of 3 robust men, while the others, regardless of gender, were divided into 2 groups, one to tread the path towards the Oak Knoll campsite, and the other to hasten towards Lecter Forest. Their departure went unnoticed by the rest. The drugged youths merely chuckled, jesting that this large group must be heading off to engage in some raucous revelry. Some even stood up, swaying, to inquire if they could join, only to be met with swift rejections from the others. As night cloaked the land, the moon hid behind a shroud of clouds, leaving only a few twinkling stars in the vast sky. The night breeze caressed the treetops, the rustling leaves creating a symphony of whispers. Shadows cast by the faint starlight twisting grotesquely on the ground, swaying as if to tear them apart. The woods were far from silent. They were alive with the cacophony of nocturnal creatures, the rustle of insects or rodents scuttling over fallen leaves, along with the eerie wails of the wind. Those present hailed from a time of peace, despite the chaos in American society. They did not live in constant fear of stray bullets as one might in a war-torn country. Faced with death for the first time, their hearts raced with trepidation. Even the slightest rustle from the bushes sent shivers down their spines, their startled reactions making one wonder if they would perish from their own imaginations before reaching their destination. Olivia walked at the forefront, her stamina waning. She had spent the day in fear, had not rested well at night, and had scarcely eaten throughout the day. Now, fatigue surged through her body, her feet heavy as if encased in lead. The young man behind her noticed her labored breathing and subtly furrowed his brow, rubbing his fingers together at the hem of his shirt, a small gesture to ease his own tension. Just as he was about to speak, another voice interrupted. Adam, with a grin, approached and casually asked, "Are you tired, Olivia? Should I carry you?" Olivia shot him a glare. What time is it to be joking around? Everyone else was walking. How would it look for her to be carried? Oliver, overhearing the boys' banter, felt a frown crease his brow. His hands instinctively clenched into fists at his sides, as unease settled over him like a gathering storm cloud. Their group was heading down the path to the Oak Knoll campsite. Before their departure, Silas had entrusted his girlfriend to Oliver. He understood that in front of Oliver, a man of military background, his own modest physical capabilities and combat skills were negligible. Should they encounter the Sasquatch, only Oliver would stand a chance against it. For the safety of his girlfriend, despite his reluctance, he placed her in Oliver's care. Please, I know this request is unreasonable, but I implore you to protect my girlfriend without jeopardizing your own safety. I promise to repay you once we are out. He recognized he was asking too much, disregarding the lives of others, yet he believed that the lives of those around him paled in comparison to Olivia's. For her sake, he would sacrifice his own life without hesitation. Oliver silently acquiesced. Whether it was due to the fervent sincerity of the young man's love or some other reason remained a mystery. His thoughts drifted back to that morning, to the languid girl beneath the shade of a tree, who, upon sensing his gaze, had suddenly looked up and smiled at him. It was merely a polite smile, yet it made his fists clench, his jaw tightening as he bit back any further contemplation. Enough of this. Aside from their differences, she had a devoted boyfriend. What was he in comparison? Oliver admonished himself, but his attention continued to stray to the girl, stealing glances at her time and again. Chapter 67, Jungle Terror, Part 7. The group quickly arrived at the path, and with a command from Oliver, they scattered to conceal themselves. Olivia was being led away by Adam when a steady male voice called out from behind, "Stay with me." The girl turned to find Oliver's blue eyes peering back at her. She nodded, clearly having anticipated this outcome. She did not believe Silas would allow her to follow another man without reason or preparation. Adam, unfazed, inquired with a grin, "Can I join you then?" Oliver's gaze swept over the young man, noting the muscular physique beneath his short sleeves. With arms covered in a layer of sinewy muscle and small scars, remnants of a recent scuffle. Quickly assessing the boy's combat ability, Oliver declined his request to join, instead directing him to a smaller group that seemed slightly less capable. The seemingly rebellious youth surprisingly complied without protest, greeting the other members of his new group with a smile. This group consisted of a band of hikers from the tech industry, though they were young and educated. Their bodies were weak and frail from years of inactivity, resembling slender reeds. These capable young men had always been the model students in the eyes of their teachers and had looked down upon Adam as a rebellious troublemaker, offering him no friendly expressions upon his arrival. However, Adam paid them no mind, maintaining his composure, but a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A pack of scrawny chicks. Should they encounter that monster, they wouldn't last even one round. Olivia followed closely behind Oliver as they entered the woods along the side of the path. In the darkness, she could only see the tall figure of the young man ahead, broad shoulders, long legs, a muscular build, and a perfectly defined V-shape. Blinking her eyes, she inwardly praised the man's impressive physique. Oliver could feel Olivia's gaze lingering on him. The heat radiating from her skin felt almost unbearable. A flush crept onto his face, masked by the darkness, while his hands involuntarily curled into fists, his body tensing up. The long lashes cast shadows over his striking blue eyes, which often appeared sharp and formidable, now softened with an inexplicable gentleness and loyalty. Oblivious to his turmoil, Olivia pressed on. Not long after, they stumbled upon a mound of dirt at a sunken slope, substantial enough to nearly fill the depression. What's this? In an instant, they realized this mound was the result of the Sasquatch digging traps. Their eyes lit up, and Olivia excitedly retrieved a multifunctional folding shovel from her backpack. A tool Silas had provided her just before their parting. "Go get the others," she commanded, fully assuming the leadership role. Oliver, seeing no fault in her enthusiasm, affectionately regarded the girl giving orders. "You need to come with me." He was resolute in not leaving her alone in the dark forest. Olivia shot him an incredulous look. "Of course. I wouldn't dare stay here alone. What if the Sasquatch shows up?" To achieve their goal, the team operated like a well-oiled machine, casting aside prejudices and working in unison to move the dirt. Time was of the essence. If they acted swiftly, they might complete a lifeline before the Sasquatch arrived. Fortune smiled upon them. Before they could fill the trench with about a meter of dirt, the Sasquatch did not appear. Instead, from deeper within the forest came the terrifying howls of wild beasts, mingling with human screams, echoing ominously through the night. The unsettling sounds shattered the group's harmony, igniting a flurry of anxiety as they huddled together, trembling. Some even attempted to flee into the depths of the woods. "Come back," Oliver shouted. But the only response was the retreating figures of his companions. He understood that running into the forest at this moment was akin to courting death. Yet witnessing the fear in the eyes of those around him, all of whom were looking to him for guidance, made it impossible for him to move. It was he who led them out, and thus he felt responsible for their safety, especially since he was in a position of authority. Oliver reasoned with himself. Though deep down, the true motivation for his concern remained unclear. His phone vibrated twice swiftly, and Olivia caught a glimpse of the name on the screen. It was Silas. Just as she was about to answer, the call dropped due to poor reception. "Something must have happened over there," the girl remarked, understanding her boyfriend well. In such a critical moment, Silas wouldn't frivolously reach out unless there was an urgent matter to convey. Regrettably, while the signal along the road and at the campsite remains relatively stable, within the depths of the forest it fluctuates unpredictably, akin to a volatile stock market, surging one moment and plummeting the next. Oliver nodded, piecing together the earlier sounds, easily deducing the nature of their predicament. He could only hope that more people would survive this ordeal, yet deep down, a gnawing fear lingered. Did their encounter with the Sasquatch imply that they were next in line? The young man furrowed his brow, gazing into the abyss of the forest, engulfed in profound anxiety. "Enough. Do not falter. We must press on." The crowd resumed their movement, but this time, the previous exuberance and camaraderie had dissipated, replaced by a tense silence, akin to a barrel of gasoline, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. Oliver sighed heavily, his mood somber, his gaze briefly sweeping over the girl beside him before he seemingly nonchalantly averted his eyes, softly instructing, "Stay close to me tonight." Olivia did not retort, but nodded in silence, clearly sharing his apprehensions. The two prepared silently for the impending attack that might soon descend upon them. Olivia tightened her grip on the entrenching tool, her delicate palms already blistered from strenuous labor, each squeeze sending sharp stings coursing through her. Yet she could not relinquish it, for the shovel might serve as a life-saving weapon in crucial moments. As time trickled away, the forest remained eerily tranquil, save for the calls of wild creatures and the gentle whisper of the breeze. This calm, however, only heightened their alertness, tension coiling tighter within them. The stillness before a storm. They both instinctively thought of this phrase. Nearby, the underbrush rustled softly, as if caressed by the night wind, unnoticed by all. Olivia cast a fleeting glance but detected nothing amiss. However, as she bent to dig, her keen senses caught a faint, almost imperceptible odor, tinged with a hint of blood. This scent bore resemblance to that of a beast, a musk mingled with the fetid aroma of an unclean mouth and claws, wafting into her nostrils on the breeze. Fearfully, Olivia tugged at Oliver's sleeve. The young man looked up, meeting her tear-filled gaze, and in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. He swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly, and with a deep, commanding voice, he shouted, "Run." In the next heartbeat, a colossal shadow lunged toward them with a deafening roar. The overwhelming stench of the approaching creature nearly blinded Olivia, as the Sasquatch's claws grazed her head, the rush of air stirring her hair and bringing with it an instinctive urge to hold her breath. It was then that Olivia truly beheld the monstrous figure wreaking havoc behind them. Towering at approximately 8 feet, its muscular form was shrouded in thick, dark fur, obscuring its features. The exposed palms and feet resembled those of primates, yet its visage bore a closer resemblance to that of a human, albeit with prominent lips, a flattened nose, and large nostrils, while its crimson eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. The creature roared in discontent, its body exuding a potent stench of blood. The matted fur on its chest suggested a grim narrative. The crowd screamed and scattered, quickly descending into chaos. Oliver, cradling Olivia with one arm and wielding the entrenching tool with the other, navigated the forest's underbrush and fallen branches with surprising agility. The Sasquatch seemed fixated on them, relentlessly trailing behind, ignoring the others. A powerful predator instinctively understands that by eliminating the king of the group, it can dominate the rest. For the Sasquatch, vanquishing the strongest human would render the others mere prey. Chapter 68. The Jungle Horror, Part 8. The creature's instincts alerted it that the figure gracefully maneuvering through the jungle while bearing the weight of an adult female was the strongest among this group of prey. Eliminating him would leave the rest as headless flies, vulnerable to its whims. Oliver felt no fear, only a tinge of regret creeping into his heart. He held the girl tightly, her soft form nestled against him, yet his mind was devoid of any romantic thoughts. Had he known the Sasquatch would target him, he would never have brought her along for her protection. Now, he found himself unable to find a safe place for her to hide, as the creature relentlessly pursued them. Maintaining a distance of about 70 feet, given its speed, it could close that gap in an instant. Gradually, Oliver began to feel fatigue setting in. Even the strongest body has its limits. The unfamiliar jungle terrain, the stress of being chased, and the added burden weighed heavily on him. He heard his own labored breathing, sweat cascading down his forehead, clouding his vision. This could not continue. In an instant, he resolved that even if he were to perish, he would not succumb to exhaustion. His gaze flickered toward the silent girl beside him, her lashes quivering slightly, lips pressed tightly together. He had to ensure her safety, not only out of promise, but also due to the unspoken feelings that stirred within him. Should they somehow survive, he would reconsider their relationship. Under the fervent warmth of the young man's affection, it seemed base to exclude her from his future. Olivia retrieved a wooden pistol from her pocket, the weight of the metal pressing against her palm, its ornate design indicating that it was more for display than practical use. This was a keepsake from Cyrus, given to her just before their parting. Though Cyrus bore the appearance of a charming rogue, since falling in love with her, he had transformed into the epitome of a perfect boyfriend. Olivia had never truly contemplated a future with him, for numerous obstacles loomed between them: family backgrounds, ideologies, and plans for the future. As a Chinese American, she still carried the pure essence of her heritage, nurtured by her parents' teachings, fostering a heartfelt love for her yet-to-be-visited homeland. She intended to return to her native land one day, contributing to its development. Conversely, as the sole heir of the O'Grady estate, Cyrus was bound to inherit his family's vast farm, making it impossible for him to abandon everything in America to accompany her. Their romance was but a beautiful flower, blooming vibrantly for a brief period, only to wither and decay once the season passed. Both were acutely aware of this truth. Olivia had thought thusly, yet everything was shattered this night. The sudden calamity unveiled Cyrus's true character and revealed his genuine intentions. If they both managed to survive, Olivia resolved to contemplate their relationship more thoroughly. Under the fervent ardor of the young man's love, it felt utterly despicable not to include him in her future. Olivia pulled out the wooden pistol, its weight pressing against her palm, the intricate patterns adorning its surface indicating its ornamental value rather than practical utility. This was a keepsake from Cyrus, handed to her shortly before their parting, intended for situations just like this. It might well be the most lethal weapon available on site, capable of inflicting harm on the Sasquatch. Before departing, Cyrus had entrusted her with this wooden pistol and the entrenching tool, while he and the others shared 2 shovels among 4 people. Olivia felt inadequate in reciprocating such profound affection. Under Cyrus's intense gaze, her own shortcomings were laid bare, causing her to avert her eyes, stung by the truth. Oliver accepted the pistol, immediately recognizing its model, the Diamondback DB9, a compact firearm known for its impressive lethality. Without uttering a word, he cast a lingering, almost farewell-like glance at her before sprinting into the darkness. The Sasquatch's dark fur provided excellent camouflage in the night, leaving Oliver to rely solely on scent to discern its whereabouts. Yet, they seemed to have stumbled into the creature's lair. The air was thick with its musk and a potent metallic tang. Moreover, an unsettling silence enveloped the area, one that felt alien to the forest. Here, there were no birds chirping, No rustling of snakes or insects traversing the fallen leaves, and even the wind appeared to shy away, as if afraid to trespass. The underbrush and treetops stood eerily still, as if something lurking instilled them with profound terror. Perhaps they had unwittingly ventured into the Sasquatch's den, Olivia mused. Boldly stepping further into the lair. The Sasquatch's abode was constructed from branches and dry leaves, haphazardly piled, seemingly precarious yet resilient against the elements. From the outside, it appeared ample and formidable. Standing outside the lair, a foul stench mingled with the rich metallic scent of blood assaulted Olivia's senses, causing her to gag and struggle to open her eyes. Through the faint starlight, she discerned elongated objects suspended within the nest, densely packed like pigs awaiting slaughter in a butcher's shop. In an instant, Olivia comprehended the horrific reality of what she beheld, and she clamped her hand over her mouth, dry heaving as the overwhelming odor of blood became a potent emetic. A tidal wave of terror engulfed her, compelling her to flee in a panic. Just as she was about to retreat, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the lair, akin to a plea for help. Hesitating momentarily, Olivia picked up a stone and resolutely stepped into the darkness. Inside, the stench intensified, and the absence of starlight rendered her vision nearly non-existent. She had to rely on her sense of touch and the dim light filtering from above to navigate. Inevitably, she encountered the hanging corpses. Most were already cold, while a few still bore a trace of warmth, though their pulses had long ceased. Among them were both humans and animals, some intact, others grotesquely mutilated, their flesh slick with blood. Struggling against her nausea, she groped her way through, finally brushing against one body. Her fingertip inadvertently pierced a bloody wound, eliciting a faint cry of pain from the unfortunate soul. The clammy warmth was disconcerting, and Olivia felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Noticing the response, she quickly inquired, "Are you all right? Can you move?" She had no desire to escape with a lifeless companion. Thankfully, the individual still possessed a flicker of consciousness, responding weakly, I'm fine. I can still walk. Please, help me. I have others who were captured too." "Are they here?" Olivia asked, a strange familiarity tugging at her memory, particularly with the word please. The individual replied, "They're not here. This lair is merely a storage for a portion of the Bigfoot's food. There is another lair where my friends should be." Olivia did not voice her decision to go or not, nor did the individual press the matter. Swiftly, she used the stone to sever the vines binding the person's feet, assisting them out of the lair. As the first light of dawn cast its glow, Olivia was taken aback. "Evan?" Before he could respond, she furrowed her brow, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Who did you say was taken?" Chapter 69, Jungle Horror, Part 9. After splitting into two groups, Cyrus led his team along a path near Lake Tecto, with the remaining 3 members following him, leaving only Olivia behind. Upon arriving at their destination, Cyrus gathered the team to attempt moving a fallen tree. Yet, before they could lift it, the Bigfoot emerged from the shadows with a thunderous roar, striking one of the middle-aged men on the shoulder. The man clutched his shoulder, howling in agony as his face plunged into the mud. His expression twisted in excruciating pain, and, paralyzed by fear, he instinctively cried out for help. "Please, help me." However, not a single person moved. The Bigfoot stood just 3 paces behind him, arms raised and eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty desire. Only by confronting the creature did they grasp the magnitude of the horror they faced. The middle-aged man was not weak, yet the Bigfoot towered over him, nearly twice his size, its fur-covered body exuding terror. As starlight illuminated the creature, Cyrus could see its broad, muscular hands and feet resembling those of a gorilla, its face glistening with a slick black sheen, deep-set lines framing its nostrils, which were large and flared, with thick lips and long, sharp tusks tinged yellow. A nauseating odor wafted through the air, causing Cyrus to cover his nose and cough. After a moment of hesitation, he moved at the pleading gaze of the middle-aged man. But his speed was no match for the Bigfoot. The creature's hand descended upon the man's head, and in a swift motion, it yanked it from his body, blood spraying forth as the stench of decay mingled with the metallic scent of blood. The severed head was carelessly discarded, rolling to rest against a tree, where Mara, hiding behind it, met the man's vacant gaze. Her face turned pale, and a scream pierced the night. In panic, she fled into the depths of darkness, her frantic silhouette quickly vanishing. Brunette, witnessing the horror, abandoned her friend, calling out for her boyfriend as she followed suit. The crowd fragmented rapidly. The air itself seemed to grow heavy with dread, pressing down upon Cyrus's heart. He had taken it for granted, failing to consider that in the face of imminent danger, human obedience was nearly non-existent. A few brave souls remained, attempting to leverage their numbers against the Bigfoot. In the shadowy depths, they silently communicated through gestures and glances, seeking each other's counsel. The Bigfoot, aware of the presence of lingering prey, keenly attuned to the sound of human breaths and distinguishing the sweet scent amidst the blood. Yet, tonight, it had not intended to unleash havoc. The teenagers from Oak Tree Camp provided ample sustenance for several days. With the heat of the night, the humans were not numerous enough for the Bigfoot to feast indiscriminately, thus it was reluctant to take lives. Had this group not foolishly attempted to flee, the Bigfoot might have remained hidden in the shadows. What disobedient quarry! The Bigfoot rubbed its hungry belly and savored a large chunk of flesh, chewing with delight. Those hiding in the darkness were horrified, unable to remain indifferent while witnessing their kin devoured, regardless of whether the predator was human or Bigfoot. Under the night sky, amidst the forest, the terrifying creature clutched the headless corpse, its abyss-like maw wide open, tearing at the flesh with abandon, devouring with insatiable appetite. In the dim light, its tusks, stained with blood and bits of flesh, glimmered ominously. Blood soaked its long fur, dripping onto the ground in a gruesome display. The Bigfoot's visage bore an unsettling semblance of satisfaction, nostrils flaring as it reveled in its feast. At that moment, whether brave or timid, all were compelled to stifle their nausea. Cyrus clenched his jaw, muscles taut with suppressed rage and fear, fixated on the Bigfoot, as if etching its likeness into his memory. His fingers digging into the tree trunk, leaving behind crimson imprints. In the darkness, the group exchanged fearful glances, cautiously retreating. The Bigfoot's attention was consumed by the corpse, presenting them with the best opportunity to escape. However, the question of how Evan and Cyrus had fallen captive to the Bigfoot, despite having left, hinted at an even more terrifying revelation. What? You mean to say the Bigfoot has a young one? Olivia whispered, her eyes wide with terror. Evan nodded. Indeed. We stumbled into one of the Bigfoot's lairs, where we encountered its youngling. Just as we were about to act, the Bigfoot returned. In the fray, I accidentally hit my head and lost consciousness. Cyrus was likely left behind in that lair. As he spoke, Evan bit his lip, glancing at Olivia with concern before continuing. The Bigfoot youngling is now of age to consume flesh. When we entered the lair, it was gnawing on a piece of meat. The disemboweled corpse, devoid of its tender abdomen, suggests that the youngling was feasting on the flesh of this unknown victim. I suspect that lair is the Bigfoot's primary dwelling, and the remnants of what it consumes will soon be part of its diet. Thus, remaining in that lair meant they had 1 foot in the grave. Do you remember the way? Evan suddenly grasped Olivia's implication, staring at her in disbelief. You? Olivia, who should not have been so selfless, recalled the entrenching shovel and the wooden weapon. Though she had never wielded the latter, Cyrus had entrusted her with the only firearm they possessed. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, sweet reminiscences wrapped in layers of nostalgia. The care during meals, the patient companionship during trying times, and the gentle apologies after quarrels stabbed at her heart like a sugar-coated dagger, leaving her restless. Yes, Olivia understood that if she did not act, she would never be able to let go of him. Should a lover perish amidst their fervent affection, only the memory of their best moments would remain. As time flowed on, would she come to regret the decision she was about to make? She was uncertain. All she knew was that, at this very moment, driven by the voice of her heart, she yearned to save him, to seek him out. You need not come, just point me in the right direction. Evan smiled. I fear you might lose your way. After all, it is exceedingly perilous for someone who could lose their way right outside their own home to wander aimlessly alone in a forest at night. Olivia, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, exclaimed, Hey! The smug Aiden soon faced the consequences of his bravado, clutching his chest in laughter, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. All right, follow me. I remember it's in that direction. With Olivia supporting her childhood companion, the two ventured deeper into the woods, their figures gradually swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Not long after their departure, a tall, slender figure raced into view, glancing around in a state of panic before darting into a nearby den. Shortly thereafter, he emerged once more, his expression fraught with urgency. Blood dripped from the sharp edge of a spade, and the hand gripping it was marred with countless wounds, the back of which bore a myriad of tiny lacerations. More alarmingly, a deep gash marred his upper arm, as if a wild beast had taken a vicious bite, leaving behind chilling tooth marks around the wound. Oliver gripped the spade tightly, as if he could still sense a trace of the girl's warmth upon it. A fleeting comfort against the overwhelming tide of panic threatening to engulf him. After narrowly escaping the Bigfoot, he hastened back, only to find no trace of the girl. Had she encountered danger? Had she been taken by the creature? Was she frightened? Had she cried? Countless thoughts raced through his cluttered mind, ultimately converging into a singular resolve. He would spare no effort to find her. With determination etched upon his features, the figure set off in the direction where the two had vanished. Chapter 70. A Terrifying Sojourn in the Jungle, Part 10. Olivia was unaware of how long she had been walking in the forest. The prolonged darkness had rendered her vision exceedingly blurred, and the oppressive density of the surrounding thicket made her limbs feel stiff. Aiden, ever the attentive childhood friend, recognized her unease instantly, asserting that he knew her better than anyone else in the world, even more so than her actual boyfriend. "Do not fear," he reassured her, his warm hand gently patting her, his smiling eyes glimmering like stars against the night sky. Olivia felt her spirits lift considerably. Leaning against Aiden's shoulder much like she had in their childhood, the tension that had gripped her brow throughout the day began to ease, and a smile graced her lips. Her voice softer than she realized as she replied, "I know." From their earliest days, Olivia had always believed that as long as Aiden was by her side, she would never suffer harm. This conviction was mutual between them, regardless of Aiden's own timid nature. Even in the enveloping darkness, as their physical strength began to wane, neither thought of relinquishing their support for the other. Instead, they leaned upon one another as they ventured deeper into the abyss of night. Before long, they encountered a swamp, lush with vegetation, where crimson flowers bloomed upon the moist earth, exuding an enchanting aroma. The swamp was alive with the sounds of rustling and croaking. And amidst the dim glow of night, Olivia caught a glimpse of a scaled tail slipping into the water's embrace, vanishing from sight. Within the mire, a sinuous body adorned with flower-patterned scales writhed. The mere sight of it was enough to instill fear, leaving one to ponder the sheer size of what lurked beneath the surface. Olivia hesitated. "Are you certain this is the place?" Aiden chuckled lightly, a teasing glimmer in his eye. "I am certain. How can someone of your age still be so timid?" To be fair, Olivia was not particularly cowardly. She had once spent a night alone in a villa in the suburbs at the age of 19, bravely confronting two intruders with a shotgun, even making the local news. Watching horror films alone in the dead of night was child's play for her. Yet, despite her audacity, the one thing that unnerved her were serpents and insects, not out of fear, but sheer revulsion. She detested their slimy, slippery texture, their cold bodies, and their grotesque appearances, which seemed far too otherworldly for this earth. As Olivia prepared herself mentally, Aiden, too, remained patient, his gaze warm and indulgent, accepting her fears. Time slipped by, perhaps a minute or 5, until Olivia felt ready, cautiously lifting a foot to tentatively step forward. "Oh, how revolting!" she gasped, suppressing her disgust as she waded into the swamp, wary of the leeches and venomous creatures lurking within, occasionally brushing against the slick scales that sent shivers down her spine, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. After traversing the swamp for a while, they finally discerned a shadowy structure lurking silently in the darkness. Compared to the simplicity of a storage shed, the Bigfoot's true dwelling was far more opulent. Its framework was crafted from stout tree trunks, with broad leaves forming the roof and windbreaks, presenting a striking dark green hue, exuding a raw, primitive beauty. However, the overwhelming stench was a significant drawback. Even from a distance, the fetid odor carried by the night breeze was unmistakable. It was a scent difficult to describe, akin to the putrid stench of fish and shrimp long deceased, mingled with the noxious aroma of decay, underscored by a pungent metallic tang. The stench made Olivia gag, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks, tears glimmering in her eyes. Aiden, witnessing her distress, felt his heart ache, questioning whether bringing her here had truly been a wise decision. A sudden weight on his sleeve drew his attention, and he met Olivia's flushed, resolute gaze. Go in, she urged. Despite feeling nauseous, Olivia held her breath, determined to proceed. Aiden felt a bitter pang in his heart. They had grown up together, shared an intimacy that now seemed to belong to another man. The deepest worries, care, and love she once offered him were now bestowed upon Cyrus, leaving him with nothing but scraps. It took Aiden considerable time to accept that he was no longer the girl's closest male confidant. Yet, every time he witnessed their closeness, he found it hard to bear. For reasons he could not articulate, he inserted himself into their little group, often positioning himself between the young couple, feigning ignorance to Cyrus's warning glances, indulging in carefree interactions with Olivia. Olivia had never once doubted her friend's intentions, believing it merely to be a reaction to the many people surrounding her. Rather than feeling suffocated, she found Aiden's jealousy endearing. But returning to the matter at hand, from the outside, the nest appeared modest in size, yet upon entry, they discovered the interior was vast, segmented into various small rooms, each serving a distinct purpose. Olivia inhaled sharply, her heart racing as she surveyed the lair, which bore a striking resemblance to a human abode. Whether the Bigfoot had observed human homes or had devised its own architectural design, either possibility was sufficiently terrifying. The creature's intelligence was alarming, rivaling that of humans. Its formidable strength, coupled with its cunning intellect, suggested that its survival was fraught with difficulty, as it had not yet been exposed to the world at large. Olivia dared not gamble on the maternal instincts of the beast, fearful that it might return unexpectedly. She hastily pulled Aiden towards the room that reeked most strongly of blood. Pulling aside the palm leaves that served as a curtain, the scene within rendered her pale, covering her mouth to suppress another wave of nausea. The room resembled a hellish purgatory, with bodies haphazardly piled, both human and animal, some intact, others grotesquely dismembered, some fresh, others long since decayed. A rotting deer lay infested with maggots, its white, plump larvae writhing amidst the putrid flesh. Portions of its body had liquefied into brown, dried blood pooling on the ground, emanating a vile stench. Surprisingly, there were not many human corpses. Those were arranged meticulously, stacked one atop the other in a corner, unlike the careless disposal of animal remains. The two rushed forward, lifting the bodies until they finally uncovered Cyrus. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, marred his forehead, the blood long dried, yet his chest rose and fell faintly, the warmth escaping from beneath his nose bringing Olivia to the brink of tears. He was alive. Thank goodness, he was alive. Wiping her tears, Olivia felt a sudden release of tension. After the emotional roller coaster, fatigue washed over her, filling her with an overwhelming desire to rest. Aiden sighed with concern, taking over, gently nudging Cyrus. Cyrus, wake up, Cyrus. Cyrus, lost in a void of unconsciousness, remained silent until he heard a voice calling for him. Initially dismissive, he had no intention of responding, yet the mention of Olivia caught his attention. Olivia is here. Do you expect her to bear the burden of your escape? Olivia. The unconscious young man drew a deep breath, jolting awake as his vision cleared, only to be blinded by the flashlight above. Coughing weakly, he murmured, Olivia, where are you? Olivia rushed to him, tears streaming down her face. I'm here. Cyrus, I'm here. Cyrus gently caressed her face, wiping away the dirt from her cheek, his gaze soft and filled with affection. Do not cry, I am fine. Olivia, you should not have come. It is far too dangerous. Olivia pinched his lips playfully. Shush, as if you could dictate my actions. The young man chuckled through his cough. I apologize, Olivia. Are you injured? Did that rascal Ivan take good care of you? The boyfriend, grievously wounded yet awakening from his stupor with immediate concern for her well-being. Alongside the childhood friend who, despite his own injuries, endeavored to look after her throughout their ordeal, stirred a profound tenderness within her heart. Tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Olivia felt a mix of shyness and annoyance, pouting as she sobbed. Stop being so sentimental, just leave this place. The two of them, one on each side, assisted Cyrus to his feet. As they parted the curtain, their toes brushed against something soft. Looking down, she saw a large cub bounding towards her, yelping and eager to nip at her leg.